Promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
To SMG, if you're so many lot, you lose. Let's go lower bracket.
Hey Diablo, first blood me right? Playoff, I give you first blood again.
Ram, right? I hope you don't kena first blood again. Sometimes too easy for me, I don't like.
RSG SG, you guys every day doing TikTok contents, go be a full-time TikToker.
Oh, relax, huh?
And yeah, need tutor or not?
Yes.
Smelly cat, I'm gonna make your KD smelly.
Zion, I'll kick you out of MPL like how you kick me out of your team.
Angry.
Stella? Oh, is this the retirement home?
Joe, what else can you play besides your one-trick leader?
Well, your name is powerful, but your gameplay is weak.
Not bad, not bad.
Reminiscent, your Karina is your signature hero, but I'm a better one.
Evil lousy.
A1, A2, I'll make you E8, F9.
Revival, when you guys lose this season again, come and find me for your next season's team name. Slate, the only reason why you win us is because you treat that as a warm-up.
Let's go! Who's the EXP lane for Revival?
Who's that?
To Adamir, I'll show you who's the better EXP laner.
Revival, even after you guys have revived, our players are more known than yours.
Jess, when I playing EXP lane, you're still drinking milk.
Okay.
Hey everyone! We launched Project Next Necrokeep back in June. Did you like the new Necrokeep and the 3 revamped heroes? We're back again this time to give you a preview of what's in store for the next Project Next update in September. The upcoming September update will feature 2 more hero revamps. This time we're shining the spotlight on a lethal duo, Leslie and Gusion. Let's dive headfirst into Leslie's revamp. As the adopted daughter of House Vance, a clan renowned for its immense wealth, Leslie will be getting a makeover to showcase the understated opulence and elegance characteristic of House Vance. Leslie will be abandoning her cuffed sleeves for a more appropriate pair of long, dark leather gloves. Stunning leather knee-high boots will take place of her old brown calf boots, completing Leslie's more sniper-friendly look. Her brooch will also be replaced with the badge of House Vance. Expect a more mature-looking Leslie with restyled bangs and eye patch. Her newly added optical sight should help Leslie aim more easily. As for her skills, we're mainly adjusting the casting experience of Leslie's second skill, Tactical Grenade. Statistical data and live observation of players in match combat demonstrated a noticeable delay in the casting of Tactical Grenade, leading to an awkward and frustrating gameplay experience. We're optimizing the skills animation and resolving the before and after cast delays to improve the overall casting process. Moving on to Leslie's first skill, Master of Camouflage. Following a thorough review, we decided to leave the skill's mechanics as is. However, we'll be upgrading the visual effects of Leslie's camouflaged state, which promises a more exciting experience for Leslie mains in the battlefield. Finally, let's talk about her ultimate, Deadly Sniper. We're cutting down the interval between 2 fatal bullets to boost Leslie's burst potential and aggressiveness in matches. Next up, the Holy Blade of House Paxley, Guzhan. Guzhan's new story highlights the evil god leaving his body, so expect a more trendy and casually styled Guzhan with less plate coverage to accentuate his likeness as an assassin. We've also incorporated Eamon's Mana Shards design at the end of Guzhan's scarf to reflect the two brothers' reconciliation. Since his debut in the early days of the game, Guzhan's popularity on the assassin roster has endured well into the present. Because of this, we've decided to keep his skill kit as is, at least for this update. However, we still feel that we should do something to show our gratitude for your continued love for Guzhan. That's why we're bringing Guzhan's visuals up to 2022 standards, with a full upgrade of his in-match model and skill effects. We've made sure that these adjustments won't affect his original design, so you'll still be greeted with that familiar face when you meet Guzhan in the battlefield after the update. And even though September might be a little too early for Valentine's Day, we're going ahead and revamping the two heroes' Valentine's Day skins in this update. Compared with the original design, we've restyled Guzhan's hair and added a few inches to his pants to highlight his elegance. The patterns and decorations have also been modified to better match Leslie's. As for Leslie, we're remodeling her high heels to further emphasize her femme fatale vibe. That's all for the first round of spoilers from this September's Project Next update. We've been hard at work, constantly improving every single hero's skills and visual effects to present you with the best gameplay experience at each stage. We hope you've loved all our improvements so far and are excited for what's to come. Get ready for the new Project Next update dropping soon. See you next time, and until then, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee!
OSIM.
Police are investigating the disappearance of citizens. We advise all citizens to exercise caution and reinforce for any suspicious acts of harm.
I promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
your SMG, give you so many lot to lose. Just go lower bracket.
Hey, Diablo, first blood me, right? Playoff, I give you first blood again.
Ram, right? I hope you don't kena first blood again. Sometimes too easy for me, I don't like.
RSG SG, you guys every day doing TikTok contents, go be a full-time TikToker.
Oh, relax, huh?
And yeah, need tutor or not?
Smelly cat, I'm gonna make your KD smelly.
Zion, I'll kick you out of MPL like how you kick me out of your team.
Angry.
Stella? Oh, is this the retirement home?
Joe, what else can you play besides your one-trick video?
Your name is powerful, but your gameplay is weak.
Not bad, not bad.
Reminiscent, your Karina is your signature hero, but I'm a better one.
Evil lousy.
A1, A2, I'll make you E8, F9.
Revival, when you guys lose this season again, come and find me for your next season's team name. Slate, the only reason why you win us is because you treat that as a warm-up.
Let's go! Who's the EXP lane for Revival?
Ryan, what?
Who's that?
To Adam here, I'll show you who's the better EXP laner.
Revival, even after you guys have revived, our players are more known than yours.
Jess, when I playing XP lane, you're still drinking milk.
Okay.
Hey everyone! We launched Project Next Necrokeep back in June. Did you like the new Necrokeep and the 3 revamped heroes? We're back again this time to give you a preview of what's in store for the next Project Next update in September. The upcoming September update will feature 2 more hero revamps. This time we're shining the spotlight on a lethal duo, Leslie and Gusion. Let's dive headfirst into Leslie's revamp. As the adopted daughter of House Vance, a clan renowned for its immense wealth, Leslie will be getting a makeover to showcase the understated opulence and elegance characteristic of House Vance. Leslie will be abandoning her cuffed sleeves for a more appropriate pair of long, dark leather gloves. Stunning leather knee-high boots will take place of her old brown calf boots, completing Leslie's more sniper-friendly look. Her brooch will also be replaced with the badge of House Vance. Expect a more mature-looking Leslie, with restyled bangs and eye patch. Her newly added optical sight should help Leslie aim more easily. As for her skills, we're mainly adjusting the casting experience of Leslie's second skill, Tactical Grenade. Statistical data and live observation of players in match combat demonstrated a noticeable delay in the casting of Tactical Grenade, leading to an awkward and frustrating gameplay experience. We're optimizing the skill's animation and resolving the before and after cast delays to improve the overall casting process. Moving on to Leslie's first skill, Master of Camouflage. Following a thorough review, we decided to leave the skill's mechanics as is. However, we'll be upgrading the visual effects of Leslie's camouflaged state, which promises a more exciting experience for Leslie mains in the battlefield. Finally, let's talk about her ultimate, Deadly Sniper. We're cutting down the interval between 2 fatal bullets to boost Leslie's burst potential and aggressiveness in matches. Next up, the Holy Blade of House Paxley, Gusion. Gusion's new story highlights the evil god leaving his body, so expect a more trendy and casually styled Gusion with less plate coverage to accentuate his likeness as an assassin. We've also incorporated Eamon's mana shards design at the end of Gusion's scarf to reflect the 2 brothers' reconciliation. Since his debut in the early days of the game, Gusion's popularity on the assassin roster has endured well into the present. Because of this, we've decided to keep his skill kit as is, at least for this update. However, we still feel that we should do something to show our gratitude for your continued love for Gusion. That's why we're bringing Gusion's visuals up to 2022 standards, with a full upgrade of his in-match model and skill effects. We've made sure that these adjustments won't affect his original design, so you'll still be greeted with that familiar face when you meet Gusion in the battlefield after the update. And even though September might be a little too early for Valentine's Day, we're going ahead and revamping the two heroes' Valentine's Day skins in this update. Compared with the original design, we've restyled Guzhen's hair and added a few inches to his pants to highlight his elegance. The patterns and decorations have also been modified to better match Leslie's. As for Leslie, we're remodeling her high heels to further emphasize her femme fatale vibe. That's all for the first round of spoilers from this September's Project Next update. We've been hard at work, constantly improving every single hero's skills and visual effects to present you with the best gameplay experience at each stage. We hope you've loved all our improvements so far and are excited for what's to come. Get ready for the new Project Next update dropping soon. See you next time, and until then, we'll be seeing you in the land of Dog. They've seen the battle. They've seen it rumbling. They come again to witness our gloriousness. Some say it's just a game, but for us, it's an honor to be here. Last season, we almost got there, but we come back to take our dignity. We demand to conquer. We are here to fight back. Time to revamp, resurrect, revival. Prepare yourself. A new threat is coming. A threat that will make you crumble. This is not just a game. It's a glorious battle that lays ahead of you. We are the king, triumphant all over the nation.
Welcome back, everyone, joining us for the playoff seasons right here for MPL SG Season 4. Now, we're live here at our Tampines Hub as the teams clash on the battlefield to prove their mettle. My name is Cheryl Yao, and I'll be your host for the season. Now, welcome, everyone, to Day 2 of the playoffs of MPL SG Season 4. To everyone joining us online, as well as our awesome live audience right here today, thank you so much for joining us and supporting your favorite teams. Now, if you do have any friends who would love to catch all of the action that's happening, remember to share with them that we are on Twitch, YouTube, Facebook, and even TikTok. So head on over there to cast your predictions as well. Now, aside from that, yesterday we have seen 2-0 clean sweeps for all fall matches. And with that being said, we have Team Flash as well as Zion Esports getting eliminated on day 1 itself. Now, moving on to the schedule for playoffs day 2. So as you can see, playoffs day 2, you can see 2 more teams eliminated right here. And there's also the winner of the upper brackets finals moving on to the grand finals itself. Our first 2 matches will have yesterday's winners in the lower brackets face the 2 teams that dropped from the upper bracket yesterday. All 4 teams will be fighting to avoid elimination and keep their hopes for the title alive. Now, we also have our upper bracket finals where our first grand finalist will be determined in a best of 5. So yes, that is our playoff brackets for now. Now, moving on to the matchups for day 2. Ladies and gentlemen, as you see right here on our screens, in a few moments' time, we will have Revival going head-to-head with STLK at 10 a.m. Now, both teams are stacked with a mix of veterans as well as fresh blood and have found success in the regular season. How will they fare and will they square off again? Then, next up for match 2, we have Team SMG duking it out with Evil, and that will be happening at 1 p.m. Now, SMG trounced Evil in the regular season, but Evil has been performing strongly, while SMG performance have been left for us wanting more. Now, who will emerge victorious? We can only find out at 1 p.m. Thereafter, for match 3, we have RSG going head-to-head with SLATE, a match to watch definitely, and that's happening at 4 p.m. Now, ladies and gentlemen, note that this is a match that is best of 5. What an exciting match to watch. Now, our first best of 5 in the upper bracket finals will see the first team to secure their spot in the grand finals and only 1 match away from lifting the trophy. SLATE and RSG will stare down again in this grand match that will be happening at 4 p.m. Very, very exciting stuff. All right, so yes, the winning team right here for MPL SG Season 4 will be heading over to the M4, and the M4 is coming next January, and Singapore will have only one coveted spot for the champion of MPL SG Season 4. Now, teams will have to conquer all others in Season 4 for the privilege of representing Singapore on the international stage and bringing glory to Singapore esports. So who will be the team that will be representing Singapore? Now we'll find out by the end of tomorrow. Now once again, ladies and gentlemen, all of our awesome games would not have been possible without our awesome sponsors. So MPL SG Season 4 is brought to you and powered by Moontan Games and Zenway Productions, supported by Frank Bio CBC, OSIM, and TikTok. Now, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, begin Day 2 playoffs in the lower brackets. So yes, we're going to present to you our first two teams. Now, I just want to figure out where are my teams at. So who's supporting Revival today? Can I get a shout out, guys? Can you just wave your hands? Oh yes, shout it out. Fantastic. All right, what about my team supporting Stellar? Give me some noise. Oh, okay, so it's pretty even here. Fantastic stuff. So now, introducing your teams. First up, they have been on a strong momentum, performing admirably against the best teams. Presenting to you, ladies and gentlemen, Revival! Now right here for Revival, we have Sword, LY4, Ryan, QDX Love, and Peace. Head on over to your battle station, boys. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, the veteran team, hungry and burning to prove themselves. Let me hear you roar for STLK SG. Now from STLK SG, we do have Smelly Cat, Sink, Odia Bambi, Foster, and Chew. Now both teams are now gearing up, and I can literally feel the electricity in the air. So now let's go on over to our casters, who will be the ones to give us clarity on this face-off. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Cheryl. Right now, we are gearing up. You get the point. We are gearing up, and this is our battle station. Very good morning, and alrighty to you all here. Welcome to MPL SG Season number 4. I'm joined here on the desk with Scrubby Cheeks, the legendary Scrubby Cheeks, the legendary Holler himself. I'm just excited to be here, man. Like, to be on the table, the same table as two legendaries caster in the scene.
Oh, well, we're happy to be here with you as well. You're legendary in your own light. Of course, your legendary energy is just going to fill up this arena here, and we're super excited and happy to be on the cast with you. But of course, Scrubby, let's talk a little bit about this first matchup. This one's going to be STLK Revival. This is top 6 right now. We have an open qualifier team. They made their way into this one. Your thoughts on this first match?
It's crazy. I mean, right, yesterday was such tough matches. It was so intense, and I think that really gave us such a good kickstart to this playoff season right here. And I'm just so excited to see both of these teams duke it out. All stakes on the table now, because, you know, the one potentially is going to lose is going to be eliminated from the entire tournament.
Definitely going to happen. And let's talk a little bit about the stats here. Vertigo, how about you walk us through some of the stats, or at least give us some thoughts on this first matchup going into this one?
I mean, look at Smelly Cat with 664 gold per minute. That's so intense already. And honestly, that's not high, but I feel it's very spread out, because take a look on the other side. Whoever's gaining the most gold as well is going to be Odia Bambi on the jungle, 6-0 and 6 with a 23% average kill participation. So that's a team player right there. On the other side though, look at Sink and Chew, EXP laner and the mid laner, 12%, 12.34. It's balanced overall. It's the same for most of the team, and everything is just same. But look at Forza right now, 51k on average damage taken. Right? We have seen the 6 digits. We have seen about 600k, about 100k, right? 100,000, 100 Gs. You know, we saw how they played, but you know, Forza is more of an engaging map opener kind of player. He's not a peeler kind of tank. You know, he's just there to set it up for the team, and then the team is just going to come and follow up. But enough of STLK. Let's take a look on the other side of the table, Revival, guys, what are your thoughts on the stats?
Yeah, right off the bat, you're gonna see some increases here, right? Average damage taken by QDX Love is about 30k up ahead of Forza, so he's really more of a sandbag kind of, I think the heroes that he uses as well, right? He plays a lot of Grok, you really go in all the way to make the engages, but because of that, you take a lot of hits out of that. Looking across the stats as well, average kill participation is pretty high, and Swirl, I think looking at his performance throughout the regular season, he's also one of the majors with the top kill team participations at the least. So that means, really his rotations, his positioning is very, very crucial in getting a lot of these team fights. So we can see Revival, we talked about how they revive, and it's really due to how they play together very well.
Yeah, I mean, they're glued together as a team. We even saw yesterday how they played out, they literally duke it out and they just went all out, no mercy, turtle up with the hardest shell you've ever seen on MPL SG. I mean, if you tell me, if you were to tell me 4 or even 10 seasons ago that community teams are going to make it into the next day, the second day of the playoffs, I wouldn't believe you at all.
Yeah, of course. And with Stellar, Revival had a 5-game winning streak, and they ended up getting 0-2 slates. But let's talk a little bit more about Stellar here. The keys to victory, Vertigo. How about you kind of walk us through some of these?
I mean, as you can see right here on the screen, it says to lock down Peace in the early game, because if you let Peace farm, as we saw yesterday, Peace went hand. There was no Peace at all on the map. He wreaked havoc, and as you can see right now, it says do not overcommit when taking objectives. STLK, they are known to overcommit. They're known to overstay their welcome, like a Airbnb customer that doesn't want to leave their house. Wow. And on the last note, it says to invade and get map control throughout the game. STLK is all about fights, setting up early, and then going for the team fight and skirmishes. Very little on objective, but we will see how that will all change today.
And that's kind of what I thought yesterday. STLK did a great job of just invading and making it very uncomfortable for Zion.
Yes.
But okay, let's talk a little bit about Revival. This is going to be the next team that's coming up. The keys to victory, Scrubby. How about you walk us through some of these?
Yeah, maintaining advantages from the early game, reset and farming up when behind, punishing STLK's aggressiveness on objectives. So, it's kind of the flip side of things, right? STLK, they want to be very, very aggressive, invading in the jungle a lot of the time, but Revival, if they can capitalize on that and make use of that to be able to turn that around, they could turn the team fights. And I think the crucial thing watching yesterday's games as well was they need to take these fights when it matters.
Yes.
Take the fights and convert them into objectives as well. And that's how they'll be able to keep their advantage from the early into the late game.
All right, so the last time both of these teams faced off against each other was STLK versus Revival. STLK lost 1-2. So are we almost guaranteed that this is going to go to a Game 3, Vertigo?
I mean, touch wood, Hopefully we get to see a nice, solid game today. We like to see a good, long fight. We're going to be, having the time of our life. We're going to go crazy over this. Honestly, right now, personally, I don't have anyone, in mind right now to be a winner. I feel it's very 50-50 right now.
Okay, you cannot sit on the fence. Sitting on the fence is very uncomfortable.
We've had a lot of sitting on the fence.
Yes.
Everyone is sitting on the fence.
No, you cannot. You must choose one.
Guys,
what side are you kind of
leaning
leaning
towards? Do you know what
towards?
sitting on a fence feels like?
It hurts the longer you sit.
It depends on the fence. I've sat on a wooden fence. That wasn't bad, but then I got a splinter, and then it was kind of like, not so great.
Metal fence?
Metal fence, worst. Definitely. So that's why it comes back to you, Vertigo.
Yeah.
Your thoughts right now. You cannot sit on a fence. Which team are you choosing on this one?
Honestly, I feel like STLK is going to pull out something out of the bag, right?
STLK?
Yeah, I mean, knowing their coach Nash and along with Amos, I do not know what could they pull out. They could just pull out something random out of nowhere. Who knows, even Tigro may come back.
Whoa.
Right?
Whoa.
This may be an overstatement, but who knows?
You heard it first from Vertigo.
I'm not predicting anything, but if it comes out, I'm very glad that it came true.
Yeah, but well, the thing about these two teams, you never know what might happen, but as a member of the audience, you have to kind of take a guess.
Okay. Yeah, so I mean, we're going to, Facebook and YouTube are both aligned in the sense that 40% want STLK, 60% are going for Revival at this stage. But, okay, Scrubby, your thoughts, are you on the 40% or the 60% on this one?
It's hard to say, but I'm going to follow the stats.
Okay.
I'm going to follow the stats here. So I think Revival, they've shown that, they can come back from behind as well.
Right.
And they like to play the late game,
Okay.
right? They're able to kind of turtle up, bite their time, but the moment they recognize there's an opportunity, then they go in.
So it's the snapping turtle.
a snapping turtle, if
All
you
right.
will.
The weird thing, though, is that I think STLK had given you a jersey earlier today, no? And that influence hasn't influenced you enough to maybe support them into the, the elimination game?
Things off screen happen off screen.
Okay. Even when you're trying to be bribed. I get it. That's great. So I have not been bribed by any team. This is one of those things. But I think I'm going to go with Revival as well. I think the audience is kind of, they know something, right?
Yeah.
Revival has done well. They had that game-winning streak that I'm kind of looking back on. I think that they're still, able to compete with like an RSG or SLATE.
Wow.
Yeah, for sure. So we'll see exactly what happens here. We're going into the picks and bans phase here. It's tough to predict this,
It's
right?
tough to predict.
Super tough.
Revival could pull something out. They could even pull off a Minisita jungle, which is completely random. A Minisita tank, even a Minisita EXP. Who knows what they could pull out? And STLK too, they're known for doing that 200 IQ plays, bringing a Amon into the jungle. I mean, we see it in rank, but we don't see it in MPL SG. I mean, we've seen it in MPL RSG, but not in this, we have never seen anyone use Amon with such confidence.
Yeah, I mean, so, if you're out there in the audience, do remember to put your predictions down in the chat, whichever live stream you're watching now, Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, with your predictions, including your game and server IDs, because you stand a chance to win a lot of goodies, like in-game skins as well. But in the meantime, we're going to have to get serious here, looking already at the picks and bans. So Deroth, Akai taken out on the side of STLK, and Revival's going to ban out the 1-1 here. What else is left for that? There is still Bauman,
there's still Bauman, and then you have the possibilities of Ramis, Valentina. Valentina will be the biggest value, I would think. But, if you do not want any sort of problems or you don't want any difficulties dealing with somebody who could use more your ultimate against yourself, I would just ban away the Valentina also. But you have to account for all the big heroes coming out from veterans on the side of STLK. And the Claude is going to get banned out. So targeted right now towards Smelly Cat on the marksman row. The 1-1, the Claude. Maybe even Revival could go for the Beatrix ban.
Looking at Smelly Cat's play yesterday, I feel like he really stepped up his game there, right? So this is interesting, coming up from Revival, actually targeting everything at Smelly Cat. The Claude that he played yesterday as well, the 1-1, so it's trying to thin down his potential pool of marksmen that he could go into, but STLK in the meantime is taking a more meta approach here. They're banning out the Valentina, like you said as well. So will Revival go for another marksman?
Could they?
But there's still a lot left, right? They're gonna open up so much if they do that. The Bauman, the Diggy.
There's only so much you can ban here, Scurvy. Like, literally, you only have 3 heroes to ban away, and they're deciding to ban away the Grog. Forza is known to be very aggressive, very good at initiating with the Grog. And as we know, I would say Forza is one of the well-balanced roamer. You can't have the best of both worlds, but Forza kind of have it. He's aggressive, he can peel, he can open up the map. But you have very engagey, very aggressive like Dairy. You have very good peeler like QDX Love. So it's very balanced. You can have best of both worlds, but Forza is the best of both worlds. I was just about to say about the Mosquito, the Ruby just flying around. The Mosquito himself is gonna get picked up for the first pick, and it seems like Revival is going to counter that with the Jawhead and the Ruby. It looks like it's going to be a Ruby offlane or a Ruby on the roam, but the Jawhead is definitely going to go in the jungle. Very strong early game Snowball, Ejecto, Unstoppable Force. There is no way to run from that. It's like a bullet tree
brought this
chasing
out
you.
yesterday, right? The Jawhead jungle, which was a very, very interesting pick. I mean, they buffed the smart missiles, and I think he probably went for a Blade of Heptasis in the initial item as well, just to dish out that huge chunk of damage. But here you go, Smelly Cat's gonna prioritize the Melissa so that, he still has a marksman left to pick, along with the Faramis.
Whoa, a Forza Faramis. I think the world is ending, guys. I mean, I've never seen Forza on the Faramis.
It could be Sync on the Faramis.
Oh, it could be Sync on the Faramis, but okay, we have to see once the draft is fully out, right? But a Melissa Paquito and a Faramis. Honestly, right now, STLK looks like a heavy dive comp. But for Revival, what could be their last pick right now? Their last pick before the second phase of banning. Honestly, right now, Revival looks more front to back. Right? You have your LY4 going in with the Jawhead, that Ruby with a nice Arm Offender to stop it all with a nice big spin on it. It's just going to disrupt everything, and it looks like he's going to get his priority pick onto the Clint. And what is STLK's answer to this? we have to see after the banning phase. Revival, what are they going to ban away right now? They are going to be missing a EXP laner, but who knows, the Paquito might even go into the EXP, and STLK might even pick up the armor from himself.
Well, the banning of the Atlas here, so they are expecting Zing to take this Faramis into the mid lane, and Forza is probably going to pick something a little more tanky, which he usually does in any case, right?
Good peeler.
Exactly, so they're missing a tank as well as a jungler. I think Chu's going to be the one on this Paquito, although Odir Bambi could still play it. This is the thing with STLK's draft, right? They are so flexible, not only in terms of the hero pool, but also in terms of the laning phase. They can take any hero into their respective lanes. We saw Sing take I think it was a Benedetta into the mid lane, so it's just fungible, totally fungible at this point.
Full on fungible. LY4 is shaking his head like, what are they thinking? I don't understand. I can't put my hand on it. You know, LY4 being the OG himself. STLK banning away the Yve, which is really, really good because on the side of Revival, that Yve would just is literally like a cherry on top, right? Just finish off everything nice and tidy, straight to the tea, enjoy it with whipped cream and cherry. You know,
you're really painting a picture here.
I'm not painting a picture. I'm you know, they say a picture paints 1,000 words. Or is it a picture? You guys get the idea. But the Cho is gonna get banned out here. I mean, we've seen yesterday how JPL used that Cho to its maximum potential, right? I mean, just full on opening up the map, walking vision ward right there, just giving all the information. But Forza, can he do the same? What is he going to use to open up the map? That is going to be very crucial on the side of STLK too, because STLK, I feel that, you know, honestly, in my opinion, they are lacking in information, a lot of information. Because Forza, he's more of, like I said, balanced. So if you're going to be balanced, you're going to be losing out on some things too, like opening up the map, engaging, and you know, he's a well balanced overall. He's like the jack of all trades.
The difficult thing for me now is, right, they've already picked the Faramis. Forza, there is still a Diggy open to mitigate all of that CC coming from Revival, but
that's true.
If you do pick that, the draft becomes a little bit squishy.
Yes.
So that's a huge risk. Do they want to take that? In the meantime, Revival has locked in the Farsa. So this is very scary.
Very busty.
Not only do they have huge CC potential in the team fights, they have damage, burst damage output coming from Clint, coming from Farsa as well. So whatever else the last pick is going to be is just, like you said, the cherry on top.
I mean, Diggy would be great right here, Scrubby. You know, I would agree that Diggy would be great, but that's going to force into a what? Oh, it's a Yutong off lane. No. Yutong is not going to go into the jungle. Don't make me wrong. Don't make me wrong here, Nash. Yutong is not going into the jungle. I mean, he does have very good sustainability from the Shara steal. Super good, super strong, but I don't think he'll do well inside the jungle. I think Paquito will be great because you have better mobility, you know, you have dash skills, you have high cooldown, you have high resets, but they're going to go for the Julian? Okay, so it's going to be a Julian mid, a Faramis on the support, Yutong in the EXP, and then... Huh? Yeah.
So it is a Forza Faramis.
Yeah, it is a Forza Faramis.
Wow.
Wait, or is he gonna use Julian? No. I'm just speculating here, guys. But Revival gonna be on their last pick right now. Revival look like a very high bursty comp. Very good. I would say it's a one-time thing, you know. But once they run out and everyone is gonna be on cooldown, it's gonna be hard for Revival. You have squishies like the Clint, the Vasa, but you do have Wings by Wings. You do have the second skill of Clint just to get away out of harm's way, and Peace has a insane positioning. We have seen yesterday how he was positioned, and just to top it all off, a Esmeralda to dive right in with the Falling Star Moon, and wow. The draft is very 50-50 for me, but Snowball goes towards STLK right now, in my opinion, right? STLK Snowball looks very much more, I would say, more prominent.
Well, it's very contingent though, right? It's contingent on Smellycat being able to keep up in the lane, outpoke Peace potentially, and also Odia Bambi getting ahead in the jungle, because otherwise, if you don't get these two key people up, then you're relying a lot on Forza and Sing to be able to pull off those, you know, CCs, the enhanced chains, or the Shadow Stampedes to get a team fight.
Alright, and we're gonna go into game number 1. Guys, take it away.
So we got STLK Revival, match 1, game 1. We've seen the draft. We understand what's going on. Faramis #1 ban. We know the amount of power that he has at the Cult Altar and just game-changing team fighting ability that you have. Then you have the other side, which is the #1 pick in Esmeralda. Just the amount of pressure that's provided in the space created in terms of split pushing. You have so much work that's going on. But if we're going to go into this match, first one of the day, of course, elimination match, best of 3, STLK Revival. Scrubby, you're looking at the draft. Which one are you leaning towards?
I mean, I feel like Revival's draft is a little more straightforward and easier to pull off, right? Save for that jaw hit jungle, but I think that probably works as well. And it's just going to look difficult, I think, for STLK to be able to get around this, to be able to dive into the backline and find Swolt, find Peace when there's so much CC and peel available from LY4, QDX Love, and Ryan. So I think it's looking really scary at this point, but looking across the map now, a lot of mid-pressure at the moment, so all grouped up here, and the junglers just trying to get their farm on point.
Yeah, so let me go a little bit. I mean, you said you like the Revival draft. In my opinion, this STLK draft is actually quite simple. They're just going to run at you, they've got the Cult Altar, and they're just going to blow you up. Yeah, you have the burst, but the Cult Altar should mitigate most of that damage, or that's at least what I'm thinking. I'm actually liking this as a favorite going into game 1 for STLK.
Like high risk, high return.
Yeah,
right?
high risk, high return. I think that it's, as long as they're holding hands and just singing Kumbaya and running in together, I think they're going to have a good time.
Yeah, and I mean, with the Yuzhong pick on Chu as well, he could easily dive in and try to find Swolt in the backline. So that definitely gives them an edge in terms of trying to split up the team of Revival and disengage team fights, potentially. Looking at the emblems here, it's actually Jawhead with the killing spree. The same here as Odia Bambi on the Paquito. So they're looking for kills here. I'm surprised it wasn't Demon Slayer emblem.
Yeah, there you go. You got the change. You blow them up. That's the talking about, right? At a moment's notice, if people are off the map, you got to understand where they could be. And STLK right there, capitalizing on that one, getting first blood.
Not just that, Swolt on the top side getting damaged so much, and look at his health, forced to back up there. So turtle advantage definitely going the way of STLK. It doesn't look like Revival's in any space to contest it.
Perfect 2 minutes and 30 seconds already for STLK, right? They've got the first blood, they've got the turtle, they have almost what they need. They've got the XP lead, the net worth. I mean, it's still 0.6 or whatever, but it's still kind of, within the realm of them being in the driver's seat already. Yes, it is a bit early, but let's see what happens here as Fossa looks to go in. They do get the change. Swirl's going to back off all the feathered airstrike. That's going to be used, but the Cult Altar is going to mitigate most of that, but it looks like Sync is going to go down, and that looks to be a little bit of an overextension.
Yeah, and you have to be careful of those hooks from QTX Love, right? Because you try to disengage, they could easily just pull you back in, and it's harder for STLK to come out of that. So, I mean, good trades across the board. Right now, it's 1-1, very, very even.
Yeah, very, very even. I mean, it was one of those moments where, okay, they're starting to feel it. Maybe we have that opportunity to get somebody, but it was just a little too close to the turret, and Revival were like all over that. They'll take that one. But mind you, we both look at these teams as STLK and Revival as very balanced teams. Like, nobody's just like hyper aggressive. Nobody is, they'll take what they can get, pretty much. But in this case, I think Revival were happy to get that gift wrap, so to speak.
I mean, there's something interesting that I missed earlier on as well. That Fossa is actually using the Everest emblem. I think usually, from what I recall, they use more of, mage-ish items. But the fact that he's going for a roam, he really wants to get something up. And using the Purify as well as the Battle Spell will enable him to get out of sticky situations to still be able to provide that Cult Altar, that peel for their teammates. So very, very crucial here for Fossa to be able to be kept alive.
Yes, definitely. He's going to be #1, right? I mean, he needs to be targeted, force out the Cult Altar, maybe a little early. Maybe you look to just disengage, try to get yourself alive. But Peace, he's going to dash to safety. He should be fine. But this is going to put a lot of pressure in that bottom lane. Look at the armor just going down. Smelly Cat, Odir Bambi just doing some work on that armor.
Forcing STLK to back into their tower. They're trying to set up for the turtle on the top side. So you can see now both teams slowly rotating to that objective. Odia Bambi does have to clear out his jungle a little bit first though. So Revival, it looks like they have got a slight advantage here in terms of trying to prioritize that.
Definitely, and Revival have done a good job understanding wave management, right? You push it out, now the turtle is open. They're going to try to get there. They have 4 members of Revival sticking around. Nice change. That's under Ryan. He's going to shield himself. He should be fine. But again, this dance will continue.
Right, and just trying to zone out the members. Oh, huge.
Boss up, Mike over this one. He does have the cult torture. That's going to be used as oh dear, Bambi won't secure the turtle. QDX Love is going to be next on the list. Smelly Cat will take him out. Stink is now on the run. He's on the wrong side, not realizing where he was, and Swirl will secure that kill.
I felt like a little, I don't know, like they tried to go, that's the divey composition.
Yes.
That is what they
Yes.
were supposed to do, right? Unfortunately, it didn't quite seem to work out there. And Sink, I think, a little too deep nowhere for him to possibly be able to get out that situation. Now he's 0 and 2 and 1, so it's not a good picture at the moment.
Yeah, they're having a bit of a rough time just getting themselves settled right here. Ruby right now is, I mean, in the league was about 25% win rate. It is not a great hero. It's not going to guarantee you anything. So it's one of those things where even when they picked it in the draft, I was kind of like suspicious of what they were trying to do.
That being said, though, just looking at that slight gold advantage, it's still in the favor of Stellar. And if we're looking at the EXP, Odia Bambi is ahead of LY4 as well. So in terms of being able to, you know, dive someone, burst them down quickly, gank them in their lane, Stellar does still have that kill potential.
Yeah, and I mean, okay, let's talk a little bit more about the others. Sorry, Scrubby, how about you walk us through some of the ones that kind of stick out to you a little bit?
Well, we were talking about Odia Bambi. He does already have that 100 strike, so he will be able to get those kills, you know, still that movement speed to be able to rotate around quickly. And comparing the two marksmen, they both have that defensive item. It's a trend nowadays that you're picking the steel leg plates as one of your initial items, but you don't complete that because just the steel leg plates alone, it's very economical, and you get a lot of physical defense just off of that. On top of that, Peace already getting the Endless Battle and Smelly Cat with the Wind Talker. So gonna be able to increase that attack speed, and you can see it's pretty balanced across this gold lane.
Yeah, yeah. Definitely, it's going to help them out. They got to just kind of sustain. I think it's not all about the burst. It's more about the sustaining part. I think both of these teams realize how the team fights will play out. But let me talk a little bit more about Revival here. LY4, whenever I see their team win, and win dominantly, it's because LY4 has an amazing game. Yes, he's 0-0-1, but I haven't felt the pressure and you know, the impact of what LY4 goes for. But as I say that, Chu decides to go in. Nice two-man knock off the feathered airstrike. That's going to be used. LY4 is going to be on the run. He's going to get to safety. He is very tanky. QDX Love, though, is going to be targeted here. The Black Dragon form is going to be used. Everybody disengages.
So good. That's positioning there by Swirl on point, but the thing is, the counter just mitigates so much.
Yeah.
As much as, yes, there's a lot of, you know, skills, CCs that Revival can pop. If you don't bait out these skills, it will just fall into the hands of Fossa. Everything gets resetted, and they have to back off.
Right. And Stellar committed most of their ults on that one. So that was a little odd where, you know, they had 4 members going for that turtle, and that was the easiest turtle of Stellar's game right now. I mean, it was just so simple. They've gotten 3-0 in that sense. But Revival were just like, hey, we're going to give this up. We're going to play for the late game. We're going to figure out a way to get back into this one as we're down about 1.5K, which is a little worrying at the 8-minute mark.
Yeah, I mean, the late game does go to Stellar, right? So it's even worse. Like, it exacerbates it because Stellar has a gold lead, and that's not where you want to be. Well, I don't know. Right now, with, you know, at least a minute up on this next objective, the two teams do have some space to make something happen. Revival grouping around the mid.
Yeah, and there's nobody else in the top or bottom lane. You could see this because the minion waves have crashed. So that you know that Revival are going to be somewhere in the mid lane. And everybody in Stellar was like, okay, we're going to play it safe. And all 5 members of Revival were sticking together. Now, if we're looking at the other lanes, they've provided pressure in both the top and the bottom, and it looks like they've gotten the bottom turret.
This is where they start to shine, right? You get ahead in the early game, you start to group up, and then now Stellar are looking at taking objective. They've already gotten that tier 1 turret on the bottom, so they're rotating towards the mid side. And now, don't know if they want to make things happen, but the top lane is being pushed in by Riot.
Okay, my only concern is that Stellar, yes, they have about a 1.5K net worth lead, but it's not to overextend, not to force team fights in any sort of issue. Because if you go into the team fight, it's pretty much a 50-50, especially if you're under the enemy tower. You got to be super careful with how you proceed. But as I say that, Peace gets to safety. Odir Bambi all by himself, trying to isolate onto, you know, Odir Bambi in that case. I mean, just by himself, completely out of position.
I'm not sure why, and I'm not sure what the play was there, but it's definitely untimely because they need Odir Bambi for this fight at the Lord.
Yeah, and this is going to be the first Lord, right? A little bit of mistime. I mean, unfortunate. It's another 10 more seconds before Julian is back up. But the Lord is going to be gone on. Black Dragon Form is going to be used to kind of scout things out, but it's slowly getting whittled away. Revival right now, they don't have okay, there we go. Started about 1/4%. It's going to do some damage. Who gets a steal? And it looks like LY4 will secure that one. He's got the fast fingers, and LY4 now on the run. Chu is getting low as well. Fasa is now going to try to get to safety. Can he survive? I don't really know. One more shot. He does barely. No, Ryan will say nay to that. He will secure that kill. QDX Lev is killed on the backside of that one, and it looks like it's going to be a 1-for-1. But mind you, nice two-man chain. Ryan stays barely alive. Sink getting caught out as well. LY4, just the Jawhead plays are just on another level, and Odir Bambi will fall again.
And now, Revival, they have a free ticket to take down this mid lane turret, and together with that, the top lane's also crashing down the Lord. So they get so much out of that fight. I think STLK, they went in, tried to contest the Lord. It seemed a little bit early, then they tried to disengage. Once Odir Bambi was up, they went back in for the kills, and then it just went back and forth from there.
It went back and forth, but Odir Bambi, if he did not die and we made that one mistake, they would have been in a much better position to contest. They had an advantage, and the fact that they lost it, now they were kind of fighting 4.5 because he wasn't in position. So it was kind of an awkward situation where they tried to go for the steal, they tried to do it, but then things kind of fell apart right there. And now you're seeing the reversal of fortune in the sense that Revival now have a lead.
This is what we talked about, right? Revival. They know it. They smell opportunities. So the moment they had that, they took full advantage of that, and they've cleared out almost all of STLK's turrets as well. So this is huge, huge map control going their way. But STLK, they might try to make a play happen here.
Yeah, and I don't think they're going to commit for this one. But it comes back to Revival being a veteran team, understanding what they need to do, how they get back in the game. Make sure that if they're going to take a fight, they're going to try to take it with even numbers or have a slight advantage. Understanding that, Odir Bambi was killed in that situation, it was a weird one, but now STLK need to bounce back. They need to figure out a way to get back into this one because, again, the tables have turned.
I think in that last group, now it's about farming up again, turtling up, getting as much as they can from this, and you can see STLK, they're rotating almost as an entire team, if not more than 5. Looking across the items here, you can see already starting to build up here, and Peace, he has that BOD as well, so he's going to hurt, especially if he maintains his positioning, and not just that, Swolt as well with the Lightning Truncheon. So it feels like STLK now, they're relying a lot on that burst damage coming from Odir Bambi, as well as Smelly Cat slowly starting to farm up, already has the Demon Hunter sword. So if they can protect them in the backline and be able to get a good positioning to engage, maybe STLK still can turn this around. We talked about how they have the later game advantage.
You have that way, and then you have another way. The other win condition right now, look at the KDA of Swirled. 3-0-3. The fact that, Swirl has just been able to just just do damage to everybody with Feathered Airstrike, just has, gotten 3 kills, the most on the team. If they can find a way, STLK that is, if they can find a way to get onto Swirl and blow him up, they're going to have a much better chance. That is another win condition.
It's tough though, if you want to get to Swolt. I mean, Chu has an easy way to go in, right? Dive into the backline, but for the rest of the team, it's a little bit more tough. Fossa has to land a number, multiple people Shadow Stampede or pull the front line away from them to be able to split up the team.
I never said it was going to be easy. Okay? I said it was a win condition. Okay? No. That it's just one idea of how you can get it. Now you just need to figure out how to get this swirled here.
Yeah, exactly. Well, Revival, they're already taking the high ground, starting up on this Lord top side, and STLK, it's up to them now.
Yeah, they're going to be up top. They're going to try to get the flank, and they're going to look to see this. Fossil's going to be the first one up. Does anyone, take the bait in that sense? But about half-life of that Lord, this is going to be super careful. They got to be very, very careful in how they proceed here. This waltz is going to continue. LY4 just not doing any damage, just taking it, but just making sure that the Lord isn't resetting or getting any sort of regen at this point.
They're pulling this out so slowly, but
Fossa,
it looks like he wants to go in.
Okay, they're going to get the positioning. The Feathered Airstrike called Ultras. That's going to be used. The Lord, but Smelly Cat will secure that one, and that's going to be a win. The Black Dragon forms, and they're continuing on. Chu trying to find a draw beat. Fossa getting low. Fossa will be blown up. Peace will secure that one. Ryan is on the run, trying to chase out what he can. Sink is going to go down, Smelly Cat as well, and I don't know, that might have been a disaster with 4 dead on STLK.
4 dead is definitely a disaster. That's not something you want happening. I think STLK tried to make the play there, you know, going up, clearing that top wave to try to set up for the Lord as much as possible, but it didn't split the fight that they wanted, and now Chu, he goes down as well. It looks like it's the end of game number 1 here as Revival, they take the victory in their hands.
Okay, I don't think that there was going to be much of a chance there going on 1 versus 4. So that's kind of, you know, it was a situation where the team had already lost. You lost 4 members. Very difficult situation, even if though you got the Lord. So very well played by Revival getting themselves into this one. But hey, let's bring back Vertigo. Get your thoughts on this first game.
Nice to be back, guys. That was an unexpectedly fast game. Honestly, I thought it was going to go to a STLK, right? I'm looking at the stats. What I saw right there, Peace was so far behind, right? Peace only had an Endless Battle, while Smelly Cat had a Windtalker and a Scarlet Phantom. So that's 1 full item ahead. And then, you know, STLK, they've been constantly ganking, as you can see on the screen. Bambi is like, hey, you know, we've been ganking. It's a 50-50 non-stop, you know, it's STLK have been ganking very well, and then Revival just found a way to snap back, you know, like Scrubby, like I said, a snapping turtle. They turtle up, they know when to strike back. It's like the defense is the best offense, right? And then they just snap back and it hurt STLK at the worst moment, right? STLK managed to secure down onto 3 turtles, but they lost the turtle fight most of the time. And then Revival just turned around the lead 12 minutes. Around 12 minutes, the second Lord went to STLK, but they lost the skirmish, causing them the game. Revival just cleans it up and finish it off.
They played it very well, right?
Yeah.
I think at the end of the day, they understood what they needed to have done. They didn't panic when STLK had that slight advantage. STLK, you know, you make one mistake and those things kind of snowball a bit. It was one of those situations where they had a chance. I felt like, you know, like not to knock STLK, but it's one of those things where as a veteran team, you can't make those mistakes, right? You can't let your team, the enemy team, get back into it. But let's talk a little bit about the scoreboard here.
Yeah, looking at the scoreboard, all 0 deaths coming out on the side of Revival, only going to QDX Love. That is the optimal death, right? That's the optimal KDA that we all want to see. But on the other side, look at STLK, Sync, 0, 4, and 2, Audio Bambi, 0, 3, and 4, Forza, 1, 2, and 3, Smelly Cat, of course, 3, 1, and 10, gaining the most items, but Chu, 0, 1, and 3. A little bit of a negative score KDA, but no problem to that. They were objective, and then, you know, Revival just completely turned the table around. Not even turned, they flipped the table onto STLK and it collapsed down onto STLK, causing them game number 1.
Okay, so let's pretend like you're on the Revival, Scrubby, right? Your team is like literally this KDA, and then you see that KDX Love is 045. Are you like, oh, this guy's the weakest link. We should report him. We should find a replacement.
That's what you do.
That's what I would do.
That's what you do. You find one of the highest KDA and you report him. But no, he's the roamer, and I think just that is testament to how he's been able to create the space for his team, even if it means risking his life.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we saw from the stat, he was the peeler of the team, and he's been constantly peeling for the team so much that he got a negative KDA. And, you know, 0, 4, and 5, that's the optimal roamer KDA. You're supposed to have a negative KDA because you are there, you know, to peel for your team. We saw how Ruby was used yesterday, right? It wasn't to the most optimal, it wasn't at its maximum potential, but we saw how QDX Love pulled this off the greatest way ever. It's perfect.
Yeah, greatest way ever. I mean, it's one of those things where if you can tank all of the kills, you can get yourself into those, you know, you protect the team. That's the biggest thing, right?
Yeah.
I just feel like when I play my ranked games, you know, when I'm going 045, people are reporting me. That's all I'm saying.
No, but I mean, if you get
I feel the bitterness.
Yeah, I mean, if you manage to get like a nice 5-man hook, 5-man stun, the team won't be complaining, right? If the team complain, then, you know, it's on them, right? You did what you can. You're just a roamer. You're just a support. You're there to set it up for your team, and it's up to your team to follow it up.
Okay, I feel like we need to squad up because I'm playing with the wrong people apparently, right?
It's a positive game, man. It's a
positive game, all right?
Okay,
all right. Okay, for some people, apparently when you have the power of friendship, apparently something that I don't have, okay? And I'm just very envious of that.
This got real dark real quick. Talking about your personal life, you all are, well.
Okay, but nonetheless, Revival very strong in that first match, right? 11-4 in the KDA, in the kills. Very quick game, 15 minutes. I did not expect that. But let's talk a little bit about the MVP, Farza here. No real surprises, correct?
Yep, no real surprises. going with their Magic Penetration Boot, Clockwork of Destiny, Lightning Truncheon, Genius Wand, probably going to go into a Divine Glaive or even a Holy Crystal. Yeah, in the end, you know, we saw how the Ruby did yesterday, and I'm just checking the stats here. It was SMG SG Dairy that was using the Ruby. He was throwing the body in a weird fashion, right? It was a very weird kind of fashion, but we saw how Ruby was supposed to play it, and it was by Revival themselves, QDX Love. Honestly, it was a well-balanced all around, and that Fasa, the moment the Fasa came out, we all knew that Fasa is going to snowball hard, but it's a matter of, you know, how are you going to capitalize on this snowball?
Yeah, definitely. And like the Ruby was so good at tanking, then you had the Jawhead, you just had so much meat in front of it to get to the you know, the core, so to speak, which is the Farza at this place. But let's talk a little bit about that, you know, what else we could do in terms of how they could have done better. Like STLK need to have something going for them, right?
Yeah, I mean, we talked about that Ruby, but the thing is, I think with the Jawhead, it adds so much, and that's the difference between that and yesterday's games. But to review that, we have to go and see what happened in this previous game. So jumping into the highlights here.
Yeah, let's take a look at the highlights. A very strong engagement coming out. The Feather Airstrike comes out, so what did they do right here? Singh just gets caught out again, and Chu, look, Feather Airstrike untouched. Forza went in, trying to disrupt that Feather Airstrike, but he himself gets disrupted, and then STLK right here, they were all low already, and Revival, they just capitalized on this lead, managed to get the Lord, and just went with the nicest follow-up ever. It was just all towards Revival in the end. I mean, in the starting, it was very much towards STLK, but then Revival just kept going and going and going.
I mean, if you look at what STLK are done, this is like the situation, this moment was the time that like everything, like the wheels kind of came off right here, right?
Yeah.
With the Lord had, I mean, they already had that advantage, but then, you know, Revival was just kind of cleaning house at this point. Like, look at where everybody is. STLK is going for Swirl. Swirl just easily gets away. Ryan and like Smelly Cat, there's like no, you know, peel. There's no you know, protection, right?
Yeah, I mean, you have Forza.
Yeah.
You have Forza, and along with, who do you have? Who else do they have? Forza. My brain is not working. Forza. No, Chu went in.
Yeah.
Chu went in with Bambi.
Yes.
No, Forza, Bambi, and Smelly Cat, right? They're so squishy already. You just take a look at the items, they were just squishy. They're gonna get rushed.
Yeah.
They're gonna get, and Swirl can just pop wings by wings and just go out of the way, and, you know, out of harm's way, no problem at all, and that's where your value is lost. I feel that STLK, they're just not on the same page right now. They're not working as a unit, they're working as a random match-made pub team. No offense to STLK, they did well.
They're right behind you, man.
You better watch your head right there.
I mean, they did well. Honestly, they did well. The draft was good. Yeah. I envisioned it to be very perfect. The draft, it was all towards STLK already.
Yeah.
There is something about the draft, though. I think the Melissa pick on the side of STLK might have been a bit difficult because Smelly Cat has to watch his position very, very well. There is a hook from QDX Love that can pull him out of the go away as well. Or the Unstoppable Force. Even though after you proc the Unstoppable Force and you go in, you probably get pushed back out again. But you have the hook to follow up with that, or the stuns to follow up with that. So I think even the go away might not have helped too much in terms of composition, and because of that, Smelly Cat is in a pretty sticky situation. It's dangerous. Even if you pop the go away, it's not 100% that you're protected there.
I think, you know, honestly, the Melissa was a good pick. You know, I like to oppose people, as you know. You know, I am the opposer. I'm the against everybody, you know. But Melissa was a really good pick because looking at the stats and the item right now, guys, Smelly Cat was way, way ahead.
Yeah. So huge props to him as well.
Yeah.
For, you know, being able not just to keep the lane against, you know, Clint with great poke, but being able to get ahead.
Yeah, I mean, just early, Peace had a Endless Battle, while Smelly Cat had a Wind Talker and a Scarlet Phantom. And at 12 minutes, Smelly Cat was at 4 core items, plus a pair of boots and a defense item, while Peace only has a Endless Battle and a BOD.
So STLK understand how to lane, get that farm, understand, you know the win condition is Smelly Cat, understanding, trying to get as much as possible. But when it comes down to the mid game to the late game, things kind of fell apart where the communication or the shot calling, something is not working.
It was, should I go? No.
Yeah, should I go? Yeah, no. It's not just you go, I go. It's that person needs to die.
Yeah.
Everybody gets on, you know, the Farza, blow him up, right? Then you give yourself a chance to get to that next level because, you know, all the damage is going to be mitigated at that stage.
The thing is, they couldn't catch
Yeah, they couldn't
on
catch
the far
Swole.
side, and you could see, I
Look,
think he
you
was
gotta
supposed to
figure out a
pack
way,
late.
okay? You gotta call the cops, you gotta call your mom or
It's time-
whatever.
it's
They did. They called a dragon into it.
Yeah. So I mean, they had the options. It's just a matter of like it's the vision or some way to properly flank. Like you got to catch the other team off guard.
Yeah, I mean maybe a Kaja.
Something.
I'm just not
Yeah,
hinting
yeah.
towards a Kaja, but a Kaja would be great
Yeah.
to catch out people like Swole. It's a confirmed hit stun or maybe a throwback to season 1 a Eudora. One hit heat scan kind of stun, or maybe even Aurora.
You're throwing out really,
Weird picks.
like going all out today. Tigreal.
Yeah, Tigro, who knows, Layla or Mia might even come back into meta. Please bring them back. I want to see them back in the meta. It's really nice to see. But Stella, what could they improve here? I don't think it's the draft.
You
right?
don't? Yeah, I
It's
kind
just
of
the
agree with that.
execution,
I
right?
do agree with that. I
just-
think their draft was on point. I think
Yeah.
that they're, if anything, maybe like the small picks, the
Yeah.
niche picks to maybe just counter that getting in. But it's one of those situations where their draft was solid. They just need to work. They shore up on the strategy.
Yeah, draft
And the
was-
execution.
Oh,
Yeah,
execution,
yeah.
yeah. So they have to show up at the right moment, at the right time, and go in at the right timing because it was all very scattered, right? It was like, I'm going to go for Sword. Wait, no, LY4 is here. He's trying to attack me. And then they're like, wait, no, I'm already in here. How far are you? I'm very far away. I'm on the other side of the map. I'm at the orange buff. What are you going to do about it? I can't do anything about it. And that's where, everything just starts falling apart.
Yeah, and I think at one team fight, right, it was after Odia Bambi died and Chu proc the Elder Dragon form, Black Dragon form to go in, but it didn't quite find anything as well. So just that sense of togetherness in the way that they fight at these.
Not a single cell. Not a single cell
I
organism.
wouldn't say that. I would.
Not a team.
I didn't cure the pain.
But they are a team.
Well, regardless of that, they do have a second chance here.
Yeah.
This is a best of 3, so we're going into game number 2 now. Still quite similar in terms of picks and bans. Revival finding that, the 1-1 and Claude bans worked out for them. They're gonna still go for that, and they're opting for second pick once more.
Yeah, I mean, Revival second picking again. Stella on the first pick. Who do you think they should prioritize right now? Honestly, anything can happen, but maybe the Julian would be prioritized.
They're running the exact same bans here, so I don't know if they want to ban out the Julian necessarily because it still worked for them.
I mean,
so
first pick for themselves, of course. The Julian can go into the mid, it could go into the jungle, could even go into EXP. It is a really good flex pick for Stella because, Stella loves to play that mind games with any team. They can just pop it over, but they decide to go with the same pick again. Same ban, same pick.
Paquito is equally flexible.
Equally flexible. You can go EXP. Yeah, you can go EXP, you can go jungle. You can even, no, I'm not going to say it. You're not going to go roll with a Paquito.
You can go gold.
Oh yeah, you can go gold.
gold.
You
Yeah.
don't roll with Paquito. I will disown you if you do a Paquito roll.
I don't know if we're watching game number 1 again or this.
Well, this was a repeat. It's a repeat, right? Ruby and Jawhead first.
We're
counter
looping
pick.
the video from just now.
are we looping the? It kind of looks the same. Wait, the players are the same too. Are we reliving a deja vu or something?
Well, I think it's up to Stellark, right? The onus is on them to potentially change something, but we talked about how the draft was working out. So exactly that, it was working out. So it might not be the draft that they want to change in this game, just the way that they play it out. That being said though, do you think maybe they will prioritize Fox's heroes, change it up instead of the Pheromones?
Yeah, I mean the Pheromones wasn't I was just about to say the Pheromones wasn't as important. There wasn't much of an impact from the Cult Order. I mean there were times, right? I mean even Holler pointed it out. The Cult Order was popped at a very good and precise timing, but you only have that much of a time, and you only have one life, YOLO, right? And the moment the Cult Order is gonna get popped, there's nothing else a Pheromones can do as a role. It's a one-time thing. It's a one-shot kill.
Well, the same for the Atlas though, right? It is a one-shot thing. The thing is though, Diggy is still left open, so
Yeah, they have to ban
Revival could ban it out in the next phase, and that would be a huge detriment to Stellark here.
Yeah, I mean, but Stellark has to ban the Diggy away, right? I mean, because look, the Ruby already is picked up here.
Yeah, so Stellark will, yeah.
But the Ruby can't even go to the EXP lane. Clint again. I mean, don't fix what's broken, right? Don't fix what's broken.
Still prioritizing that Clint for peace. It's exactly the same draft. Will they respond to this Atlas pick though?
I mean, they have to, right? I mean, Stellark they're going to be banning away the Diggy for themselves, obviously. I mean, Revival wouldn't want to ban away the Diggy because they want the Diggy too. But they already have the Ruby, so the Ruby is forced to go into an EXP lane or, you know, continue using that Ruby. So if Ruby were to be standing in front, he was to get, you know, Fatal Link all the way back. Free range for I'm Offended. That's going to close the gap for you. It's a free-for-all. It's a free gift. Go for it. I mean, yeah, there's no point banning the Diggy away. It's perfectly good.
Wait for it.
Yeah,
Your
that's
team
true. I
is
mean,
banning.
LY4, they've already picked up Jawhead as well as Ruby. So,
Yes.
well, even if LY4 took this into the jungle again, they could, but I guess it's not really in their game plan. Meanwhile, it looks like, again, targeted on Smelly Cat. They're just going to go ahead to ban out the Bruno. Don't know if they want to take away the Melissa again as well, or they don't think it is much of a threat. On the side of Stellark, they're looking to ban out potentially mages for Revival, right? There is the Lilia that is open at this moment. They could go into that with the Black Juice and the Purify to mitigate that Atlas Wombo
Your
combo.
team is banning.
He should.
They could ban the Lilia or even the Eve, but they're going to decide on the Fedrin instead. So that EXP lane on the Fedrin, that's going to be a bit viral here for Stellark. And they're going to ban Poopo and Koopa. So 4 bans for Smelly Cat. That's how important Smelly Cat is to the team, right? They are locking him down very, very hard.
Well, it's both of them, right? You
Yeah.
want to ensure a better lane for Peace as well, because
You want peace in Peace's lane.
Yes, I feel like that pun's been overused, but yes. Because in the previous game, you talked about how he wasn't being able to get the upper hand in that 1v1, getting one less item than Smelly Cat did. So if they ban out, especially the Popo and Koopa, to mitigate or lessen some of that early lane pressure, Peace will have a better time.
Sky tells
I mean, if you
Your
let
team
Peace
is
keep
picking.
farming in his lane, he'll just go all out and the snowball is just insane. But as you see just now, there was so much pressure on Peace because of Melissa's range. I think Melissa will be picked up by Stellark. I mean, the lane was doing well. He was one full item ahead. Peace just got pressure non-stop and he couldn't have a good time in lane. But enough about Peace. Stellark banning away the Esmeralda. That's very targeted, honestly. The Esmeralda and the Fedrin, that was a nice cherry on top, honestly.
They're really taking out EXP
Exorcist
laners
of the
here, focusing on that
Dragon
against
Spirit.
Your
Ryan,
team
and I
is
think
picking.
that's a lot of his comfort heroes as
Yeah.
well. He's played, doesn't matter. He's gonna go into the Yuzhong anyway.
Yeah. I was just about to say the Yuzhong has a great sustain. Revival, I'm just gonna rename them to
Time and
Revival,
tide
rename
wait
them
for
to
no man
Resuscitate.
nor girl.
Because they just keep on constantly.
Wow.
And the Smelly Cat Beatrix.
The Smelly Cat Beatrix.
Yes, the Smelly Cat Beatrix. I mean, this is the guy who got Beatrix banned so many times. Look at the ban rate, 38% on the Beatrix. And it's definitely all to a Smelly Cat because this is his comfort hero. You can see how much he can snowball on this. But it's all up to the team. It's all up to execution. And this is his comfort. He's in his zone. Look, 1 foot up on the
Your
chair.
team
Nice,
is
comfortable
out.
OSIM chair. But oh dear, Bambi picks up the Benedetta. So, I mean, it could be the Benedetta jungle or the Paquito jungle. Most likely, it's going to be the Paquito jungle and the Benedetta in the EXP lane.
Could be a mid, you never know.
Hey.
Sync
Hey,
taking
hey.
the Benedetta into the mid lane again.
Hey. We're not doing this again. May, no. Don't do this.
But I like the Benedetta pick, right? Because
good.
it gives them an alternative option. Earlier on, they were very, very caught up in the fights and forced to respond to that as well, but they didn't have the ability to go make the cross-map plays. So if, again, they were to fall behind in this later game, and Revival, we know, plays very well in the late game as well, they can force, or at least relieve some of that pressure off them.
There was not much mobility coming out from the Yuzhong, I mean, apart from the dead. But a Kadita on the mid?
Wow.
Oh, that's gonna be real busty. I mean, if Smelly Cat were to get caught out, or if Odia Bambi not gonna go for the tank build, Sync to be caught off guard, Swirl will be hunting down for Sync. But I mean, you have the likes of Forza and Shu just rushing you in the face. There's no way to counter this at all. It's very 50-50 for me. Again, I'm sorry. I'm liking where I'm sitting here, still on the fence.
I thought you went with Stellark the last game.
I mean, I did went with Stellark, but the Kadita just changed my mind.
So, which draft? Kadita.
Kadita. Revival for me.
Revival just because of the Khadija. But
Yes.
you're right, there's huge burst potential. But this time, STLK looks like they've changed the little things, changed some things. So we're going to see if this is working out for them or potentially could work out for them in game number 2.
All right, we're going to go game 2. This is STLK Revival. Revival is up 1-0 at this moment. Mind you, STLK is kind of hard to pin down at times. They are the team that have picked the most number of champions throughout the entire league. They have a huge versatile pool. The fact that they're able to just kind of throw out the Benedetto, Atlas, Farza, this Paquito, I don't think I've seen this composition yet. But it is interesting, the fact that they're turning things around. They wanted the Farsa for themselves, and they've got it here.
And that's huge. That's a big thing that they're taking away from Revival because Swope, he was the MVP, right? On that far side as well. Positioning, being able to output damage as well as distract so many members of STLK. So now Sync taking matters into his own hands and just snatching that away. But Ryan, bot side, being pressured now.
Oh, he's getting pressured. He might go one more. Oh my gosh. Woo! Woo! All right, okay. Everybody calm down. No first blood now. I mean, there was very close in that situation. But the Fenrir here, there's going to be just scattered about. OD or BMB just trying to contest here. But man, everybody and their moms are here. And there's so much damage that's going in. And I don't know who got the Fenrir in the end. But OD or BMB might be giving up first blood. No, LY4 not able to do enough damage. He's going to go down. Smelly Cat will secure that one. And you do not want to let him get farmed.
Very nicely played there. I mean, Revival, yes, they recognize that, STLK rotated down to the bottom side to try to put down Ryan. They were not successful, and so Revival contesting that jungle objective, but they didn't manage to get it in time, and therefore taking one death now.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it was really worth first blood for the Fenrir or whatever, but it's a situation that they're going to take. STLK want to protect as much of their jungle as possible, get themselves back in this game. Now, let's talk a little bit about, I mean, LY4 already making plays, I guess, in the sense of he's giving up some kills. But, what do Revival need to do to get themselves back into this game?
Well, it's not over for them, right?
It's over. First blood is everything.
That's so harsh. Like the moment you lose it, that's it. I decided in the first 2 minutes of the game. But you can see they're actually taking the higher ground here, trying to reach this turtle, but STLK, they look like they want to contest it.
Oh, they want to, but here we go. It's going to be used, and it looks like LY4 already blown up. Black Dragon form's going to be used. They're trying to get much, but, they've already got the turtle. So that's pretty much going all the way of STLK thus far. But Ryan now looking to fight. Nice ejector, throws him back. Ryan is going to be killed. Odir Bambi's going to get barely away. And it looks like Chu is just blowing him up. QDX Love does get away, but 3 kills now going the way of STLK.
This feels so much more natural for STLK. It's like this is their comfort zone, and I think Fossa, especially on the Atlas, being able to be a little bit more aggressive as well, that natural defense that he has to his favor. So looking at emblems across right now, it's actually a Demon Slayer emblem on Odir Bambi, so he's going to be able to get the objective a lot easier. Peace!
Oh, but the Feathered Airstrike and Peace has to get to safety. He's just so low. I don't know, Sync is like, oh, should we go for him? No, but LY4 is here. The bodyguard has been here, and they do have him, and it looks like Sync has overstepped his boundaries. He's been dead, but Odir Bambi now on the hunt. A big commitment just to get for Peace, and he does go down. Odir Bambi will secure that one. Now they need to make a run. They throw back with Fossa, and yeah, that's going to be disengaging here. But Smelly Cat flickers to safety. He's fine.
Very nice, recognizing that, Swope was going to come in and rotate as well. So STLK really strong showing here, even if it seems like they might, have to retreat for a little bit. Come back and re-engage and get something more.
Yeah, it was, they needed to have gotten something right. And STLK right now are like, hey, last game, I don't think we were as aggressive as we needed to have been. STLK have proven that their laning phase is solid. How can they amp that up to the next level? It's by being a little bit more aggressive. STLK are doing that now.
Looking again at the drops, right? There is actually
Chu with a knock-up, another secondary knock-up, no real way to get away, and Ryan will secure that one. But now LY4 will pay for his sins in the Black Dragon form, but Ryan does need to be careful. He's going to zip to safety, gets over the wall, he's fine, but he did lose LY4.
Yeah, not a great look. 1-3-1 at this moment. One level behind Odia Bambi as well. So Odia Bambi has Demon Slayer together with that Retribution. So it's going to be harder for him to get the objectives potentially. Speaking of which, you know, the turtle has spawned. So Sparrow's going to go ahead and rotate to that and take priority.
We're going to start it here. LY4 is back from the graveyard. He's going to be fine for now. QDX Love trying to provide some vision, but it looks like it's going to go an easy way of STLK. Again, they've had 5 turtles in a row going back to the last game.
Well, Revival, it seems like a waiting game for them now, right? Needing to wait for Swirl to come online a little bit so that he can do huge burst damage. And I think with the composition here, it's like STLK needs to find somebody to do that. Actually, a Clock of Destiny being already built onto Swirl, so that's going to help him out a little bit. And looking again,
But the perfect match, they're going to go right, they're going to throw him back to Fatal Links, and they do get peace. Smelly Cat will secure that one, and that's exactly what you want. You want to get Smelly Cat as much farm as possible. 2-0, doing very well here.
Yeah, and he's already secured that BOD for himself, so all that damage output going to be in favor of him. He, in this case, didn't go for that defensive item like he did the last game, so pure damage, having that Weapon Master to his favor as well. And Peace, usually he opts for killing spree, but in this case, you know, using the Weapon Master instead. So it seems like Revival, they might want some attack going into the later part of the game.
They need something. They need to get Peace going, but it looks like Chu all by himself, attracting a lot of attention, yes, but can he get saved on this one? Chu does go down. LY4 will secure that one. Swirl now, and Ryan just flying around, providing a little bit of vision. Swirl is going to be next on the list, but Ryan barely alive. He gets Smelly Cat, and that's going to be huge. Gets the other one as well, and look, Sync is going to run away. Fasa is around trying to find somebody left, but there's nobody left.
I don't think he's going to go for it, right? He's alone, probably just going to hang there for a bit or rotating to the mid side, but no, yeah, I think he's going to just be defending. So it's a great pickup there by Ryan, diving into the backline as well and getting Smelly Cat. I think that was a pretty good trade for them.
Definitely a good trade for them. Revival are back in this one, and it looks like they're 2 heavy hitters, right? Somebody gets the punch, the other one counters in return, and you're seeing just how these two are kind of just going neck and neck. Revival, nowhere near out of this game. They definitely have options out. Yes, they are a little bit behind, but the Turtle, they need to start focusing more on the objectives here as the Turtle is getting low. QDX Love trying to get into this one. Odia Bambi secures yet another Turtle. That's the 3rd one.
I mean, Revival just hasn't had a chance to, you know, go near the turtle, secure the objectives, unfortunately. And we're going to take a look here at the damage dealt by Frank OCBC. Sync sitting on top of the charts here at 21k. So that is a full, you know, 7k. I can do that.
Yeah.
7k ahead of Chu at second.
Nice. Okay, all right. I would have needed my abacus to calculate that, but thank you for that. So, no, but Sync has been on point, right? The amount of damage she's provided, we saw that in game 1 where there was a lot of damage to the Farsa, and they're doing it in return. And they're going to get the objective in the bottom lane, so they've kind of pressuring Revival to kind of react to what STLK want to do.
Definitely, they're rotating on the bottom side, you know, just taking away these objectives, but at the same time, they're not letting up on the other lanes as well. So there's equal pressure being put across the mid and the top by STLK and forcing Revival to respond to this.
Yeah, they want to respond, but Fasa, again, just all this vision. Nobody wants to go for him, and this is the power of the Atlas. You're super tanky. Nobody wants to deal with you. You got crowd control up the wazoo. And, I mean, if anything, like, STLK need to take that mid-outer turret. That's, like, the biggest thing. Provide more space into the enemy jungle.
Oh, LY4 tries to go for it, but Fossa flickers out instead. So going to be safe for now, but Revival, they look like they want to chase something down potentially. Not going to find it just yet.
Yeah, so this is one of those moments where you're in the house and, like, your mom or whatever is chasing after the mosquito in the house, right? It's one of those things. But as I say that, Peace getting very low. He's going to try to turn this around, and it looks like QDX Love is low as well. Odia Bambi's now stuck on this one. He does not get away, and LY4 will secure that one, and Revival have gotten something.
Yeah, I mean, 1 kill on Odia Bambi, that's huge. Again, Odia Bambi going down just before the Lord is spawning. But the thing now is, Revival is very pushed up.
Oh, they want more. LY4 goes right in. Sync is down. That's all the damage. LY4 will die in return, though. Ryan now looking around, trying to find something. They're going to back off here. But with 2 down on STLK, this is looking very advantageous for Revival, especially with the Lord spawning.
Yeah, they will try to push it, but the thing is, Smelly Cat is on, still alive here. So if they wanted to go for the Lord, it would be I guess, a risky play, opting not to do that just yet. Gonna instead go back to managing their lanes. Chu also going up top and forcing Revival to respond to that. So Ryan has to clear that before they can think about rotating back down.
Yeah, STLK here, again, just their slight advantage. They need to kind of push around. I mean, they have all their turrets, excuse me, up at this moment. So it's just a matter of trying to invade, trying to provide a little bit more space so that you can open the door to the Lord. They haven't been able to do that right now. Paquito is going to make his way to the top, Chu that is, and the rest of them are just sticking around, realizing that Revival will never actually go for the Lord.
They're gonna try, right? They're gonna hang around the vicinity, try to set themselves up for it, but they might want to, you know, bait out Forsa's Fatal Links as well. The thing is, Forsa needs to find somebody. So with that last pick on the Kadita, can potentially just run away from that and has that invulnerability to get away. And on top of that, they use the Petrify. So at the same time, STLK needs to be aware that Swolt can dive in the backline and try to burst down Smelly Cat.
You can feel the tension, right? STLK, if they lose this, they're out, right? Yes, they've made it to top 6. They've got the relegation, which is great for the future, but they do not want to be eliminated here. They do not want to make any mistakes, and you're seeing them playing a little bit more passively, not the aggressive STLK that we're used to seeing, because, again, they don't want to make any mistakes at this juncture.
Yep, and Forsa though, on that Atlas, you can see it's a lot more comfortable the way that he's able to provide vision to make the setups for his team. So it's still in line, you know, with their slightly more aggressive playstyle, but they're not making plays that they shouldn't be making.
True. They're playing it slow. I mean, they're doing a little bit of chip damage, pushing the waves, a little bit, you know, just slowing the game down, understanding that, hey, we've got an advantage. The only way we can lose this advantage is if we do something silly.
Right now, it's just about getting control, right? You can see Chu once again just clearing up top, and they're gonna take turns here. Chu forcing Ryan to respond to that, and it's up to maybe if STLK wants to pull the trigger first when they recognize they have a numbers advantage.
They haven't figured out that right angle of attack. They haven't been lucky in getting that advantage. You know, it's one of those things where STLK, when you have that advantage, you can kind of push things around so that you can kind of control where Revival are going to roughly be, right? That you understand how the waves are crashing in the other lanes. So you know that Yuzhong right now will be in the top lane. Ryan is already there, making sure that he's there. Now, STLK need to figure out how they can capitalize maybe on somebody who maybe steps out of position in the mid lane.
Will they do that though? I mean, you can see STLK is grouping towards the top side actually. So they might try to make a play elsewhere, force Revival into maybe a 4v1 fight before they contest any objectives. A 4v5.
Yeah. I was going to say 4v1. I think that's
4v1. That's really unfair.
All right, but it looks like, again, the game is slowed down. We haven't seen too many kills in like the past 2 or 3 minutes, which is very odd considering we've seen nothing but a bloodbath between these two teams. But again, everybody's scared. People are just playing it slow, getting farm. So if we're talking about itemization, like what sort of peak are you like, hey, Smelly Cat gets this item coming forward. What would you think that, you know, and then they'll just be able to control the game from that on? But, oh, hold that thought. Okay. 2DX Love does get away here. But would you know, what would you recommend for Smelly Cat as an item?
I didn't quite see what he had now, but
okay.
I don't think it will be anything out of the ordinary, right? He's just going to keep building a lot of damage because STLK is also relying on that from Smelly Cat, from Odia Bambi, but from Sing, sorry. And it looks like they're going to go ahead and start up the Lord right now.
Yeah, the Lord is going to be gone. Fossa is going to get perfect match away to safety. He should be fine, but the Lord now, they're going to let him go. Revival are like, okay, hey, we're just going to, you know, leash him back in. He's going to go regen, go back to sleep. And again, everybody just kind of disengages at this stage. Again, like the pace is slowed quite immensely.
So careful. It's like neither of these teams want to pull the trigger. And the thing is, I think even going into the later part of the game, it doesn't seem like any of these teams have a clear advantage over the other. It's pretty much equal, I think, save for maybe STLK. We talked about the Benedetta and the Chu, you know, being able to split push and Revival. They've been forced to respond.
They've got the Fatal Links. They pull back LY4. He's the tanky one, but he's taking damage. Smelly Cat will secure that one. QDX Love now is on the run, and this is the window of opportunity that they got. They've killed LY4. It's completely wide open. This is, of course, the first Lord. Now, how does Revival respond to this one? Fatal Link, swirled. He's going to get wave dash. He's going to try to go in, Sync getting low, but they've already got the Lord. Oh dear, Bambi will secure that one. Now 2 is getting forced on. Ryan trying to get some damage in, but it looks like Ryan has gone too deep. Smelly Cat will secure this one. Oh dear, Bambi, do they get more? They get QDX Glove on top of that, and they do get Smelly Cat in return, and oh dear, Bambi. So what was looking to be a great fight, not the worst, but Peace thrown back. 2 will secure that one. Revival now, last one swirled. He's going to go back to tell the tale of how he met a whole bunch of meanies.
For sure, I mean, yeah, and you know, it turns out I think Revival managed to get, STLK managed to get the upper hand in that one together with the Lord. So big win for them there. We're gonna see exactly how that happened. You can see Swirl trying to dive into the backline for Sync, putting him out of that fight. But Oh Dear Bambi already secured the Lord at this point, so it was just Revival trying to look for compensation. Ryan diving into the backline, but he dies. And Smelly Cat, you can see him so comfortable on this hero that he plays so well. Going a bit further there though, so P's gotten the better of him, and this is just, you know, STLK trying to clean up as much as they can now.
Okay, they're feeling it, right? The 4K net worth lead. Now they've got the pressure that's going to be on. I mean, they've gotten the kills. They've gotten almost everything going their way. Now, how can they proceed? I mean, they're going to continue to just choke them out, so to speak, by taking control of the map. STLK have done a great job of this. Can they close this game out?
Well, they definitely do have that Fatal Links combined into that Feathered Airstrike, so it's a lot of, it's a huge zone that they can, you know, just put out the artillery onto Revival here, especially now that, you know, Sync he even has that Winter Truncheon, so he can mitigate some of the damage, the huge burst coming from Swirl as well, so it's a lot easier for him to survive in those fights. And not to mention Smelly Cat with the Husk Claws, he has more sustainability than Peace does in this fight, so the longer the fights drag out, it will probably go into STLK's favor because he can keep themselves alive.
Yeah, the only thing wrong with that last big team fight was Smelly Cat dying, right? You know, Revival need to do one thing, and that's to find the Beatrix. Wherever she is, make sure that you can draw a bead, get some sort of damage or some sort of control, because the damage, once she's dead, you have an opportunity to do some damage. Like most of the STLK damage has been mitigated, and you need to ensure that you're in that situation. I mean, Sync is another one. I mean, there's just so many killers on STLK.
Yeah, just a lot of damage sources, right? From Chu, from Sync, or from Smelly Cat. So, yeah, I mean, that's what Revival has to look out for now. And it's tough, I think, for STLK to really fight head-on because you do have to be careful of the Unstoppable Force, the ejector still coming from LY4 as well as from QDX Love. But that being said, they have more AoE, huge AoE kinds of skills to be able to try to attack into Revival.
Yeah. And they're going to need that. They're going to need the spells. They're going to need to figure out how to focus it down. But Swirl gets to safety for now. The Lord has respawned at this stage. Now, STLK are looking to just, again, create space, fix the lanes, then take what you can. And again, like Revival are sticking around, and the Lord is going to be started here by Smelly Cat.
They have the advantage for sure, and you can see the positioning by STLK as well throughout the lanes. Fossa is hiding up the top side, giving vision, but him being there could potentially also spell a play for STLK.
Yeah, they have an opportunity here, but, you know, Fossa is just super deep. But again, it's more about the jungle, right? And, oh, Fossa, perfect match. Does get one. The Fatal Link, the throw back, and they've got 2, and that's going to be a great start. LY4 is going to be killed here. 2 will secure that one. QDX Love is now on the run. And again, another opening. STLK playing these team fights to the team.
Perfect match, finding the perfect target in those bushes. LY4 now with that retribution down on the side of Revival. It's not looking good for them. STLK, they have full control over this objective, and Revival is nowhere to be seen. They have to turtle up and try to contest this as much as possible.
Okay, like we talked about the last game where there was so much difficulty in finding that priority target. This one is LY4. Once you take them out, you talked about the retribution, they have no way to contest. And STLK have been able to manage to kill or find LY4 7 times already in this game. They've managed to draw a beat on him and just made his life miserable in this one.
And that's a jaw hit that you're talking about, right? I mean, I guess LY4 has been playing the front line, but QDX will get knocked out. They get the turret off of that revival.
Oh, but Swirled on the back end is trying to go for this one and somehow managed to stay alive thus far. Zink is going to be killed. Peace will secure that one, and this might have been the fight for Revival. Chu looking to fight. Oh dear, Bambi's on the back end. Peace does go down. That's a lot of damage that's going to be gone. QDX Love continuing to fight. Ryan trying to do what he can with his Dragon Tail, but it looks like it's 3 versus 2. One is going to be revived. Oh dear, Bambi. And then they did a nice little 3-man knockup. That's going to be start, but it's going to be a revival on that one. QDX Love trying to stay alive. Ryan just barely away. He's going to be fine. 2 members left on Stellark with 3 on revival, but they do have the Lord. They're providing pressure in this the top lane here. The Lord is going to be left alone. Stellark are like, hey, we're actually outnumbered. We're going to back off.
My goodness, Chu with the 3-man knockup plays
nice.
there. Yeah.
That was nice.
I mean, great defense still put up by Revival, right? Yes, Stellark got the top inhibit the turret, but they could have taken more. They could have taken more off of Revival's hand, so great defense put up by Revival. This is the thing you have to be careful about, because Revival has so much ability to lock you down in a fight and to dive into your backline. So it looks like Stellark, now they have to reset. Look again at how they can make the next siege.
They got to figure something out, right? I mean, it's 75 seconds. They can play a little bit calmer, and they have a huge net worth lead, about 7 or so K. It's just a matter of finding that nice little pick off again and getting themselves into a situation where they can kind of, you know, again, find the right targets. LY4, when you have the Lord up, you find Swirled, who provides all that damage and that control. So you have options. But Peace going for Smelly Cat is the #1 target that they're trying to get. They're trying to get onto Smelly Cat, and they haven't had the most luck, but the times that they've done okay is when they find Smelly Cat.
Okay, found Swirl there in the bushes, but he's going to be okay. And Swirl, I don't know what his comfort heroes really are, but you know, he's always played a lot of Yve, a lot of Farsa, heroes that allow him space away from the enemies, and he can position himself so well from the fight. This Kadita feels a little counterintuitive in that sense, because he has to dive in, get that burst out, and then be able to make it out alive. And so far, you can see the impact. 0, 1, and 5 does not seem to be a great day for him.
Yeah, but it's showing breadth, right? The fact that you can be not this one-trick pony or this one playstyle pony, I can play other things and just kind of change things up. It's super important for a team to get to the next level by having that versatility. Just being a little bit more, things that you don't really, account for can really throw other teams off guard.
It could, provided it works out for you, right? Because by kind of putting Swirl on that hero, you're also giving up damage and the good, value that he always provides in that team fight. So now there is a huge reliance on Peace to be able to do that instead. You can see Swirl in the backline, maybe trying to make a play.
Trying to find something. The Lord is about 60% right now. LY4 does need this. He does see this. So he's going to stick around to let them get a little bit more damage. But there's the first attack. Ryan getting a little bit low. Does need to be careful. He's going to be revived at this stage. The Feathered Airstrike is going to be used, but Ryan has been killed. That's the second time for him. QDX Love now is going to be next on that target list. Oh dear, Bambi trying to draw a beat on him. Not able to do so. Yes, they do find him in the end. Zink will secure that one. Chu, now he's going to revive. He's going to look to fight LY4 now. Peace, Swirled. Can they make something happen? Zink is doing so much work. And Stellark, all 5 of them are still alive. Yes, they're all low, but nobody's dying from their end. Peace now is going to be next on this list. He does go down. Smelly Cat will secure this one, and look at how low Fossa is. Feathered Airstrike used once again. LY4 has been killed, and Stellark are like, we don't need the Lord. Let's end it right now.
It's an absolute massacre. Revival, 4 members going down, and now all up to Swirl. Nothing he can do with the truncheon, only going to delay the pain. And Stellark round this up to a game number 3. That's where we're going.
Completely, we knew it was going to go to a game 3, right? No surprises here.
Now you say that.
No, we knew that. We knew that going in. This is a team that always goes the distance with it. Stellark with a very convincing win. They were in full control almost from minute 1, but let's get Vertigo's thoughts on this one.
Wow, I mean, it's just so spectacular, right? So, I don't know what Vertigo has to say, but I feel like he's quite breathless at this moment.
He's tongue-tied. He's tongue-tied. I've never seen Vertigo like this.
Watching the games.
I mean, Smelly Cat just asserting dominance since the very first minute all the way to the end, right? He did get caught out a couple of times. It was just nitpicking from me. You know, he's a little off position at times, but high risk, high reward, am I right? But overall, STLK was just good.
Very, very good. More than just good, right?
Better than game one.
I think they were almost dominating that one. I think that they had a huge edge going into this one. I mean, yes, they had potential to lose that one, but it was their game to lose. They played it well. They finished strong, and that's exactly what you want to see as a team, making sure that you get to that next level. STLK, again, they kind of struggled in the league. They were 2-5. They've gotten, you know, the wins yesterday, and now maybe they can do more and pull off the upset on Revival. We're going to have to see.
Are they gonna do a revive on Revival?
Oh,
Oh, God. Oh, God.
no,
I'll show myself out.
I mean, okay, Bambi, just to emphasize, Bambi in game number 2 was so good. Objective, skirmish. Objective, skirmish. Objective, team fight. Smelly Cat was just in a perfect position at every single team fight. His build, as you can see, we will see in the post-game later, his build will be more towards the Huskclaw, the BOD. So that's very much towards the SMG, not a build-up to the next game. Just saying, very much towards the Beatrix SMG. Yeah, here we go. We have Hunter Strike, BOD, Huskclaw, Malefic Roar, Wind of Nature, and the Swift Boots. That is just full-on SMG for the side of Smelly Cat. But let's take a look at Odia Bambi too. With the blade out, it's a almost full tank. It's a 4 full item tank and a Malefic Roar on top of Odia Bambi. He's trying to make up for Smelly Cat and Sync because both of them are going to go damage. And Chu, I've got to say at that very last part, you know, when they were about to end with the Lord coming in, that was STLK's mistake. They overstayed their welcome, and I feel that Revival has to take advantage of that, and they did. But to a certain extent, during the last fight, Swirl had the great idea. The idea was great, right? He waited in the bush, he was right there, but he wasn't there during the fight. I mean, did he not have vision? Did he not have confidence? I think he was waiting for STLK to, you know, retreat back into his hands and then sandwich them at that very moment. But he just waited too long.
Couldn't find an opening. I mean, it was also STLK, right? The way that they played that last Lord, they were so grouped up. The way they rotated around the Lord together, there wasn't an opportunity for Revival to capitalize on. Looking at the statistics here, we can see, right? STLK, Forza, 80% team participation here, and also the Sandbag and the Forgotten One.
Yeah, Forza with the Sandbag and Forgotten One. But look at the other side. It's going to be a mirror image here coming out from Smelly Cat and Smelly Cat himself. The carry and the rich guy dealing 768 gold per minute and 67k with 888s. That's a very lucky number. 888s on the side of Smelly Cat.
Can we talk a little bit about the draft? Because I just felt like STLK, you know, I mean, you had the nerf on Beatrix in the patch or whatever, but, you know, I didn't feel like there was any sort of nerf.
It doesn't feel like a nerf.
It doesn't feel like it, right?
It feels more like a buff.
It feels like a buff. No, but the way Smelly Cat plays the Beatrix, it just seems like a buff, right?
I mean, if we play it, it won't be the same, right?
Let's talk a little bit, you know, Paquito right here, the Farza, you know, just shooting from afar, and then Atlas, just more control that they had. STLK really knew how this team was going to just play, you know, the synergy, I can't speak.
Synergize.
The synergy was just on another level.
Yeah, I mean, this time they work as a single unit. We thought, you know, what could they improve from game 1? They were like, no, they need to go in together as a unit, and they did. I think they heard us talking, and then they were like, oh yeah, that's true, we should work together. I mean, no, I'm just kidding. No shade to STLK.
Because they need you to tell them that.
They're like, what do we do? Vertigo, tell us. Vertigo, what do we do?
Fortune teller, but I can't tell a fortune. Let's take a look at the MVP right now. It should be onto Odia Bambi. I am right. 2, 3, and 13 with 75 kill participation, 6, 4, and 6 for his gold per minute with the Demon Slayer Retribution, Blade Armor, Malefic Roar, Anti-Cuirass, Athena Shield, and the Sky Guardian Helmet to top it all off. He's just there to go into the backline with Electro Final Blow.
Yeah, 2, 3, and 13 assists, right? That's exactly what he did. Just a Malefic Roar, just, you know, just a little bit of damage there. But otherwise, full tank, and he just provided so much space. Like you said, he went from objectives to skirmishes, so he was there a lot of the time, 75%, which is very, very close to even Forza at 80%.
Yeah, I mean, that's almost as much as the roamer himself, because the roamer is the one opening up the map, setting up the games. But Bambi was just a different Bambi this time, right? He was on a different level. He was on point, on time. STLK, they can use this momentum, but Revival, we know how good they are at turtling up and fighting from the back. So STLK, they can't overstay their welcome. They can't stay for too long. They have to close this fast. They have to use the momentum. They have to go forward with it. For Revival, they just need to shield up, you know, shield up Captain America.
Like a Transformers reference?
Yeah, it's a Transformer, like, and then transform into the bots.
Like the sound
okay.
effects.
No, that was good. That was good. I feel like OSIM and the commercials, they need you for the sound effects.
Yeah.
That was on point.
I love the Transformers movie. I have a Transformers skin too. I have the Aldo Star Scream.
You just need a Transformers U-throne chair.
Oh, I mean,
That's
these
all
guys,
that's lacking.
You know what to do? Send it over.
Well, we're gonna have to take a look exactly at what went down with the game. So jumping into the highlights right now.
So I mean, the highlight, look, Peace gets away, Forza comes in, QDX Love gets a little bit demolished right here, but Stella, they are so objective-minded. Look at Bambi, just gets off guard. Stella was a little bit off-tempo right here, but this was the fight. Look, Singh gets burst down with right wings, get away. The Lord secured by Bambi, and then he goes right out, and he went back right in together with the team. And look at Revival. Yeah, like I said, objective skirmish, and look at Smelly Cat. Boom. 3 bars of HP disappeared.
Oh, Ryan was just completely out of position. He was just so far front. Like, the rest of the team were just all the way in the back. They were not on the same page. Ryan just kind of sacrificed himself on that one. I felt like that was a team fight that they should have won. But again, it's coming down to those mistakes.
Yeah, all tiny little mistakes. And look, like right here, Revival, they can stay so long because this is their base. They have all the confidence that they need. Stella, they're in unmarked territory right now. It's not their terrain, and this was the fight. Take a look at the minimap here, guys. Swirl was waiting for far too long. Ryan was already down. It was already a 4v5, and then Swirl was like, oh, it's my time to come. Oh, is everyone dead already? I'm here. Right? It's a little bit off tempo for me, right?
So like that's spoken like my all of my teammates ever, right? They're like, oh, I'm here now, guys. Oh, it's like everybody's dead. It's like, thanks. You could have been here like 10 seconds ago.
You're like, where's the backup?
Salty Holler is Salty Holler. He's like, I hate my teammates. The pubs.
Yeah. It's all about the pubs, right? It's all about just trying to stay safe and happy. And one thing that makes me happy is, of course, is going to be being able to flaunt the MLB pride in all of the cards and in real life, of course. Frank by OCBC is proud to support MPL Singapore again for Season 4. From now till October 9th, sign up for Frank X MLB debit card online and choose from up to 1 of 5 limited edition MLB card designs. Of course, they're all right in front of us. And okay, you can't steal them. They can't be used. For
they
the
can
record,
be used, but I like it. I can leave them at home.
Okay, but if you are one of the first of the 275 that are eligible applications, you get a surprise MLB epic skin redemption code worth $25 when you apply and spend at least $200 with a Frank debit card. So please do sign up. We have a booth right here in front of us. We can see you when you sign up and give us the thumbs up when you do, so that we know that you could actually take one of the cards.
I mean, if you want to give
a hug or something.
And then you can give Holler your card too. I mean,
I don't give anyone hugs, all right? Not for free, at least.
Yeah, only for $200 spent if you're gonna use the Frank by OCBC, right? But you know, if you spend $200 and you get a free skin that's worth $25, so you're getting your money's worth for $225.
No, the thing is, everyone needs a card, and everyone's gonna spend like $200, like in some form or another, right? You just eat and you can clock up $200.
I eat more than $200 worth of food.
Okay, all right.
You're special.
That's a lot, but okay. If you do sign up for the card, come up to us and we will all give you a hug. Okay,
I thought
guaranteed.
We don't give hugs.
We give
Whoa.
hugs. We will give hugs.
Special
We
one.
will make sacrifices today. That said, that's going to be the second game. We're going to take a little bit of a break, and we'll be back with match 3 or game 3 in a little bit.
Revival.
Would we have it any other way? Of course, a game 3 is going to happen between STLK and Revival. My name is Holler, with me is Scrubby and Vertigo. Vertigo, okay, let's get your thoughts on the first two games for the folks that are, just woke up a little bit late. They didn't understand or they didn't see what happened. What did happen in those first two games?
Revival had a very strong first game, but then STLK came with an even stronger second game to equalize it. I'm full into the fence right now. I can go either way.
That's not acceptable. That is unacceptable.
No, okay, you've been saying that all day. You have not changed at all after seeing both of those games.
Can I split my body into half and go on each side of the fence?
No, that's not how it works, ever. I don't know what you're
clone myself.
Right down
yeah.
I can split my. I mean, I can clone myself.
Okay. Once we have that technology, then yes. But we're not there yet.
Yeah, we're not there. I mean, I had a dream last night, and I woke up this morning. I was like, I think it's gonna be a third game today, and we did, and it was the very first game. What a great way to start the day.
That's your dream, and yet you couldn't be like, oh, I think STLK will win or Revival will win. It wasn't like that, like
even in his dreams, he was sitting on a fence.
Yeah.
I was sitting on the desk in my dreams already. I mean, okay, honestly, 51%. 51% to Stella, 49% to Revival.
Okay, that's fair. That's as close as we get.
Okay, that's as close as we get. Now, I know that there's a live audience behind me. I want to know if you feel the same way, if it's a 49% going the way of Revival. Revival fans, if you're in the arena, I'd like to hear what, your support.
Yeah, like make some noise
like
for
right
Revival.
now.
Right now, if you're there.
Right now.
Yeah, we hear it. Oh, we hear the cheers.
Okay. All right, they haven't
there.
woken up. But now let's talk about the 51% of STLK. STLK fans, make some noise.
Okay.
That's the 1%.
That's the 1%.
That's the 1%.
Just slightly above.
2%.
I think that was Kin, actually. That 1%. But we're here now. And, of course, it's going to be the third game. I'm super excited for this one, considering the fact that, hey, your backs are on the wall. This is the elimination game. You're going home if you lose this one.
Yeah. I mean, I know we kind of joke about it a little sometimes, right? It's light here, but on the desk behind us, it's intense.
The air is
intense.
heavy.
Yeah.
It's so hard to breathe in there. Like it's so intense. Like, am I gonna go home? Or am I gonna continue coming here tomorrow again? Or it's very 50-50 still on the fence.
And then the crazy thing is that the winning team, the losing team, you get to go home. But the winning team, you're sticking around till the night game tonight, right? They're going to be the fourth matchup, so that you're going to be playing with that one. So there's a lot of pressure in that one. It's going to be a stamina and endurance test.
Yep.
But of course, let's go with game 3 first. Let's kind of walk us through this one, Vertigo.
Yeah, I mean the Paquito ban this time because Paquito have added so much value to themselves. So Paquito is going to get banned out by Revival and the Garok as per usual, but STLK this time banning away the Arkai and the Valentina. Valentina has to get banned, or you're just giving away a free win at this point.
Your team is banning.
Interesting. I mean, Gushin wasn't something that was picked up at all in the past 2 games, but now they're deciding to ban it in the first phase. I think Odia Bambi as well likes to play, a lot of these bursty type heroes. He has played the Amon to a huge effect as well. So taking that out from them in the first phase here. In the meantime, STLK still kind of the same bans-ish going around, the Akai as well as the Valentina. Previously, I think in the past 2 games, they've banned out the Deroth as well.
Yeah.
So we'll see if they run that again or if they decide to change something up.
Oh, I mean, they banned it. They're not going to change anything. Don't fix what's broken. They already won second game. They're going to bring the momentum into the third game. But instead, they're going to still stick with the Dyrov ban, and instead, they're going to go with the Gushin ban on the last one. But the 1-1 pick here on the side of Peace. And the Smelly Cat with some sort of confidence right here. He's like, no, 1-1 is not a threat to me. I mean, if you're going to proc the crossbow of tank, the weakness finder, and it's going to be tough. It's going to be tough. And it's all about Peace's position. But Peace's position, we've seen in the previous game, was pretty good, I would say, but keeps getting caught off guard.
I think this is a pretty interesting pick because not only is it Peace on the 1-1, it's also his first pick this time in the draft. And, there's still a lot of space for STLK to counter-pick against the 1-1 as well if they wanted to. But I guess, like you said, with Clint, if he gets caught up a little bit, it's harder for him to get out in this case. Peace could potentially pop the needles and flowers to be able to mitigate any sort of, CC coming onto him. And that helps him a little to proc because they're basing a lot of the damage, especially in the previous game we saw, onto Peace damage output. So in the meantime, STLK, they're gonna go with Lilia and Esmeralda here, Revival. Farsa again, Smoke getting his Farsa, and Ryan on the Uranus.
Yeah, Ryan on Uranus here against the Esmeralda. I mean, Esmeralda wins Uranus on paper, but in the late game, Uranus wins against Esmeralda in terms of damage, sustainability, the heal. It's way more than Esmeralda can handle, but it all depends on the starting and basically the laning phase. But STLK, what can he do here? So the counter pick coming out from STLK, and I was just about to say the Claude was left open. There wasn't a Claude ban in this round in the third game, so Smelly Cat is going to be picking up onto the Claude. But the Lilia and the Esmeralda, that is very directed. The Esmeralda is going to be able to tank onto the 1-1, and the Lilia, you can just pop the black shoes, reverse all time, and the Barat's banned off. So LY4 likes to play a very thick and tanky jungle right now, so it is very good ban. And yep, Revival answering back in return onto Odia Bambi with the Amon ban.
So they're really trying to take this away from Odia Bambi, recognizing that he might go into the assassin picks over here. What? Estes.
Yeah, I mean, Yeah, you know why the Estes was banned off?
I mean,
Infinite healing.
Yeah. With the Uranus, right? When you couple that. And QDX Love, we've seen him play on this Estes as well.
Pretty good. The amount of heal, I would say, is in the 7-digit range. Close to millions of heal coming out. I mean, you have the Uranus heal, you have the Estes heal. The team heal will definitely hit the 7-digit range. It's gonna be insane. Basically, it's I would say, an alternative to a Faramis. But with that said, the Faramis
it's
is
even more
also
aligned with Revival's playstyle, right? Because with that Uranus pick, you kind of get a hint that they want to play this to the late game. They want to sustain as much as possible. So if you go along those lines, taking out the Estes prevents them from doubling down on that strategy. And now Revival's going to ban out the Franco for Forza. So any sort of, ability to lock down to force Revival into a bad position, they don't want that.
Yeah, they don't want that. I mean, they do not want anything to be... They don't want this. They don't like disruptors. You see, the Grok ban, the Keto ban, the Franco ban. All these are disruptors. They're gonna split your team composition wide open, and the whole team is gonna be just like STLK in game number 1. I went in. I'm at the back. I don't know. You went in. I'm at the back. It's a very big miscommunication that is gonna be happening around there. So they do not want a Franco. They displace them at all. That's why they ban away the Franco. But STLK picking up the Karina. So it's definitely going to be a tanky Karina. Yeah, it's going to be a very thick tanky Karina, right?
Probably.
They themselves want to sustain too.
Yeah, they do. Well, they haven't picked up something for Forza yet. So Forza has the option to go into tank or an Enchantress style kind
support,
of. Yeah, he could do a support. And in that case, Odia Bambi could play damage if he really wanted to. And the thing is, Odia Bambi with this Karina is going to be able to be immune to some of the damage put out by Peace as well.
Yep, way more immune. Just constantly healing on and on and on again. Oh, did I saw his mouth says Angela? No. I saw him mouthing Angela. Like, is Forza going to be playing at... Nah. Forza is not an Angela. Wait, or is he? I said he wasn't a Faramis player and out came a Faramis. So, does it work the other way? Hopefully it works the other way.
He has played the Angela.
Yeah, I think he did.
I think he has played. And it could gel with this composition. If you want to go, the hard guard onto the Claude, especially when he goes in with the Blazing Duet, or Odia Bambi, because Odia Bambi does dive a lot into the backline, so it could definitely help, especially if Odia Bambi goes into the tank build. They have some of that, but there you go. A signature pick, jaw hit. I was going to say Forza on the jaw hit, not jaw hit on the Forza.
I mean, it was close. I mean, technically, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. But Forza on his signature jaw hit. 50% win rate here, 9% pick rate. This is his comfort. He wants to displace LY4. He wants to displace QDX Love, deny them from any sort of objective or even an initiation. So, Forza right here on the comfort. Odia Bambi on his comfort. Holler, Scrubby Cheeks. Last game of the day.
I feel like this is a hit-to-hit fight. They're going just butting hits at each other with this draft here. But oh my goodness, Holler, looking at the drafts, how are you feeling right now?
I'm feeling great. I'm feeling good. I'm not stressed out like those guys, right? Who have to play for their lives at this point, right? It's a tournament stake. Everything is on the line for these guys. And of course, when you're going into a draft, you want to make sure that you're playing your comfort picks, right? Fossa getting that jaw head is going to be huge. I think that's a great last pick. Really rounds out the draft as they go into this one. But let's talk a little bit about the Farza. Yes, it had a 33% win rate in terms of the entire league, but what we've seen thus far in these first 2 games, any team that picks up the Farza will usually pull out that victory, but we're going to have to find out. Everything is on the line. We go into game 3 here.
That's true. I mean, maybe you look at the Farza as an indication, right? But in the mid lane, already knock up onto Chu here, takes half of his HP out. And this is actually true Esmeralda in the mid lane again. So Sync, once again, they're pulling a lane swapperoo here.
Yeah, you might as well, I think. I think this Uranus is going to be kind of annoying to deal with at some point. You want to just slow down Sync as much as possible. Maybe you get yourself into a better position. But the call has been made. I'm okay with that call as well. But if we're looking at what Revival are doing, Swirl does need to be careful. LY4 is going to join the party, but Fossa backs off here. No real damage.
Yep, nice zoning there to ensure that they secure, some mid lane control there. Got the lethal in favor of STLK as well. So it's looking good so far. But you see that I think both teams, they're gonna want to contest objectives huge contest because LY4 on the Bowman especially, we always talk about how it's kind of like two retributions, right? And Odia Bambi building the Demon Slayer, going for a more tanky route in this case.
Okay. LY4 almost, I hate to put so much pressure on this guy, but Revival kind of live or die on this guy based on how he's having a game. But oh, nice ejector, throws him back. They flicker to safety. Everything is fine. Everyone, calm down, guys, calm down.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Fossa, this is what exactly you have to be afraid of, right? The fact that he can just displace you, put you out of a prime position where you want to be at, and that's going to make it harder for Swolt especially, as well as Peace, where they have to just be very wary of how they want to engage in team fights.
Yeah, the most important thing about MLBB is the fact of positioning, right? And being forced out of that situation, out of that comfort zone, being into the heart of the enemy team, you're going to have a rough time. And Fossa is perfect at that. He just loves throwing people left and right. But let's talk a little bit about this turtle here as it goes back into its lair.
I mean, STLK's trying to leash it, but Fossa's not level 4 yet, so they don't have a lot of priority over this. LY4 has his ultimate as well as the retreat to be able to secure that on top of Swolt with the huge feathered airstrike. So you can see Revival trying to make the best of, you know, just pulling it their way, but STLK isn't letting up.
They're not letting up, but they've kind of, both teams have kind of disengaged at this point. And they're like, yeah, actually the turtle's not really worth it. We really can't deal with it. Ryan was about half-life. And he's not that tanky machine yet, but now STLK are starting this one off. Chu going to provide a little bit of vision here, but who's going to go for this one? QDX Love does get the knockup on Odir Bambi, and they do find LY4, and they do get first blood. Chu will secure that one. The feathered airstrike, that's going to do some damage. Sink running for his life. Fossa is fine, and it looks like the turtle has gone the way of STLK, and that's pretty much what you want, but Fossa is going to be left for dead.
I will take that trade any day, right? A jungler for a roamer here. And on top of that, STLK secures the turtle for themselves. Great isolation and pinning down LY4 to prevent him from securing that turtle.
Really good play, really good play. And of course, you know, you make fun of the fact that Fossa died. As a fellow support player, I feel it too, man. Support lives matter. Okay?
You're so empathetic.
I know.
You get bitter and you get like,
I'm an angry old man. That's all I'm saying, right? But Fossa here completely on point. Again, his just vision, everything that he's doing, his movement is for a reason. He's trying to find that perfect play, setting his team up for that great initiation.
Not just that, right? I mean, yes, he goes in, and if they manage to pull off the burst damage hole, in the meantime, though, Ryan top side.
Yeah, he's fine. The Ionic Edge, he's not fine. He's dead. Odir Bambi will secure that one. He's just not tanky enough. I mean, we saw in yesterday's series where Diablo from RSG was playing the Uranus, and it was just, oh, the Blazing Duet. Oh, Peace barely gets away. But again, it was Diablo playing with the Uranus yesterday, and it was super tanky, but he's not at that critical mass yet.
Not just it. And you know, when you're 1 against 2, it's going to be a tough fight as well. But the thing is, Revival also recognizing that they were trying to gank up top and got subbing off for themselves in the mid lane. Looking at the emblems here, Fossa with the pull yourself together, more regen as well as movement speed going his way compared to QDX Love, opting for the concussive blast. So he's gonna, you know, have a bit less time on that flicker compared
to the nice wave the dragon, kicking it back. Fossa, he does what Fossa wanted to do, was find that guy, eject him back in, but really well played there by QDX Love.
Just when I was talking about that, right? Doesn't matter. Flicker doesn't matter. He gets it anyway. But the thing is, Fossa's going to have a slightly lower cooldown on that. So, yes, QDX Love might pull off some Way of the Dragons, but we'll see, right? It's really these two butting hits in terms of how much we can isolate someone, pick off someone, and make this an unfair fight for the other team. Now, LY4 are going to go ahead and get this free turtle in his favor.
Okay. Revival have done one thing, and I love the fact that they took the 5-minute break and they're like, hey, we're giving up way too many turtles. Let's not put ourselves in that situation. Let's try to prioritize it. They did get the kill on Fossa. That was a really nice play set up by QDX Love, but it turned into a turtle. Whenever you make a play, it needs to go into something else. It needs to, you know, eventually evolve into that great play.
Well, I mean, they've been making full use of that so far. And Revival, 3 against 2, although the gold lead is pretty even, and STLK actually has a bit ahead of them. So these two teams right now.
LY4, bad spot there. They found him with Fossa. It looks like they gave Odir Bambi, and it looks like QDX Love, very low. Sink is trying to run for his life. He's getting crossbowed him, tanked to death, and Peace turns it up on his Smelly Cat. Isn't able to get the kill on Smelly Cat, but he's already got 2 kills.
perfect target that he landed and procced all the weakness points on Sync and then on Smelly Cat as well to force him out. Well played there, definitely. And just when I was talking about them going head to head, right?
Yeah.
Again, it was a bit of a trade in that middle lane.
Yeah, crossbows of Tank turning into crossbows of Ching because he got all that gold with those 2 kills. That's going to really help them out. But now let's talk a little bit about the bottom lane. Fossa trying to get the objective. The Blazing Duet. Peace, no real way you can get out of this one. Completely left for dead. Fossa and, Smelly Cat just turning that one on.
I mean, finally some answer back because Peace actually has been getting ahead in this bottom lane, really pressuring down Smelly Cat to his turret. And I mean, yes, Quad is a very late game hero, so unfortunately he's not been able to. But Fossa now ganking the bottom is definitely giving him that leg up, and they might look for something more on this bottom side.
Yeah, they're going to stick around. Fossa has been scouted, so I think Revival will play it a little bit safe. I mean, the minion wave, yes, has crashed in, but that's going to be kind of setting themselves up for the next turtle, which is, of course, up in about 5 seconds. But now Revival need to figure out how they can get some space, how they can kind of zone it out so they can kind of protect themselves on this turtle here.
Well, looking at that, they already got an injector onto QDX Love just to try to zone him out, but LY4, he probably is going to secure this.
Who gets a 50-50? LY4 will secure that turtle. That's going to be a second one for them. They needed them going into this game, and they've done quite well with 2 turtles to their team.
STLK actually 2 against 1 now. So again, they are even, but now it looks like they want the kills.
Oh, do they get it? QDX Love now on the run. Feathered Airstrike doing some work. Fossa solo. He has to back off. Oh dear, Bambi. He's going to be left for dead. LY4 says lethal counter, and he kills him on that one. But now Chu on the run. It looks like they're going to get away here.
Yeah, I mean, Chu does have, some sustainability. They got what they wanted, right? Took down Odia Bambi. I think that was enough for them at the moment, so choosing to disengage. And now Revival, again, just slowly edging their lead. And that's what I guess they want to do, right? Just increase the gap bit by bit and slowly chunk at the turrets. You can see right now they have slight control in terms of the HPs of the mid and the top lane turrets.
This feels like a very different game to me, right? The fact that the laning phase, STLK are actually doing the worse off. I mean, we've seen that STLK in the first 2 games had just done a great laning phase. The first game they lost because they made some mistakes. But Revival have changed things up. They understand that, hey, we got to put our team in a better position to win by having a better laning phase, and they've done that thus far, especially with this 1K network lead.
They do have to be careful of Smelly Cat though, because yes, they lose the STLK might lose the early, especially on Smelly Cat. But with that Avarice emblem, he's going to try to build up as much items as he can as soon as possible. And the moment he hits those power spikes, he's going to be able to dish out the damage he needs. QDX not going in a bit aggressive here in the jungle, but in the backline.
Yeah, he did find Swirl. He's going to fly out to safety. Chu's going to back off here. LY4 now they're going to be on the run, but do they go back in? The Feathered Airstrike is going to be used. They're going to just zone it out, and STLK go like, bye-bye.
Okay, they maybe kind of baited that out, right? And now it's one huge ultimate down on the side of Revival. Now STLK, they can clear up the lanes, put some pressure down the bottom before they rotate up to this next objective, so they want to force something.
Yeah, they're trying to force something, but they're not getting anything. Revival, no. They're like, oh yeah, we've used this ult, but we don't care. We can defend all 3 lanes. We have no issues. Come at us, bro. That's what I would think. That's what you would say. Yeah.
Not sure if they're saying that there on the desk, but Sync in some trouble. Black Shoes already popped.
He's been kicked away. He's got the Way of Dragon to the lethal counter, and they're just completely out-positioning people. Revival have done a great job with that.
Revival, now they've turned the tables. Yes, they had 1 death down, but now bottom turret has been taken by Peace, and to top that off, 1 kill up on Sync. So LY4 gonna go ahead, rotating to this Lord.
Okay, this is the Revival we know. Again, they take a kill, they turn it into objective. They've got the spacing, they have the right positioning, they have the damage as well. Fossa just kind of taking most of this one here. But that Lord is getting gone on. It did a lot of damage on that one. But Chu backing off Odir Bambi. Mind you, they're going to go for the Blazing Duet. He's going to do a lot of damage. It's going to be spread around, but no! He gets killed. Swirl will secure that one. LY4 now on the run. He's going to just zone him out with his Whirlwind attack, and he's going to back off here.
Nice play there by Smelly Cat. So timely as well to push the members of Revival back. And I think it was STLK. Oh my god, LY4!
They're trying to go for this one. LY4 barely alive. Sync will secure the turret, so they got something. Now they're going to back off. STLK realizing that, hey, we got what we wanted.
they got what they wanted and more, right? They got the Lord, they got the mid-tier 1 turret as well, so that's huge advantage going their way. And Odir Bambi actually opting for the Calamity Reaper here, so it seems like he's going for a damagey build here. Foss is the one that is just towing the front line for them.
Yeah, the Lord is going to push the mid lane, and it's completely changed, right? The net worth lead now is swung to Stellar. It further increases with that outer turret bottom. They'll take that one. The Lord is just providing so much attention here, so they have to deal with this one. But bottom turret is going to be taken by Stellar.
Making use of that Lord coming down. They've already chipped down. Feathered Airstrike coming out to be able to clear the minions and force Stellar to back away a little bit. And now, again, Revival on the backseat. This game has been absolutely back and forth.
This is what we wanted. Game 3, we knew that they were both going to fight. Every one of these guys wants it, right? Which team wants it more? That's what we're going to have to find out. But it looks like Stellar have figured out something. They found some openings in this defense. They put on a lot of pressure here. And now Revival have to be feeling a little bit scared, right? They're on the back foot. How do we get back in this game?
Well, it's patience, right? And if we know Revival,
that's something
they
I don't have.
not you for sure, but they have it. We've seen them display that so much, their ability to wait out, look for their opportunity to come back into the game. And especially when we talk about in draft Ryan on this Uranus as well, the ability to sustain themselves in these later parts of the fights. So it's just waiting out for that chance. When it emerges, you know that Revival will take it. And I think it really comes down to what they do just before an objective spawns. If they can force a fight, pick someone off, and then convert that into the Lord.
Finding that pickoff is just so difficult, right? Both of these teams are very seasoned in the sense that they understand the game state, right? The map awareness is there. They understand how they're going to do that. We haven't really seen that one person that's just like, ha ha ha, I'm just walking in the jungle all by myself, and then gets picked off.
I think that just happens to maybe you and your ranked game.
Why like that? Why like that?
Right?
Huh?
But now,
come at me, bro.
They're trying to split the fight.
Oh, dear Bambi. He's going to be all by himself, though. Okay, I was talking about one guy just being all by himself. Oh, dear Bambi. Right there, huh? Bit of a mistake, huh?
No, I mean, this is not a good time. The Lord is also coming up. So, Odir Bambi with 30 seconds to his death timer as well. Revival gonna go ahead and make use of that. Now, crowding around this objective, and Ryan also making sure that the top side is cleared.
Revival have been like green light, go for Lord. Oh, dear Bambi is down for another 15 seconds, which is an eternity at this stage. We do have Retribution. We can get this. Feathered Airstrike, that's going to be used. Sync will Black Shoes to safety. He's fine for now, but that Lord, that's what they want to try to go for. Chu trying to fight, trying to find it. The Blazing Duet, that's going to do some damage, but Chu's going to back off here. Smelly Cat is all by himself. Now it's the Lord is so low. LY4 will secure that kill, but they got no kills in return. But that's pretty decent for them. Now Pieces on the run, trying to get to safety. He's fine. Nobody died except for the Lord.
Oh my goodness, what is this team fight? That's absolutely insane. And you could see Smelly Cat trying to look for an opening to go in and pop the Blazing Duet. But when he did, I don't know if this is pure luck or timing, but Peace also popped his crossbow tang, and there was so much invulnerability coming from that. That was crazy.
A lot of damage, a lot going on, and my gosh, the game is so close. Yes, it says 9-4, but net worth, that's the only thing that matters at this stage, right? In terms of just who has the most items, but let's look at this Lord pushing the bottom lane. Stellar, nobody's in position. It looks like almost all of Revival are in the bottom lane here.
Yeah, they're gonna want to make use of that, right? Sieging and pushing down on this bottom lane as well. And looking at the items, you can see they're pretty much farmed up now. Smelly Cat securing that Wind of Nature for himself, but also an Athena shield, so he needs to be able to protect himself from that Feathered Airstrike that's coming out right now.
And they're going to be used. I mean, this is just going to cover the Lord. He's going to do as much damage as possible. But look at what Bassa was doing. He's trying to attract the attention elsewhere, but it looks like they haven't been able to do much. The Lord has been taken. The inhibitor turret has not fallen yet. But again, the mid turret is up, so they have a little breathing space, at least for now. Stellark, it looks like now they're on the defense.
Well, it's Revival's turn to siege this down, right? They have they used the Lord, and they already took down the bottom inhibitor turret. Now just going ahead to clear up the rest of the lane. So they're just chunking down at Stellark's defenses.
They've taken down all of the inner turrets right now. The inhibitor turrets are their last bastions of hope. They need to keep themselves alive. The bottom one had been taken at that point. Now Fasa's looking for a flank, but he's by himself. Now Stellark how do you play this one? Your jungle camps have all been taken. You have no farm at this point. You got to find some sort of pickoff maybe? Like, what do you need to do?
I mean, again, right, if you can find that, I think that would be best. And it's also on STLK not to make mistakes or misposition themselves, because we've seen time and again, if you are isolated, Revival will be able to leverage that and take you out. So that's not gonna be a good look for them. And Revival now, they're gonna be very objective focused, making sure that they have lane priorities across the map and aim to take this Lord.
Smart play, right? Regroup it, let it come, you know, the lanes are all crashing in the other lanes. You have so much space right now. I mean, the only thing is that you would want the Lord to, you know, to respawn a little bit faster at this stage, but you're taking what you can get. Push the mid lane, force it down STLK's throat. They need to react to that. Then you have a little bit of an opening in terms of getting that next Lord. And Ryan, again, this Uranus is starting to get a little tanky. Very difficult for STLK to deal with.
You can see they are throwing it out, Chu and Ryan, because they have so much sustainability and they both have immortalities as well. The Lord has spawned, so you can see Revival already pushing their advantage here with the lanes, but STLK, they're rotating downwards.
They're going to go
the
for
conceal play.
They're going to go for this. This is all in. They got to figure something out. LY4 is by himself, but they don't really have the damage. Even if Fossa were to go in for this one, Sync doesn't really have enough to deal with this. Now they need the rest of the team. Revival are making their way here. This is going to be the fight that maybe ends this game, but it looks like they turned it around. The way of the dragon kicks them back. They've already got Sync, and it looks like Fossa's going to be left alone. Maybe he gets swirled, but Fossa's going to be left for dead. He does get swirled in return. The Blazing Duet, that's going to be used. The image back to safety, but Fossa's already been killed, and it might have been too much. Can KV go on? Chu's going to be left for dead as well. That's going to be the second life. Oh dear Bambi, no real way to save him. Chu is going to be killed, and now it looks like this is going to be a free Lord for Revival. Have they done it?
Amazing play there. They found STLK in the bushes. That conceal play didn't quite work out for them. And even though STLK was trying to engage on that, you know, Smelly Cat going in with the damage, but Fossa, he found the unstoppable force onto him to stop that ultimate as well, while Peace, on the flip side, managed to proc his onto Chu. So in the end, it was Revival again coming out on top of the fight, and they're just, you know, they want to siege with this Lord. I think it's a question of, will they be able to end with this?
Yeah, it's going to be close. I mean, the lanes right now, STLK need to just push out the lanes, create as much space as possible, delay the inevitable, figure out what you can do. Then you can maybe make another play as the Lord crashes into the bottom lane, the weakest one right now. But now Uranus, Ryan is all by himself. There's no way he gets out of position on this one. Smelly Cat does have the damage, but he doesn't have the control to deal with this Uranus.
And he's been trying, right? You see him going into the backline, diving, trying to take out any member. But the thing is, everyone on Revival is so tanky, save for Peace and Swirl, and he just can't find them.
All three lanes crashing in. The inhibitor turret, that's the second one. The Lord is in the bottom lane as well, and STLK need to rotate. They need to deal with this one. How Revival end up capitalizing on this Lord push. Okay, they're going to let him die here. They're going to back off for now. And if you're looking at what Fossa's doing, he's trying to create space by maybe looking for that pickoff. He's not able to do that. He's going to be all left alone by now.
Feels like they wanted to sync up the waves, but it wasn't crashing in all at once. That being said, they're still going to go for the top side though, Feathered Airstrike, just to make sure that they have the zone capability to do that. And Revival, they might look to press this, just trying to clear up minions as well. But they spot Fossa. They're going for him.
Oh, they're backing off. And that's, I guess, the attention. I mean, all five of them, literally everybody is angry at Fossa. He gets the speed dash. He's going to go in. And I mean, this is space created, I guess. But Fossa going left, going right. I feel like we need the Benny Hill music. He flickers over to the wall. He's got the turrets, and he's going to try to go. He's going to spam the recall, but it looks like Peace is going to be the last one. He's like, Fossa, where are you going to go? I got you, Peace. I mean, he's going to just pick him off at that one point. It's just, okay, it's a stare down.
This is insane. You've seen plays where they try to distract the enemy team and go maybe midway through, but Fossa made it all the way to the base and hung there for, I don't know what it was, a full minute?
Full minute right there, but the respawn timer, that's the problem. Now, if we're looking at the rest of STLK, they're pushing in the bottom lane. They're trying to create space. Oh, they're going to find 2DX Love. They go for the ambush, and he actually gets away to safety. He does have the revive in worst case scenario, but now STLK made a play. It failed. Now they back off.
But this is so good. I mean, look, just that one play with Fossa, STLK has pushed out their minion waves already. So Revival, again, now they need to go back, reset, clear up the waves, and then look at the next objective. STLK, they've delayed it, like you said. They've delayed it. Is this the inevitable?
Yeah, inevitable. I'm not entirely sure. This is one of those moments where, yeah, Fossa kind of created space in that sense. He attracted the attention of everybody, but I mean, how can they capitalize on that? How can they do more than just, you know, a funny or silly play, so to speak, by Fossa? Because this is going to be it. This is pretty much the Lord right now. I think the game is at stake with this fight.
Well, they are 5v5 now, so they definitely have the potential to try to go at it. You know, STLK, they tried to make a play the previous round, didn't quite pull it off, but it looks like this might be a round 2.
It might be a round 2. Chu is going to be left around. Sync trying to find somebody. Not able to do so, but do they actually go for this one? Ryan is going to concentrate to safety. He's fine. The Ionic Edge, I mean, this Uranus is just so tanky, so annoying to deal with. And all 5 members, Feathered Airstrike, that's going to be used. They're going to back off out of this one. Chu is going to scout out most of this Falling Star Moon just to safety, but that might have been a bit of a misplay, considering that's on cooldown.
It is, but they've also baited out the Feathered Airstrike, right? So a lot of ultimates going down still. LY4 gonna start the turtle, the Lord here, and he does have the Retribution as well as the lethal counter to secure that. You know, STLK, they want to do something about this.
Oh, they want to do something, but it's not going to be enough. LY4, fast fingers, he'll take that one. And now Feathered Airstrike further zoning them out. Slow it down, regroup it. One last push, one last hope for STLK.
Well, they didn't manage to get the Lord, so now, again, they have to go back in, STLK, see if they can defend this. It's going to be a really tall order here. QDX left earlier on at the objective, also doing so much work, just zoning out the members of STLK to ensure that they don't really have, you know, the space or the good positioning to contest it.
Yeah, they don't have the space. This is tough. Fossa all the way in the back end, trying to split push maybe, just attract attention, just be like, hey buddy, I'm here, try to slow it down. But now the Lord has arrived. This is in the base, and he says, knock, knock.
It's not just Fossa though, Odia Bambi, they're trying to come from the back.
Oh, Chu's been killed, the base is wide open. They're gonna start focusing on this one. They've already got the kill on Sync, and it looks to be the end. Odia Bambi's next on the list, Chu is as well, and that's gonna be game 3. Going the way of Revival. 17-5, completely clinical in that game.
So good plays going there, recognizing that yes, you know, you can go dive the backline, try to look for Swolt, but we're just going to be mindful, and in the meantime, Peace is going to go all the way up, proc the crossbow of Tang, and be able to just take down members one by one by one, and that's exactly what they did. So phenomenal. Vertical, what are you thinking?
I mean, ever since the start, ever since minute number 1, it was equal both sides. Peace had good pressure in the goal lane. STLK just kept overstaying over and over again. Revival had 2 turtles, you know, STLK had 1 turtle. And then, you know, there was just no tempo coming out from on the side of STLK. You know, it was very mismatched. I would say it was very mismatched, right? Like the timing, like Bambi went in, and he just, you know, he thought he could burst Peace down, but then Peace was just, you know, he bought the Athena shield and it was just too tanky. And then a big crossbow of Tang at the final. And I mean, Fossa tried to pull off the impossible, right? It's like, I was thinking in my head, Fossa troll? No. Fossa by time because of pull yourself together, because he have that 15 seconds off his cooldown timing, so he can go all out, he can go all the way into the end. Big applause coming out from both sides. Congratulations to both teams. Unfortunately to STLK, we'll see you guys in the next season though, seeded for season number 5. And congratulations to Revival. We'll see you guys later in the evening, and just crazy games coming out today, guys. I can't put my hand on it.
Yeah, so STLK, this is a team that was an open qualifier team, right? We weren't exactly sure where to place this team, but they've made believers out of me, right? I think that I've been very impressed. That was a game, a very back-and-forth game that they could have come back, especially in this match. It's just the minor things. They're going to come back stronger and even scarier than ever.
For sure. I mean, they talked about this being an old man club, right? So a lot of veterans, a lot of experience as well. And like you said, the fact that they made this such a back and forth game, really props to them for holding it out. Looking at the items here, anything that stands out, you talked about, you know, a lot of defense coming out from Revival. You can see the immortalities, the blade armors as well.
And guess what? 3 radiant armors coming out. I mean, Sync is Lilia, and along with Karina is a full burst hero along with Esmeralda, but that Esmeralda was just such a big problem to them. 3 Radiant Armors, you have 3 Immortalities, and okay, look, Athena Shield, Dominance Ice, the Ice Queen one coming out from Ryan just shows and boosts confidence because he wants to waste, the time of STLK. He's like, hey, looky here, try to damage me a little bit, and then LY4 with the thickness coming out with the full tank on the build onto the Balmont.
And then you're like, okay, let's look for Peace instead. But look at Peace. He has a Wind of Nature, he has an Athena Shield. So even Sync and Smelly Cat cannot get to him because popping that Blazing Duet is just all that damage is going to be nullified.
Yeah, he's like, oh, I need physical defense, Wind of Nature. Oh, I need magical defense, Athena Shield. I'm settled for life, right? I can kite. If there was an Esmeralda to use the Falling Star Moon on me, I would just kite my way out, right?
Yeah, that's exactly what he did. Or, pop proc the crossbow of tank at the precise moment.
The very last
that
moment.
You don't get damage. You can see, well, looking at the stats here, Rich Guy again being Peace, and the carry as well. But the Forgotten One, QD, X-Love, and the Sandbag, Ryan. You can see across the team just doing so much work and so together.
Yeah, so togetherness, so much teamwork coming out from Revival. I would say, I live by this quote. If you're a Uranus, you don't hit 200k damage taken, you're not playing Uranus right. I mean, he did. So, congratulations to Ryan. That's how you're supposed to play with the good Ice Queen one. Very, very well done coming out from Revival. Good, strong fight, but let's take a look at the damage dealt there.
It's so even.
It's even.
So even. Like across the damage dealt and the damage taken, and this just shows, even though the score line is 17-5, just how
much damage was already pushed out from STLK.
Yeah, and the fact that they made it so back and forth, and STLK played a great game. I think
played a great game.
Even though it was the end of the line for them, it was a good way to go.
Yep.
They gave it their best shot.
They gave it their best shot. STLK throwing all their punches and kicks and backflips and front flips. They did their best. I've got to say, hands down to them. And our MVP is going to be swirled with the 82% on the kill participation, 4, 1, and 10 assists. Wow.
Double MVP.
Look at his item, guys. What is boots?
I'm a bird. I have wings.
I don't need boots. I got wings.
I have wings.
Yeah, I don't need boots. I can fly my way there. Feather airstrike, just constantly raining down eternal judgment on them.
I'm glad Swirl is getting some recognition as well in these games because we always talk about his positioning and the ability to add so much to the team fight. So congratulations to Swirl for making this happen. Of course, also props to the entire team of Revival for working together and being able to pull that off.
Did we expect anything less? I mean, Farsa 100% in that series, right? Any team that just picks up Farsa just pretty much auto wins at that point. I mean, Swirl is just on another level with it. With her, that is. But, Farsa just very, very strong. We saw it throughout. I'm very happy to see that. And we're going to see Revival, even more of them later tonight. Now, how can they survive the heat and everything? And as they kind of wait for that late game, 7 p.m.
Yeah,
game.
7 p.m. It's all the way in the evening. But here at our Tampines hub, all the facilities are available. You have the library, you have the swimming pool. If it's too hot,
you can just lounge in this chair.
Oh yeah, you can lounge it. I mean, you have the booth.
7 hours.
7 hours, you just chill and just using the V-Hand patented technology. Very much big thanks to OSIM for the sponsor. I mean, it's a great place today. It's a good day. It's not that hot today.
The thing is, if you guys want to try out the chairs, because we talk about it so much, but when you see a chair on the stream, it's different. So come down to our Tampines hub here. You can actually go to our partners' booths and see all these things in person for yourself. But what we're going to see now is the match highlights. Let's jump right into that. What went down in this game?
Yeah, Odia Bambi just get kicked out right here. And look at the objective being taken. And yeah, so this one, we went to Odia Bambi. They had the position advantage right here. So the first turtle going to a STLK, and Forza just being sacrificed right here. LY4 going in with a kill to the X-Love. There to help, but STLK, they were on the ball, right? They were on the ball, but look at Swirl positioning time and time again. Crossbow of Tank from Peace managed to pop the weakness finder and pop the crossbow of Tank. This was the Lord fight. Look at Ryan doing the EXP thing, just zoning. Smelly Cat sacrifices himself for the Lord. but Revival looked strong, right? They looked strong, they had to back out, and this was the one. Flicker, Way of the Dragon, and Sing gets taken out. Sing was just so off position here. Look, oh, they're Bambi, Smelly Cat, Chu. They were all on the upper side of the map, not even trying to touch the Lord, but the mobility from, you know, Forza and Sing was just too fast for them to catch. I think that's where, you know, it went wrong.
I mean, the idea was to sandwich them,
Yes,
right? Come
the
from the
sandwich.
top and the bottom, but then you're filling in the middle moves down to the bottom and your top can't catch up.
It's like eating
So-
a burger and the patty just falls right out, right? You're like biting it and just bloop on the table and you're like, oh, there he goes.
Exactly. So, I mean, this is the game-ending fight. P securing a triple kill for himself before they take the crystal entirely. So, there you go. Revival, our champions for this match.
Yep.
And they are the ones who are going to proceed in the next set. Unfortunately, end of the line for STLK, but, you know, they played so well. They've gained a lot of fans. You can hear the 51% screaming in the audience for them as well. So, props to both of these teams.
And yep, up on the screen right now is going to be coming out. Congratulations to these winners of the MPL Predictor. We have so many names right here. 5 names. I can't pronounce it. It's really hard. I see dots on top. Oh no, here we go again.
Good luck with number 3. Good luck with number 3.
Kirito-kun. Oh wait, Kirito-kun. Like the Kirito from Sword Art Online. And we have, oh, number 3.
You didn't get through all 5 of them.
I think
How
that
dare
comp
you.
was actually very similar to the pronunciation.
Francis Lee, Sizer, and
Milk. I'm just gonna go with
milk. Milk.
Okay.
We just go with milk, right? That's the only one that we can pronounce, right? We go with milk. And yep, congratulations to you guys. You guys win a epic skin. Look, you have the Lancelot skin, Mecha Baby. You have the Ice Frost. We have the Valir skin, the Esther skin, the Dragon Tamer series on the side of Ling. I do not cash. Do not look at me like that, Scruffy Chicks and Holler. Don't look at me like this. I'm a normal person too. I just enjoy the aesthetic of skins.
Yeah, and I'm sure we all do, right? And these 5 people, marvelous people, are going to get those skins. Now, if you're in the audience or at home watching, do remember to scan the QR code up there. You know, a lot of effort has been invested into making MPL, and the fact that we have a live venue this season is amazing. Just to be here with the players, be here, you know, with the entire team and witness that in person. So, if you have any feedback, the team's gonna appreciate it. Do scan the QRs and let us know.
All right, well, that's going to be it for us. That's going to be the first match, but let's go to the winner's interview, and let's take it over, or let's send it over to Cheryl, please.
Ooh.
Okay, all right. A little bit.
Wait, you gotta give her time to get ready.
I'm
you
sorry,
know?
I'm sorry.
She's got to walk up the stage.
That's my bad, that's my bad.
She's got to walk up the stage.
She has to prepare her lines and just be ready for the camera.
I just thought they were just always ready. That's
You know, Revival also, they just played an intense match. They have to catch their breath before they can give an
because
interview.
that's not the proper way to do an interview. You catch them right when they finish, and what are they thinking?
So what they're thinking, right? That's what they're thinking.
Yeah, it's like, oh, I'm alive. What's going on? I can breathe.
I won. They're like, oh, I won. And then, you see, you don't give them time to catch their breath because, you know, we want the audience to be more satisfied. You know,
Okay.
It's a more people-pleasing kind of way, right?
Is that just, you know, an indication of yourself, like a reflection there?
Yeah, I mean, I like to please everyone. You know, I like to give nice jokes. My jokes are amazing.
If you need bad puns, go to Vertigo.
It's
He
the bad
always
puns.
has them.
I have a list of bad puns stored in my body, ready to throw. Right?
Really? I think they've kind of gotten themselves out of the body at this stage. But
Yeah.
that said, let us go to Cheryl.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, this is day 2 of our playoff season, and this is the very first best of 3 match that we had so far. And right here beside me, I do have 2 people this time round, and they are namely Pacifist from Swirl and Swirled from Revival. Now, we're very excited to have 2 people here today, namely the brains behind Revival, and that is Pacifist. So the first question goes to you. How do you feel that the team performed in Game 1?
I think for Game 1, we had a plan to win early game with the Johei jungle, but it didn't really go to plan. But thankfully, around mid-game, the opponents made some quite big mistakes that allowed us to come into the game and secure a free lock. Wait, do I need to repeat?
Yeah,
Okay.
just repeat again.
To repeat, for the first game, we were planning to win early game quite hard with the Johei jungle. but it didn't go according to plan. But thankfully, the opponents made some crucial mistakes that allowed us to get a free lot, and we can come back into the game.
All right, so that is good to hear. Now, the next question would be for Swirled. Now, you played a fantastic FASA in both Game 1 and Game 3, but
Thank you.
You had it stolen from you, and therefore you had to settle for Kadita. So how did you feel having FASA taken by STLK in Game 2 and having to settle for Kadita?
We didn't expect them to take the FASA also, so it kind of messed up our draft a bit. But also, if you notice, this is the first time I'm playing FASA for today. So actually, my hero pool is not very small, so the other team need to watch out.
Oh, wow, shots fired. All right, so we'll be seeing more unexpected plays and, of course, hero choices as well. So that's really exciting. All right, so the next question is also for you, Swirled. We have Game 3 was a seesaw match. How did Revival come back from that back and forth?
I think our team is known for 2-1. So when it comes to the third game, our team mental is very strong. So if you ever meet us in a 2-1, I think it's very hard for you guys to win.
So Revival is all about endurance.
Yep, so our mental is very strong. So even if the game goes to 30 minutes, 40 minutes, we still can hold on.
Right, this is great news because for the finals itself, it's best of 5 and best of 7 thereafter. So yes, they have the endurance for those matches. That's very good to hear. Now, this question is going out to Pacifist. Now, what are the chances of Revival going to the grand finals to really test your endurance here at Revival?
I think our chances are actually pretty good. I'm actually quite confident of my team. We just need to fix some of our minor mistakes, which we'll go through later. Then we should be, I think we are quite confident to go grand finals.
On the road to grand finals, it is. Now, finally, for the both of you, we do have an exciting match coming up for match 3. Just to, get a sense of what your votes are, who do you think will win between SLATE Esports and RSG SG in the upper bracket finals today?
Personally, I feel RSG will win, but I'm rooting for my friends at SLATE.
All right, fantastic. Then what about you, Sir?
I also think that RSG will win, but SLATE is not big either. So I think they will be a very fun match to watch. I'll also be watching it. Yeah, so you guys also should go and watch the game.
Fantastic. So yes, that will be match 3 coming up later on at 4 p.m. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Thank you, Pacifist. Thank you, Swirled. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, that was Revival climbing up the lower brackets right here at the playoffs. Will we see them at the grand finals? That we can only find out. Now, next up, we do have an exciting match coming up. Once again, it is a best of 3, and this will be happening at 1 p.m. later. And the two teams are Team SMG will be duking it out with Team Evil. So stick around and join us then, and we'll see you at 1 p.m.
That's why we're bringing Guzhen's visuals up to 2022 standards with a full upgrade of his in-match model and skill effects. We've made sure that these adjustments won't affect his original design, so you'll still be greeted with that familiar face when you meet Guzhen in the battlefield after the update. And even though September might be a little too early for Valentine's Day, we're going ahead and revamping the 2 heroes' Valentine's Day skins in this update. Compared with the original design, we've restyled Guzhen's hair and added a few inches to his pants to highlight his elegance. The patterns and decorations have also been modified to better match Leslie's. As for Leslie, we're remodeling her high heels to further emphasize her femme fatale vibe. That's all for the first round of spoilers from this September's Project Next update. We've been hard at work, constantly improving every single hero's skills and visual effects to present you with the best gameplay experience at each stage. We hope you've loved all our improvements so far and are excited for what's to come. Get ready for the new Project Next update dropping soon. See you next time, and until then, we'll be seeing you in the land of Dog.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee.
OSIM.
Police are investigating the disappearance of citizens. We advise all citizens to exercise caution and the authority for any suspicious act of harm.
I promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
To SMG, if you're so many lot, you lose. Just blow a record.
Hey, Diablo, first blood me, right? Playoff, you first blood again.
Right? I hope you don't kena first blood again. Sometimes too easy for me, I don't like.
RSG SG, you guys every day doing TikTok contents, go be a full-time TikToker.
Oh, relax,
And yeah, need tutor or not?
Smelly cat, I'm gonna make your KD smelly.
Zion, I'll kick you out of MPL like how you kick me out of your team.
Angry. Stella? Oh, is this the retirement home?
Joe, what else can you play besides your one-trick leader?
I see.
Well, your name is powerful, but your gameplay is weak.
Not bad, not bad.
Reminiscent, your Karina is your signature hero, but I'm a better one. Evil lousy.
Oh, damn! A1, A2, I'll make you E8, F9. Revival, when you guys lose this season again, come and find me for your next season's team name. Slate, the only reason why you win us is because you treat that as a warm-up.
Let's go! What's the EXP lane for Revival?
Ryan, what?
Who's that? To Adamir, I'll show you who's the better EXP laner.
Revival, even after you get to revive, our players are more known than yours.
Jess, when I playing EXP lane, you're still drinking milk.
Okay.
Sabar. Bye.
everyone! We launched Project Next Necrokeep back in June. Did you like the new Necrokeep and the 3 revamped heroes? We're back again this time to give you a preview of what's in store for the next Project Next update in September. The upcoming September update will feature 2 more hero revamps. This time we're shining the spotlight on a lethal duo, Leslie and Gusion. Let's dive headfirst into Leslie's revamp. As the adopted daughter of House Vance, a clan renowned for its immense wealth, Leslie will be getting a makeover to showcase the understated opulence and elegance characteristic of House Vance. Leslie will be abandoning her cuffed sleeves for a more appropriate pair of long, dark leather gloves. Stunning leather knee-high boots will take place of her old brown calf boots, completing Leslie's more sniper-friendly look. Her brooch will also be replaced with the badge of House Vance. Expect a more mature-looking Leslie with restyled bangs and eye patch. Her newly added optical sight should help Leslie aim more easily. As for her skills, we're mainly adjusting the casting experience of Leslie's second skill, Tactical Grenade. Statistical data and live observation of players in match combat demonstrated a noticeable delay in the casting of Tactical Grenade, leading to an awkward and frustrating gameplay experience. We're optimizing the skills animation and resolving the before and after cast delays to improve the overall casting process. Moving on to Leslie's first skill, Master of Camouflage. Following a thorough review, we decided to leave the skill's mechanics as is. However, we'll be upgrading the visual effects of Leslie's camouflaged state, which promises a more exciting experience for Leslie mains in the battlefield. Finally, let's talk about her ultimate, Deadly Sniper. We're cutting down the interval between 2 fatal bullets to boost Leslie's burst potential and aggressiveness in matches. Next up, the Holy Blade of House Paxley, Gusion. Gusion's new story highlights the evil god leaving his body, so expect a more trendy and casually styled Gusion with less plate coverage to accentuate his likeness as an assassin. We've also incorporated Eamon's Mana Shards design at the end of Gusion's scarf to reflect the 2 brothers' reconciliation. Since his debut in the early days of the game, Gusion's popularity on the assassin roster has endured well into the present. Because of this, we've decided to keep his skill kit as is, at least for this update. However, we still feel that we should do something to show our gratitude for your continued love for Gusion. That's why we're bringing Gusion's visuals up to 2022 standards, with a full upgrade of his in-match model and skill effects. We've made sure that these adjustments won't affect his original design, so you'll still be greeted with that familiar face when you meet Gusion in the battlefield after the update. And even though September might be a little too early for Valentine's Day, we're going ahead and revamping the 2 heroes' Valentine's Day skins in this update. Compared with the original design, we've restyled Gusion's hair and added a few inches to his pants to highlight his elegance. The patterns and decorations have also been modified to better match Leslie's. As for Leslie, we're remodeling her high heels to further emphasize her femme fatale vibe. That's all for the first round of spoilers from this September's Project Next update. We've been hard at work, constantly improving every single hero's skills and visual effects to present you with the best gameplay experience at each stage. We hope you've loved all our improvements so far and are excited for what's to come. Get ready for the new Project Next update dropping soon. See you next time, and until then, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn.
Welcome to Mobile Legends!
I am Optimus Prime. No one can outrun Bumblebee!
OSIM.
Police are investigating the disappearance of the citizens. We advise all citizens to exercise caution and alert the authorities for any suspicious acts.
I promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
To SMG, if you're so many lot, you lose. Let's go lower bracket.
Hey, Diablo, first blood me, right? Playoff, I give you first blood again.
Ram, right? I hope you don't kena first blood again. Sometimes too easy for me, I don't like.
RSG SG, you guys every day doing TikTok contents, go be a full-time TikToker.
Oh, relax, huh?
And yeah, need to turn or not?
Smelly cat, I'm gonna make your KD smelly.
Zion, I'll kick you out of MPL like how you kick me out of your team.
Angry.
Stella? Oh, is this the retirement home?
Joe, what else can you play besides your one-trick leader?
Well, your name is powerful, but your gameplay is weak.
Not bad, not bad.
Reminiscent, your Karina is your signature hero, but I'm a better one.
Evil lousy.
A1, A2, I'll make you E8, F9.
Revival, when you guys lose this season again, come and find me for your next season's team name. Slate, the only reason why you win us is because you treat that as a warm-up.
Let's go!
Who's the EXP lane for Revival?
Ryan what?
Who's that?
To Adam here, I'll show you who's the better EXP laner.
Revival. Even after you guys have revived, our players are more known than yours.
Jess, when I playing XP lane, you're still drinking milk.
Okay.
Hey everyone! We launched Project Next Necrokeep back in June. Did you like the new Necrokeep and the 3 revamped heroes? We're back again this time to give you a preview of what's in store for the next Project Next update in September. The upcoming September update will feature 2 more hero revamps. This time we're shining the spotlight on a lethal duo, Leslie and Gusion. Let's dive headfirst into Leslie's revamp. As the adopted daughter of House Vance, a clan renowned for its immense wealth, Leslie will be getting a makeover to showcase the understated opulence and elegance characteristic of House Vance. Leslie will be abandoning her cuffed sleeves for a more appropriate pair of long, dark leather gloves. Stunning leather knee-high boots will take place of her old brown calf boots, completing Leslie's more sniper-friendly look. Her brooch will also be replaced with the badge of House Vance. Expect a more mature-looking Leslie, with restyled bangs and eye patch. Her newly added optical sight should help Leslie aim more easily. As for her skills, we're mainly adjusting the casting experience of Leslie's second skill, Tactical grenade. Statistical data and live observation of players in match combat demonstrated a noticeable delay in the casting of tactical grenade, leading to an awkward and frustrating gameplay experience. We're optimizing the skill's animation and resolving the before and after cast delays to improve the overall casting process. Moving on to Leslie's first skill, Master of Camouflage. Following a thorough review, we decided to leave the skill's mechanics as is. However, we'll be upgrading the visual effects of Leslie's camouflaged state, which promises a more exciting experience for Leslie mains in the battlefield. Finally, let's talk about her ultimate, Deadly Sniper. We're cutting down the interval between 2 fatal bullets to boost Leslie's burst potential and aggressiveness in matches. Next up, the Holy Blade of House Paxley, Guzhan. Guzhan's new story highlights the evil god leaving his body, so expect a more trendy and casually styled Guzhan with less plate coverage to accentuate his likeness as an assassin. We've also incorporated Eamon's Mana Shards design at the end of Guzhan's scarf to reflect the two brothers' reconciliation. Since his debut in the early days of the game, Guzhan's popularity on the assassin roster has endured well into the present. Because of this, we've decided to keep his skill kit as is, at least for this update. However, we still feel that we should do something to show our gratitude for your continued love for Guzhan. That's why we're bringing Guzhan's visuals up to 2022 standards, with a full upgrade of his in-match model and skill effects. We've made sure that these adjustments won't affect his original design, so you'll still be greeted with that familiar face when you meet Guzhan in the battlefield after the update. And even though September might be a little too early for Valentine's Day, we're going ahead and revamping the two heroes' Valentine's Day skins in this update. Compared with the original design, we've restyled Guzhan's hair and added a few inches to his pants to highlight his elegance. The patterns and decorations have also been modified to better match Leslie's. As for Leslie, we're remodeling her high heels to further emphasize her femme fatale vibe. That's all for the first round of spoilers from this September's Project Next update. We've been hard at work, constantly improving every single hero's skills and visual effects to present you with the best gameplay experience at each stage. We hope you've loved all our improvements so far and are excited for what's to come. Get ready for the new Project Next update dropping soon. See you next time, and until then, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn.
I am Optimus Prime. No one can outrun Bumblebee!
Oust them.
Police are investigating the suspicious appearance of the citizens. We advise all citizens to exercise caution and alert the authorities for any suspicious acts.
I promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
give you all so many lots, you lose. Just go lower bracket.
Hey, Diablo, first blood me, right? Playoff, I give you first blood again.
Ram, right? I hope you don't kena first blood again. Sometimes too easy for me, I don't like.
RSG SG, you guys every day doing TikTok contents, go be a full-time TikToker.
Oh, relax, huh?
And yeah, need tutor or not?
Smelly cat, I'm gonna make your K-Day smelly.
Zion, I'll kick you out of MPL like how you kick me out of your team.
Angry.
Stella? Oh, this is the retirement home? Joe, what else can you play besides your one-trick video?
Now, with the first best of 3 games in the playoffs, unfortunately, we have sent another team home with STLK SG failing and falling to Revival earlier in match 1 of day 2. Now, next up, we have Evil, our community favorites that will be chasing after SMG SG. Now, Evil retired Team Flash yesterday in lower brackets match with a convincing 2-0 victory, while SMG fell once again to RSG SG, dropping to the lower brackets. So both teams must now fight tooth and nail for a chance to stay in this tournament and in hopes to represent Singapore on the international stage. But first, we'd like to take this opportunity to thank our amazing sponsors for making MPL SG Season 4 possible. MPL SG Season 4 is powered by Moontan Games and Zermi Productions, supported by Frank Bio CVC, OSIM, and TikTok. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, right now our crowd is filling up, especially for match 2. So I want to hear from you guys once again. Where are my Team Evil fans at? I love it. Good energy, guys. Now Team SMG, you guys gotta step up. Where are my Team SMG fans at? Awesome, awesome, awesome. So with that, we will introduce our 2 amazing teams for match 2 of the day today. Without further ado, first, the community team who have overcome all odds. And will they prevail? Introducing Evo! Right here from Evo, we have JS, Melon, Powerful, Carrot, and Coconut. To your battle station, boys. To the sky with the one up, I'm blessed. I'm young, rich, and black, so you know I'm a threat. Now next up, the team throwing bodies and still moving constantly on the gun to fire. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for SMG SG. Right here from SMG, we have Joe, Jerry, Anya, Jocks, and Rum Rum Rum. Your battle stations. Now, ladies and gentlemen, both teams are currently entering the land of dawn. So I'm going to hand my time over to my 3 amazing casters of Vertigo, Scrubby Cheeks, as well as Holla. Take it away, guys.
Thank you so much, Cheryl, for that intro. We are now in the elimination game, MPL Singapore Season 4. Another elimination game, another team that's going to go home. Unfortunately, Scrubby, what are your thoughts on this matchup?
I mean, this is another tense one, right? And stakes are high because we're going to be sending the 4th team home after this series. So a lot of stakes on the table now. You know, it's the make or break as to whether or not you proceed with the tournament in MPL SG. And these 2 teams, they kind of have a history.
They have a history, they have a long history, and we'll talk about that, and I'll let Vertigo kind of walk us through some of those pieces. But, you know, this is a team that you see, Team SMG, they have fallen, right?
Yes.
They're on a 3-game losing streak. They're kind of struggling at this point, right? And now they're facing up against Evil, who have a 3-game winning streak, and now they're winning, and they're meeting for the elimination game.
Yeah, so, I mean, SMG, one word to sum it all, Alka-Seltzer, right? So it's like you pop in the pill and then it starts fizzling. It fizzles strong, but it fizzles out in the end, like starts to fizzle out slower. That's how SMG has been performing, but the water is still filled with vitamins. So they have been storing something up. I know they're waiting for something to be just out of sudden because, I mean, if you saw the camera right there, they did a very nice role swap. This time, it's not Dairy Mushroom, it's Dairy Handsome.
I like that, I like that.
Yeah.
But let's talk a little bit about the stats that is going into this one, right? This is the player stats for Evil here. How about you kind of walk us through some of these things?
Yeah,
Scrubby?
I mean, as you can see right now we have a new contender for the kill participation. The highest right now on the board is going to be JS with that Esmeralda with 20% on that kill participation. So that's way, way higher. But take a look at the goal over here, guys. Gold per minute, 635, 646 on Coconut. It's very well balanced, right? Against Powerful, against Coconut. And Carrot, one of the lowest that we've seen today. 22,000. And the signature hero, of course, the Lolita. We saw many big plays yesterday. 4-man Numenon Blast, 3-man Numenon Blast, constantly with the flicker combo, non-stop. And, you know, Carrot, 22k, he's more of the CC kind of initiation hero. It kind of reminds me of Dairy, you know, but not as aggressive as Dairy. So it's a Dairy versus a tiny little Dairy.
I mean,
Milk jug versus milk carton.
Like low-fat dairy.
Yes,
low-fat dairy?
Yeah, low-fat dairy and full skim milk.
We're going to take a look exactly about what SMG's stats are. Is it low-fat dairy or not? He does have a slightly higher average damage taken, about 17k, I think,
yeah, 17K.
above. And you can see the stats. And yeah, also higher gold per minute. So farms well, you know, also tries to take more kills. But Rum, 10% kill participation. Very different from JS here. So you can tell, you know, in this case, Rum, he might not participate in the team fights. They might be split pushing, especially on this Masha, whether or not it's used as a backup plan or whether that is their key strategy to winning, as opposed to JS, right?
Yeah.
It is him joining the fights to change the momentum of how they want to play.
Yeah, I mean, Rum usually plays the distraction game. He's either like, hey, looky here, I'm going to be split pushing. What's your answer to me? You need an answer now. So he's the question asker, right? He's like, what are you going to do about me? I'm going to be split pushing like crazy. How are you going to answer this, right? And then Rum, that's why he has a low kill participation, because he's, you know, getting the value for the team instead of himself. So that's a team player right there.
Okay, definitely a team player. He's going to be pushing. I think the split pushing is kind of his way to go. But let's talk a little bit about the KDV of Evil here, Scrubby, if you don't mind, just help us walk us through some of these.
Letting Powerful farm up first thing, playing team fights around JS's rotation like we talked about, and letting Melon take an appropriate roam hero, probably Carrot here, taking an appropriate roam hero, especially now that we've seen yesterday, right? He played the Lolita twice. And when he uses it...
No answer to it. There was no answer.
It's so well played. The way that he hides around the bushes and sets this up for the team. Less of the baby sitting in the gold lane to enable the rest of the team.
Yeah, I mean, but SMG might be able to take advantage of that too. If they see that, you know, Carrot's all the way on the other side of the map, they're like, hey, he's not babysitting. We can take advantage of this. We can, you know, let's go into the game really soon, but we will see how they capitalize into these kind of leads. And yep, and the keys to victory here for SMG will be letting Dairy initiate team fights. So SMG, like we said, ever since the start, they love throwing bodies non-stop. They like to play the very thick hero, just keeps going in. And it says here, target Powerful in the early game. So Powerful mentality is at stake right now, right? So he has to keep a strong mentality. They have to go in, they have to go fast, and you know, they have to snowball in the early game. But not to mention, yesterday, they won 2-0 against Flash. Yep, so they can bring this as a momentum. So SMG, you know, they aggressively take objectives too. So I feel that, you know, they can take objective very aggressively, but they're more of aggressively doing team fights rather than objective-wise, right? If you want to say aggressive, I feel that Eva takes more objective more aggressively, but SMG takes fights more aggressively.
Okay, all right. Speaking of being aggressive and all that, we talk about 3 keys to victory for both of them, right? But I think the 4th element really comes down to the fact that these guys are playing live, and you're going to see the crowd factor. There's definitely a little bit of energy in terms of how that one's going to play out. We heard the cheer. Cheryl was talking about, you know, which team, you know, which of the sides the crowd is kind of favoring. But it kind of was both ways. I thought it was a little bit mixed, right? But let's just do it one more time. So, Team SMG fans, I want to hear you make some noise on 3. 1, 2, 3.
Okay. That's good.
Okay. That's not that bad. I mean, I think they might be still warming up a little bit, you know, a little sleepy after lunch and all that stuff. But let's talk about Team Evil. All right, I want you guys to make as much noise as possible on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Oh.
The people's champion?
I mean, I'm feeling it here.
That's loud.
But,
that's loud.
You know, that is definitely louder. I felt that one too. But let's see what, you know, Facebook and YouTube had to think about the prediction about all of this. Because those guys are at home, and yes, they're able to watch. But wow, look at this.
More fans
at home.
These fans are not here. That's why. That's why we didn't hear
it makes sense. It makes sense. I mean, this is a 73 to 74%. Seems very favorable. Or it might just seem the fact that, like, SMG fans might be lazier banter.
And then
Shots
staying at
fired.
home,
Shots fired
to SMG.
Don't kill me, guys. Don't kill me.
I swear, JJ Lin is going to hunt you down. He's going to be like, what
come
you
at
say?
me. Yeah, you can find me at Such Abstract, so feel free to just find me on social media, okay? That's where you're going to find me. So
It was a bait all along.
Yeah, big
leading up
bait.
to that.
Big brain plays here by Holler, but we're going to go into the game really, really soon right now. Guys, I've got to ask you, you already know my answer. Which way you think it's going to swing?
This is the one game that he does not sit on the fence.
Yeah, I don't sit on the
Yeah.
fence of this one. I barely lean over because SMG players are amazing people. Evil are amazing people as well. I love them both, but I've got to lean over to Evil.
Wow.
He got bribed.
Actually, this is weird because I think this might be the first time we've ever agreed on something because I am actually going with the power of evil. I feel it, right?
Power of evil, okay.
Yeah. I'm 100% evil on this one.
Okay.
Wow, 100%.
100%.
You guys just
Don't prove
fell
me
off
wrong,
the
evil.
fence.
And for the record, I have been wrong in the past, but I feel it, right?
you
That's
feel
all
it
that
now.
matters, right?
All right, that's
Whether
good. That's
or
good.
not you guys will jinx the eventual outcome is another question. But I feel like it's a strange thing, right, that we have going on here. It's like Evil's momentum is kind of going up.
Yeah.
SMG is coming down a little bit
Yeah.
from the past games that they've been playing. So do they meet in the middle, or where does this
Wow.
curve go? You know, it's a funny situation
It's
here.
like we meet halfway,
Yeah.
and then equilibrium.
yeah.
And then it's 50-50 from there. So who's going to go up, who's going to go down?
Exactly. But when you go down, you go all the way down because that's out of the
that's out of the
tournament.
league. Yeah, it's literally out of the tournament. But you already secured your seeding. So, I mean, you can take your revenge next season, but to go home at this timing is not nice because it's really hot right now.
Speaking of revenge, though, this actually is a
revenge
revenge match. SMG took one series away from Evil, so they won them 2-0 in the regular season. I believe this was week 1, day 1. So this is up to Evil to take this series back from the hands of SMG. And at the same time, these two teams were qualifying teams from Season 3 as well. So they're kind of, started out at the same place-ish. Not the same roster exactly, but ish. And then now they're duking it out here.
Okay, so you've skirted the decision making, right? We made predictions, but you did not actually choose on one. Which
I
one
went
are you
all the
thinking
way
on this?
and
Yeah,
you're
you went
coming
all the way
back.
around, right?
People beat around the bush, she trims the bush. She's like, here.
I create more bushes.
I don't give you the
Got
answer.
it.
Yeah.
She's
Got
like,
it.
okay, you want to answer? Look over there. And then she just walks away. This girl just walks away like, wait, you didn't answer. And then she's like, what? Well, what do you say?
answer?
Huh?
But here's the question. Yeah, but speaking of predictions, right? You guys out there, as the audience, and especially if you're watching virtually, put down your predictions in the comments section of wherever, whatever platform you're watching on, Facebook, YouTube, or Twitch even, and you stand a chance to win prizes. If you get your guesses correct, you just have to put your game ID as well as server ID and your predictions in.
Yeah.
Easiest way to win, right? I mean, assuming you predict like we did and get it 100% correct, and then you have a chance to win the skins as well. So we're in the running as well. But again, sorry, we skirted it once again.
Once again, no.
Scrubby, what is your prediction? Go.
I really want to say Evil
Okay.
because they look really good.
Yeah.
But just because the both of you said Evil, I'm going to go SMG.
Okay,
she's pulling
that
off
sounds
a
about
verdict.
right.
She's pulling off a vertigo.
Because you're not doing it anymore, so I have to fill the shoes for you.
Oh, okay. Carrying on the tradition.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
But okay, I'm hoping, SMG, they're going to look a bit different because this is
Yeah.
the line, right? It's their basically tournament spot hanging in the balance here. And I'm hoping maybe this pressure is going to pull them up a little bit, give them a push, right? And perform better than they have in the past games.
So speaking of looking differently, actually Derry came in with a little bit of a different flair in terms of his
Exactly.
hairstyle. So he is ready for this elimination matchup, right?
He's going Super Saiyan.
Super Saiyan,
So,
yeah.
when Goku hair goes up, his hair goes to the side.
Yes.
So this is the SMG Inoki mushroom.
Okay. I mean, you heard it here first. That's exactly what's going to happen. It looks like they've been powered up and they're going to be ready to go. But let's talk a little bit about our sponsor here. OSIM, the chair that we have, or we're sitting in. All of the gamers are sitting in that as well. Very comfortable one. Of course, OSIM is here to support the players. Physical well-being with the latest U-Throne V Gaming massage chair, the Transformers Edition. Please do the sound, Vertigo.
Transformers.
Okay, if you didn't say Transformers, I thought you might have been choking. That was a little. I was a little worried.
Okay, let me redo it here. Yeah, it's close enough.
Okay. I'm feeling for you. But
Mummy coming back to life or something.
My throat is dry.
Return of the mummy.
And of course, that's a patented V-hand massage technology plus improved ergonomic features, which will definitely help level up their performance. Conquer the Sanctum Island in comfort and style today. And of course, every time you sit in it, every time you recline, you can make this sound. There you go.
Oh,
there
that
you
sounds
go.
a bit more accurate. That sounds a bit more accurate.
I mean, because I'm reclining in the chair, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
of course.
Yeah.
Of course.
It's comfy too. They have the backrest, Autobots.
Yes,
roll
roll
out.
out. And for those of you who are interested, come down to our Tampines Hub because you can try it in person rather than us just talking about it and you watch us sit on it, but you don't know what it feels like. Come down here, join us at the live event and see it for yourself in person.
Yeah, and actually during the break, I was kind of just using it on the side as a massage, like during the breaks, just kind of using it. So it's a great way to just kind of segue into, you know, just the actual casting or the playing of the games of what the players are able to do. But, you know, okay, let's talk a little bit about Transformers. You have a favorite, right?
Yes.
Which is your favorite?
Optimus Prime.
Why Optimus Prime?
Because I love this color scheme. I love the color of blue. So the color of blue is going to be blue. So obviously the only blue one that they have is obviously Optimus Prime, and he's also the leader of Autobots.
So it's not about the bot, not about Optimus Prime, it's because he's blue.
Yeah, because he's blue and red. So it's Spider-Man's color scheme.
Oh, so we went all the way there.
Yeah. So I'm doing a scrubby chicks right now. One full round. I'm going nice one full big round.
It's just all about colors when you're choosing like favorites, like heroes and all that?
Is that why you chose Team Evil? Because they're
red.
Yeah.
It all makes sense now.
Yeah,
it all makes sense.
And
everything.
also, you know, they were the dark horses, you know, in the previous season, and this season they're a little, you know, like they had a very rocky start, but then, you know, coming to the end of the regular season, they just powered in.
Ready to go, good to go. But let's talk about a little bit about today's schedule. Of course, we have this matchup. This is going to be a best of 3. This is going to happen between SMG and Evil, but we're going to go into probably the headliner in the sense of RSG SLATE. That's going to be a best of 5. That's coming up at 4 p.m. And of course, we are going to find the winner of this series is going to play later today at 7:30 going up against Revival, who are waiting in the wings just seeing who's going to be playing against them.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be super, super tight matches, right? Because the two titans of MPL Singapore and the winners of today's matches as well, going head-to-head. You definitely want to tune in.
Yeah, there's a lot of pressure. There's a lot of pressure. I mean, it's one thing to play in that winner bracket final, and that's why it's a best of 5, but also this final game at 7:30 is, of course, the loser bracket, right? In the sense of just like who's going to be eliminated, what's going to happen. So the teams, though, some of the teams have been here since 10 a.m.
Oh, that's early.
It's very, well, okay, for gamer time, yeah, it's like the crack of dawn, right?
No, gamer
like
time,
5 a.m.
No, gamer time, that's their sleeping time.
Yeah, it's the sleeping time, yeah, but I'm trying to be like, you know, maybe they're kind of gamer professionals where they need to be up at kind of a decent time.
Yeah.
Kind of ish early. It's still technically morning.
Yeah, I mean, SMGs, you know, they've been awake since 11 a.m. for their boot camp, so they wake up at 11 a.m. They end around undisclosed time. I can't say it, but it's long.
Okay.
Like
So you're saying this is normal for them?
Yeah, it's normal for them.
This is normal.
This is normal. I mean, they are used to training hard, long hours, and they just keep on grinding and grinding because all they want to fight for is the glory.
Okay, when you're talking about like sports athletes, right? They will train at specific times that are right around the game time, right? Because they know that this is what time, like 7 p.m. or whatever time I'm having a game, I'm going to be ready for it, right? I am pretty sure that when they boot camp, they're like, hey, let's boot camp at 10 a.m. to make sure that we're ready. Like, that doesn't happen, right, in esports?
No, it does not happen. But, you know, it kind of conditions your body, if you think of it medically. Like, you're going to condition your body like, wait, I'm going to wake up at 10. This is going to be the same thing as the game day. It's going to be intense. It's going to be so much pressure. But we can't have the pressure mounting on us like that because we do not have the pressure. So all we have to do right now is, you know, just train up for the mentality and the fatigue that might be coming from the 10 a.m. call time.
Yeah. I mean, it's not only the 10 a.m., but it's also surviving to 7:30. Sorry, go
I mean, when you guys talk about timing, right? How much of a factor is this when you play, especially into these two teams?
Yes.
Evil and SMG, right? Because yes, Evil, we said they were a community team, you know, came up through the qualifiers. We've said that a lot of times. But they've already been in Season 3, so they're kind of experienced now. Is that going to be a factor at all? And on the flip flip side, SMG, they also have veteran players, people who have played pro in past seasons.
Right. I mean, the teams are, like, the players are veterans. Maybe not this specific team composition that they have. So it might be a little bit different in that sense. But they've been around the block. They understand what they need to do. And, of course, they're going to be professional about it. They're here for a reason in the top 6.
Wow, top 6, securing your seed already for the next season. So, I mean, they're going to fight all the way, right? They're not going to give up any sort of like, oh, we've secured our place. I'm not gonna try. No, they're going to go all out, as you can see. Even, you know, going Super Saiyan, changing his hair, and then Evil just doing evil things, just being consistent. Since day one, nothing has changed. It's just execution.
So question, right? And just because I voted SMG, I feel like I should say something about that, right?
Okay.
So looking across stats, right?
Yeah.
I noticed that, you know, Evil, they have like so far 5 legendaries compared to SMG 2. And in terms of the kills as well, right? They get more double kills in that sense. So it kind of hints that they are momentum based. When they get in a team fight and they are able to get something out of it, they claw for more, right? They scratch for more. So is this a good thing or a bad thing? Could be a double-edged sword, because if you don't get that momentum on the flip side, is that going to be
it's gonna
downfall?
it's gonna come crashing down. Like, if you're not gonna get over this hill, it's like you're running up a very steep hill, you tell yourself, I can do it, and then you just start going up and you passed it, good for you. But if you run up that hill and you were like, I don't think I can do it, and then that's where you can't do it, and then you start tumbling down, and then you're gonna be ending up in the accident and emergency room.
Okay, it sounded very personal there. Like, have you ever been up a hill where you ended up rolling down into the emergency room?
I did fracture my leg on a hill before.
Wow.
Oh.
Yeah. I mean,
that explains.
We should not have been joking then.
Yeah.
No, it's fine. It's fine to joke, because everybody learned from mistake. Just like Evil, just like SMG.
Okay.
They have made mistakes in the regular season. This is their time to show their glory. All sorts, all aces on the table.
Got it. No, but I like the effort and the fact that you know, the metaphor in the sense of just climbing up that mountain, making sure that you're there. Hopefully none of these guys end up in the emergency room. That's one thing, but it's one of those things where, yes, I do feel like you either win or you learn, right? It's one of those, it's like the Bruce Lee saying, right?
Yes.
In the fact of something is going to happen, they're going to get better at the end of the day, and I'm just super, like, it's sad to see a team go, but you know that team is going to come back even stronger next season.
It's like a bittersweet moment,
Yes,
right?
bittersweet.
You know that they fought hard.
Yeah.
And that's the sweet part of it, right? They went through so much to get to this point, but the bitter thing is there can only be one winner.
True.
There can only be one at the end of the day, but that will be for tomorrow. But, you know, we will see the journey that's going to be coming up right about really soon. So just hang tight with us. I can't wait for the match. I'm getting more and more tense as the time, you know, pass. I'm like, wait, what?
Yeah, and all of you at home probably are too, or at the live venue, right? And we are as excited and as anxious to get into the match with you, but you know, we're just gonna hang tight a bit. We want to make sure that the game is fairly set up, everything is a-okay, so that the smooth gameplay makes, you know, a good gameplay, right?
Yeah, it has to be, right? We have to stick to that. I mean, as the performance, audio, everything needs to be ensured that we're going on. But let's go into the draft for game 1.
So finally going into the draft, as we can see here, loud cheers from all over the place. And here, go Evil coming up from the crowd. And very big cheers and very big smiles coming up from both sides of Jogs and Ram. This time, they are going to be banning away the Paquito and the Balmon. So that's so directed. They do not want this snowball. They do not want the double retribution. And as you can see here, the 1-1 and the Diggy getting banned.
Yeah, Evil doesn't seem to like to play against this Diggy very much. I think they banned it out quite a lot in their past games as well. This time though, they're banning out the 1-1 as well, so it's something that Coconut actually plays on his own. We're gonna run right back into this and see that SMG is also banning out the Paquito. Very directed, targeted towards Powerful here, and also a meta hero because he's super flex. Along with that, taking out the Bauman, so still maybe the Akai left on the table, but they're gonna choose instead to remove the Pharaohs.
Removing the Faramis and Evil right now, I feel they could go for any sort of bans right now. I mean, they are going to be second pick, so are they going to let go of that Valentino, or is it going to go in the hands of Evil Melon right here? What will they do? Or, you know, maybe Joe will even go into the Lilia. Again, it's one of his most comforting heroes right here, but honestly, like you said just now to me off the screen, right? Dairy should be playing Namasha. I really like Namasha on Dairy.
I think Dairy, it feels like watching him play on tankier heroes, you know, heroes that can cause a lot of disruption, especially in the enemy jungle. Feels like he's more confident in that, and he's able to really derive a lot of value. And we talked about how one of the keys to victory was to shut down Powerful in the jungle. So if they're able to do that, it will be in their favor. Together with that, they're going to pick up the Akai, so this definitely helps them with securing objectives. But Valentina is open.
Yep, Valentina is right open. Valentina and the Karina, a very good tanky hero. You know, you can build the tank on the Karina. You're going to get free damage, and you're going to be able to secure onto the objective more easily. As you can see, no, they're not going to go for the Karina. Instead, they're going to go for the Garok onto Carrot, and Melon, of course, definitely going onto the Valentina.
Huge ultimate potential, and this Valentina here is also flexible, right?
Flexible, can go into the EXP like
exactly,
yesterday.
Exactly. JS played this in the EXP lane as well, so you don't know for 100% that this will be Melon playing it in the mid lane. So now SMG has to kind of think around that, right? And do they want to prioritize Enya's heroes here?
Oh, I mean, Enya could play any. I mean, Enya's hero pool is so big right now. He can go for the Beatrix. He could even go for the Melissa. Heck, he could. Oh, okay. Look what I said. I can predict the future. Give me 4 digits, I'll pick it up. But
yeah. Along with that, they're gonna go with the Eve. The thing is,
Not
every
Lilia.
single ultimate you pick up now is gonna help add to the Valentina artillery, right?
I think she will be going with the RWM, with the real world manipulation, because it gives her that nice distance. So she even has her second skill, which is going to be able to close up the distance. So if she's going to take real world manipulation, she's going to be able to dash forward with her arcane shade, arcane shade, and you know, just rush forward. But I was just about to say we should prioritize on the marksman. The Bruno gets picked up, and that's going to be a ton of critical damage coming in.
It is, and now it's up to, you know, who's going to outpoke one another in the gold lane as well, right? Because Coconut, we know that Carrot in the beginning used to babysit him a little bit just to make sure he got online, but increasingly we've seen him roam around a lot more. So will Coconut be self-sustaining in that gold lane?
I mean, Bruno is a very late game hero. I would say mid to late. Once you get a few items, he's starting to go crazy with such as Fury. But as you can see right now, Evo is going to be banning away the Ruby. So they really did use the Ruby yesterday, but not to so much potential. But you got to think of it, it was RSG.
That, and I think we talked about how they didn't really have a supporting hero as well to help him out with that. So Ruby inherently not super tanky, very squishy, especially in the early game. So that didn't work out. That being said, they're gonna remove that because they just don't want, I guess, more CC potential and to pick off Coconut in the back line. Now SMG going to ban out the Benedetta. So JS having, you know, not gonna have that split push option like he did pull off that one time.
I mean, there are so much more options here, Scrappy. I mean, he could JS could even go into the Esmeralda, could go into a, you know, who knows. There's so much options right now. You can go into the Yutong.
D-Raw.
Yes, into the D-Raw. JS plays a mean D-Raw, but Evo instead gonna ban away the Esmeralda. Wow. Big smiles coming out from Powerful, feeling very confident. And Mr. Handsome right here with the nice hair is gonna be feeling a little stumped. He's like, why would he ban the Esmeralda?
Well, he could be looking at a Fredrin pick.
Yeah.
And he's played that before as well, right? So if you don't want to fight against mages, Fredrin, you just want to kind of duel one-to-one, put out your combo on the opponents, that could be where he's going, and it provides even more peel for Coconut to, you know, just kind of do his thing.
Yeah, as you can see right now, so I'm looking at the composition right now, right? We have Valentina, we have the Bruno. That's going to be very squishy, so they need to make up in terms of tankiness and thickness. But on the other side of SMG, they're going to ban away the Jawhead instead. This is not LY4, you don't ban away the Jawhead. I mean, yeah, this is not LY4. So banning, so we have the Akai, the Melissa, and then the Eve. So yeah, Powerful is going to pick up the Karina. So on the other side though, SMG picking up the Eve is going to be starting to snowball right now, along with that Melissa on Enya, but Jogs on the Akai. So Ram can play a little more damagey tank, or Ram could go into a D-Roth in the EXP lane.
I love that Evil is leaving their EXP lane to the end, right? They're not revealing anything to SMG, and it's harder for them to decide what to pick up because SMG, they want to be able to have a winning lane in the EXP lane. This is definitely going to help, you know, Dairy rotate to the other parts and maybe help Enya if he needs that, for example, or contest objective. But now they don't know. Now they don't know, or maybe they have a good guess, better than I do, right?
Yeah.
And now they have to pick up the last two heroes. It is going to be the Rafaela as well as the Lapu.
Wow. Okay, so that Rafaela is going to grant them that mobility and that speed. So it's going to be a very, very divey comp here. And then Joe in the backline, Enya in the backline, just shredding them down. Jerry healing them and providing a disengage if possible. And Lapu on Ram, just going to go right in. And Jock's gonna disrupt the whole entire team, split the team apart, and then the rest of SMG can follow up, and Dairy will come in with the big stun. JS instead gonna go for the Fedrin. Scrubby, you called this.
I mean, there's this number of EXP heroes that are currently played. They could surprise us, but I think seeing JS play this multiple times before definitely helps, and the fact that he can just go in, single out one person to take that away from the fight.
Exactly, single out that one person away from the fight, and that is going to be that Fredrin. And Powerful going to be on the Karina, Coconut on the Bruno, Carrot on the Grok, Melon. What could Lemon steal right here? Melon, sorry. Melon could even take the RWM, right? Because he's already having that magical damage.
Yes.
Yeah, he could even take Rafaela's ultimate, right?
I mean, it depends, right? The important thing is he has options. At the objectives, if he wants to isolate Jocks, he could just pick the heavy spin. They can go Beyblades full on that.
Yeah, I mean, just bang in hits.
But if they want to play the team fight, then you can steal the real manipulation. So he has options. And I think that's the great thing now about Evil's draft. They kind of have that to play around with, whereas on the other hand, SMG, very divey, like you said. All in or all out.
That's right, guys, and
till the enemy reaches the battlefield.
All right, well, match 2, thank you so much, Vertigo. This is going to be match 2, game 1, Team SMG with a divey comp versus Team Evil. That one is going to be coming up. We kind of, I mean, you know, they gave you their analysis in terms of who they thought they had an advantage, but, you know, at least for me, I think Team SMG just kind of sticks out a bit. I really like the Akai pick. I like the Eve. You have Lapu, but you have a lot of potential that's there. But Evil have their own counters in the sense that they have the Valentina, the Grok, as well as the Bruno, which have kind of been really meta, at least for the past couple of weeks. So I think they're in a great spot here.
Yeah, it feels like two different strategies that they're playing, right? And looking at Evil's side as well, there's a lot of isolation. And there's a lot of single target going on, especially on Bruno. Yes, you have the wave of the world, but you tend to look out for one person and the Grok with the wild charge as well. So I think Melon has a crucial role to play if he wants to help to disengage some of these team fights and help his members focus down on a single person.
Okay, now as just the team, I mean the drafts aside, if we're just looking at the teams, which team do you think has a little bit more pressure, especially into game 1?
This game number 1. Well, let's see. The tough thing is Evil has the Valentina, right? So
very good early game.
Exactly. So I want to say that Akai and Eve definitely provide that capability in terms of contesting the first hurdle because you have that whole, you know, grid, obviously.
Yes, I mean, it's a good zoning tool too, right? You have the real world manipulation. You do not want to stand inside the real world manipulation unless, I don't know, there's something wrong with you or you're building tankiness, right? If you have something wrong with you, you do not stand inside the real world manipulation. I will disown you if you stand inside there for too long and you're not building tank, right? I mean, if you're a marksman, if you're a mage, why would you be standing in there, right? Yeah. Unless you tell me, you know, you can kind of disrupt the real world manipulation, then sure, no problem. You deserve to be in the box.
All right. Well, we're going to find out who's in the box as we go into match 1, game 1. This is going to be the start. SMG versus Evil. Too much pressure. Elimination series. This is going to be off the chains.
For sure. And, you know, we have a live crowd here. You know they're going to be rooting for their teams as well. So here we are. And I think when we were talking about the first objective as well, I mean, yes, SMG has the big ultimates, but so does Evil with the Valentina and the Wild Charge. So I think it's down to whether they can get those critical skills up in time for the objective or whether or not they bait out something from the opponent.
Yeah, I think you're 100% right. I mean, it comes down to who can team fight better. right? Both of them just kind of want to just clash or whatever. But if you're looking at what Evil do, they tend to be a little bit more on the squishier side. Yeah, they have the grok, but I mean, everyone else is kind of like, they get up on you, they're going to burst you down, right? So it's one of those things where you do need to be a little bit careful.
For sure. And look at Coconut, right? He is so tucked away under his turret as well, pushed in entirely by Enya. So this is a good start for SMG here, and you can see that Carrot has to kind of rotate up top to be able to make sure that he's doing fine, but so are the members of SMG.
Yes, definitely so. And if we're looking at Rum, tends to be the solo, you know, tends to be all by himself. I think it's because of lack of friendship? No? No?
Wow, that's harsh.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. We all jokes aside, Rum, he's used to this one. He understands. But Evil here, they're probably going to make a jump. They do get the knock up, but only JS has kind of given away his position.
They are grouped up though on the bottom side. You can see both of these teams, Evil trying to clear up more of the jungle, but they're pressuring down SMG, taking more control here. Will SMG be able to secure it?
Yeah, it's going to be... Oh, nice taunt there. Joe getting a little bit of knock up one more time. No final damage. Melon tried to go for it. He's going to pay for his sins. Rum will secure first blood.
Oh, unfortunately, it didn't connect. Melon didn't get that last hit, and because of that, SMG looks like they will get this turtle for free.
No.
Powerful might want to contest it, but it's actually reset here.
Oh, it's been reset. The barrier was on point. Just knowing the limits. Carrot, just putting that barrier down, forcing the turtle out so that he has to just run back into the lair. He's going to regen, makes it very frustrating for SMG, who now will take it with Jox using Retribution. Now the fight continues. Rum is dead. Powerful is on the run, trying to get it. Joe and Jox both got the speed burst, and they're going to be out of there.
Oh, that Cyclone Eye so crucial in getting them out of that fight. Evil, they wanted compensation from losing that turtle there, but didn't quite get it. Powerful's just going to strip a little more of the jungle away from SMG where they can, but looks like, I mean, we're taking a look at the items here, right? I think for the side of SMG, it's Dairy on that Avarice as well, so adding to that HP regen, not going to be as tanky inherently as the side of Evil, for example, Carrot on that Grok, so making up for that in a little bit of that aspect. But both junglers, they're going to go ahead with the Demon Slayer emblem to focus on securing objectives.
It's all about objectives, right? I think that's going to be the most important thing, especially in this matchup, where it's almost 50-50, but it's really going to come down to who can control the objectives, because that will dictate the pace of this game, how much aggression and how much sort of invasions that you can kind of pull off. But as I say, that SMG, they've kind of shown their hand. Evil have had the right counter. It's a 3-on-3 skirmish in the top lane.
Well, SMG, again, taking the aggressive positioning. This is good for them. This is where they want to be. It's more comfortable. Even though Dairy's not quite playing that tanky hero, but he's able to support his teammates in terms of providing that movement speed and the threat of, you know, CCing on the Holy Baptism.
It's going to be on point. Now, Evil, they're going to just kind of make sure that their mid lane is fine. Dairy is trying to make a rotation here. But Melon doesn't need to be careful. Throws out the crystal probably the wrong way. But all right, yeah, that's going to be it.
Seems like both teams, they're just being a bit careful here, right? Across the gold and the kill leads were pretty much split even. So they're trying to look for, you know, a key fight that's going to tilt the advantage in their favor. Might be here in the mid lane as both teams group up for a bit.
Yeah, but this is going to be the group up, and there is a reason for that, and that is, of course, the turtle here. Evil will kind of start this one off, push him out. Carrot will kind of tank, at least for now, but Enya is within the vicinity. Melon does need to be careful. That crystal's on point. Melon slowed down. He's going to be real manipulation. That's been stolen. He's going to look to turn this around. Dairy's now in a bad spot. He gets the safety. Enya, though, on the run. Do they have the damage? Coconut trying to get one last shot. Not able to do it. Enya gets away with a sliver of life.
Wow, when the fight goes on, Powerful still chasing down here.
Oh, they're trying to go ahead. They get the knock-up on Jox, and that's going to be a kill. JS will secure that, but Powerful is going to be killed in return. Rum will die. Now Dairy, they do have the knock-up. Do they have the damage? They do, and Dairy will fall as well. And Melon gets that kill, and this is looking very good for Evil.
This is the fight that we were talking about that tilts in your favor, the advantages, and Evil, they made such a good play, right? It almost seemed like Melon would have gone down there. Didn't spot Enya in the bushes, or it seemed so that he missed it, but he turned around and he popped that real manipulation, and a very well-placed go away there. So I think Enya was able to get away from Coconut right there up top, but still, Evil chasing them down and making sure they got something.
Yeah, so I just feel like Melon is just kind of brought this team to a different level. The fact that he was kind of out of position, but he was of the shade to safety, stolen real-world manipulation, like this guy is completely on another level. They need to figure out a way to stop Melon. But let's talk a little bit about the items here.
Yeah, I think Melon, you can see already having that Enchanted Talisman. And on the side of Enya, having that Wind Talker built in, both about one-ish items, but Enya seems to be farming pretty well, even though Coconut has 1 kill to his name. Now, it seems like Powerful is going for Molten Essence, so maybe a tankier build here, which means that it might be harder, like you said, to look out for Melon and Coconut in the back.
Yeah, you got to keep those two alive. That is your win condition right there. You need to ensure that those guys can stay alive and do as much damage as possible. So sometimes you got to sacrifice your own game for the greater good in the sense of your team. But now Carrot trying to get something. Oh, the wall! Just barely off the mark, but that will turn into a top turret.
It's extremely good that they're converting their lead into an objective so quickly. And now, with that top turret secured, they have a better chance at controlling this bottom side of the map. Well, in the mid lane, they might have a skirmish.
Yeah, skirmish, but they're just going to disengage. They saw too many members of Evil, and they're like, no, we're out of here. But this is going to turn into a fight into the turtle here. Melon is fighting with Rum, and he's kind of by himself, something to take note of. But now, what can Evil do? They're kiting out the turtle. It's out of the lair. It's in a pretty decent spot. The barrier's going to be on point, but they're just going to walk around that. We have an entrance to this one, and it looks like they're going to fight, and they did get the turtle, and that's going to be a good start. Rum continuing to fight, but he's stuck in the middle of this. Melon is going to get out of this. The real-world manipulation is on point. Rum is down. Powerful continuing to fight. The barrier throwing Derry the wrong way. He's been caught out. Very nice barrier by Carrot.
Very nice, very patient of Evil as well. Melon, you know, I was going to say it hinges on him, and he stole the heavy spin. He made sure that SMG could not get the objective, and still, he could make it out alive despite that real-world manipulation, and Evil just being able to bait that out and chase them down after that. I think Vertigo, you know, he asked, who's going to stand in the real-world manipulation? Powerful did.
Yeah, probably not the greatest idea, but okay, back to Melon. The fact that, you know, this guy seems to be an amazing thief, right? You got to watch out for them, and the fact that they're on the team, you know, Team Evil, I think that speaks volumes of, hey, if you're a criminal, you might as well do a good job with Team Evil here.
And they are. They're playing it really well now. Looking at the goldie, they have about 3K in their back, so they have been able to convert them into objectives so far, right? Get a lead, take the top turret. Get a lead, take the turtle. And even the bottom first tier has been shredded down. So Evil, they seem like they're totally in the driver's seat for now. Of course, I don't think we can count on SMG because you have Enya on that Melissa as well. So in a later part of the game, yes, both of them do damage, but he has a little bit more of, you know, AoE damage just because of the puppet.
Definitely have a way. But now this is where SMG need to find those tiny windows of opportunity, right? They need to figure out some sort of pickoff. If you're looking at what kind of SMG have done, they've been more reactive this game. They haven't been able to take the fight to them. And as I say that, you know, even in this mid lane with 4 members of Evil here and SMG not able to capitalize even in the other lanes.
I mean, right now, they're pushed so far back, right? So it's difficult for them to do that. And it's, look, Carrot is in the jungle as well, so they even have to start fearing for this farm that whether or not they can take their farm and their jungle buffs.
Oh, if we're going to go in the top lane, we're going to see Valentina get into a bit of a fight there, and it looks like Rum will secure that one. And this is another opening. Here we go. This is going to be with the Lord spawning at about 9. I mean, it's already spawned.
This is so good. You saw Powerful was already at the Lord, but Evil, they recognize an opportunity up top, capitalize on it, and now they are 1 member. They have a number advantage.
Yeah, they have the advantage, but can they get the steal? Real-world manipulation. Joe is going to be spotted here. He's going to be stopped. Coconut does need a dash to safety. He's fine for now, but they've gotten the Lord, and that's going to be a huge one for Evil. They're looking to do the heavy swing. Melon is continuing to fight. Has a side. Derry down as well. And this is going all the way of Evil with his commanding 9-2 lead.
My goodness. Usually you're like, okay, we got the Lord, let's back off. But no, Evil's like, we got the Lord, let's kill them and just go in for even more. Now they take the mid-tier 1 turret along with that. They are steamrolling this.
They're steamrolling, and again, this is the momentum that we're talking about. They're having a 3-game winning streak, right? Whenever you see teams do that, they're starting to synergize well with one another. The coordination has been on point, and Evil, this is why this is a team on the rise. Other teams need to be scared of what Evil are doing because they're peaking at the right time.
I mean, you mentioned coordination, right?
Yeah.
That's the perfect word because so far Evil's fights have been so well coordinated. You can see they have the game plan. They wanted to take the Lord. They got the pick off on the top before they rotated, and even the way that they took that Lord, it was as if they used Coconut as a bait to go out, and then he retreated before they fully engaged, and he was still alive amidst all of that.
Yeah, and you were talking about earlier about the fact that they got a kill, they turned it into an objective. Rinse, repeat. Like, they keep doing this over and over and over, and they seem to be catching out everybody. Like, even Jox here, yeah, he's got the barrier, he'll be fine for now, but again, Evil taking the fight to them. Jox looking for the heavy swing, real world manipulation though, but JS has been stuck all the way on the wrong side. Does he get the safety? No, he will die. Enya will secure that one. Now it's looking to be on Carrot. Carrot's going to be on the run. You've lost one. Now is the time to retreat.
They recognize that, so they are going to go ahead and back off here. Wasn't a good trade out there for them, I guess, but it's still, they still have the lead of about, 5-ish K, so it's still in their hands. And the thing is, there's nothing on the map to take. Like, there's no huge objective for SMG to contest off of this.
Right, and then that's why being the aggressor is just so important. Right? Because you know when the spawns are going to happen. You'll be like, oh, the Lord is spawning in about 10 seconds. Let's make a play. Let's find a pick off, then turn that one into a Lord. But as I say that, Carrot, he gets the safety for now. He does use the flicker, though.
He does, with potentially the pull yourself together emblem, it does reduce his battle spell, but powerful.
The barrier a little off the mark, though. They do have a nice two-man stun, though. Powerful Carrot are going to eat most of that one, and Jox is up in front. But again, SMG, they're committing a lot. They're trying to do something, but they're not getting the kills.
Not just yet. I mean, right now, just want to protect their jungle. They need to farm up, especially Enya, to get that damage. And Joe, he's level 11 at this point. That's 2 levels down compared to Melon. So it really isn't a great spot for them to be in. Now, this is the point where it changes teams. Can you play from behind? That's the mark of a really great team.
Oh, by the way, I think it's funny that you were calling out Joe. Like, come on. I'm saying that Team SMG need to do things better, but you're calling out Joe right off the spot and saying he's not living up to par. But okay, no, I get that. Joke's aside, he is behind. He has been struggling. He's only 0-0-3, though. Hasn't really been able to find a mark. But now Carrot going in against 4 members of SMG. They need to be careful, but this is, of course, on the backside of the Lord fight. The barrier is going to be on point. The body slam is going to miss here. And now they're trying to go back in. JS does get the taunt. Melon has now shown himself. The real world manipulation instantly cancels. The heavy swing is going to be on point. Powerful for the Lord. And now Joe is getting very low. Melon is getting low as well. Rom has already been killed. Enya trying to finish off Melon. Not able to do it. Enya is he able to get alive. They do get the pick off, and that's going to be a start. Melon is down. Coconut is down, and they turn this around.
Nice turnaround by SMG there, right? It looked like Evil had it for a second, and yes, at the minimum, they did secure the objective. But I think it was a good playback there by SMG to fight against that. They lost Rum, but traded 3.
All right, let's check out their instant replay and just kind of CSI the dead bodies on that one, because I think there was a little bit too much going on.
Yeah, I mean, you can see, right, Melon going in, and now SMG, they look like they want to retreat here and trying to back off, but Enya, the only one on the chase. Oh my goodness, that heal coming in from Dairy, so clutch to be able to secure that one, and just the grit provided from Joe at that point to be able to make sure that Evil, backs off.
That heal doesn't happen, that might have changed, right? I mean, the entire fight right there, because the fact that, like, most of the damage was by Melon on that one, and the fact that he got picked off there, very unfortunate for him, but, SMG is starting to make plays. They're only 2K net worth lead, but Dairy gets blown up. Coconut will secure that one. Carrot's all the way up in the front. Throws out a good barrier, but I don't think they want to walk into this, but they did get the charge on the Lord, and that is value.
For sure. I mean, almost 1 inhibitor down on the top side, and off of that, Evil, they strip away the jungle of SMG as well, so they have nothing left on the map to take. My goodness, such a strong showing. Yes, they dropped 3 bodies there, but what did it matter?
Yeah, what does it matter? I mean, they're in firm control, and again, teams, if you're in your pubs, if you're just a normal viewer, understand what Evil are doing. They're turning the kills into objectives, choking you out. You have nothing. Right now, SMG are literally fighting amongst themselves to get any sort of farm.
But I think that signals, right, a little bit of hope for SMG here, because if that was a 3-man body fight, right? If they were to get more out of that, especially in the later part of the game, they could potentially turn that around. And when we talked about playing from behind, it's not about being able to win the game outright. You want to get these small wins, right? Just cover your losses here and there, and slowly, gradually, eventually, you might be able to get on par, and then you have an equal chance again.
Exactly, exactly. It's the baby steps, right?
Yep.
You can't fly today or tomorrow or whatever. You need to kind of just make you gotta crawl a little bit, make sure that you get to that level. And so that's kind of what they need to do. But we're gonna hop back into this one. Of course, 11-6, 15 minutes. Evil still in firm control, but you know, the only thing is that while I feel like they've controlled this entire game, this net worth lead is literally only 2K.
That's true, that's true. I mean, given that we felt like it was huge, right? But when you look at the goal difference, not that much. And I think that's also props to SMG. In the last few minutes, they have been able to close a little bit of that EXP lead and the gold lead. So this is looking pretty good for them. I mean, Enya at level 15, Joe at level 14 as well. So like we said, once you get back on equal footing, that's where, you know, you have more, you increase your chances.
Of course, of course. And it's not about how big it is, it's about the motion of the ocean. I think that applies in this game in the sense of it's how the game is playing out, right? The fact that, like, what is the momentum that's going on? Is SMG able to figure out some sort of way to get back into it? It's, again, little battles. Here's the Lord, it's been spawned. SMG are trying to fortify the area, provide that vision, but Evil make a beeline, they run right into Jocks.
Well, the thing is, the waves are pushed up on the side of SMG, so in terms of control, it doesn't look too bad in their favor. They've actually pushed it up, especially on the bottom side, and now Coconut is responding to that.
Yeah, they have to respond to this. They have to push up the other lane, create a little bit of space. This is, again, a little bit of a window. SMG are probably not going to capitalize on this, especially since Coconut is already back in this fight, but this is setting yourselves up. Look at what's happening in the top lane. Rum is all by himself. He's trying to fix the lane there. He probably has to make a beeline towards the Lord to eventually fight this one out because, again, it's a bit of a waltz with how the Lords play out.
Well, I think it's up to Evil, right? If they recognize that they're one-man short, do they want to pull the trigger immediately, or are they going to hold out a bit? Because eventually, like you see now, Rum's going to make his way back, and it's going to kind of be a standoff.
Yeah, it's usually these things happen. I mean, they happen at times because nobody wants to do too much damage and just have it stolen, right? You want to make sure that you maybe get a pick off, you find some sort of angle. I mean, it's all about positioning in these fights. So again, just like a waltz or whatever it is, you got to understand the partner, the spacing, all of that before you go into this.
And I think for SMG, it's important that Rum gets into this fight, especially because he's a Lapu Lapu. So when you pull the trigger, you want everyone there to be there at the same time. When, you know, Rum goes in, Joe would also pop the real world manipulation to go in together. And right now, looks like they are just waiting to pull that.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a little bit lower before you see one of the teams go all in on this one. The Lord is so close. A couple more, pieces of damage, and then of course you have the retribution. But it's actually very, very close to the last health bar right now, and it looks like now is the time. Green light, go! And it looks like Jocks is before the Lord. Enya might die for this one, but Powerful is going to be rezzed. Enya walking away. The real manipulation, keeping him alive. Rum. Will he be able to get to safety? He does for now. But Joe is trying to draw B. He's on the run right now. Carrot trying to fight. Rum somehow still alive. He's going to be rezzed. Carrot looking to fight. JS looking to get this one. The barrier will split it off. Nobody died from Evil.
Nobody
died at all.
Nobody died. What a well-played fight by both of these teams. I mean, SMG, now they get the Lord in their hands, so this is awesome for them. Did not drop any bodies at all, and they have the objective. So you can see the tables have turned.
Was that not a Marvel movie? Right? All the superheroes, the supervillains are fighting. Everybody's damaged. The objective gets killed in the end, but all of them are still alive. Like, everybody just packs up, and they're like, we'll be fine for the next fight.
I mean, Enya actually survived that. I think he almost got down, right? And it was fortunate for SMG. Now they're fully recharged, though. They want to go for this push together with the Lord, and it starts with the bottom.
Yeah, it's going to start with the bottom, and it's going to be the 6th man of the Lord. Does a charge into that out inhibitor turret in the bottom lane. It looks like they're going to take that one. That's going to be the first one of the game. Something to take note of. Now, SMG trying to make their way into the mid lane. They're doing a lot of damage. The Lord is still here. The base is going to get gone on. The real world manipulation, but they don't really care. Carrot is already down. Powerful's looking to fight this one. Enya solo again and again and again, but they got Rum. Coconut will secure that one. SMG now have 4 members, 2 members down on Evil, and it's a 2-for-1.
looking good for SMG, and they still have Dairy up for the sustain, so they're gonna continue pushing into the lines of Evo here. SMG, they're looking good. Jump goes in.
The heavy swing, throwing Powerful on the wrong side of this one. Do they have enough damage? Powerful gets the safety. Real manipulation on the backside. No, they burst him down. Powerful is down. Dairy's looking to go for this, and it's gonna be for the base, and it's gonna be, oh, they're gonna continue to fight. Oh, Jox has been res. They're somehow staying alive. Is this going to be a hold? I thought this was going to be over. Coconut has been down most of the damage, but JS now looking to fight Joe. He does have the taunt, but is he able to do this? And he can down the creep. The Minions will take this one, and game one goes the way of Team SMG.
Crazy! That was so close! Oh my goodness!
Winions. But let's bring back Vertigo into this one to just kind of make some sense of what we just saw here.
Oh my goodness, again he's speechless. Right? And remember, he voted for Team Evil, so he probably, you know, that's a bit of a...
It hurt me too.
Yeah.
I went for Team Evil as
It
well.
hurts.
I'm sure that's why you're super excited. I get it.
Yeah, I mean, exactly, right? So, but I have to say, this was insane, right? Evil looked like they had it in the beginning, and they did all the way until that fight in the later part of the game. And my goodness, you can see the players sweating. Even on the side of SMG, they knew that last fight at the core.
I mean, you were talking about the baby steps, but almost in a way, once the Lord happens, and then it was almost like big giant steps. You know how there's the meme of like the steps, and he's gonna go 5 steps up above and just skip all the other ones? It seemed like they were just kind of making that jump, because Team SMG were like, no, we got this game, we understand what we need to do, and we're just gonna end the game now.
I mean, it was just one quick, swift, and decisive move coming out from SMG. It was quick. It was great. Yeah. It was like a, how do I put this? It's like an experienced carpenter against a newbie. So he take the nail and just make it look so easy. One swift move and it's done. But then, you know, the new one is like, I gotta aim it. You know, I gotta use this tool and you hammer it in and it's, you know, it's slanted.
Yeah.
Right. It's slanted and then it's like SMG. How they finish off the game. Like we said, Minions.
Yeah. No, that was the case. I mean, it was kind of crazy that, like, they let the base open for quite some time. Yes. They let the Lord just get a couple shots in. And that might compounded their problem when the Minions were just kind of walking into this one. But again, let's talk a little bit about the scoreline here.
Yep, looking at the scoreline, it's Evo 15 and SMG on the 10. Evo had a great commanding lead, but then look at the goal, it all switched over and flipped over to SMG SG right here. And the EXP definitely higher towards SMG SG. Finished up the tower, managed to get the final Lord. And yep, so much buff taken. But let's take a look at the items here. Melon grew the fastest, right? He had the fastest and he managed to get his item quick and easy. He didn't even use Mystery Shop, right? Check out his emblem. He didn't even use Mystery Shop. He managed to get his Enchanted Talisman, the cooldown boots, the Genius Wand, Lightning Truncheon, Winter Truncheon, Holy Crystal, and the Divine Glaive. So that's gonna be damage upon damage upon damage. But Melon is more of the utility kind of person, right? You're gonna flicker in, use that heavy spin against Jox. So you guys just Beyblade out of the way, no damage. Just basically keep Jox at bay, right? Keep Jox at bay. Do not let him try to for a retry battle and basically prioritize on towards Powerful.
You gotta find Powerful. I mean, that's like the biggest thing, right? We saw just how evil in a way, and it's so weird to me when I see the kills of the 15 and the 10. I feel like almost all the teams thus far have just kind of found ways to win even from behind.
Yeah.
And let's talk a little bit about the stats here.
Yeah, taking a look at the stats, the rich guy onto Enya. The carry is gonna be Joe, 104k. Jox, 161k damage taken on the Archive, of course. Dairy with a total of 10 assists. That's going to give you so much mobility with that Rafaela. You're just going to keep moving and moving. And look, 90% on the Q participation. That is how much mobility that Dairy has provided for the team. But over to Evil. Check it out. Melon on 67, Karen on 60, Kukan on 53, Powerful 73, JS on 87. So JS wasn't doing much of the split push. He was more of in the team fight. Evil working as one giant unit, going for skirmishes after skirmishes after skirmishes.
I think what's interesting also is the damage again.
Yeah.
Looking at the damage dealt, SMG, even though they had less kills, they had more damage dealt and less damage taken. So I feel like this indicates, you know, when they want to take a fight, they do it a bit more sharply as well. Yes, they drop bodies, but even then they were able to skirmish and, you know, pressure evil at least.
Right. I think that this victory for Team SMG is on me, right? Because I said 100% evil, right? And I think that I put too much pressure on evil. I should have said like 55% or something like
51? Are we going
51.
with the 51 and 47?
Yeah, we should have gone with that in that one. I think it would have been much there. But okay, let's talk a little bit about the victory of Team SMG.
Yes.
Not to take anything away, but who do you think is going to be the MVP here?
Honestly, I feel it could be Anya because he just kept on farming. He got more powerful, more stronger, and he dealt them so much damage. Yep, so we're going to be seeing the MVP in quite a bit. It should be Anya or not onto Joe. Yep.
100% kill participation.
So I don't know which one to follow. Do I follow this 100% or the other kill participation? We'll go with the nicer value, right? 100% here. 4, 0, and 6 with the Magic Pen boots. We have the Enchanted Talisman, the Burning Wand. We have the Ice Queen Wand and the Genius Wand. And then a Brute Force Breastplate from out of nowhere.
You gotta just stay alive, right? I think that, you know, when you real world manipulation, you're kind of a sitting duck. You're pretty much a tree at the end of the day. It's very easy to find you, right? So it's just that a little bit of survivability is all you need so that you can do as much damage as possible. Maybe that was what he was thinking. Of course, I'm not the mind of Joe or even close to half his intelligence level.
I mean, we can ask him. We can always ask Joe.
What? How dare you? Okay, we can talk to these players?
Yeah, we can. Of course we can.
Okay. Well, that'll be something that'll be interesting and something that we'll probably look to do because we want to kind of understand what his thought process is. But for the record, I only want to talk to him and get the, you know, I want to interview him only if he wins.
Oh, only if he wins.
Yeah, shots. You know, I'm just gonna put a little pressure on him.
Okay, Joe. So, no pressure onto you. Holler is looking for you after the show. So
only if you win. Only if you win.
And only if you care that much about it.
So if you get the second MVP, then you know Holler might come down and holler at you.
Yes, that's exactly what will happen eventually. Yes, I want to know what's gonna happen now. You know, look, that was the first game. Team SNG struck and they struck back. They counter hit, so to speak. They were definitely behind. They prove how much metal they have as a team. Very impressive game by Team SMG. Let's check out the replay or the highlights on that one as we go into this one. Vertigo, how about you kind of walk us through some of these highlights?
Like even in this fight, Powerful went right in, JS with the aggression, but then look, Rum just disrupts everything, and then it was evil game to clean up right here, right? JS going for that greedy play. But in the end, you're going to get 1 for 3 at the cost of, you know, one person. So look at Jogs managed to clamp down onto Carrot. Melon with the heavy spin, and that's the essentialness of that Valentina. Look, this one was the best one. Joe gets a little low after the heavy spin from Melon, but there was just no follow-up. Anya just kept on pounding away. Dairy with that last minute heal managed to catch out onto Melon, and a double kill goes to Anya, and Coconut goes down too, so 1 for the price of 3.
Look at how many times in these highlights, look at how low they are, and they just barely get away. I think there were many times, I mean, not in this case of Rum, but like, you know, Enya survived so many times with just a sliver of life, just putting the hero to the maximum level of performance.
Yeah, and then this is the heartbreaking one for me, right? Okay, look, real world manipulation, Powerful at the edge, still trying to hold on to everything that he can. Coconut just trying to take down Dairy, managed to take down Dairy, pops the immortality. JS trying to slow things down, trying to deny any sort of damage coming up. That's why JS went for Joe, because he's trying to deny that, but look at that one fake minion, and Carrot cannot do anything about it, and just like that, they lost the game to Winions.
The timing was great. Whether or not it was calculated, I don't know, but the timing of that mid-wave just coming in to finish that core, impeccable.
Right in the nick of time too. I mean, maybe Carrot could have walked forward a little bit, take the damage from the Winions instead.
Or the Guardian's Barrier.
Oh, the Guardian's Barrier, but the Guardian Barrier was just came up at the wrong timing, and the minion just came closer towards the crystal, and like, a little bit of a slip up, no problem to that. But then you have to remember that Grog has a lower mobility, so he can't reach there as fast as other players like Dairy on the Rafaela, you know, or maybe even other tanks like the Kufra. All these are mobility heroes as compared to a Grok, but Grok is more of a Peely/CC hero.
Yeah, yeah. Your barriers have to be on point. I mean, that's an awkward situation because you're trying to deal with a minion wave. I feel like the MVP should have been that siege catapult, right?
No,
that's the killing blow, right?
Yeah,
that's like the ultimate
blow.
master, right?
It's the instant reset.
So mean. You just don't want to give them credit, man. For the entire game, like coming back from behind.
Well, whatever.
No, minions.
Wait,
I'll give it to
but
you.
nobody gives credit to the minions.
Exactly.
This whole time.
Exactly,
this
right?
This is what Holler is trying to say.
I'm just saying, you know, let's represent everybody, right? Let's give support to everybody,
Including
even the
the
minions.
Even the minions. Yeah,
Right?
we have to give thanks to the Lord too. Alongside the Cairo Turtle, Lethal Wanderer.
All right, is this like a church service? Give thanks
No,
to the
thanks
Lord?
And then not to forget, we have to thank the orange buff too, and then the purple buff.
Okay, I think we're going a little too far at this point, right? Not one of those guys, except for this siege minion, got the killing blow on the base.
Fine.
Boom.
Siege minion only the siege minion. But the Lord did chunk down the crystal.
That is true.
That is true.
So we give assist to the Lord.
Okay,
Give the
okay,
assist.
fine.
Yes.
All right, it did help out, but we're gonna go into this one, and of course, that was just game one. Now, Evil have their backs on the wall. We know that the support is still there. They need to figure it out, and I feel like they need a little bit more energy going into game two because, my gosh, that might have been very difficult to come back from.
That's hard. I mean, it's gonna take a hit to Evil's mentality, and then they're like, wait, guys, did you not see the minions? Like, the minions is right there.
Yeah.
So, or they could go for another sort of mentality, a more positive reinforcement kind of feedback, like a, hey, it's just one small slip up. We can continue this momentum. We should not break like this. We should not get tilted like this. We should carry on what we have started.
So this is the tipping point, right? We
This
talked
is the
about
tipping
Evo
point.
being a very momentum-based team, and this is the dent that SMG is making, the crack in their armor right now. Can they overcome this and come back from it still and put up a strong performance in game number 2? I think this is a huge question mark for me because every time we've seen Evo, it just kind of goes on a slope, like Vertigo rolling downhill, you know, and ends up fracturing his leg. So is this what's going to happen as well, or can they go back uphill?
So, okay, I do agree with that assessment, right? But the thing is that they did a lot of right things, right?
Yeah.
Team Evil,
Yes.
that is, right? It's not something that like, oh, we got to throw away our strategy. Everything is completely uncalled for. We don't know what to do. It's more of, hey, we got to this position. We're almost climbing the hill. We see the peak. We understand what we need to do.
It was a small slip.
It was a small slip.
Small slip.
Was it your left foot or right foot?
It was my right foot.
It was
my
your
right
right foot? It's your stupid right foot. Your weak right foot.
And then I heal up. I climb back the same hill again.
Ideally so.
But did you play like the Rocky music when you went back up the hill the second time?
I gotta wear the very high shorts too, and then just
And then he goes to the
I cannot
Transformers.
unsee.
just start airboxing while I'm jogging. Just
On the
Oh
mountain,
my
on
gosh.
this hill. Okay. But yeah,
crazy, man.
no, I feel like, you know, Evil need to do the same thing. Right?
Yeah.
They've seen the mountain, they've fallen down.
Yeah.
Okay, hopefully they didn't fall down into the emergency room. It's more of a, hey, we can dust ourselves off, pick each other up as a, hey, brother, let's go.
Yes.
We made a mistake, let's do better next time.
single cell organism. Work as a unit, a single
Okay.
cell organism.
All right.
But
all
they
right.
do that really well.
Yes,
do
they
that
do it very
really,
well.
really
It was
well.
just one small minor slip up. The nucleus just lost a little bit of nutrients. So this time, all they have to do.
I don't know that much biology.
Yeah. Hey, okay. Are we talking about MLBB anymore? I don't even know.
Oh no, it's MLBB. It's just mythology of MLBB. Let's go into the second game right now. Still the same bands coming out. We have the Bauman band, but this time the Diggy band.
I need to use a red.
So we talked about Evil, right? Momentum or not. On the side of SMG though, is there a way that they can win the early game or the mid game, right? And not have to kind of suffer so much and have to claw back into the later part.
I mean, for Evil, you can bring it to the late game, but how long can you, how long is your mentality going to stay strong that way, right? How long can you stay strong? Is that kind of a tongue twister? How long can you stay strong?
It's a rhyme, it's a rhyme.
Oh, it's a rhyme. Not a tongue twister. But anyways, the 1-1 is going to get banned right here on the side of Team SMG. Evil on the first pick, however, what would they prioritize? Would they prioritize the Valentina? Would they prioritize the Faramis? But no, instead they're going to ban away the Faramis. And what will SMG ban? Honestly, I felt that Valentina really actually, you see, look at Dairy Mouse, Valentina. You see, he's mouthing the words Valentina right there, you see.
I like how you always attempt to do some lip reading just by watching the screen. We're seeing kind of the same bands come out here. compared to the previous game. A bit of switcheroos here and there, but the last ban from the previous game was Atlas. So is this a big deal for Evil?
I think the Atlas actually comes from the side of Evil.
Yes.
Evil was the one that banned the Atlas, but this time would they pick up the Atlas? No, they're gonna ban the Arkai. So honestly, a Atlas or a Valentina would be great right now because the Diggy is banned. But if the Diggy is banned, I feel like they should pick and prioritize the Atlas for themselves. And then since the Arkai is banned too, there's no one to disrupt the Fatal Links. But instead, they're gonna leave the Atlas out because the Valentina, you can even use the Fatal Links for yourself.
No, that's true. I mean, so they're basically, you know, seeing if SMG wants to pick that up even.
Yeah.
And maybe indicating to them,
Right.
you know, you can pick the Atlas up. They don't have the Diggy to mitigate it. They don't have the Cult Altar to mitigate that as well. But they have to be able to count on Melon on this Valentina.
Yeah, I mean...
Well, could be JS, but Valentina.
Could be JS too, or even Malin, but if SMG don't pick up the Atlas, Evil should pick up the Atlas right now. You have a great combination. You can do a 5-man Terrified. There's no way they could disrupt that unless there is an Arkai or a Kufra, but there is no Arkai on the board right now. Okay, this was mainly disruptors, right? You have the Grog with the Wild Charge and then the Enhanced Change, Enhanced Knocked Up, and all coming from this very strong CC's hero.
Yep, I mean, this is going to be a good wombo combo, right? And you know Dairy will definitely be able to use the Grog, not just for the wombo combo, but also to give a lot of vision, invade the jungle, and just make so much trouble for Powerful that he's not going to have a hard time in the beginning. So this ties back to what we were talking about. You know, if he can invade, if he can slow down Powerful a little bit, they might have an easier time as compared to the last game.
So how do you slow down a snowball? You make another snowball. Right, you make another snowball so you yourself can snowball. But as you can see right now, Carrot is going to be picking up that Lolita and Coconut picking up that Melissa.
So a bit of a switcheroo here.
Switcheroo, big switch.
I think this is big, right? Carrot getting Lolita is a very much a comfort pick for him. He played that twice yesterday in both of the playoff games. So I think this is
good succession too.
Great. Yeah, exactly. Great succession. And I think SMG now, how do they respond to this? The Diggy is no longer available. They kind of have to be very wary of where Carrot is in the brushes, setting this up for the team.
Yeah, I mean, they have to find someone thick, someone being able to open the map, and that would be Grog. And that's a very big brain coming out from SMG's coach, a ex-player himself, Loon. Big shout out to Loon right there. And they're going to go for their last pick right now with 5 seconds left on the clock. And then they are going to go into Enya's Beatrix, his nice little comfort hero right now. I mean, Valentina is a nice comfort, Coconut nice comfort, Carrot nice comfort onto their Lolita. It's comfort everywhere, just like the comfort in the OSIM chair. Oh,
Yes.
the rhyme. You know.
It's the same word. Comfort is the same word.
Everywhere in the same chair.
Okay,
Yeah,
I got that. So looking at what's left on the table, we're going into the second phase of bans. Evil is looking for a jungler as well as potentially an EXP or mid if they want to pull off, you know, unorthodox
JS.
draft here. Yep.
Honestly, I don't see any... I don't think there would be any mid laners, aka mage, to be playing right now. And giving away the... actually can. They could go for a Kufra jungle. They could go for a Kufra jungle, and then JS will be playing onto the Valentina on the EXP. And then, you know, we have powerful... and then Melon pick up another mage like a Kagura. You know, many more... I mean, literally, it's their oyster right now. They have everything to choose from.
So SMG's banned out the Benedetta, Evil has taken out the Farsa. There is still Yves left on the table. You know, Joe can easily go back into that, provided it doesn't get banned in the second phase.
Maybe the Eve or even the Lilia, but the Farsa's gonna get banned out because it's a very big disruptor and, you know, very good backliner, if you will. And the Karina getting banned here, they are smart right now. And yep, like you said, Skirmishing, they are going to be banning away the E. So that's very targeted towards Joe. And Joe could actually even go into the Lilia, but you have Coconut on the Melissa. So there's going to be giving so much range to you. There's no way you're going to close the gap with Lilia. It's going to be tough, right? It's going to be tough. But you do have a second chance at life. You can go all the way back. You can dish out the damage like crazy. And you can win the lane against Valentina.
What's going to be good here for Joe to go into? I mean, they're really thinning down majors for him, right? So there is Lilia, like you said, Kagura, or Lunox.
Oh, Lunox would be great. Yeah. A Lunox would be great. Just using the light ultimate to go into the backline, switch it to the dark ultimate, and just start spamming away at Coconut or Melon.
And the thing is, you can also mitigate.
Wow, the high ground.
Doesn't matter. There
Sicilian.
you go, Sicilian.
Wow.
Haven't seen him in a while.
It's been a long time, my good friend. A Sicilian with the band impact going crazy, stacking higher. Joe playing the Sicilian. It's gonna be painful, right? It's gonna be painful.
Only in the late game, though.
Only in the late game, right? So, Evil, what they have to do right now is just gonna keep ganking onto this Sicilian non-stop and just deny him of stacking. It's exactly like at Aldous, right? You do not want this Aldous to stack. You do not want to get one-shotted. What do? You deny the farm. And Powerful, I had this thought in the previous game. I was like, Powerful should pick up on the Armon. And then after that, I was like, oh, never mind, he didn't pick. And then now he picks up the Armon, and JS is going to be playing onto that Lapu. So you have the big burst coming out from the Armon, the Shred coming out from Coconut, Melon with the sudden burst, JS with the sustain, Carrot with the initiation and the tankiness. That's a nice, well-rounded team.
Very, very bursty, again, divey as well, right?
Yeah.
You have Lolita Ultimate, the Numenor Blast coming in to set up for the team, and then you have Powerful diving into the backline, or JS for that matter, with the Bravest Fighter, and that sets up so much. In the meantime, you can also have Melon healing for the team or providing damage. Now, the last pick here is going to be Fredrin. Rum. There you go. I thought it was Dairy for a moment, but yes, Rum on the Fredrin.
Exactly, and Dairy going to be playing onto the Grok and Jox onto the Julian. So we know Jox clears the jungle like Sonic. I want to call him Sonic right now. So Jox clears the jungle fast. He gets up to level 4 really quickly, but powerful. He's pretty powerful too. No pun intended, right? He clears the jungle really quick, really fast, but it all comes down to the team fight, the skirmishes, and the objective, guys. Game number 2, SMG up against Evil. Paula, Scrubby Cheeks, take it away.
Thank you so much, Vertigo. We're going to go into game 2 of the second match. Of course, this is an elimination game right now. I don't know how you're feeling. I'm definitely worried right now. I went with Team Evil. Their backs are now on the wall. There are no more mistakes that they can make.
Yeah, I mean, it is one more potentially match point before they are out. So this is Evil's game to prove they need to find a way back into this game. Here we are, ladies and gentlemen. The Land of Dawn is ready for you. Now, you gotta cheer for Evil, you know, if you are live here especially. This is potentially their last chance, and SMG fans as well.
Yeah, okay. So if you're part of Team Evil, on the count of 3, let's hear your support. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Now, if you're part of Team SMG Singapore, I want to hear you guys cheer as well on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3.
Wow, SMG fans came alive.
Okay. We did call them out. We did say that they were lazy. I think Vertigo said that. It's definitely not me. But they're here now, and they are in person, and you could feel the effect, because now Team SMG, if they pull out the victory, they continue on, and they actually play tonight as well.
Yeah, you can see Evil, though. They are not letting up, even though they have taken one game down. Well, lost one game, actually. Yep. Putting some pressure earlier on onto Dairy, forcing him to back. So you know they want this.
Of course they want this, right? And I think everybody here wants this. They want to see it go to a third game. They want to see it go the distance. I think that, you know, it's one of those competitive teams. Like, this is one of those matchups that, you know, both teams can win at any time.
Down to the line here, and I think looking across these two teams now, just kind of playing it safe, right? Because both of them do need some sort of spike, right? On the side of Powerful, you need some items, also getting that magic shop to be able to proc those spikes as soon as he can. And for Joe, obviously that Sicilian, he needs the items, he needs the stacks, and to be able to make it into the late game as well. So I think we can expect, you know, some peace going on, at least in these early stages. But Powerful going to be the first one to start leashing the turtle.
Gonna just bring him out. JS is gonna make his way here. Carrot as well, but SMG sees it, all of this. Melon does get knocked off with the chains. That's a nice little combination. They do have the taunt, and he does flicker to safety, but it looks like Jox is gonna go down. Powerful will secure that one, and the Nubian Zip Blast did hit, but now Joey's on the run. Does he get away? Rum. Does get shielded. He's fine, at least for now. He's under turret, but he gets bursted. Powerful at the very limit. Make sure he gets that kill.
I take that back. Powerful going all in on that Amon, and like Vertigo said, he was waiting to see this. This is the performance that we're waiting for him to show. Now 2 kills already under his belt, and off of that, he's gonna get, you know, a huge lead ahead of Jox, who is still at level 4.
Right, Coconut, Powerful getting 2-0-0. I don't know if that's the right one you want to be giving up farm to, but I mean, sometimes you can't choose. But again, Evil, now they're going to look to just focus on the turtle. I don't think SMG can defend on this.
Yeah, probably not. I mean, they're not even in position to be able to contest that. JS is also pretty well backed up. Waiting for the minions, actually not choosing to clear them just yet. Bottom side, they're trying to pressure down instead onto Coconut, making sure he doesn't, get as a hit as he wants to compared to the previous game.
Right, and that's just space provided, right? It's space created, and that's about Rum gets blown up again. Evil finding openings, finding pickoffs, which is really uncharacteristic of SMG to be out of position or where he was under turret, but to get killed at this stage.
Yeah, Evil's going all out aggressive, right? They're trying to make use of as much opportunities that they see as possible. And right now, again, we're seeing this early lead swing a little bit in favor of them. Almost 2K in gold. We just need to see how they might be able to convert that. Will they do as well as the previous game in being able to just leverage and capitalize?
Definitely an early lead, right? I mean, Evil tend to play a little bit faster in that sense, so this is not unlike Evil, but can they carry it into the mid game, into the late game, right? This is a 2K net worth lead at the 4-minute mark. That is very early at this stage, and it's got to be a little worrying for SMG, but again, they're a team of veterans. They've been here before.
Looking at Melon now, right? I mean, they picked up a Valentina pretty early as well, but I feel like SMG, they've been able to play around that. Looking at their drafts, there's not a lot that he can potentially steal compared to the last game. So we are probably going to see more of the steal on Dairy, the wild charges that can come in clutch to help the team either engage or disengage. So I feel like this diminishes a little bit the value that he can bring to the team.
True, agreed. And, I mean, if we're looking at this, the game has slowed down a little bit. SMG realizing that, hey, we cannot get out of position. We can't be giving up any more kills. And now SMG have playing a little bit more defensive, but do they get the ambush on Melon here?
I don't know if they're going to look for it just yet. They do want the pressure, though, because the next objective is coming up. You can see JS already clearing up the waves and rotating for the vision and provide that zoning capability.
Yeah, the turtle is going to be started, and that was kind of where it was going to be. The clause is a little off the mark, but the turtle has been started. And now Jox will... No, okay, it looks like SMG are like, hey, you want turtle? Take them all.
They have the patience, right? And we've seen them do this in the game previous, like exactly this. The patience to wear them down, slowly get the farm up, and here, find small wins.
They got to find small wins. But Derry here, he's going to get stunned as well as terrified. Melon does have the charge. Derry doesn't get to safety. He flickers to safety. He is fine. SMG have now come here, and they can help out.
They're just pressuring down SMG in the lanes here. The rest of the team has also rotated. Enya being left alone on the bottom side. It looks like Evil just wants to push as much as they can and get this bottom tier 1 turret.
Okay, but that creates a little bit of pressure for Enya. It's uncomfortable for him because he wants those minions. He's not even able to walk to them. And look at all the damage that Coconut was able to do in that bottom lane. That turret is hurting right now. It's definitely bleeding at this stage. But, you know, now Enya has that space to get some sort of farm.
For sure. I mean, looking at both of them,
all the carrots.
EXP, they're pretty even, but yeah, I think Joe, at this point, he doesn't hit that hard yet, right? Doesn't have his item still at level 8 as well, so I think the bat piece is not going to have too much of an impact compared to later on, but oh my goodness, and
yeah, all by himself. Derry, he was on a roaming mission, not able to do it. They got the turret as well as Enya, which is huge. Every time, I mean, it's one thing for Enya to die, but now JS has been killed as well in the top lane. JS will secure that one. Rum is going to run under turret. Should be fine, but Evil cut the minion wave, forced the issue down SMG's throat.
2 pickoffs on the side of Evil there.
Oh,
Oh
even
my
more.
gosh.
They might have gotten Joe as well. Joe gets the safety. He's been there. Derry's been just came back. Melon does need to be careful. He dodges the Renner shot. The snipe shot. Melon is to safety. Woo!
Well, that was close. That was close. But still, Evil, now they get the mid-tier 1 as well. They've opened up so much map control in favor of themselves. And now the next turtle that's spawning should go the way of them easily just because of that map pressure.
Yeah, it's a lot of map pressure. Losing those turrets, especially this early, the mid and the bottom one is actually opening it up for the turtle fight right now. And Evil, firm control. This is looking to be an easy third turtle going the way of Evil. I mean, I don't think SMG really can do anything. They're looking maybe to the Lord and beyond.
Well, yeah, I mean, the fact that they picked up Sicilian is kind of indicative of that, right?
Yeah.
You need that time to scale, but the problem now is, do you have that time? Because Evo, it's like they're stepping up on the pace of this. They're trying to end this as soon as they can.
Yeah, they want to end it as soon as possible. Enya, on the other hand, is going to take 3 shots onto this turret here. JS is a little bit low. They do need to be careful. Change. Oh, JS trying to get, he did get sniped. Doesn't need to be careful here, but it looks like Enya's going to easily take this turret. That damage is on point. Jox is going to be killed on that side, but now can they get away? Powerful? Derry's like, okay, the power of friendship more than anything else provides enough space for Enya to recall away.
My goodness. He could have, I mean, it was a risk, right?
Yeah.
You can both try to recall, or I'm just going to throw my body out there
Yeah.
and ensure that Enya gets away safely, and that he did. So I guess tough life of a roamer.
Yeah, power of friendship more than anything else. I will sacrifice myself and my teammate will be like, oh, this guy's feeding.
Again,
sorry,
back to you.
more personal stories. I've lived a tough life with a lot of toxicity.
I think actually Evil managing to steal that away. I think it was Coconut that took away the red buff from SMG, so Jox is gonna have a little less impact here potentially.
Evil finding plays. Not only are they up 7-0 in terms of kills, but also the net worth is almost 7K as well. SMG have been on the defenses from minute 1. They've struggled to find any sort of opening into this Evil lineup, and it's been tough sledding for them because they haven't found the farm.
Nice. I think that snipe from Enya, though, secured that buff for them. So it's a bit of a consolation there. And it's still kind of in the right hands, right? You get that buff onto Enya, so it's not too bad. I feel like Jox this game has been really, really tough for him. 0, 3, and 0. Not even gonna... I mean, 3 levels down on powerful is so difficult to play, and it makes securing objectives that much harder as well because of the impact that the Retribution lacks, even though he has the Demon Slayer emblem. So SMG, you can see they don't really have the positioning or just the advantage to contest this.
They don't have the, I mean, look at how fast they took down the Lord, right? The Evil was just completely just wiped out. It was very quick for them. 10 minutes. They've gotten what? A Lord, 3 turtles. They don't even have a single death to their name. I mean, Evil are playing this one perfectly.
Yeah, and the thing is, Jox, now with Julian's skills kind of nerfed, right? It's a 10-second cooldown. So in the early game, it's so difficult to be able to pop off your full combo. And I think Evil, so far, they have been able to really make use of that. Right now, with the objective in their hands, they're just going to continue pushing up the lane. So we might see a fight breaking out when all of this syncs up together.
Yeah, they're just kind of sticking around. They were maybe looking to get an ambush play in that brush right there, but it ended up being a camping expedition. Nothing really happened. It was just more of like, hey, we'll just sit around and have some coffee. But the inner turret top has been taken out. The Lord is crashing into the bottom lane as well, and Evil now are making their way into the mid lane. They've been completely suffocating for SMG.
Entirely. I mean, look at that. Even though SMG has popped the Magic Sentry, it's not like they can go out and contest anything. They just see Evil coming, and all they have to do is deal with the minions at this point. Again now, SMG in the last game, this is familiar. They came back from playing from behind, managed to do it and still pull it off. And this time they have the draft to be able to do that with the damage on Joe. So patience is the name of the game.
Patience is, and are they able to get it? Powerful stuck on the wrong side of that one, but Darius as well. He's going to get blown up here. Melon will secure that one, and it looks like SMG are down a player, and with this mid lane, I mean, about to be there, Evil looking to back off here. They have 75 seconds, so at least that's a little bit of a reprieve.
Yeah, just a little, just a little, right? You get to breathe a little bit, maybe push out the minions, get some farm as well. And if it works out in their favor, they can close some of the gap that has been created. Right now, it's a 10k gold lead between two of these teams, and if you average that out, that's like almost an item per person.
Yeah, actually pretty sizable at this stage. It's starting to get run. JS is pushing pressure in the bottom lane as well. He's going to back off for now, but they've taken all of the jungle camps, made it so that they have to group up. I mean, the level differential is going to start to, start to come into play. They're going to have a hard time. They haven't not been able to find any sort of farm as this net worth lead is almost increasing in size.
If it hasn't already had an impact, right?
Yeah.
The fact that right now, SMG, they're just really grouped up and rotating. And look, just to get that one buff, I don't know if they... Oh, JS goes in.
But Joe's about half-life. He gets killed. Carrot will take the Numen blast. Enya is down as well. Jox is as well. And Evil, firm control. Inhibitor turret looking to be crashed into. Just get the minions. Powerful. Hold up on the BMing right there with the recall spamming because you have not won the game yet.
Well, they're going to go ahead and try to do that anyway on the mid inhibitor and going for the kill.
Yeah, they're trying to go for it. Powerful has been killed, and they're going to look to take the base, and that's going to be the easiest game of Evil's life. 12-0. Perfect. Clinical. Everything was on point. Very well played by Team Evil there. But again, let's, what are your thoughts on that one?
I mean, we talked about how can Evil do this, and they did this in such a convincing fashion, right? Just no space at all for Team SMG to breathe, and wow, I'm like, this is very impressive.
I'm smiling ear to ear. I was looking at a draft. I was, what's going on? I was like, oh, are they going to run away with the lead? Okay, SMG, they're playing passive. They're going to be playing their late game. Evil had a lot of early game pickup because of the Armon pick. It was a very well-balanced team. And Evil, not to mention, they also have the late game advantage too. So it was more towards late game on the side. It's a little more tilted, a little more towards SMG for the late game. You have Cecilion, you have Enya on the Beatrix. But this time, they had the early game and they just ran away with the lead. And, SMG forced to play passive. Because of the draft, they had to wait the late game. By the time Evil had the big advantage, they ran away with it and left them eating the dust.
Completely. I mean, we said this was going to be a late game, but the thing is, Evil didn't let it go to the late game.
Nope, they closed it out, they closed it quick. We will be seeing onto the post-game stats later, but we can take a look at the timing of the match. I think it would be
13 minutes.
13 when I was 13. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh, well.
But it's a good number. It's a good number. I like it. It's very odd, just like Team Evil.
It was 13-13 for the record.
No way. Really?
When I saw the timeline, the game ended. Yeah.
Okay.
We'll double check that later.
Please, Illuminati team.
Let's not go there.
But yeah, amazing job to Evil. What could SMG do differently? Like, I like the draft. It was really solid. Take a look at the draft. You have early game coming out from Julian, Rum with very strong sustain, Dairy with big engagement. Joe and Enya just had to farm up for their items, but look at the gold. 6.8k, 8.4k, and even Carrot. Carrot had just slightly lesser gold than Joe.
Powerful is full build.
Yeah, Powerful is at full build. Yeah, Powerful is at full build a long time ago. 10.6k. Heck, he could even switch out the Winter Truncheon for Immortality.
Yeah, and the thing is, if you look at, Enya, he did have just 2-3 items, right? The OD and the Golden Staff, but compared to Coconut, also just so much damage already with the Scarlet Phantom. So Evil, this game, they're just so ahead.
Yep, they took advantage of the... Oh, it was 13-14. You were close.
Yeah,
you
just
were
1
close.
second.
Yeah, but it's a nice number, 1-3-1-4. And we 1-0-8 on Carrot, Melon 1-0-5. And let's take a look. Carrot, the forgotten one, 8 assists. JS with the highest damage taken, obviously, because he was playing that Lapu, high sustain. The longer you can stay in the fight, the more it will benefit your team, because you're just going to be able to lay down that damage on and on and on. Powerful with the carry. 34k. You know why it's not, we're not hitting the 6-digit yet, because it was ended in 13 minutes. That's how fast it was. 800 gold per minute. I think that's the fastest we have seen today.
Very fast game, and that's kind of what we talked about. Let me go back to the question that you asked at the earlier part of this, right? You were like, what could SMG have done better, right? Well, my number one tip, and you can write this down,
Yes.
is maybe get a single kill.
Wow. Wow.
JJ Lin hunt him. Hunt him down.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. You can find me at Kindofu, right? Yeah, just make sure that you get that. Come at me, bro.
SMG be like,
His
maybe
handle-
sit in my seat and see. Let's see you
How
get
about
a
you
single
come?
kill.
Yeah. How about you try?
It's easier to throw stones from my seat. Thank you very much.
He's throwing little pebbles.
Yes.
Throwing little pebbles.
They're gonna throw boulders at you like from their seats.
All right, but let's talk about that. That was almost a flawless game there by Evo. But who do you think is going to be the MVP?
Yeah, it should be powerful, right? By game default. Default, it's gonna be powerful.
There you go.
6-0-3 and big cheers and applaud from the crowd. The cheers were insane. I hear the cheers coming out from the crowd. The fan were going crazy. Everyone was going crazy. This is honestly, in my opinion, the people's champ right here, right? And SMG themselves, they are the people's champ. The loudest crowd and the biggest crowd we have seen today so far, and really happy to be here. 6-0-3. Congratulations to Powerful. Going with the Feather of Heaven.
Feather of Heaven,
Yeah, Feather of Heaven, the Genius one, with the Holy Crystal, and then the
With the
Lightning,
Truncheon.
with the Truncheon, and the Divine Glaive.
He didn't really even need that. I don't know if like he used it. I saw him use that at the last fight just to mitigate some of that crystal core damage.
Yeah.
But, you know, he was just so much damage put out from Powerful to get that burst, get those kills, and
I think the moment Endless Shot comes down, you can just put down your phone and wait for it to turn down, right? You just Endless Shot. Once the moment you see the Endless Shot starts to open, then you just put it down and you pray for yourself.
you know the saddest thing is like when you kind of have a bit of health left and you are so far away and you think like maybe oh wait, but it's Amon, and then it just comes back and.
But fun fact, guys, I have a very good theory for you, a very good escape. Whenever you see an Amon use the Endless Shot on you, you can actually dodge it. If you flicker at the right precise time. Precision. But let's take a look on the highlights right now.
This was where Melon was kind of a bait, right?
Yes,
He
the
got the
biggest bait.
whole team going onto him and he flickered out and then Powerful secured that first blood.
And even gets away with a wild charge. Yeah, gets away with a wild charge and then Powerful coming in with the second kill. Again, look, Guardian's Barrier from Dairy. Not going to jump right in. Look, uses the wild charge, misses completely. And then Melon secures the kill right there and Jox. They have no space to move. Look at JS. JS running all the way in, dealing a good amount of damage. Numenon Blast comes down, and then JS just runs right in. Endless Shot used and just completely demolished. This was the game-ending play right here.
Yeah, it was just that, right? They didn't even have to take that many fights, honestly. Like pickoffs, some big fights, and the objectives, like we saw, were just free for them to take.
Yep, free for all, and good game towards SMG and Evil. Right now, like I said, I smell game 3.
I mean, you don't smell it. Literally, we are.
No, I mean, I smelled it before I came here.
Ah, okay.
Yeah,
so you
okay.
predicted
You predicted it, but you didn't predict any of the team winning. So, like, again,
Oh,
it's
here
like,
we
what
go
use is
again.
it? What use is it,
I
right?
feel like he always says it after.
Yeah. It happens.
predicted
It's like, I
this.
predicted it.
But
Okay.
it was in my head, but like I didn't say it out.
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
I like
RSG SLATE 5th game. Now I say it.
RSG 5th game.
RSG
Wow.
SLATE 5th game.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves. So,
All 5 games.
this game first.
This game, Evo, using the momentum. Like I said, it's just a small slip up. They're just going to run right in. They're going to run right in. And guess what? We're going to run right out.
I think on the flip side, right now it is SMG. They won the first game. They should have gotten, something out of it. Maybe some boost, motivation, but they couldn't.
That said, let's go find out in the game 3, but let's take a break. yet again, we have another Game 3. The second series in a row, of course, this is SMG and Evil, and we're back at it again. We saw Evil fight back. They're back into this one, forcing that elimination game. Now we're here. Scrubby, how are you feeling?
I don't get it. Like, that's crazy, you know? We saw SMG come back from such a tough fight in game number 1, for those of you who missed it. And then in game 2, Evil just kind of ran them over, took full advantage of the fact that SMG picked a late game-oriented draft and just ended it in under 15 minutes. So you're the one that's smiling from year to year.
Yes, I'm smiling ear to ear constantly right now, but Evil just steamrolled over onto SMG and there was just no answer. The split push, the team fights, I mean, it was just all very messy on the side of SMG. I feel like, you know, like during the interview, even Anya said he needs to wake up, you know, he needs to wake up his idea, you know, a big throwback into the TikTok video where Anya, and during the interview, he needs to wake up his idea. So hopefully he wakes up in time because it's game number 3 now. If you lose, you're going to go out. If you win, you're going to go on, like just like us. Right?
Yep.
Just like us.
Yes. For the record, what he's saying is that there's a lot at stake right now. We have actually gambled our casting casting careers on the game, right?
Yes.
In the sense that, you know, Vertigo and I are going for Evil, right? So if Evil doesn't win, basically this might be the last time you see us, at least for MPL Singapore Season 4.
Wow. High stakes, not just for the players, but for the casters.
No, we're putting our money where our mouth is,
yes,
so to speak, and we might regret this moving forward. But it's
okay. But it's all for the passion, right? All for MLBB.
This is it. This is it. There's too much at stake, and I feel it. I feel the crowd right now in the sense that the Team Evil are still there. The power of Evil is there, and you know, are you feeling it for SMG, or is that the Evil influence?
I mean, we're gonna have to see, right? It starts with the drafting phase, and this is exactly what we're heading into now. Game number 3, SMG, Evil, going to be still the same bands coming out, Valentina as well as the Diggy. Now, do you think we will see an Amon ban?
It could be an Amon ban. Look, so much targeted bans right now. Melon's Valentina, and then we have Lolita from Carrot. That is also directed. That is how big of an impact it made onto Evil.
Paquito though. Paquito
open.
Mosquito is still open. SMG does have one more ban if they want to use that.
I mean, SMG can ban away the Paquito and pick it up from themselves. Jox plays a lean, mean Paquito, and since they have first pick, I think they should ban... I'm thinking of the Faramis or the one... Oh, yeah.
Yep. So they might pick up Paquito for themselves instead since they are first pick here.
Yes.
So then it will be up to Evil to respond. The Bauman is still up. They do have one more ban.
Yeah, so it's either you take the Bauman or the Paquito, right? So you can only have one. So what could Evil do? Evil could ban something else, the third option, and leave the 50-50 to themselves. So if, let's say, Jox were to take up the Bauman, you can just pick it up, pick the Akai. No, not the Akai. My brain, the Paquito.
Paquito.
Yeah, so if you take the Bauman, you take the Paquito. You take the Paquito, you can take the Bauman.
Yep, and there is also still Faramis, which has been banned out a lot in the past games in the first phase as well. So we'll see, you know, it's about what the team decides to prioritize, but Evil actually going ahead to ban the Bauman themselves.
Yeah, I mean, that leaves the nice big Paquito, a big elephant in the room, the Mr. Boxer himself, Manny Pacquiao, going into the first pick. And like I said, you did mention it, Scrubby. It's also the Faramis, but look who's gonna get picked up, the Atlas. Big fire face. You hear the cheers from the crowd. They're all going crazy for this big Atlas pick. And Carrot has a lot bounding on his shoulders right now, and everyone is waiting for it. But look on the other side of SMG. What are they gonna pick? They are gonna go into the Clint instead. So that's gonna be massive amount of critical damage.
Yep, and also a lot of poke in the early game as well. So this is good,
Big
right?
pokes.
They don't have to wait that long. They can get some lane pressure as well early, depending, of course, on what Evil picks up and the way that they play. Now, going into this second phase, wow, they're going to prioritize the Yi for Joe.
Yeah, they're going to prioritize on the Yi because they want to play, they want them to zone back all the way. They do not want any sort of damage. So what Carrot could do, put a little bit of aggression in his movements, go right in, use the Fatal Links onto the Eve, forces out the Purify, and then Melon can just pop the Call Order and it can just go elbow deep.
So bait out the ultimates, right?
Yes.
Bait out the huge ultimates and then you go in for the kills. But can they do that, right? It could be the other way around as well. If you bait out the Fatal Links and the Cult Altar and then you engage.
And then you re-engage. I mean, it makes sense, but the card auto gives you a second life. But then if that first life were to be proc, you're going to get a quick 0.8 to 1 second, if I am not wrong. But I was just about to mention, Esmeralda is open. They should pick it up, and they did. JS picking up the nice, comfortable, his queen. I don't know if JS is single, but yeah, that's his queen right there. The Esmeralda on the EXP lane and leaving the marksman role and the jungle role open here on the side of Evo. But SMG, they are still left with the roam.
Well, they do
The roam
have,
and the EXP, yeah.
The Grok is still open if they want to, you know, combo with the real manipulation and
Yeah,
set
it's
that
great.
up with the team.
The Grok is really, really good to wombo combo with the real world manipulation. But, you know, they should really ban it out. But instead, they're going to ban away the D-Rock because Rum is going to be in the EXP lane, and SMG did not pick up a EXP
It is better
laner
to
yet.
be feared than
Come on, okay. That's
You
how much
cannot.
of an impact Evo made onto SMG, banning away 4 of their previously used hero, all 4 heroes towards the side of Evo.
I mean, banning out both the Balmon and Akai probably means that Powerful is looking
Whoa,
for...
yeah.
Is looking
They're
for...
listening to me. They're listening to me. Secret coach, Evo secret coach. Yeah.
They might be looking for an assassin play here, right? So could be the Amon. There is still Gushan maybe if Powerful plays that we have seen a little bit yesterday. So could pull that out if he wants the same kind of burst damage.
He can pull out the Gushan. The Gushan is a really great snowball, a alternative to the Amon. I think they're actually brothers, right? Amon and Gushan. Yeah, they are brothers of some sort. You know, same in the family.
I mean, the daggers kind of look the same.
Yeah,
so,
exactly. One is short, one is daggers. So, twin brother of some sort.
So Melon's gonna probably go mid here. JS is secured. So what does Coconut have on their side? They might want some burst. Melissa's taken out now.
They can go for the Bruno.
Bruno?
Yeah, it worked the last time. It's not broken. You should use it again.
Irithel's also possible if they do want that.
That's right.
Especially because if you land that Fatal Links but you don't get the burst damage, you want the ability to kite around the real world manipulation and also stay in the fight longer.
Oh, that's true. But instead, Evil is going to go with the Karina. So that's going to be your nice tankiness. Wait, actually, no. He doesn't even need... No. He's not going to go... He's going to go full damage because you have Melon as your mage/support, Carrot on your roam/support, and... Yep, Coconut will be dishing out the damage as well as Melon too. Along with Powerful, so it's going to be an against one. And Harry going for the Esthers. Wow, Mr. Healer himself. And it's going to be a Barat in the jungle?
Yes.
Yeah, Barat in the jungle and Paquito in the EXP lane.
Yes,
Most probably. Yep, and Evo right now finishing off with their last roll to fill up. It's going to be the Marksman. What is it going to be? Is it going to be the Bruno? Yes, it is. I can see the future. But anyways, the draft is all said and done. The win condition right now, Dairy just has to stick together with his crew, with the whole of SMG. Jox just needs to lay down the damage and tank and get that objective. Joe just needs to open their real world manipulation, Rum to disrupt the whole team. Evo, they're looking to snowball this. They have the Karina. Very early game, mid to late game is going to be on to Coconut. Melon just provide a little bit of support, a little bit of extra damage coming out, a little bit of extra magical damage, and Carrot, of course, we're all waiting for that nice one big Fatal Links. Holla, Scrubby. Game number 3.
Thank you so much, Vertigo. We're going to be Team SMG Evil Game 3 elimination match. This is everything. One of these teams is going home. Unfortunately, I would like to see more of them, but hey, the winner is going to be playing later today. It's going to be 7:30 later tonight. So maybe you stay tuned for that, but unfortunately for the loser, they would be going home and they would be going into the next season, of course, being as that they qualified in the top 6. So we're going into this one. We know the drafts. We know what's happening. Scrubby, which team do you like?
Well, this is you're really, you know, you like putting
Get
me
off
on
the
the
fence.
spot here. You like
Get off the
putting
fence.
me on the spot. I feel like I'm gonna go SMG here because I feel like it does seem. Oh, hold on, they
nice,
are
perfect
already
match.
going in. Yeah. Well, I think Evo choosing this matchup seems very confident. You know, Carrot as well with the Atlas. It feels like this was in their game plan all along. But I'm hoping Dairy on the Estes is something that they can pull out to be able to hold off from that and help them get into this game well.
All right, it's definitely going to help them out. But again, okay, Melon trying to go in, gets the pull back over there on the Shadow Stampede, but that's going to be the end. But let's talk a little bit about emblems here.
Yeah, actually, Carrot opting for the tank emblem instead of the support pull yourself together. Usually, that's what you want to do, you know, flicker in, lower the cooldown on the battle spells, but instead, it's going to go for a bit more tankiness. So looking to frontline this, especially because Lightly Powerful is not going to be building tank, instead building the damage along with Coconut.
All right, now, Rum, Paquito all by himself. He's level 3 right now, dealing with the Esmeralda of JS. I mean, this is one of those situations where you're looking to just kind of deal with the Esmeralda, but Derry, taking about half life, he should be fine for now.
Yeah, and looking at the battle spells as well, you can see SMG, 3 Purifies on their side, right? And yeah, Dairy as well as Joe, so they want to keep themselves really safe from Carrot if he tries to pull off those Fatal Links. And it's really important for Dairy because if he keeps himself alive, he can keep the rest of the team alive as well.
Definitely. And I actually thought they got the Petrify, or the Purify, excuse me, because of the fact that, you know, there's so many people around and it's like a LAN, and then they want to cleanse themselves of potentially, you know, any sort of COVID. No?
Well, maybe that plays a part, right?
That's how I would do it. But the Shadow Stampede pushing him back, and it looks like Rum will get to safety. They've already gotten the turtle. Evil has gotten what they wanted. Again, starting off very strong.
Yep, and they're going to use that to invade the jungle here.
Oh, but powerful. The Cult Ultra, that's going to be used. JS is going to be alive for at least for now, but the 3-man Fatal Links throwing him back, and he says, get over here. And Derry is down, and they're continuing to fight. Jox will take that one as well, and Rum trying to fight, trying to get something out of this, but he's going to get to safety, but they've already got what they wanted, which is 2 kills.
Very nice from Evil, and so timely having that Fatal Links, grabbing 3 members, no less on the side of SMG. So again, a huge, you know, win here for Evil, especially in the early game.
They're doing it again. I mean, this is a team that has a really good laning phase. The fact that they were getting to the turtle, turn that into 2 kills, I mean, just speaks volumes of how they're looking to just put pressure on the enemy team. They don't care how much of a veteran you are. They understand what they need to do. Put pressure. This is an elimination game.
And when you speak about pressure, right, the fact that JS, in the picks and bans phase, they took out the Deroff. They really want JS to be able to have, well, the limelight here, right? They want him to get ahead in the lane, and that's exactly what he has been doing. Right now, he is a level above Rum as well. So once he gets the lead, he's able to rotate around and just basically help out with the team fights.
Yeah. And they're going to definitely need his help, right? I mean, Carrot is sticking around. The Lord is about 30 seconds to Crystal. Okay, the perfect match just to keep himself alive. Coconut is within the vicinity as well. But yeah, they're going to back off here. Team Evil just kind of posturing for the Lord more than, or sorry, the turtle at this stage.
Well, all the spells are up, right? The ultimates as well as the battle spells. So can they find something? Top side, I think they're looking for a Fatal Links onto Joe.
I think they found Joe. That's the one they wanted. Melon is looking to fight this one, but the shield and the heal from Derry is on point. But the real world manipulation, that's going to be used, and Melon continue to fight. The Cult Ultra keeping him alive. Joe has been eliminated already. Derry is next on the list, and Evil are starting to get stronger. 4-0. They have what? 16 kills in a row going back into game 2.
How do you fight against that? Yes, you have the blessing of the Moon Goddess, but you also have the Cult Ultra sustain on the side of Evil, and it's so hard for SMG to get back into it once you've burned down all your heals.
Yeah, Faramis, there's a reason why he's the #1 ban, right? The ability to sustain in those team fights is just way too much. I mean, the fact that you have to consider him there, and look at this, Team SMG in the draft phase, they actually banned out the Valentina, so your own counter is kind of not really playing to your strength, so to speak.
Right now, Jox also is a level down from Powerful with 3-0-1. Again, that early game kill onto the jungler. So it's not great for SMG. Now they want to press it even more.
Perfect match. They found him with the Shadow Stampede. They pull him back. The real world manipulation is going to be used. They found Joe yet again. And it seems like Evil are just bullying them.
I mean, bullying Joe, in fact, right? It's twice now that they've just dived in all the way just to get that 1 kill on him, and there's nothing that Dairy can do to help him because he's like just basically pulled apart from from different angles.
Yeah.
Is he going to help Enya? Is he going to help Joe? The moment you rotate up and Evil recognizes that, they go another direction and attack from another angle.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, Joe is just being racked at this point. He's being pulled from all ends, just making it very difficult for him to get anything going. But Evil, man, they found a groove. They're making it so difficult for SMG to get anything going. Jox is going to try to stay alive, at least for here. But they've gotten, at least at the top lane, Cult Altar again. Derry's been eliminated already, but now, look at, they're putting pressure in the bottom lane. JS doesn't care if there's a turret or not. He's going to go in. He sees 2 low members of SMG. He's going to let them live, but Powerful says nay to that. He will take Rum. The Crystal's just slowing him down, but Powerful's already got the kill.
Not just the kill, he's gonna get the jungle buff along with that as well. So hugely now it's up almost 7k in favor of Team Evil. This is it feels like an even stronger showing from game 1.
7k lead. It hasn't even the 7-minute mark. Evil are hitting on all cylinders. Everything is going away. Their movement, their coordination, their ganks, they're putting pressure on everybody, and SMG are panicking. Their backs are on the wall. They need to figure out a way to stop the bleeding.
Well, all they have to do is all they can do is turtle up, right? Because Evil's just gotten another one in their back 3 now, and SMG's been just completely suffocated out of objectives, out of jungle, and out of their farm. You can see just zeros across the board.
You talk about turtling up, but they've lost all 3 turtles. SMG really just playing defensively, not defending any turtles, and they've kind of put themselves in that situation. But Evil, my gosh, like, they're all over the map, and look at how SMG, how safely they're playing. Nobody wants to even push out to the minion wave all the way in the bottom.
I feel like this might have been the idea, though. When you pick up an Estes, right, you kind of want to turtle up, you know, stick together, be able to sustain, and hopefully hold out through the team fight. So maybe they have something up their sleeve that they haven't pulled yet, and they need to wait a little longer for it. But Evil, they're really ramping up on things here.
All right, you need more than an ace up your sleeve. You need at least 4 at this point, right? To figure something out. You are so far behind. At the early stage, it's all that matters, because the itemization has just gone all the way of Evil. They've bought everything. They're investing in stocks at this point. They have so much money. They have everything that's going for them. But now Powerful going in. He knows that the team is there. Oh, the Fatal Link pulls him back to Cult Altar. The real manipulation is covering what they can. Derry's been eliminated. Coconut has taken that, but Evil have gotten everything that they've wanted, and they want more. They pull back Enya as well, and they take him down.
This is an absolute massacre. Evil Carrot going in with the huge Fatal Links, just landing it, oh my god, so perfectly. And Powerful now is just able to, get even more, strip even more away from SMG. This looks even more dire than the first game. I don't know if there's a way out of it.
I don't think there's a way out. I mean, look at the perfect match. The setup, the Fatal Links, the pullback, all into the Cult Altar. Everything was completely on point. They knew that they had all of their spells available. They made sure that they got all the kills. And look at this. Enya's like, I don't know what to do. I need to run away, but I've got nowhere to run. He goes down as well. Just completely on point. The throwback yet again. They've got the real manipulation. Jox is looking to go down. He does get a nice little stun there, but he's going to be killed. JS will secure that one. And now SMG are down another member. Do they have any more time?
Well, they can't do anything. Like Jox, he has not been able to secure anything. Level 9 up against 13. That is just absolutely brutal. And now Evil, they're gonna go ahead, rotate over to the Lord. There you go. Don't even need to mention it. They just get it in a second.
They are clockwork, right? They make a play, they get a kill. Everything was on cooldown. They go to the Lord. They take an objective. They're so smart with how they coordinate things. They understand what they need to do based around their cooldowns. Very smart play by Team Evil. And again, open qualifier team, but they don't really look like it.
I mean, in the regular season, we kept talking about how this team struggled, right? To find their place, find their comfort in their roles. And now, it feels like they've been playing this way all along. This was the strong qualifier team, the dark horse that we saw last season, making their way back here again.
I love it. I love it. The underdog story, getting themselves in. There's the community behind them. And I mean, don't get me wrong, Team SMG was the same way as a community team, but this is one of those situations where Evil are hitting on all cylinders. The Lord is crashing in. The inhibitor turn is looking to go down, and SMG have not found a way to stop this push.
I mean, definitely not. You have the inhibitor down, and now they're crashing on the bottom side as well. Rum taking some damage. Oh, the detonus welcome though.
Oh, they got, it looks like the Cult Altar is going to be used. They're looking to fight this one, but Karen is getting low. Rum has already been eliminated. Powerful is taking him out. Jox is next on the list. The base is wide open. The Lord is going on. Melon is going to have to back up. And that looks to be game 3 going the way of Team Evil.
Oh my goodness! 2-1 Evil. Look at how happy they are finally securing this and still being able to stay on in this tournament. Look at the crowd.
Just an amazing game, right? This is what we were talking about. The fact that they, what was it? They shut them out 2 games in a row, right?
Yep.
I mean, that's quite impressive on that note, right? It's completely on a different level. Evil is ready to play, and they're going to be ready to play later tonight at 7:30. That one's going to be coming up, and that one's going to be a barn burner as well. But let's talk a little bit, what your thoughts are on this one.
My tears are coming out, man. I'm trying to hold back my tears.
Are they happy tears or sad tears?
It's happy tears. I can't take it
actually
anymore.
think he's crying.
My tears are coming out.
Red. His eyes are red.
I'm trying to hold in my tears. Oh,
He's so invested in his team.
Evil just... I can't take it. Ugh.
All right.
Sorry.
Okay.
But they ran away with the lead. They took the lead. It was a very commanding lead. They ran all the way.
Yeah.
It was a home run.
Yeah,
it was a home run.
That's exactly what we wanted. And we saw this from Team Evil. The fact that they were able to take that momentum, take them into 2 games undefeated. I mean, that's on another level right there, right? They're going to shake hands at this point. But Scrubby, all I need to say is, ha ha.
Well,
very professional. I'm a very
Scrubby is going to get
100%.
relegated.
Yeah. All right. See you guys. I'm just going to walk myself out here.
No, you're always welcome here, Scrubby. And Evil, they ran with the momentum, and with a running wrecking ball, there's no way that you can stop it with just your hand. What can you do about it? You need another wrecking ball to stop the momentum of another wrecking ball. As you can see, my tears are coming out for real. It's not
if
real.
you can see,
They're
like
real.
we're not gonna zoom in, but like they were.
This is
real
not makeup tears. It's
They
not
were real
eyeball.
tears.
Yeah. No, they're real tears. They're
so
real tears.
Touched. He's so
Right,
touched.
right. Actually, they are. I mean, I think it speaks volumes, right? And I want to give credit where credit is due on this casting desk. The people here are incredibly passionate about the game. The fact that they're very emotionally invested into the teams, you see that. These are real tears. I was thinking about punching him, but he was already crying.
I was so
Why would you do
invested in
that?
this.
I don't know. I'm just a bully at this point.
Down. That's so
Yeah,
sad,
but Evil, they ran with it. SMG, honestly, they put up a great fight. Going with the barrage, with the Paquito, and then Enya just couldn't even snowball at all. But it was a great idea. Jox with the barrage is just going to heal, and then Dairy just added into the heal, and Joe just couldn't snowball at all. And look, 0 kills all over the boards.
And we talked about it last time, sorry to interrupt, but we're talking about what can SMG do to be better, right? They need to get a single kill. They did not listen to me in this game as well.
Because it's that easy, right? But look, it was so hard. The game time, under 11 minutes. This time it was just 10-ish. They closed it even faster than game 2.
The fastest game was 10:30 or 10:11.
Around this time.
Right, and it's 10:39.
And coming from Evil.
Yes, coming
from Evil.
Who would have expected this?
Yeah, like I don't even
we
want
did.
to...
We did.
We did.
Who expected it? We did.
100%.
Yep, and we're gonna have the MVP coming up really soon. In about we're gonna go into the post-game.
You can't wait to look at that.
Yeah, I'm
MVP,
looking at.
right?
I'm waiting for the MVP. My
But
leg
I
is
mean,
shaking.
Just looking at the items, right? You can see just so far ahead. So many black slots on the side of SMG just didn't even get the goal that they needed. We're gonna jump into the highlights and the statistics as well to take a look. You know what went down? Yeah, there you go. It's just so tilted in Evil's favor.
Yep, the amount of healing. But you have a healer coming out. You have Dairy, you have Jox, you have Rum, you have you have healers, but the total heal is much higher because that's how much that Evil has pushed out and damage the tower all over. Look at the damage dealt, 86k to 137,000 on the damage scale there. But damage taken, it's very equal here, right? 21k, 21k. Oh, 200k, sorry.
I don't think I've ever seen 2 games in a row where the kill participation was 0%, right?
I think that's just a bug.
I mean,
just
it's
a bug.
0.
It's a bug, right?
Yeah, it's a bug. It's a bug.
I think it's one of those things where, like, okay, even if you happen to be Team Revival, you're one of the fans or whatever, and you're watching this game and you're up against Team Evil later today, what are you gonna do? Like, what is the thought process of how do I stop this stampede that's coming at me?
You need to use another stampede of your own.
Okay.
So you need a stampede against a stampede, and you're just like 2 rams butting heads.
Okay.
And then you're just gonna burger flip this 50-50.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I understand the metaphor of the two stampedes, but in terms of MLBB, though, how do you actually do it? Like, what is that strategy that you're like, okay, how do I stop this?
Oh, you slow down the tempo of the opponent. So that's how you that's how you're gonna stop the momentum. So like, you don't play with their pace, you make them play at your pace.
Well, that's exactly what SMG tried to do, right?
Yes.
I mean, picking up that Estes.
But this one was too fast. You know, Evo was too much of a speedball. They kept going and going and going.
We're going to see the MVPs, I mean, either Carrot or Melon for me, right? Those two working together. There you go. Phenomenal. 0-0, but 13. 13. Almost in every one of these kills.
Yeah, I'm doing this build next time I play Atlas, man. 93% kill participation.
Like, every single initiation was on point, right?
It was on point.
There was not a single time where he went in and he didn't get something at the end of the day.
Yes.
Like, I don't know what it was. It's just like the way he's trying to initiate is just perfect. And to be honest, if you're up against Team Evil, you might want to be thinking about that ban against the Alice at this stage.
Exactly.
I feel like Carrot has really stepped up, you know?
Yeah, it's a whole new Carrot. It's a fresh Carrot from the ground.
Yes.
It's kind of dirty then, no?
No, Carrot comes from the ground.
No, I know that, but it's still dirty if it's coming from... Okay, anyways, go on.
Clean it up,
Yeah,
put it in
washed
a
it.
supermarket, like, yeah, you're good. So I think Carrot has really stepped up on that. Props to him. The aggressiveness that he can put out, while at the same time being able to peel for the rest of his team, rather than, you know, as we knew him, just babysitting Coconut. No longer that Carrot.
Yeah, Coconut finally fell from the tree. And
That
he
is
finally the juice is going to get extracted.
All right. But you know what else fell from the tree? These highlights here.
These trees definitely fall from the sky. Look at the amount, the timing. He just held on to that Fatal Links for a very long time. He waits for the Cult Outer to finish up first, goes on the cooldown, and then activates the Fatal Link. Look, perfect match coming in. Joe gets pulled back, and then Real World Manipulation comes up, but gets cancelled by Powerful, and just Powerful just cleaning it up over and over again. Look at Jox. Amount of healing coming out from Detona's Welcome. Ram tried to dodge it out. SMG, they just keep getting pressured over and over. Jace is playing with fire a bit here, but overall, Evo just completely snowballed and dominated the game. This was the one. The big flicker into the ultimate, and then the Fatal Link comes in, and then the Call Outer. It's a very versatile type of combo, right? You could either go in with the Call Outers first, or even the Fatal Links first.
Carrot on the Atlas, Farmus, you got the Esmeralda. All of these picks, very top-tier meta picks.
Yeah,
letting
S-tier,
them
man.
get all of those on one team, and this is what you get. You get a stop. This is very difficult for SMG to get anything going. Yeah, they tried to go a little bit cheeky in terms of their draft. I'm not a huge proponent of what they did there. I thought it was going to be a struggle, and you saw why. They struggled in this game because, and I hate to say it, it kind of comes back to the draft.
Yeah, it does for sure. I mean, we talked about how, you know, Evo was looking really comfortable. The fact that they locked in the Faramis and the Atlas very quickly. They had a game plan.
They had a game plan.
And it looked very good. I mean, I just felt like, you know, maybe SMG could have come back from that. And I was hoping, you know, like a last-ditch effort would pull off. But fortunately not. This is the end of the line for them this season. So it's going to be only Evo proceeding on to the next stage from here.
Yeah, and hopefully all the best for them as they go on. I mean, they're going to play later tonight, so for the fans that are going to be there, make sure that you are there. You do stay tuned. We have another great game. This is going to be the winner bracket final. That's going to be coming up, RSG versus SLATE.
Yeah, RSG versus SLATE, BO5.
BO5?
BO5. BO10. No, BO9. No, I'm just kidding. BO5.
Yeah.
All right, but that's going to be it for us. So Vertigo and I are going to be this is the last cast that we're going to be doing here. But as that said, you're going to see more of Scrubby. That's going to be coming in tomorrow. But first, let's go to the winner's interview with Cheryl. Please take it away.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, when Mobile Legends Bang Bang said, have a fun and thrilling game, we didn't expect that thrilling a game, didn't we? What a beautiful match that was right here between Team Evil as well as Team SMG. And today, where did all the good go? Evo prevailed. Fantastic stuff. And right now here with me, I have Powerful as well as Coconut. Say hi, guys.
Hello.
Yeah, really fantastic stuff. They had an awesome support system right here today, and I do have some burning questions for you. Now, game one, there was a ton of events, and apparently the MVP was the Minion itself. So how did you feel after that Minion loss in game one?
I mean, we are all very upset for the loss, but we still need to change and then readjust for the next game. And then in the end, yeah, we completely demolished the enemies, like what you see game 2 and game 3. Yeah, so it's very important to adjust.
Yes. So you guys took it and you doubled it down and you came back stronger. That is what Evil does, really. They snowball all of that anger and they take it out over at Sanctum Island and always wins beautifully. Now, next up, how did Evil readjust to win game 2? What did you guys do?
We just see what happened in the first game. We try not to make it happen in the second and third game. Then
So like what you hint to me, the erroneous ban.
We try not to rush so much in our draft. Because I think during the first game, we forced too much of a fight. Then they just turned the game around. Yeah.
Right, so then you actually had access whether there are certain times that you can push harder and some that you just gotta back out. All right, so learning that sense of acumen right there, that's really important. Now, you guys had a flawless game for both game 2 and game 3. How are you guys feeling right now?
Happier. Yeah, excited for the next game at 7 p.m.
Right, fantastic. Now, and also fun fact, by the way, this most likely would be the fastest game so far in playoff season. That happened, yes. So to be confirmed, but that is very, very likely for game 3 for that sweeping win. Now, question for you guys next is, what is Evil's goal for this season?
Of course, going to M4. Jakarta, here we come!
Okay, now that you said it, Coconut, you gotta make that happen. All right, you cannot disappoint your fans. They have got it immortalized in videos already. All right, so you gotta make that happen. We're all rooting for you. And finally, guys, do you have anything that you want to say to your lovely support system that came down today?
Thank all you guys for coming to support us. We really appreciate all of your support. We wouldn't have made it this far without you guys. And please continue to support us. We love you.
And what about you, Captain?
Same.
Come on, creativity.
Thank you for coming. Then we will not disappoint you the next few matches. We will definitely give it a good fight and hopefully a good result as well.
No, hopefully you will, right? Yes. So those are the captain's words himself. Thank you so much, guys. Now it is time for you guys to really regroup, recenter, re-strategize, because you have another match coming up after this, and this is with Revival. All right, so thank you so much, gentlemen, and we will be seeing you guys hopefully for another interview. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Alrighty, so ladies and gentlemen, that was Powerful and Coconut. What a match that was right here from match 2 itself for day 2 of the playoff season. Right now, there is already a queue forming for one of the highlight matches of today, and that is between RSG SG going head-to-head with SLATE. Now, this would be a best-of-5 match, so stick around and join us later at 4 p.m. I promise you, this is something that you don't want to miss. See you then.
I am Optimus Prime. No one can outrun Bumblebee.
OSIM.
Police are investigating the disappearance of citizens. We advise all citizens to exercise caution with the authorities for any suspicious acts of harm.
I promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
To SMG, if you're so many lot, you lose. Let's go lower bracket.
Hey, Diablo, first blood me, right? Playoff, I give you first blood again.
Ram, right? I hope you don't kena first blood again. Sometimes too easy for me, I don't like.
RSG SG, you guys every day doing TikTok contents, go be a full-time TikToker.
Oh, relax, huh?
And yeah, need to turn or not?
Smelly cat, I'm gonna make your KD smelly.
Zion, I'll kick you out of MPL like how you kick me out of your team.
Angry.
Stella? Oh, is this the retirement home? Joe, what else can you play besides your one-trick leader?
Well, your name is powerful, but your gameplay is weak.
Not bad, not bad.
Reminiscent, your Karina is your signature hero, but I'm a better one. Evil lousy.
A1, A2, I'll make you E8, F9. Revival, when you guys lose this season again, come and find me for your next season's team name. Slate, the only reason why you win us is because you treat that as a warm-up.
Let's go! Who's the EXP lane for Revival?
Ryan,
Who's that? To Adam here, I'll show you who's the better EXP laner.
Revival, even after you guys have revived, our players are more known than yours.
JS, when I playing XP lane, you're still drinking milk.
Okay.
Hey everyone! We launched Project Next Necrokeep back in June. Did you like the new Necrokeep and the 3 revamped heroes? We're back again this time to give you a preview of what's in store for the next Project Next update in September. The upcoming September update will feature 2 more hero revamps. This time we're shining the spotlight on a lethal duo, Leslie and Gusion. Let's dive headfirst into Leslie's revamp. As the adopted daughter of House Vance, a clan renowned for its immense wealth, Leslie will be getting a makeover to showcase the understated opulence and elegance characteristic of House Vance. Leslie will be abandoning her cuffed sleeves for a more appropriate pair of long, dark leather gloves. Stunning leather knee-high boots will take place of her old brown calf boots, completing Leslie's more sniper-friendly look. Her brooch will also be replaced with the badge of House Vance. Expect a more mature-looking Leslie, with restyled bangs and eye patch. Her newly added optical sight should help Leslie aim more easily. As for her skills, we're mainly adjusting the casting experience of Leslie's second skill, Tactical Grenade. Statistical data and live observation of players in match combat demonstrated a noticeable delay in the casting of Tactical Grenade, leading to an awkward and frustrating gameplay experience. We're optimizing the skill's animation and resolving the before and after cast delays to improve the overall casting process. Moving on to Leslie's first skill, Master of Camouflage. Following a thorough review, we decided to leave the skill's mechanics as is. However, we'll be upgrading the visual effects of Leslie's camouflaged state, which promises a more exciting experience for Leslie mains in the battlefield. Finally, let's talk about her ultimate, Deadly Sniper. We're cutting down the interval between two fatal bullets to boost Leslie's burst potential and aggressiveness in matches. Next up, the Holy Blade of House Paxley, Gusion. Gusion's new story highlights the evil god leaving his body, so expect a more trendy and casually styled Gusion with less plate coverage to accentuate his likeness as an assassin. We've also incorporated Eamon's Mana Shards design at the end of Gusion's scarf to reflect the two brothers' reconciliation. Since his debut in the early days of the game, Gusion's popularity on the assassin roster has endured well into the present. Because of this, we've decided to keep his skill kit as is, at least for this update. However, we still feel that we should do something to show our gratitude for your continued love for Gusion. That's why we're bringing Gusion's visuals up to 2022 standards, with a full upgrade of his in-match model and skill effects. We've made sure that these adjustments won't affect his original design, so you'll still be greeted with that familiar face when you meet Gusion in the battlefield after the update. And even though September might be a little too early for Valentine's Day, we're going ahead and revamping the two heroes' Valentine's Day skins in this update. Compared with the original design, we've restyled Gusion's hair and added a few inches to his pants to highlight his elegance. The patterns and decorations have also been modified to better match Leslie's. As for Leslie, we're remodeling her high heels to further emphasize her femme fatale vibe. That's all for the first round of spoilers from this September's Project Next update. We've been hard at work, constantly improving every single hero's skills and visual effects to present you with the best gameplay experience at each stage. We hope you've loved all our improvements so far and are excited for what's to come. Get ready for the new Project Next update dropping soon. See you next time, and until then, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee!
Oust him.
Police are investigating the suspicious appearance of citizens. We advise all citizens to exercise caution and alert the authorities for any suspicious actions.
I promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
completing Leslie's more.
And we're live, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for joining us right here for the highly anticipated match for Day 2 playoffs. Now, Match 6 was just concluded, and we now have Match 8's teams decided already. And that would be Team Evil against Revival. That will be happening at 7:30 p.m., so stick around and join us. However, right now is the most anticipated match of the day, Match 7, our upper bracket finals. So yes, RSG SG and SLATE Esports are back again, ladies and gentlemen, to face off in the best of 5, this time round of the upper bracket finals. So ladies and gentlemen, are you guys ready? I don't think you're very ready. You all want to put the delay timer some more 10 minutes. Are you guys ready? Come on! Okay, that's about 5% better, not too bad. All right, so yes, both teams did a splendid run yesterday with 2-0 victories in superb form, keeping their upper bracket run alive. Now, however, there can only be one winner right here for this upper bracket run. So this match will result in one team dropping, unfortunately, to the lower bracket finals match, and there will be one winner who will grow straight to the grand finals itself. Now, the best of 5 will be essentially a test of both teams' mettle, as it is the first best of 5 any team will experience in Season 4. So stay tuned for more awesome MPL SG action. Now, MPL SG Season 4 would not be possible without our amazing sponsors. MPL SG Season 4 is powered by Moontown Games and Zenway Productions, supported by Frank Bio CBC, OSIM, and TikTok. So that's right, ladies and gentlemen. Right now, I just want to figure out my demographics once more. Where are all my SLATE fans? I want to hear your voices. Come on. Okay, so on my left side is where most of my SLATE fans are. Okay, this one I'm a bit scared. Raiders, can I hear you guys? All right, if you guys can't see Losey, just shrug behind, yeah? So yes, that was amazing. Keep your voices and your energy up when you welcome the team itself. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, introducing to you the indomitable defending champions that have shown no cracks and bested every challenge thrown at them so far. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to hear your voices for RSG SG! Right here from RSG SG, we have Diablo, Bray, Lalzi, as well as 505 and Baby Cakes. Duking it out with RSG SG today, we have another crowd favorite with star players that makes magic on the battlefield. Put your hands together. I want to hear you for SLATE Esports. Now right here from SLATE Esports, we have FMM, JPL, Gia, Sela, and Adamir. Now, both teams are locked and loaded and ready to head on over to Sanctum Island already. Now, this is the highlight match of Day 2 itself. I know the casters are super excited themselves, so take it away, guys.
All right, ladies Ladies and gentlemen, the time that every one of you guys have been waiting for, at least for today, RSG versus SLATE. The very first best of 5 series that we are gonna see for today. Tomorrow we will have more and perhaps even more because we have best of 7 for the grand finals. But before we even talk too much about that, my name is Abstract. With me here are two magnificent lads, Churros and Kintofu.
Oh man, and Cheryl was right. I am so excited. I'm sure the fans are too. I mean, look at the lines here at our Tampines hub. It is insane. It's sort of like queuing up for chicken rice, and there's no chicken rice. So
Good
this could
chicken
be
rice.
the best chicken rice in Singapore. What do you think of this matchup, SLATE versus RSG? Kim?
I think it's going to be a long day, man. We are not
man.
looking at, I mean, I'm not expecting a 3-0 for sure. But, you know, we are smiling right now. But I'm pretty sure in a couple of seconds more, there will be smiles that will be wiped off the face of the earth right here. We're going to be looking at two giants, SLATE as well as RSG. Yep, it is a rematch, right? We have seen them play in the regular season. And RSG tore SLATE apart. They really dismantled them and showed them who's boss.
Exactly.
But now we're going back into the playoffs. It's a different setting altogether.
Back when RSG fought against SLATE in the regular season, they had 505. They had Roy instead of 505. And as you can see, we are gonna be putting out the stats right in front of you, and you will realize that Roy is not gonna be playing for this game, but in fact, the all-natural and of course all-original 505 is here in RSG's lineup. Now, Churros, let's bring it down and take a look at RSG stats a little bit more.
I mean, take a look at this. This is the team that brought RSG to the championships in MPL SG Season 3. This is the exact same lineup. You got Baby Cakes with the highest goal per minute in this lineup, in this roster. 505 taking out the mid position. Diablo doing his Diablo things. Bray, the child prodigy, one of the best junglers in this entire season so far. And Lalzi, of course, with his Franco and his amazing setup plays. This is the team that brought them into the championships and to the win for Season 3. Will they bring this the championship home in Season 4 as well? What do you think, Kin?
I think it's going to be straightforward for them, right? They have the formula right, they have the players, they have the mentality as well. But I think we should also take a look at the other team. SLATE Esports, they are really strong as well. You can see, I know average KD, the stats on both of these teams are insane. We have FMM, Sailor, Adamir, Gear, and JPL. Now, here's the thing. When we talk about teams, right, it's hard to say that, okay, let's just take a look at one player when we're looking at both these teams. All of the players play such an important role as well, and the signature heroes as well. So I want to see what they're going to do today, because if we take a look at SLATE, JPL has always been the core of the team, right? And everyone supports him. Adamir is going to cause trouble in the lanes as well, and that's going to be the formula they're going to try and put against RSG. RSG, this is a test for them again. Was the regular season a fluke, or is this something that they can, you know, push through again?
Yeah, and I mean, to take a look at the roster right now, we've got Sailor, Adamir, Gear, JPL. These guys we are all familiar with, but they do have a secret weapon, FMM, who has been popping off, who has been going crazy in the regular season. Will he be able to take SLATE Esports up and take this win from RSG? But let's take a look at all the keys to victory that they have right now. And we'll take a look at RSG right here first.
Well, of course, when it comes down to RSG, right, we pretty much know how they have been playing so far. SLATE is a very tough competitor. We all know for that, as a matter of fact. But, Kin, let's run down a little bit more about how RSG can actually secure this win.
It's easy, right? Just let Diablo cut the lanes. We know how strong he is. He wins his lanes, he makes the rotations, and it's troublemaking. They always take a fight around Diablo when he's pushing. So that's going to be very difficult for SLATE to deal with. Another thing is they need to continue playing their aggressive early game, right? They like to go into the jungle, steal as much farm as possible, and deny their experience. And of course, the last one, get rid of JPL, man. You have to put that pressure on JPL. Make sure he does not make the plays for SLATE, and that's how RSG is going to take it all.
Oh yeah, easier said than done, definitely. We will have to look at SLATE's turn in this time. The job is really simple. Remove Diablo's key heroes, because Diablo he's always been doing a great job trying to distract the rest of his opponents from the main objective. And taking him out of the picture removes one of the main hurdles that they need to face. So once Diablo's out of the picture, then move on to suffocate Baby Cakes during the laning phase. You want him to apply as much pressure to the wound as possible, deny him as much farm, choke him out of any gold necessary for him to scale into the late game, and bring his late game into a really, really, really late game. And then, of course, initiate fights with JPL. This guy is just everywhere. Every single time there's an engage, JPL is there. And I'm so excited to see what his short call is.
Well, when it comes down to JPL, especially for yesterday's game, we saw exactly how he opened up his map when it comes down to playing with Joe, and I believe that RSG has definitely made the decision and probably understood the very fact that, yeah, Cho can't go over to the hands of JPL whenever they have the chance. I believe that the SLATE would want to pick up a Cho depending on their team composition and how they want to play it. But before we even jump onto the game, let's talk a little bit more about MPL Predictor, hashtag MPL Predictor, and all you gotta do is share your prediction of this very match. You write the most creative content, and of course, you gotta have to include your game ID as well as the server ID if you do want to win some of these exclusive skins.
Yeah, if you're on YouTube, just type in your comments section right there. I want to see it flooded. I mean, I can't really see it right now.
Yeah, but it's for sure over there.
But it's for sure over there. Yeah. If you're on probably like TikTok or Facebook, it's probably going to be down here somewhere. So just type in those comments. Just tell me who you want to win. And speaking of that, I want to know what your guesses are. Actually, this is going to be spicy right now. Who do you think is going to win?
Just based on stats, to me, it's going to be RSG, right? Also, side note, if you can't fill up the MPL Predictor, you can use my account as well.
Okay, you know what? The funny thing is, okay, it's not exactly quote-unquote funny, but when you all take a look at MPL SG's official Facebook as well as Instagram, channel, the channel.
Wow.
All three of us are the only ones that voted for RSG. The rest have like Evil, has SLATE, have I believe, yeah, I think it is mostly these. But I believe we are not the only one that is supporting RSG for the win. As now we can see that the audience have laid their predictions, and it does seem like it does favor RSG quite a lot.
Yeah, I mean, it comes down to logic and calculations. RSG, how they were performing in the regular season, I mean, it begs the predictions from our audience as well as us. I mean, they've been doing so well, but emotionally, I don't know. A lot of people, it's split half and half. Like, there is no way to resegregate these two, because whenever you see these, the giants, I would say, the titans of these matchups, it's pretty much neck and neck at any time.
Yep, exactly. And I think what you're telling us is that you're sitting on the fence, right?
Yeah, yeah. and like, I think Scrubby said, like, if you sit on the fence, you're going to get hurt. And yeah, you never sit on the fence.
Well, it depends on which part of the fence.
Which part of the fence?
I mean, technically speaking, I have I've got a pretty small bum, so I can sit on the fence pretty nicely, nestle down pretty nicely on the flat surface. But of course, let's not talk too much about bums. We're gonna be taking a look at SLATE versus RSG. Moving on to the drafting phase, we've got phase number 1 going on through with 1-1 and Akai being banned out, putting Grok into the highlight as well.
Yep, that's right. It's going to be a very straightforward ban from them, right? The Balmon and Akai ban from RSG SG. They know that SLATE can do very well with this straightforward characters, right? And of course, it's going to be a Grok and 1-1 ban. We have seen 1-1 demolishing teams across the playoffs this past few days, and I think it's a very clever ban. But now, I think we need to focus on Diablo, right? Who is RSG SG going to secure for Diablo? He has a mean Benedetta, and I mean, it's just insane.
Yeah, I second that of you, and I understand what they're going for. I mean, taking out the Balmon, taking out the Akai, and taking out the Grok means that there's a pattern. The pattern is you want to secure objectives, especially in the early game, and then you snowball late into the game. I mean, with these two teams, the way they're playing, their tempo might be a bit slower. They might be patient in that. And as we speak, Fanny is being banned out, being played both by the child prodigies, Bray as well as Gear. We've seen both of them being really handsy with this hero, especially. I mean, I can't really put a finger on it, but both these guys are crazy with this hero.
One thing for sure is that we are left with one final ban. And, well, quite a bit of heroes are actually exempt from this banning pool, namely Valentina and Farabis. How much do either one of these heroes play? That is the biggest question here.
Yep, I think it's actually open both teams. We know Lawsy likes to play, very good roam characters as well. And so Faramis is definitely one of the key considerations for them. Right, that mid Valentina. I'm very sure Sayla as well as 505, they have this in their bag as well. But I think besides considering that, it's also the fact that Atlas is still open as well. Diggy for now has not been banned, so it remains to be seen, right? If there is a Diggy ban, they're going to just snap up this Valentino Atlas for sure.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, since they first picked the Paquito, they do pick up that Valentina, but this leaves Faramis as well as Atlas and Julian, for that matter, open up all the way to that end.
I mean, so far, when looking through the stats, RSG have never played a Faramis in their game yet, if I am not wrong. While SLATE, they have been consistently pushing some of their Faramis into their games every now and then. So I wouldn't say that we would rule out the Faramis just yet, especially since we do have, well, Sela is, of course, a very impeccable mid player. He can run the Faramis, and of course, making sure that the Valentina, who is very likely going to play Mage, would not get an edge over the Faramis if the Faramis plays Rogue.
Yeah, I second that with you. And the reason why they picked up the Valentina is to control, let SLATE Esports play a very reactive kind of drafting. You pick up the Valentina, you deny them of picking up the Atlas. You don't want Valentina to counter you with an Uno reverse, fatal links, and then throws everything back on you. Lawsy picks up the Cho because he knows that JPL's signature hero is the Cho. You deny him of that Cho. But on the other side, Kagura as well as Irithel, both of these heroes are signature picks of FMM and Sela.
Yep, I think the picks by SLATE have been quite nice so far, right? It kind of disables 505 Valentina at this point. There's not much IMU to make use of based on the skill sets that they have, right? So that's one thing that's working for them based on the first 3 picks they have. But of course, to contest against Diablos, Esmeralda, and potentially a Lawsy Cho, it is going to be quite difficult because at this point, they're still quite squishy. Yes, Irithel can deal a lot of burst damage in a very short amount of time, and they do have some decent CC moves by Sela as well. But it all comes down to the mind games and the positioning. We know that RSG SG is extremely potent in their positioning. We have seen how that disgusting Cho by Lawsy yesterday was really running rampant, making things difficult for the opponent teams as well.
Yeah, it's a neck-and-neck matchup. I mean, JPL and Lawsy, this is a matter of who shot calls the best, like who makes the better judgment in any part of the game. With Cho, you do have a little bit of confidence boost going in, but this leaves Faramis still open. And SLATE Esports not yet picked up that Faramis, or not yet picked up a Roam just yet. As well as, I mean, maybe possibly a flex pick with a Paquito who's able to go into the EXP lane or even a jungle, but that leaves Gear wide open. But let's go back to the second phase of the bans. Gusion, being a respect ban, is taken out of the table by SLATE. And on the other side, Amon and Dyrov. What do you have thoughts on this?
Yeah, Amon, Dyrov, I really like these bans. I mean, we have seen Amon wreck today. Just previously, right? Amon is a very scary jungle as well. That Invis is going to save him a lot of times, as well as the ability to kind of sneak in during the turtle fights, the lord fights, and it's very difficult to deal with, right? It's always one person you cannot keep your eyes off, and it's going to prove to be a very difficult mental challenge to defend against a potential steal.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, RSG is going to be playing a lot of the I would say late game potential heroes. You got Valentina and the Esmeralda, who really is going to pop off in the late game. So buy some time, be patient about it. You know that you don't need to fight a battle that you can't win, especially in the early game.
When it comes down to looking at SLATE and RSG's lineup, understandably Esmeralda is going to be pretty sustainable and of course very tanky over to the later stages of the game. And the best way to really bring down the Esmeralda is to have a good amount of CCs as well as burst damage, which is something that SLATE already have fulfilled, which is Kagura. And of course, Paquito to a certain extent. If the Paquito plays over to the EXP lane, he's not exactly very bursty, he's more towards the sustainable side. However, if Paquito is played in the jungle, he can be very bursty. As such, there could be a very high probability that the Paquito is being pushed over to the jungle instead, and then SLATE would either pick out either number 1, Uranus, in order to keep up to the momentum of Esmeralda, or number 2, pick up a Benedetta so that he will be able to out-rotate this Esmeralda whenever Esmeralda tries to split push.
Yep, I definitely agree. I think mobility is going to be one of the strong points for RSG as well. So SLATE needs to keep that in consideration. Having a Benedetta makes sense to me at this point. And of course, you know, okay, it's going to be a Baxia as well as a Matilda.
Wow, okay. Yeah, I love this. I love the combo coming out from SLATE Esports. Having the Baxia and having the Matilda, you give Baxia mobility. Baksha is a hero that doesn't have a dash or doesn't have an escape skill, but pair that up with a Matilda, you get in and out of fights easily, you gain a shield, and if Matilda buys a favor, you get additional heal. So you bring sustain into the match as well, into the plate as well. So what RSG is really lacking is the burst potential. You have a lot of crowd control capabilities, you do have the Valentina, but you're lacking a very, very strong burst capability. I don't know about you guys, but I think play it safe, go for the clint, and play into the late game, play into your draft.
I think RSG now has a very strong replay value, right? The amount of skills they can reuse in a short amount of time to create combos is really scary. That's one thing I noticed from the RSG SG lineup. And with that, they're going to complete it with a Melissa as well, back on Baby Cakes. And now, I mean, yes, I've picked RSG as the winner of this match based on the statistics, but the playstyle, I think, is really suited to RSG SG. If they don't control Diablo in lane, and win the mid lane as well, it's going to be very difficult for SLATE to even put their foot down.
Well, I mean, both drafts are pretty much equal right now. I can't put a finger on which one I like more, but they both have their pros and cons. SLATE is more towards a dive or burst composition, but on the other side, RSG wants to get team fights done. They want to fight as a unit, and we are going to go in, jump straight into that. Abstract, take it away.
As such, ladies and gentlemen, the time that you all have been waiting for in Sanctum Island. RSG versus SLATE with an indomitable lineup coming in from both sides. Both, as Churros have said, they do all have their pros and cons. They all have their different kinds of win conditions and, of course, different ways that they would want to attack in battle. As such, let us move right into this game by, of course, introducing the players coming in from both sides, starting off from SLATE. We do have Adamir that will be playing onto the Pakido, Sailor onto Kagura, FMM that will be on the Irithel, which is suffering a bit of a health loss, Gear onto the Baxia, as well as JPL that is on Mathilda.
This is something that I like. I mean, from the looks of it, 30 seconds into the game, Irithel no choice but to TP back to base. Go to try to get the reset, but hold on a minute, 505, managed to get out of that one. Sailor almost killing him down to no.
Well, I'm not going to be expecting too much coming in from this initial skirmishes, but one thing for sure is that Lolsey have already used all of his Jikundo, but with the mobility speed, not too much of a problem. But yes, we have talked about the RSG being relatively aggressive into the top lane, and because of their Mathilda. Mathilda wins in lane. And speaking of Mathilda, since we have already introduced a SLATE, let us move on to introducing RSG with 505 that we're playing onto Valentina. The Cho played by Lolsey. Diablo onto the Esmeralda, Bray onto the Julian, as well as Baby Cakes that will be playing onto the Melissa.
I mean, the emblems are pretty much simple and clean. Everything that we're pretty much used to. We have the Avarice on the Esmeralda, bringing every gold, 10 gold per hero kit onto Diablo's name. But as we speak, a lot of these heroes, what RSG is doing is something that I think we're all familiar with. Go into the opponent's jungle, get lane vision, and knowing how Sailor plays into the brush, you need to get control of the vision, and you need to take control of the tempo. Taking control of the tempo, bring that late game earlier. Bring that late game down to where you are comfortable with, and then pop off. Kill them off one by one.
RSG as well as SLATE, both of these teams have got quite a lot of similarities when it comes down to dealing AoE damage, high grounds as well. Wait, hold on a second. Melissa at the top lane actually did manage to get himself a single kill down on the Irithel, but the main action comes here in the bottom lane. As we know, RSG have already gotten themselves a single turtle. 505 trying to run for his life. The Terrify will be able to connect on the 3 and escapes.
Oh, RSG might have bitten more than he can chew. What Lolsey thought was that, hey, if I disturb Sailor as much as possible, maybe he'll delay his farm, delay his progress into the later stages of the game, but he's bitten more than he can chew. Whereas SLATE is playing it super disciplinedly. They don't want to engage battles under a turret. They don't want to go too deep in.
And now, Baby Cake doesn't really have a lot of health to work with. Lolsey was really trying to set up something. He was trying to create a fight onto JPL and trying to go for the way of the dragon. But unfortunately, JPL weaved into the brush just a little bit too soon, and Lolsey lost vision of JPL in order to single him out. that is one lost opportunity, but it doesn't mean that it will not come back again. Lonzy being really pesky, constantly being invading into the opponent's jungle and trying to do whatever that he can, as we are noticing quite a bit of commotion in the top lane and the bottom lane, as here joins in action in between of Bray as well as Diablo. Both of these teams, they are relatively tanky as well as good amount of sustainability onto their side. Not going to be expecting much coming in from either one of their decks.
I like this Baxia pick because, I mean, hold on a second right now. Diablo down low. Bray tries to get out of it.
Well, it doesn't seem like they have managed to bring any one of these members down to a critical amount of health. Albeit, we do have Esmeralda and Julian pretty low. The Paquito is pretty low as well. Both of these teams have got great control of their lanes.
Oh, what I like about this Baxia pick, I didn't realize it until now, but Diablo is playing Esmeralda, and it's going back to the classes, going back to basic textbook. You take the Baxia to delay or to decrease the amount of heals capability that comes out of Esmeralda, and being that, bring the Baxia in, you take Esmeralda and she's not as tanky anymore.
The Esmeralda pick, he's not necessarily very tanky, but when it comes down to the later stages of the game, buying an Oracle and so on and so forth, I think that there will be some nuances that would help RSG work out with the sustainability. But we probably wouldn't want to look too much into the skirmishes and the fights. Perhaps we will be expecting to see Esmeralda being used into the split lane composition a little bit more. In the meantime, Sailor have already used the Yin Yang overturn. And of course, the Circling Eagle connects. The Warrior Dragon connects down on the JPL. Singles him down right under the turret. And Sailor, he also just gonna be hit by the enhanced chain, putting gear into the front line.
They smelt blood and they want to go for more. The hunt is on. If FMM continues the fight.
FMM pounds us right in. As now we're going to be looking at Lonzy just going to be making his way right into the enemies. And Diablo will be able to bring yet another burst down. Gear, Sailor, Adamir, one after another. They are going to be taken down.
After all said and done, RSG came up on top with the turtle kill as well as 2 kills to their name. 2 additional kills, well played, but we are going to take a technical pause right now. We do want them to play at an equal footing. We want them to have any disruptions whatsoever, but oh man, I want to bring in Kin for this. I want to know his thoughts on the game so far.
Well, understandably, we'll bring Kin in very, very soon. But I do want to snatch the microphone away for just a tiny little bit, as I do want to say a little bit more about what I initially, stated about, the similarities coming in from both of these teams. And the single out factor, right? As long as you're able to single out one person, you will be able to get yourself the man advantage. And that goes to both the roamers. We've got Cho, we also have got Mathilda. Albeit, yes, Cho does have got way more mobility as well as way more momentum when it comes down to the way of the dragon. However, Mathilda can zone people out with the way with the Circling Eagle and set things up, not exactly displacing people. So in terms of flexibility, I gotta have to say, Cho would be understandably a better pick. But in the early stages of the game, Mathilda does have the power advantage, damage advantage, and well, let's just say that instead of 2 dashes coming in, 3, 4, a couple of dashes from
Cho.
But you enable your teammate to get themselves out of trouble or initiate into a fight, which is definitely something that Paquito will be able to get full advantage of.
I mean, JPL playing this Mathilda has to be really careful of who she uses that Circling Eagle on. Because if you target Cho, you target Lawsy, he's going to bring you into the turret, into some place that you're uncomfortable with, because they're trying to bait out all the ultimates and use them on you. But Lawsy, on the other hand, man, I got to applaud this guy. I got to commend him for his Cho. Playing the game yesterday with the same Cho and having the same kind of momentum that is going on, a lot of confidence boost right there, and he's playing Cho masterfully. It's a performance that we all like to watch. The way of the dragon kicks the right hero at the right time, making the right plays. I mean, come on.
Well, I do want to talk about Slate's early game, right? They do have Mathilda that does great early game damage. Paquito comes into the mix as well, but looking at the fact that there is an Esmeralda, I'm not expecting to see Paquito roaming around that much. If there is some sort of pressure coming in from Esmeralda. Kagura does great damage, don't mind me, and Baxia just does good utility as well as decent amount of damage in the early stages of the game. The roaming trio coming in from Mathilda, Baxia, and Kagura. is supposed to be quite a threat to the front lines of RSG, considering the fact that Cho is the only frontliner, the only tanky one in the early stages, because Esmeralda will want to exert pressure somewhere else.
What we know is that both teams like to play protect the president. I'm going to bring that strategy up once again because, I mean, that is the one that effectively works the best. Both teams want to protect their marksman or their main carry, and SLATE is pretty much trying to protect FFM as much as possible. Being an Irithel, you need to get these two items, a Windtalker and a Berserker's Fury, in order to be able to take hits off of the opponents and melt them off one by one. But coming in, you don't want to have fights that you don't want to force. Sort of like the one in the Turtle, where you pick off the Kagura and you don't have anyone else to protect the Irithel.
Speaking of protection as well as bringing out marksmen, right?
Yeah.
Melissa is technically forced to RSG to be picked up, especially since after looking at the fact that there is a Mathilda at the opponent's side and Melissa is not banned, it's pretty much a straightforward pick when it comes down to their final marksman pick. Because when it comes down to the circling eagle, all you gotta do is pop out the Mother's Protection, and Mathilda wouldn't be able to connect his final attack on top of you. In the meantime, Cho would have great access right onto the Irithel. Granted, Irithel does have great mobility as well as a single leap. It does not necessarily get himself out of the grasp of a hungry Cho.
Oops, and we got to try to bide a little bit more time to understand what is going on. We do want them to have an equal footing, like I said, but I want to add on to the Melissa, you talk about the Melissa, and Melissa right here, I'm going to bring up a pun, not really a pun, but like, you know, finding a needle in a haystack?
Yep.
How do you find a needle? How do you find a needle in a haystack? I'm going to ask you this question.
How do I find a needle in a haystack? Well, I just jump onto the haystack and hope that it pokes me so that I can find it.
I will burn the hay. And this is basically what Melissa does.
Okay, two different kind of people then.
Burn the hay and the needle is left there. What you have with Melissa, once you throw a puppet, needle splits onto the side of SLATE Esports, melting the rest of them. And then you get a perfectly executed team fight with a lot of bursts as well as AoE damage. This is why you picked the Melissa, because RSG trying to force team fights in. Do you want to fight 5-on-5? You want to pick off one and then force an engage that SLATE doesn't want to take. RSG is really capable of doing that.
RSG's composition is really more of like a run it down kind of team, right? They don't have any characters or heroes that have high ground advantage. They don't have any way that they will be able to deal damage in a far distance. Valentina does have double dashes, and the cone, the radius of her first skill can only hit so far. So the only thing that they can do is literally get in your face of the opponent. That is definitely something that Cho would like. That is something that Julian would like as well, especially since he does have CC to his name, CC to his enhanced chain. Shouldn't be too big of a problem whenever they try to jump right in. He does have a dash as well, let's not forget about that. Esmeralda does have the Falling Star Moon to get herself even closer over to the front line or back line, depending on how she wants it. While Melissa, she is pretty much like a 1-1, right?
Yeah.
All you gotta do is to babysit her in the early stages of the game. Granted, she does do strong in the laning phase, so she doesn't need heavy babysitting. She can do well in lane all by herself, but in order to help her push the turrets even more, then it's going to be, she's definitely gonna need some help in order to change the lanes, in order to get her more gold, and so on and so forth.
Yeah, I want to add on to what SLATE's win condition is right now. Sayla is doing an immense job, a fantastic job, trying to zone out at least one hero at a time. It's just Sayla doing Sayla things. You know how he's going to play. You know that he's going to stay in a bush. But which bush? That's the question. Lawsy needs to find out where Sayla is. Wherever Sayla is, we've seen him always waiting for that right time. He has that patience to wait for any possible moments where I would say Melissa coming into contact with, and then pop that yin yang overturn, melting them down to bits.
I'm looking at a far spectrum as to SLATE's composition and draft as well. But all I can really tell is that the team just wants to do kind of like a drawn-out fight. Whatever that they do, they will always want to have a Baxia as well as Paquito take the front lines.
Yes.
They are sustainable in their own / tanky onto their own. In the meantime, the other members such as Kagura, Irithel, as well as Mathilda, they have mobility and they will be able to weave around battles pretty efficiently. As such, I would believe that Kagura and Mathilda may play as bait as a couple of times in order to catch RSG completely off guard. That bait and switch strategy may very well be one of their gameplay.
Yeah, and both teams do have a head-to-head kind of clash drafting going on right here, but we are going to go straight back into the game where RSG already taking down that mid and bottom lane turret. SLATE Esports not taking any turrets at all. They do have a disadvantage right here in gold in 4K right now.
No, one thing that I do want to point out as well is the fact that Bray has just picked up God itself. As such, this is going to be a relatively tanky RSG, pretty tanky Julian as well. So the front line of RSG, boy oh boy, may I just say they are really tanky. But when it comes down to damage, they do want to out-sustain a SLATE. Because no matter how you look at it, JPL, yes, he can make a couple of defensive items, but it would not be as tanky as Bray, who is sustainable, not be as tanky as Longzy, who does have more mobility skills, as well as the fact that Diablo does have a kit that allows him to be sustainable. As such, RSG, they just want to out-sustain their enemies. They want to be the one that survives in a battlefield longer than SLATE. And this is a game of who can survive the longest.
Let's take a look at the items real quick. Already RSG being 4K net worth up ahead of SLATE Esports. Diablo already taking up 2 core items. Julian, like you said, buying defensive buy. Hold on a second. Adam here in a spot of bother right there.
As 505 flickers himself away out of the grass of Sayla as well as Adamir right in the nick of time. Regardless of all of that, SLATE did manage to use quite a bit of their ultimate, and in fact, speaking of ultimate, that is going to be that's going to be connected on Longzy, but Longzy just pushes him his way right onto gear with a weight on Dragon. He walks himself right into Mother Protection in order to get himself in safe and sound condition. Diablo pops a sprint, puts himself in face of FMM. He runs it through with the moonlight and stardust, and just going to be sprinkling into the face of FMM.
The timing, did you guys see that? The purple buff just spawned up, blocking FMM's path out of any escape. Man, what was that? Okay, let's take a look into the replay real quick. JPL jumping in straight onto Longzy. Longzy bringing back and kicking here into the palms of RSG SG. And then they are just doing their thing. RSG fighting front to back, and then they do not have any protection. This is the problem when you have a frontline reliant draft. You do need to have those 2 tanky heroes being able to absorb as much ultimates, absorb much damage as possible. But as we speak, RSG SG already 7K gold up ahead, with basically almost all the objectives in their favor right now.
A ravaging play from RSG SG. They already have got the game plan that they have, and that is really just running right into the face of the enemies. And notice how RSG's Longzy immediately went in on the gear, knowing that gear is going to be the ultimate problem when it comes down to the Tortoise's Persons. You wouldn't want to have the anti-heal mechanic land onto RSG SG, because that is going to inhibit the growth as well as the survivability of Diablo and Bray themselves.
Longzy just being played as a bait, but look at that damage done by Diablo, the sustain coming in. Adamir, nothing to do. Diablo tries to jump in with the falling Star Moon. Adamir in the safety of his turret, nothing to do there, but gives enough time for Diablo to try to rotate up and to flank into that. But hold on a second, enhanced chain.
It is going to be a lot of crowd control going on. The enhanced chain did manage to knock gear off board, but not necessarily enough for them to do anything else to him. They do have grand control and free real estate throughout the upper quadrant of SLATE's jungle, and there isn't much that SLATE can do other than pulling their forces down to the bottom lane.
Diablo is doing a very good job trying to bait the rest of SLATE Esports down to just shot call and just wipe him out, take Diablo out of the picture. But when that happens, that gives enough time for RSG SG to take down the Lord as we speak. And they're just doing it willy-nilly. They don't have any contest right there. First Lord of the game coming down to the side of RSG SG.
A quick reminder to to all of the audiences is the fact that this is only 10 minutes into the game. RSG SG is out microing their game against SLATE to the point that they have put themselves 10,000 gold ahead of SLATE.
Man, I didn't even notice that, but they're taking everything from SLATE. And SLATE only has dealt a little bit of damage into the mid lane turret. But that's not enough. What they need to do is find a hay in a needle stack. I'm going to use that thing again. It's so difficult because the main damage is coming out from Baby Cakes and 505 already. Ballsy is just baiting out any of the circling eagles coming up from JPL. That's why he's always staying in the front line. 505, there we see again the trifecta. 505, Lawsy, and Baby Cakes always staying as a unit. Gray there to back up. And Diablo over at the other corner. But hold on a second. Killing spree goes on 505.
Baby Cakes unfortunately was not busted down by the hands of Sailor just yet, but because of the goal deficit, it makes it a lot more difficult. Ademir pops himself over to the back lines, brought down Baby Cakes, and immediately retreated out of harm's way. But unfortunately, 505, he does have his mobility, but Ademir with a double of a punch, he got himself out of the way and made sure that 505 will not catch him, at least for now. We do have quite a lot of things going down the bottom lane. 505 following Paquito all the way to the bottom lane, and this means that Valentina is no longer going to be in action and in the fight. This way, the Lord is a lot more easier for SLATE to handle.
That is a very, very disciplined and reserved playstyle coming in from RSG SG. Came in with the Lord, take out all the tier 1, tier 2 turrets, and get out of the way. You don't want to overstay your welcome right now because you know SLATE's potential. As long as you have a box shell, he's going to kill the Luke's licking. But hold on a second here, Bray gets caught inside. Will he be able to get out? He does. I wasn't worried about that. I wasn't worried about that.
I mean, he does have an enhanced sword.
He does.
And look at his health bar, buddy. This is really tough for SLATE.
He's a tank Julian
anyways. He is a tank Julian, yes. But I gotta have to say, and I gotta have to commend SLATE, is the fact that so far into the game, it just doesn't seem as though SLATE is playing so far behind when it comes down to team fights, because they haven't died that much, right? Yes, they have died, and they have lost their lives a couple of times, but they don't show the disparity that much, because they know their own game plan. They know how much disciplined that they can be, how far they can farm, and how much they can handle within their grasp.
A very disciplined playstyle from RSG SG. They're not even going in. They're just keeping the waves into the side of SLATE Esports' jungle. Look at every single one of the waves, all pushing into SLATE, giving them a lot of stress and pressure within their own home, within their own base. This gives a lot of time for RSG to just set up for that Lord. The second Lord, I don't think it's going to be contested at all. What's better is like they're not power hungry. They don't want to do anything. They want to go for objectives. They just want to win and take down that throne.
With this Lord available for both of these teams to take, that objective itself is going to be the only reason why SLATE is going to be firing a lot, because they are ready to implode with the wrong rumble. Once they throw their bodies over to RSG, try to steal this Lord, or try to overextend their lead by pushing the waves a little bit too much, that is going to be a premature defeat onto their end. But luckily for them, they are not really luckily for them, but because of the fact that they are, of course, a very prominent team, they know what they need to do.
With the Enhanced Lord marching down on the north side, all of RSG SG is trying to coagulate down bottom side, trying to lure all of SLATE Esports members all the way to them, trying to start a fight. They don't want to try to engage on any fights. They want SLATE to bait out all of their ultimates, especially JPL. Once JPL uses a certain eagle that pushes them back into that fight, there's nothing they can do. But hold on a second right here, Flicker goes down to JPL, almost missing.
Ademir constantly trying to push his shoulders onto the side of RSG with a single charge coming in from the Trident-wielding Water Elemental Lord. He moves right in, destroys the first tier, destroys the inhibitor turret in the top lane, while RSG focuses all of their resources in the middle lane. Ademir takes a flicker, and he went straight in for the knockout punch, but unfortunately wasn't able to do quite much. JPL here, taken down, next is Sailor, FMM, he might be next, as Diablo is going to be pushing himself right into the clock range. He don't go down just yet, but the rest of RSG SG, they are pretty much still alive despite the fact not having Baby Cakes. They still have the firepower. They still can do whatever they can, but unfortunately they cannot underestimate the power of FMM as long as the Emperor, they focuses down the core.
That was, what a play by RSG. What a play. So textbook, so disciplined, waiting for the engage under their turret, and Julian just slowly waiting for that right time to pop Enhanced Chain onto 3, might I add. This was such a textbook play. Good game to RSG SG.
RSG SG, they really had their micro game in check, and they have won in their lanes and got themselves the advantage that they really needed. So I gotta have to say, it's not about the fact that SLATE was getting too comfortable in the wrong place. It's not the fact that, well, different people trying to race after one another. No, really, it's not. it really comes down to the point of the early stages of the game where we do start to see the team of SLATE just kind of like hang on the knife's edge. But all in all, RSG, they knew what they want to do. They chowed SLATE down like a hungry toddler and brought themselves the first win of the day. And now with Kindofu back onto the panel here with us, let's hear a little bit from you.
Yeah, it's there's a lot of things to go through, right? But let's start off with SLATE first. I think SLATE did a very good job in the early game. They kind of muted Lousy for a little bit, right? They delayed his farm, didn't let him do the evades that he wanted, as well as getting control of Diablo. That was very important. They actually did a good job of it at the start of the game, right? But one mistake, which was they didn't punish Bray enough when he went for the invades. That missed Q on the team, it was a miscomm. They couldn't get that kill on Bray. It caused a lot of problems because you had people from SLATE that were coming in to abandon farm to try and get and punish Bray, and it didn't work out, and that's where it started falling off. And the worst part was they lost every single objective. At one point in the game, it became a 4-level advantage for the side of RSG SG. I mean, for fans of RSG, you are happy, man. That's a 4-level advantage. Bray can stand in the middle of 4 people and just take hits and laugh in your face, you know, and do the recalls and all stuff like that. And they essentially just locked SLATE all the way from the mid-game, all the way to the end.
Yeah, let's take a look at the statistics and the itemizations built up. Bray, as we speak, Julian being a full tank build, 1-0 and 7, taking out a lot of the assists right there. And look at Lousy, not build up a lot of items just yet, but making so much plays, being a distraction, being just a mosquito, just hovering on your shoulder. But let's not forget, SLATE Esports, they do have a lot of defensive items, especially FMM, trying to build in that steel plate leggings just to defend himself from anything.
Well, you can pretty much see just from the fact of items, right? And of course, all the objectives, SLATE just could not catch up to RSG, which is quite a pity, I gotta have to say. SLATE did not have most of their the control of the map. They couldn't push past the river in most times, and such. SLATE couldn't even touch the turret that much. 646 damage to the turret. It's tough. It's rough.
Yeah, it's really tough. And look at Diablo. Just 3 pictures of him right there. Rich guy, carry, sandbag. This guy's back must be breaking by now.
Yep, exactly. I mean, Diablo was, to me, actually, he did a lot of work as well. But the true MVP, which we will show later, this is my guess, I really think it's Lousy, right? Lousy played a very hard game today. He did a lot of initiations across the map. And it was really crazy because Bray got a lot of space and allowed Baby Cake to farm as well. They really shut FMM extremely hard. In the start of the game, the first gank was actually on FMM, and during the objectives for the Turtle and for the Lords, FMM as well as Gear were the only 2 targets that RSG SG had in mind. Like, they just completely ignored Adamir and JPL.
Yeah, but I want to add to that, they're not really like playing a babysitting kind of strategy. They're not even staying up at one lane. Lousy is opening up the map so much so that Bray has so much farm in the middle of the game. But let's take a look at the MVP. I don't want to talk too much. Abstract, who it is?
My man, Diablo is the MVP of game number 1 with a scoreline of 4-0-4, with a total GPM of 776 and 42% kill participation, and understandably so, right? Full items onto him. He has been exerting dominance throughout the map, and he is just basically indomitable.
Yep, I really love that book. 20% cooldown reduction, my goodness, the amount of falling star moves that he did. And the best part about this is it's always layered, right? You don't see Diablo jumping in alone that much in the game. It was always Brave the Chains. Oh, here comes Diablo. Welcome to the party, man.
Yeah.
And they take you out as a team.
Yeah, I'm going to steal a line from Holler. Every single time any single member of RSG comes in, their whole family and their moms are jumping in as well. It's like basically bringing the whole kampong in. RSG is basically a kampong in itself, and Singapore, this is the kampong spirit that we are looking forward to.
No, I really do want to understand a little bit more about SLATE as well as RSG, especially for game number 1. We will be bringing you guys a highlight very, very soon, and during that, Churros as well as Kindofu will be able to break things down a little bit more on the macro scale as to what exactly happened for each phases of the game, which really led up to that 10,000 goal lead by 10 minutes.
Yep, so before that highlight starts, I think let's talk a bit about the wave management by RSG. I think it was really good. The pressure that SLATE gave them was really difficult, but the fact later you'll see on in the screen, right, the replays, Diablo actually did a very good job containing JPL. And then with Lawsy's rotations around the map, it created a lot of problems for SLATE. They had to address it. So down here, JPL, I think he made a slight mistake here. He's just stood out a little bit too much, and Lawsy got the kick in as well. Lawsy at this point was already recovered from the pressure that SLATE was, imposing on him. So it was really clever by them. And of course, like I said, Gear and FMM in this first turtle, that was the whole crux of the whole situation, right? Your hyper carry is slowed down in farm. Your jungler is no longer on the face of the earth. There's no way to fight this retry battle. And now you have EXP advantage, which allows you to then go around the map, win the wave management clear, and from there you just become richer and richer, right? There's so many factors that RSG is doing in one play itself. And it's really hard for SLATE, right? You are trying to think, okay, how do I protect my hyper carry? How do I protect my jungle? But while you're thinking of just that one thing, RSG is doing so many other things at once.
Yeah, and what I like about RSG so much is that they're always going for a reactive gameplay, a pseudo reactive gameplay. Every single time JPL thinks that he's going into the right hero, making the right shot calls and going in, take a look at Lawsy. It's just Uno reversing every single thing that JPL has. It's sort of like a sleight of hand. You think you have it, but you don't. And this is what Lawsy excels in. And this is what I like about this team. And also, every single time there's an engage, every one of the 5 members of RSG is focusing fire on one member, taking them down one bite at a time.
Yep, exactly. And if you take a look at the highlights, RSG is famous for this in this season itself. The way that they spread the damage across the team,
yeah.
My goodness, that is the A train for them, right? Everyone, I'm getting damaged, can you take some for me? Sure, go ahead. And everyone soaks up the damage and spread it across the team, and that's how they win all the team fights. And this is even more dangerous for them because at the late game portion, to be honest, we didn't even hit the late game, right? Yes. But they had 3 immortalities on the side of RSG with a 3 to 4 level advantage against the members of SLATE.
10k, 12k gold lead by the end of every single thing. I mean, take a look at this. It's like, I like the analogy, by the way. It's like, Abstract, you go first. Okay, you got enough damage? Yeah, it's my turn? Yeah, I'm coming in. Okay, Ken, you ready? Let's just go in. It's like, it's so structured. It's so textbook. It's so like whatever you have in a skeleton.
Now, because of the highlight, there's also definitely something that I have noticed is the fact that most, if not all, of the fights that RSG take on top of SLATE is pretty much an all-in battle. It is almost always a 5 versus 5. And for SLATE, they go in with a 5 versus 5 mindset, hoping that they will be able to get some value. If not, try to even things out, even by a little bit. But unfortunately, time after time again, they just couldn't find those kind of value. Even though there are times that, yes, FMM did not die, yes, perhaps Kagura didn't die, but let's say this. Most of the important frontliners are dead. They do not have vision in the map anymore. No one else is out there trying to farm. As such, 5 men out of 5, 3% has been taken down, and 2 of them have to go back to heal. So effectively, for maybe about 30 seconds, no one's farming coming from SLATE.
Yep, exactly. So this builds upon the point that we're talking about, right? RSG SG is a different monster this season, right? Sure, they have won MPL last season, but when they come up here and they showcase to their fans today, the crowds, the level of thought that they put into the draft and as well as the execution of it is pretty crisp. Like, you don't have just one thing that RSG SG is doing. They are thinking of many things. They're always like 2 or 3 steps ahead of the opponent team, and this is what I admire about RSG SG.
Yeah, and I want to add to that. It's sort of like they are the same monster that they have, but a different beast. And let's take a look at the impact players right here. 505 as well as Sayla, both of them being so phenomenal in this entire matchup. The first game, and both players already dealing so much damage. A lot of them having a lot of hero damage dealt, trying to spread out that burst and AoE damage potential in there.
I mean, for SLATE, they definitely know that they need FMM in the fights. They don't really have much ways to deal with RSG, especially since they were already behind. So they needed to employ the help of FMM, despite the fact that Irithel is definitely a late game hero that requires more time in order to scale. But because of the commitment of FMM and the fact that the team just couldn't hold on to their own in a long, sustaining team fight, FMM just doesn't have a chance to go back into the lanes and farm, especially since RSG could come in any time to just sandwich him whenever he farms out too far.
Yep, exactly. Now, I want to do a small exercise, right? Now, we are going into the next game already. The teams have to get ready. So, for the Raiders out here, you have the lead. Can we hear how much do you want to support your team to win Game 2? Nobody? 3, 2, 1, let's go. Let's hear a cheers.
RSG.
All right, that's for the Raiders,
right?
For RSG fans. Now, Slate, you're down 1 game. No worries, it's a best of 5. Now, can you show us how strong is your support? Can you tie it up in this best of 5? 1-1. Slate fans, make some noise in 3, 2, 1. All right.
Slate.
Okay, so both teams very energetic, right?
Very hype,
They're the
very
6th
hype.
member for the team. So let's go into Game 2. We are going to the draft very, very soon.
Now, the biggest question that I have for both of you guys is what exactly is going to be that embers that engulf the flames of engulf that haystack coming in from Slate? They need to identify the embers, right?
Right. And there is a crack in the armor. I mean, we've seen other teams already breaking down RSG's strategy altogether, and it's nothing new. It's nothing that we've never seen before. It's always protecting the present, protecting wherever the win condition is, and it always changes depending on the situation, the timing, and the power spikes that comes in from the side of RSG. But the best strategy to go for it is dive. Just dive straight into whoever is going in, because you want to protect the president, but you can't protect it if someone is always on your behind and always trying to get into
your team is banning.
Teeth. It want to bite you in that teeth, and the dive strategy would work very, very well. And coming into the ban phase, on the ban pool, we have 1-1 Paquito banned out from the side of Slate Esports, RSG SG, taking out that Diggy and the Balmon. Pretty similar to what we've seen in game number 1.
Yeah, this is a very stressful situation for Slate here. The fact that Diggy has been banned means that we are going to be opening up a couple of very scary champions and heroes, right? The Alice is open, Valentina is open as well. And we know Benedetta is one of Diablo's favorite heroes this season. He has been a monster, absolute monster on this hero itself. And so we have to see. We had the Valentina given to RSG SG. To be honest, they didn't actually maximize it because there was no need to, right? We didn't see a super big Valentina play. And I think that's very scary for Slate, because if you can't force out the maximum power from RSG SG, it's difficult to try and weasel your way in back into this best of 5.
Yeah, it does look like RSG SG does have the first pick priority again, banning out that Akai, so opening a lot of priority heroes such as the Julian, the Valentina. Paquito's already off the table, so Julian, Valentina, Faramis. You've got Atlas as well being a priority now that Diggy is off the tables as well.
Yeah, the question now is, do they get rid of that Lawsy Cho? So Lawsy has been quite vital in the way they've set up the team fights itself. And the fact that he can always get JPL into the middle of RSG SG, 5 members, it always causes them a problem.
With a lot of heroes that's available, RSG SG may pretty much be forced to pick up a Valentina for themselves. And Slate, we have seen before, of course, JPL with his very scary and very slippery Cho. So the chances of just Slate to actually just go straight in for a second pick Cho is very much possible.
Okay, 505 does pick up that Valentina as the first pick. So this leaves Slate being a reactive sort of drafting situation right now. You don't want to give too much, but you can take in single target suppression heroes, sort of like Franco's or Cho's. If you want to do a dive strategy, you don't have the Paquito at all. Karina is on the table as well. We've seen that really being put in. Or even assassin heroes, sort of like Ling, or even a Fanny is still open.
Yep, honestly, I think RSG SG can still consider just taking up the same draft all over again, right?
Yeah.
Of course, with now Esme being banned out, there has to be some changes and adjustments to the draft. Okay, so here, I'm watching you here and JPL. This is what we've been waiting for you, right? This is a BO5, and we're gonna have Gears, Fanny. We've already seen it in regular season. It was a beast. JPL as well on the Grok is crazy as well.
Yeah, okay, so I had a little chat with Gear just now, right? Outside of all of this competition and all that. And then I told him, hey, Gear, can you just play Fanny for me? I think he's like, okay, you know what, Churros, I'm just gonna do it for you. This is the Fanny pick. Everyone just went wild when that Fanny got picked up, as well as the Grok. We've seen how Grok was so annoying in the jungle, trying to separate the teams. And this might be the separation strategy. This might be the flame that sends the hay burning down, and then they are able to find that needle. But RSG SG responds back with almost the same draft that they had before.
Yep, exactly. Lousy back on that Cho again. I think it's a very difficult position for SLATE to be in. Yes, you have Gear who is showing off his fanny at this point, but end of the day, it came back to the same issue, which is objective gaming, right?
Yes.
How do they secure the first few turtles? How do they make sure they have the EXP advantage? Even if they cannot get that advantage, you have to make it even, right? So that's what they struggle with in game 1. What they need to kind of focus now is how do I make sure that my laning phase goes well? Even if I do not have the advantage, how does it go well for me to make it even? How do I then build this and make sure that, number one, I get my immortality up? Because when you have a level advantage and you have immortality as well, you can play as risky as you like. You won't be punished that heavily.
Yeah, one of the main things I want to add is that Ramus as well as Julian is still open. Atlas is actually a pick priority right now since Dig is off the tables, but none of the teams actually prioritize these heroes. It kind of seems that RSG and SLATE are looking to be comfortable with whatever they're picking. I mean, Lousy was already so comfortable with that Cho, why not use it again? If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Right now, all I am seeing from the picks and bans of SLATE yells out to me, Diablo, Diablo, Diablo. We've got Paquito ban, Esmeralda ban, Uranus ban, and now there is a pick on Phoveus. They are leaving the Benedetta out on purpose. Is that really going to be something that RSG SG is going to pick up? The Benedetta against a Phoveus? I mean, Tyrov is still available. Is it really something that he'll pick up either?
I mean, we're talking about Diablo being sort of like a win condition in the keys to victory, and this is showing so much. What if SLATE takes out Diablo? They didn't try this out. They do have sort of like $1 free tries, right? Of this. I don't know what they're going for, but it does seem like, yeah, Masha is taken off, Uranus is taken off. Every single one of Diablo's comfort heroes is taken off. A respect ban or fear, whatever you call it, it's always tackling Diablo.
Yep, I like this thought process by SLATE, right? Yes, game 1 was absolutely disastrous for them. Mentally, they should be crippled at this point, right? But the fact that Adamir can pull out this Phoveus for his team, you have people like Cho, you have people like Valentina that have dashes in their skill, and every single dash activates Adamir's ultimate. And that's a very nice key strategy that they're going to try and put in game 2, right? Now the question is, we know the focus now is Diablo, but back to the question, right? How do you make sure that you're able to secure that objective? You have a Grok, you have a Guardian's Barrier, you have Phoveus who can jump around the backlines of RSG SG super simply, and you have Gear, who potentially in this game too will kick in the high gear, make sure that everyone suffers his wrath.
Yeah, we've seen Gear always popping off with that Fanny. I mean, he played one game with Fanny so far, 100% win rate. I mean, I don't want to talk about that, but take a look at RSG SG. They do have that Valentina, so whatever SLATE picks, they do have a counter in that Valentina.
Your
so
team is picking.
Whatever they choose, you can take up a wild charge from Grok, you can take up the jumps coming in from the Phoveus. FMM settles for the Bruno, a little bit more of a classic hero that he's picked up before.
Yep, I like the late game insurance by SLATE at this point. FMM with the Bruno, definitely more mobility on his end. Probably going to take the Electro Flash as well for his emblem, making sure that he can cause a lot of problems for the side of RSG SG. RSG SG going to complete their lineup with the Yuzong and Karina as well. A very good response to the draft of SLATE at this point.
But Tyrov is available. We know as a matter of fact that Sailor plays the Phoveus quite a lot onto the middle lane. As such, the Adamir playing in the EXP lane, his hero is yet to be picked. And as a matter of fact, Tyrov is pretty much a lane bully. That is not seen in the banning stages just yet. SLATE, yes, they do have the flexibility depending on where Phoveus goes, middle lane or EXP lane. At this point in time, I gotta have to say, a Phoveus in middle lane sounds a little bit too enticing to me.
It does. It does. We do see, yeah, and the Dyrov, I think they heard you through their headphones or something like that. But
try to test it, they can.
But Dyrov is picked up. It's the last pick of the match, and we do have our 5-on-5 RSG is going to pick up the, SLATE Esports is going to pick up the Dyrov for the EXP lane, something that Adamir is very comfortable in. They do need Adamir to win Diablo, especially in the early stages of the game, prevent him from scaling up too fast on that. You don't want to give Diablo that time and opportunity to make the amount of power spikes that he have go in.
And here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, that is going to be the drop. RSG SG versus SLATE. At this point in time, SLATE's composition just looked oh so dominating. How can RSG get themselves and crawl themselves out of this small little space? We shall see here in game number 2's Sector Island.
Okay, so the main draft strategy that RSG SG has is pretty much a dive strategy. You do have the Karina, you do have the Yuzhong going straight for the back line. You do want to take FNM out of the picture, and then the rest of the team, the rest of SLATE Esports does not have the amount of damage needed to take you down one by one. But you do have gear that's going to be flanking you whenever it takes. So you don't want them to, you don't want SLATE Esports to always go in. Getting any potential engages. Lawsy just doing Lawsy things in the early stage of the game, trying to delay as much farm as possible from gear.
And just right off the bat, we are going to be seeing that RSG is definitely going to be having a bit of trouble. And knowing that you, as a Yuzhong, you can't brawl against the Dyrov. So Dyrov will do whatever it takes to get in your face and destroy you. As such, that forced Yuzhong to go back home, and that is going to concede probably one lane worth of units, or perhaps maybe just a single melee unit. But we'll move on to the rest of the macro game and look at things in a macro scale. How exactly is RSG doing so far?
RSG is feeling the pressure right now, but they are still pretty much neck and neck with SLATE Esports. But Diablo, being the win condition for the first game, is feeling the pressure, especially from the Dyrov coming in from Adamir. And Gear already rotating up top. Sorry, not Baby Cakes, but Bray is quick to follow up, so any protection needed from Diablo is necessary, because once you get the dragon form, you know that he's gonna go down.
Yep, the cutthroat right onto Diablo. But unfortunately, his life is not that long either for Gear, as he instantaneously just got bursted down by the hands of Karina. And that is pretty much all that it is, as she brandishes blades.
The backup coming from RSG is just so fast. In a snap, every single one of the members of RSG SG comes up and supports Diablo. Yeah, you want to take him down? Sure, you're going to go down. So you want a one-for-one trade or not? The first turtle dance coming on.
And
Great,
now,
let's take down turtle.
That is going to be the turtle taken down, while Adamir was trying to go for the Besom strike right off the opponent. And Sailor immediately lands himself down, followed by a flame strike. Adamir was hoping that he'll be able to hold himself just a little while longer, but Sailor is lunging himself into the air. He himself is the comet, and he himself has managed to buy so much space as well.
The chase down coming in from Sailor. Like I said, the dive strategy is coming in from SLATE Esports with Sailor on that Phobius, and he did a phenomenal job trying to chase down Bray on the Phobius, and everything went well for SLATE Esports, but they still lost the turtle in the end. Maybe the priority isn't like, hey, let's just give him the turtle because we do have a Fanny anyways, but let's just take Bray down as much as possible, delay his farm as much as possible.
It is now 2-2, 3 minutes into the game. SLATE's lineup and composition really just do have a lot of damage onto themselves. In the early stages of the game, Damage City. Mid stages of the game, Damage City. Late stages of the game, well, do I really have to say that even more? Well, for
Damage City.
Yeah. Well, for RSG SG, they do have a little bit mix of everything, if I may say. They do have the sustainability. They got ways to single one person out in terms of CCs. They can burst someone down with Bray as the Karina as well. But Karina, is that going to be a tank Karina or a magic damage Karina? That is the question. Very likely is going to be a tank Karina, I believe, because RSG, they love to play sustainable lineup, sustainable compositions. As such, they will always want to throw themselves with their front lines right into the face of SLATE. As such, and that way, they don't really have to care too much about dealing damage. They just need to stay alive a little bit longer.
The strategy coming out from SLATE right now is just to pressure the top lane or Diablo's lane as much as they can, especially in the early stages of this game. Because once Diablo gets popping off, he's going to be joining in team fights and he's going to be fighting fire with fire. JPL jumps in, wall charge.
Immediately, that is going to be catching quite a lot. That is going to be Lawsy as well as 505 being caught right out. And 505 taken down. Lawsy moves himself away and right out of the way from the Turtle's pit. And that is going to be Jikundo. Whale Dragon connecting down onto Gear. Double comes in. That is going to be Gear taken right right down with 2 members down from the guys out of Slate. Bray joins right into the battle, but unfortunately, that might be the end of that fight.
It's always a 1-to-1 or 2-to-2 trade from these two teams. Right now, the pressure is on. The snipe coming in from Sela with that flame shot, threading the needle through water and hitting Lawsy. He's nowhere to escape. You think you can get out of this? No, you can't. But RSG SG, always there, quick for backup. Diablo all the way from that top lane, coming down to that bottom lane jungle and just solidifying those kills and maintaining them and keeping them in the competition. But Lawsy is trying to make JPL feel the pressure as he can, because Lawsy is a ball right there, lean on him.
Now the thing about playing as a Cho is the fact that you can actually play in a very straightforward way, just getting yourself into the face of your enemies. That is going to unlock the demonic force coming in from this Sela as well. Anytime you want to go in, yes, you can go in. But do you really want to use it? That is the question. As long as RSG SG have got information as to where Slate is, you are really going to be following it up. That shot coming from Lawsy, that is a surprise!
It might be a misclick. You shouldn't enter because of all your teams. You're not ready. Diablo feeling the pressure right now. 2 members on him. Adamir does not have his ultimate, but he's trying to fight him under the turret.
He do have sustain though. He definitely do have the sustain. He got himself out of the fight pretty easily.
What was interesting is I'm looking at the draft again. Every single time I see a kill, I look at the draft yet again. 505 on that balance is able to bait out Phoebus' jump. So every single time Phoebus uses his ultimate, 505 maybe take in the ultimate, bait out that Phoebus jump, and then give your team space to fight a battle front to back.
This is a tough game to call, right? Because it kind of seems as though Slate have got the momentum, they have got great energy, as well as vision all across the map. They are not in any way superior to RSG in terms of gold, because right now, RSG have just caught up to Slate just by about 200 gold. So honestly, this could still be anyone's game. Every single one of these turrets are still up, and it could just lay down to the micro game. As now, it is going to be Lawsy immediately flying up to the sky because of the wall shot coming from JPL. Sela moves right on, demonic force, lights himself 505, and then on the Bray. Gear follows things up with a retribution, bringing down the turtle pretty darn easily, with 505 being stranded alone, and 505 wanted to bring himself back.
How the tables have turned. Lawsy right now being a little too ballsy, going in straight for Slate, but no backup required, no backup enabled for the side of RSG SG. He needs to have a little bit more time for Baby Cakes hitting her power spikes. I'm not sure about the itemizations. We're going to take a look at it, a lot about it just in a little bit, but Baby Cakes, as we speak, just bought her Berserker Fury. The damage is on.
It seems like the Whale Dragon was actually used on the JPL while he still had his passive on. So this is really difficult, right? Lawsy could not find the opportunity. He could not just single out JPL that easily. And JPL is always setting the golden standard as to who can be in front of him and who can be behind of him. In fact, every single one of Slate members must be behind of Grok. No one can meet the lines of RSG unless Grok himself does it first.
There is a crack in the armor, and Slate Esports has finally found it. This is where Slate Esports can capitalize on that situation. They are up ahead in 1K gold. This is not much, but enough for them to take the fights that they can.
2 turrets are taken down by the hands of Slate at this point in time. And now, as for RSG, they haven't taken down a single turret just yet. Well, RSG, they know and they have an idea that Sela as well as JPL is all the way down to the bottom lane. And Baby Cakes, does he really have anyone to help him out at this point in time? Where's the jungler? In the middle lane, trying to push his advantage as well. RSG SG is splitting up their composition and just thinning themselves out in order to get back the control of the lanes.
Yeah, trying to fly in, trying to apply as much pressure as possible. JPL walking into the fray, closes out Bray, and gets back. A lot of discipline coming out from Slate Esports right here.
Things are relatively slow. Adamir tries to put himself in the proxy lane, but is that really going to be the play? As Diablo pushes himself into the White Dragon form, brings Adamir down right at the top side, while Bray tries to get himself away. HP not quite much, doesn't have the way to brandish his blade. As such, FMM takes him down on the other side of the map in the middle lane. Second tier turret, Sela found himself yet another one, and RSG have lost 3 members already.
Finally, this strat is breaking up RSG SG apart. They are perfect as a unit, but once you put them apart, they're like hitless chickens. It's sort of like a cheerleader effect. But instead of how well you look, it's how well you play. SLATE Esports does a very phenomenal job doing that so far, and the Lord is going to be taken now into the hands of SLATE. No competition right there.
Honestly, this really comes down to be the fact that RSG is having a difficult time because the invincible pressure that we usually see in every single game is gone. Yuzhong just does not have the kind of pressure that Diablo usually have when it comes down to Uranus, Esmeralda, Benedetta, or perhaps even Paquito. So many things that he can do on all of those comfort heroes. But Yuzhong really comes down to the point that he can be sustainable in fights and not too viable in this meta anymore. And I'm pretty sure that Diablo is feeling it right now.
JPL is giving them hell. There's nowhere hiding in their shell. Right now, JPL just so much confidence going into the jungle. They're taking control of everything. This is sort of like a reverse from game number 1.
Pretty sure that even though it's 10 minutes and 30 seconds into the game, RSG SG, they may still have an idea and some tricks hidden into their sleeves. Even though the Lord is marching in from the top lane, pillaging every single turret that RSG owns, there could still be something! And that something is exactly what we saw, a death onto gear.
And this is sort of like a heavy spin right there, but Adamir down low, the kick onto Lawsy, but sets them apart. The reserve gameplay about that.
It's not at the end of that fight just yet, though. It kind of seemed as though it was, though, because Adamir has somehow found himself in a precarious spot, put himself down to a really low amount of health.
And health, indeed, they are very disciplined in trying to get that FMM really focused in getting down all the objectives and extending the lead minute by minute, second by second, as much as possible. You've got six turrets down on the side of SLATE Esports, 1 turtle, and the first Lord already down by SLATE. RSG SG, they're just picking it out. You want to take one by one. You want to take SLATE Esports one by one, and this is how you do it. Take down gear when he comes too close, and then carry on that momentum, fight front to back. You need to stay as a unit.
A 5,000 goal lead in favor for SLATE. RSG SG still have got the outer turrets to destroy in order for them to get a little bit more control all across Sanctum Island. With the Lord popping out in 40 seconds, this may pretty much be the make it or break it play. This is how they will get themselves out of that breaking point. The longer they're teetering on this breaking point, the harder it will be and the more explosive that break is.
Take a look at RSG SG. On the minimap, they are playing it as a unit right now. Lawsy, Baby Cake staying together as much as they can whenever it comes down to taking down the objective, which is coming out for the Lord. Adamir right down here, trying to go over Baby Cake, kicked out by Lawsy.
Adamir's HP is going all the way down low in the meantime. The Steel Kayla's ready, just drove right in, dived in like an Olympic diver. Bring 3 members down from the side of RSG. And while 3 members is down from RSG, this is the perfect time for them to go for the Lord.
A little bit too slow for RSG. They could have taken down Adamir, but the damage was just not there. They do not have enough economy. The second Lord of the game might not be contested by the side of RSG SG. It's going to go into the hands of SLATE. And right now, you do have a lot of down low. You need to have enough time to farm up. You still are in this game. Take it slow. Take the long game. Play it slow and go in straight for the kills, one by one.
With the Lord currently available for SLATE, and after SLATE has finally found ways to soothe the Lord and convince him to fight for SLATE, this push may very well be that GG push that SLATE is looking out for in order to secure that 1:1 scoreline. How exactly will RSG turn things around? How exactly are they going to play from this point onwards?
It kind of seems like RSG SG being a little bit passive in this current situation. You don't want to engage too deep into the jungles. You don't want to fight in the jungle. You don't want to fight anywhere there's near a wall, because JPL, very sure, he's going to use his wall charge and stun you at least for 3 seconds, and then you're not going to have enough time to reciprocate into that damage right there. But you can play a flank. You do have Diablo right here, who's able to flank out, get the backline, get FMM, and once that is done, you are able to take down the fights. Let's take a look at items real quick. The power spikes are on for from FMM with this Bruno. All the items he needs are being built up.
The enhanced Trident crashes down onto the bottom lane, inhibitor turret. The rest of RSG, they're holding things out. They're making sure that the Lord goes down. They're making sure that Slate does not have the opportunity to sink any of these waves and touch any more of these inhibitor turrets. And alas, they did not manage to. Slate, they have managed to get them, or rather Slate, they will move themselves out of the way and no longer press the attack. But they are still holding themselves up around the upper quadrants of the jungle. They're still playing around and trying to open up the map.
Slate was just acting like a robber, going in, taking what you can and get out. Don't overstay your welcome, which is where RSG is able to crumble right there. Slate is trying to just wait for that right opportunity to go in. You have Sailor, he's gonna go jump in from that backline. It's just a matter of when.
A very polite robber, I may say. Slate at this point in time, they're not just rushing right in. They are waiting for their right time, waiting for people to be out, and then ring that doorbell. And when exactly is that doorbell? Well, we're gonna have to see when is Slate's timing afterwards. Because now it kind of seems as though perhaps even Slate themselves, they would want to play the cautious game. They would want to be as careful as they can. They do not just want to pick up a fight right in the enemy jungle of nonchalantly with no objective in mind. They do not want to go for mindless killings and such. They want to translate kills into objective. And only time to do that is when the Lord is appearing or it has appeared.
Sailor is doing phenomenally well right now. You do need to take Sailor down in order to push in your momentum. Because Sailor is coming to fly in.
That exactly is the time as the Blade Dancer weaves himself right in between of everyone else, but it does seem like he will be able to cut throats down onto Diablo. 4-5 is taken down. Baby Cakes unable to rest easy within Muddle's protection as Sailor's demonic force doesn't let him. Oh, Sailor! And there, with just a sliver of health, he is on a mission like a man possessed, and Slade have effectively taken 3.
Taken 3 indeed. 3 are gone for at least 30 seconds. This means that this Lord is going into the hands of Slate. Let's take a look at the replay. What just happened right there? Lawsy in too deep. They just focus right on Diablo. Once Diablo's out of the picture, there's nothing much that RSG SG can do to counteract that. Diablo was the main course of action that Slate went for, and it worked out great.
Sailor gotta have to be the biggest MVP in that fight, I gotta have to say. Here used up his immortality and used that opportunity to wait. Or rather, not really an opportunity, but that space in order to wait. And just like that, FMN, the Bruno, a single soccer ball into the face of the Lord ought to bring it down. But within just a short moment in time, RSG SG has somehow managed to find himself 3 turrets down. 2 turrets in the top lane, 1 turret in the middle lane. Is it quite enough? I beg to differ.
It's not. You need to take down the heroes of Slate in order to ride on that horse, ride on that momentum and go forth. But it's so hard because the Lord is marching down in the bot side as we speak. The only way to win this fight is for RSG SG to defend from this Lord. All you need to do is lure them too deep into your base and let the base do the work.
Once again, as the Lord slowly tramples his way, he does have his enhanced Trident, his trusty sidekick, in order to bring the core down though. Slate's entire lineup, they are beefed up. They are ready for battle. They are ready to win this war. With JPL, the big menacing Grog, the mountain giant slowly weaves his way into the lower quadrant of the jungle to open things up even more. Perhaps even the Magic Sentry wouldn't be able to help, as all of the waves are now effectively synced up. Bray a little bit out of position because of the Guardian's barrier, but somehow he's still doing pretty A-okay. Slate's HP, not quite so though. What a Blade Dancer focuses himself down in the bottom side, and that is going to be the Lord taken down without Slate being able to get anything at all.
This is pretty much an RSG that I'm pretty used to, because you can come back from this. Even though you're so far ahead, 8k gold, that's not much. If you take a fight in a position that you want them, take it in the high ground, take it where you know that you're able to win. Don't go into the jungle where you don't know where the next course of action is going to come from the side of Slate Esports. take it in a position where you can see the rest of the team, and then fight front to back.
All of
It's
the
going to be a
members.
slow game.
Take a look at RSG, guys. Just take a look at them. Going slow, going safe and sound. They have a game plan in mind, and that could either be a bait or an ambush. They're biding their time at this point in time. They're just waiting for the law to eventually open themselves up. And SLATE, they are thinking of the same thing too. But where exactly is the rest of SLATE RSG SG has in mind? That is where Lossie's job comes into play.
SLATE is going in, but Gear gets caught out, is able to dash away right in here. But RSG SG is still hiding in the jungle, as well as SLATE. Just both sides of the coin, just waiting and waiting for the right opportunity into the clutches, into the bear's trap. A Lord just evolved.
Unfortunately, I think that this game, well, RSG SG, this isn't the end just yet, because now most, if not all of their members are already online. This is exactly the fight that they can look forward to. Baby Cakes, he has the damage, while the rest of the members, they do have the tank items that they need to survive in a fight. This Lord will finally be challenged, and Team SLATE, they are waiting for the perfect moment. When exactly is that opening they see?
RSG SG needs to find out where FMM is and go straight for him. You do have a very heavy dive composition. You need to take him out. Once he's out of the picture, Isela just needs to go and try to be redirected by either Lawsy or 505.
SLATE, they don't have to rush it. They can slowly buy their time, because RSG no longer have got the Diablo that can split push anymore. Bottom lane will eventually be pushed up, and it's only a matter of time when SLATE finds the opportunity. The small little crevice between the cracks of RSG. And that is the moment in time that they can actually move right in. Bray and Lossy surprisingly tried to open things up and really just to bait out a bit of damage. The Abyssal Strike did connect, but doesn't do that much damage.
The Lord Dance is coming along. Gear is coming in too deep, and Sailor follows up quick.
The Blade Dancer, he immediately went straight in, but unfortunately 2 Immortality is going to be popped immediately. Diablo takes himself 1, and that is going to be another one. 2 of the names on the SLATE. 2 members taken down. 505 over Diablo. It is going to be the rest of the members coming from the side of SLATE. They're just going to be pushing their momentum down on the bottom side, while FMM just going to be throwing all the soccer balls all to the core, and that is how they finish it.
Oh man, I don't know what to say about this, but SLATE, well job. Sailor is just so scary. That was an intimidating Phobias. What a show, what a performance right here.
That is a tough game. That is understandably a tough game. SLATE, even though they have got early game momentum and they have got the early game power, they still couldn't find proper ways to end the game. RSG, they do have ways that they can come back into the game into the later stages, because that was about 9,000 gold deficit. But at that point in time, let's be honest, the power spike were already there. They don't really have to care too much about items. They gonna have to rely onto their skills and the composition. But SLATE outplayed them, and somehow we find a random Bruno going himself down the bottom lane.
Oh, that's the minds of Youngin right here, drafting out all the right heroes for SLATE Esports, going in and denying RSG of any breath of fresh air. Every single moment in this game was nail-biting. I'm excited to hear from you, Kin. What are your thoughts? I'm sure there's so many.
I'm just gonna say, I told you, today is gonna be a very long day, and today is gonna be a very tiring day for everyone, right? I mean, SLATE, not only did they recover from game 1, you know, I was expecting them to put up a little bit of resistance. I didn't expect them to come and lay a smackdown on RSG SG. This is the first time we have seen RSG SG being manhandled like that in this whole season, right?
Yeah.
And I'm not gonna be shy about my word. It was a manhandling by SLATE, right? Diablo, I feel so sorry for him for this game. He was just put out the whole game, right?
Yeah.
The motto for Diablo was, you don't like to join the team fights, we'll keep you out of the team fights, right? They didn't allow Diablo to come in at all. Ganking him right from the get-go, making sure that he was below farm, totally out farm. And JPL, I'm going to a jewelry store to get you an engagement ring, right? You wanted to marry Lousy. You went into him, you kept following him the entire game. Wherever Lousy was, JPL was right in front of him. And that really stalled the game.
Yeah, let's take a look at items real quick. And it seems as though RSG playing a very reactive build. A lot of them building defensive items. Athena's shield, trying to block themselves from the Phobias. Dominance Eyes being built up to reduce the amount of healing and shield the Phobias has, or Sayla has, per se. And everything that SLATE is building is just damage, damage, damage. It just screams a lot of burst, especially coming from FMM, which I think is going to be having a lot of damage dealt to heroes.
Exactly. Sayla, insane with his Phobias. We talked about this in the previous, right at the start of this game, right? His Phobias with the jumps, with the ultimates as well. It really caused a lot of problems for RSG. Nor are you only dealing with the fact that you're, below farm. It is going to be very difficult for them to catch up because he's going to catch you wherever you run. Right, but let's take a look more at the other stats of the game as well. 18-8, right? Look at the damage dealt by the whole of SLATE. And it was very painful because SLATE, JPL is their human ward, right? He walked around the map, he made sure, and he made the calls, the shot calling. I could hear it from here, right? JPL was shouting like, all right, it's time to go, and it's always 5-on-1. No matter what the situation, SLATE made it a 5v1, and RSG were punished so heavily, they had to farm as a unit. One singular entity to farm, and that is detrimental to, the game itself.
Yeah, SLATE Esports drafting a dive composition, and like I said, that was the king in the armor, and that was what broke the shield that RSG had. So the crown is still up for grabs. It's anyone's game at this point, and this time, what will RSG do to counteract this? But before we get into that, I want to see, who do you think the MVP is of this game?
I mean, I don't have an answer here, baby.
It's tough.
Everyone.
This was a team effort. The MVP is the crowd here. I could hear them scream like crazy for both teams. And I think let's not try to guess ourselves because it's a very difficult decision. Let's see. Our MVP is Sayla with the Phobias. I mean, the Phobias, his jumps, the fact that he took Mystery Shop. I like the fact that he made his growth insane. It's like growing compound interest, right? He straight away from level 1, it was just stacking on and on the whole team of RSG. He didn't allow the backline to escape, and that really caused a lot of problems, allowing Gear to zip in, zip out, take a few chunks of health away from the RSG players.
And he's so tanky. And on top of that, the damage he has, the builds coming from the Divine Ratio.
The shield!
Yeah, the shields as well. Man, there's no way you can take him down. Every single time he gets stripped off, the shield comes back on. He keeps jumping like a kangaroo, like a frog, whatever you call it. This guy is a flea. He's just always on you, that itch you that you can't get rid of.
Yep.
It gets a lot tougher. I mean, especially as a Phobias, right? You're constantly just jumping in the air. Number 1, you have shields. Number 2, you jump into the air. It's kind of tough for anyone to just really bring you down with a passion, let's be honest. And especially for the side of SLATE, they are constantly congregating together, and you don't really have that luxury to focus fire onto the Sayla while he's in the air.
Yeah, you have to lock it out.
It's very difficult because what happens is when teams fight, they already have a mental picture of, okay, let me go and jump into this particular position and that I can get the fight started from here. But the fact that Sayla was using the Phobias, he jumped the entire back lines of RSG, and that was very difficult. You will see in the highlights later, when Phobias jumps on the back line, they are totally in a mess because you don't know who to aim, you don't know where to go as well. Right, this first jump by them, it was very ambitious by SLATE. It kind of worked out in their favor. To be honest, I was thinking RSG was going to punish them extremely hard. Lousy got that kill as well. But later on, this wild charge by JPL. By JPL, I mean, this was a team effort. The fact that he controlled the important members of RSG away, specifically Diablo as well, keeping him away from the fight. That was one of the win conditions that they made sure they had achieved across the entire match.
And all the time, whenever Phobias is jumping on, or whenever Sayla is jumping on you, it splits up the entirety of every single team fight. Look at the side of RSG. Every single time that Phobias is jumping in, it just splits them all the way up. And then there is Adamir and FMM just dealing damage from the backline. You can get Gear or JPL to jump straight in to start the fight. But Sayla is always there to split you up. And when you get split up, your win condition is all over the place.
Yep, exactly. One more thing is they made 505 extremely useless. This is a drafting skill that I really love from SLATE in this game. Right, the fact that they just offer up the wild charge towards 505, but they never made it easy for 505 to even do a wild charge in the first place. You want to use your wild charge? Sure, man. The IMU, you can use it anytime you want, but you're only going to catch one person from my team. And We'll clean you up. FMM, towards the late game, he was just at the back kicking his soccer balls, and that was crazy.
Yeah, like I was saying, what if 505 took Phobius' ulti instead, and then you use the same thing against them? Because they do have a lot of dashing heroes, especially coming from that Fanny. But it's easier said than done, right? You just try to get that Phobius in, and then you sort of like, I wouldn't say panic, but you do panic a little bit because you have this monsters always jumping on you. There's nowhere you can escape. Even with the Ice Queen wand that he bought, it's just gonna slow you down, and there's nothing that you can do in the end. So the teams are gonna be back to reset. What do you think is gonna happen? What do you think the strategy is for both teams?
I'm honestly, I don't really have an idea. I just really want to see RSG as well as SLATE, you know, just kind of break themselves out of the shell, give us something new, give us something, you know, amazing. Because so far, they have been giving us something amazing to watch.
Yep, exactly. Yeah. I held my breath extremely long, and I think you shouldn't hold your breath because I think we should go and take a break, right? This is going to be a very long and tiring set for everyone, including the fans. So take a break, guys. We'll see you back in 10 minutes. When we're back, it's going to be Game 3 of this best of 5, and we'll see who's going to make it out of this monster match.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to game number 3 between RSG versus SLATE here in the upper bracket finals. We have seen quite an astonishing game between these two. First game won by RSG, second game won by SLATE. Both of these teams ragdolling each other. Definitely not in the way that we have expected, I gotta have to say. And I'm pretty sure that Churros as well as Kindofu didn't expect these.
No, not at all. Not at all. This is anyone's game so far, and stakes are high. The winner of this best of 5 series is going to go straight to the grand finals of a best of 7 that we're going to be seeing tomorrow. And no one wants to go down to the lower brackets. If you go down to the lower brackets, it's going to play another series of a best of 3 and the best of 5 yet again. Oh, sorry, best of 5, right?
Yeah, but 5, and 7.
Potentially 12 games total tomorrow.
Yep.
That is going to be harsh.
And you don't get that many breaks if you're going for that best of 5 again tomorrow, right? And of course, if you're taking that best of 5, let's say you make it out, welcome to a best of 7 right after that. That's like a best of 12 altogether, right? So it's going to be a very tough and long day for whoever does not make it out into the grand finals today. So this is what at stake, right? Your stamina, your mental peace, and your strategies.
Yep.
Right. Everyone is here. We have the fans all the way down here. It's fully packed. And we have the SLATE fans. We have the RSG fans. They have been cheering all day, all the match. They've been, using their voices to make sure that they're the 6th member of each team. Now,
yeah, well, to be frank, I was just chilling in my OSIM Youth Roam 5 right here. I'm pretty comfortable. I don't know if the fans are. I don't know if RSG and SLATE Esports are going to be comfortable enough going into the next game.
Yeah, but there's some things that money can't buy, which is winning, right? You can't buy a lot of things.
And glory.
You can't buy glory. But you can buy something that potentially can help you win a glorious skin, right? So using that, you can actually use the cards that we have in front here to kind of buy whatever you need, right? All you need to have is, what, a $225 spending?
Oh, wait. I know. Okay, so today's Saturday, right?
Yeah.
So as of, what time is it now? What time is it, Abstract?
It's currently 6 o'clock.
The Exorcist skin is giving out free tickets for free rolls. So you can spend to get like free rolls for Exorcist skins.
Wait, really?
Yeah, right now. Yeah, are you gonna do it now? Okay, so Kin, tell me what is the strategy of RSG SG and SLATE Esports? Well, he's gonna do his thing.
Yeah,
he's actually locked in.
Yeah, we will give him some time. We'll give Aspect some time to go and do the rolls, buy the skins as well. Right. Meanwhile, yes. More importantly at hand is this game. This is a game 3. So technically you can see as the first half of a tiebreaker, right? I am fully confident we might see a 2-2 scoreline today, right? Both these teams have performed exceptionally well today. We have seen RSG, they have torn SLATE right off in game 1. And SLATE replied back extremely strong. They tore them apart as well in game 2. So now game 3, they have been fully exposed to the strats, the play styles, and the win conditions of each draft by both teams. So we know that if Diablo is having a hard time, and the fact that you can squeeze Bray away from the jungle, it's going to be very difficult for RSG to recover from that. Both teams are very disciplined as well. So we know that SLATE as well, if you take control of JPL and you break apart the composition in terms of the positioning, it's very difficult for SLATE to recover from that damage. So now they both know each other to beat spots. It really comes down to, number 1, the mental capacity of all the team members across both teams, as well as the ability to execute their roles up to perfection.
But ladies and gentlemen, it's time for game number 3. The ban and draft phase for game number 3 is on the tables. Phovius and Akai immediately being respected ban out by RSG SG. They don't want to deal with that anymore. SLATE Esports, on the other hand, again, Paquito, but there's something new on the table. Valentina is taken off the charts.
Yes, and which means that, okay, it's still early, so let's list down some characters they might not want to see as well. They might not want to see the Diggy, they might not want to see the Atlas, right? Straight away, when you have the Valentina band and you have the Phovius band, I think these are the type of heroes you want to take away from the gameplay as well.
Your team
Fanny looks like SLATE wants to ban out the Fanny. No Fanny for you, Bray.
A dive strategy is still up for grabs for SLATE Esports, understanding that RSG SG is going to play as a unit. We're going to fight battles 5-on-5, but RSG SG, I mean, the Farsa is still open. We've seen 505 popping off with the Farsa especially well in yesterday's game as well. So, I mean, that is still on the table. The cards are still available, and he might be able to pick that up. But the first pick goes on to Slate. You want to get them to be a active draft.
Yeah, they might take away the choke.
I believe that there will be a lot more that will be taken away for Longzi as well as Diablo. As such, then I think it's really paramount that RSG SG identify that Diablo's picks are now gonna be one of priority picks. They can't allow Slate to go around and ban all these Esmeraldas, Uranus, and so many of these heroes. That is going to make things tough.
Okay. I'm oohing because 1-1 is FMM's signature hero. We all know FMM is crazy with this 1-1, especially after the nerf. We'll see how he plays, because every time you pop your weakness points, only that member who popped off that weakness points is able to get crossbow of tanked.
So here's the thing about 1-1, right? So when it comes down to 1-1, yes, you can only pop crossbow of tank on the first person that you pop the weakness off. And when it comes down to some of the other teams out there, they usually like to play, you know, soft support or a single hard tank, those kind of stuff. RSG's playstyle so far is that they usually always go for very tanky composition. As such, looking at a 1-1 picked by Slate, I kinda don't really like it.
Yep, I mean, if you take a look at RSG SG right off the bat, they have a Grok and a Faramis. Game 1?
First Faramis played by RSG, if I'm not wrong.
Is it going to be a 2-1 straight to RSG based on this?
Yeah, based on the statistics, probably the first Faramis game. But let's talk about the Grok for a moment. It has been so disruptive when it was played by JPL in the previous game, too. Because you sort of like block your entrances, block your routings. You don't want to waste your dashes trying to get over the wall, and you get stuck on any sort of like objective lines, right? You want to get the zonal potential right there. And this is what probably RSG SG is trying to look to do. You get 505 on the Faramis. That is probably like Call Alter, Immortality +1, but like Confidence +9,000. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. So now Diablo is going to lock in his Benedetta. It's one that we have not seen, right? And of course, like you mentioned, this Iggy and Lilia. I think, honestly, at this point, I'm really favoring RSG SG's draft because they can literally bait out the time journey with, you know, either the Cult's Altar or the Wild Charge as well. So it really is a baiting concept for the side of RSG. Let us burn your options, right? We want you to be trigger happy. We want you to pop that time journey early. We want you to pop that Black Boots early as well. End of the day, at this point, yes, the draft is not complete, right? They have to figure out someone who can protect FMM on that 1-1, make sure that JPL doesn't die too early. They have to make sure that they pop their ultimates in the fight. If that ultimate is not popped off by Slate's lineup, RG wins every single fight, every time.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you. Just mainly, Slate Esports has the damage potential through team fights. You have the 1-1, you have the Lilia there. You do have the crowd control negation effect from Diggy's time journey. RSG SG just needs to look to sort of like ban out all of these tanky heroes, because you need a tanky front line in order to give enough time for FMM to pop off witness points.
Come on, Dexter.
Yeah, the final bans from the team, we have a Claw being banned as well as a Melissa. They want to starve Baby Cake's options in terms of what he has to offer against you know, FMM. And I like the fact that he, you know, got rid of Melissa as well as Claude. The AoE option for the side of RSG SG is really scary right now. You have Lawsy as well as 505 who can potentially pull, have that 5-man pull into a wild charge. Right? Following that, we have the Iritel being picked up by Baby Cakes. And as we all know, Diablo on this Benedetta is no joke.
Yeah, and the combo coming in from Iritel as well as the Faramis, once you have that Call Altar, Baby Cakes can just go in guns blazing, no pun intended for blazing duet, but in its own right, a glass cannon just shooting in, you have 2 lives. You can break that fall 2 times. And Baby Cakes just able enough to get enough time to melt every single one of Slate Esports down. So right now, Slate Esports need to counteract with what heroes do I need for my front line. And now, Adamir as well as Gear potentially do have favorite rights to get at least a fighter or a tank hero to be able to sustain through the damage that they need from FMM and Gear.
Your team
wow, okay, it's going to be a Tamus as well as a Cho. So, Bray, I think that's a lot of things for him to consider. At this point, right, the win condition for Slate's draft is just a long extended fight. And RSG SG's solution to that is Cult's Altar, right? Sure, we cannot take that long fight because the moment FMM gets his stacks in, he's going to be a huge problem. So it has to be a burst composition from the side of RSG SG. And if that fails, the insurance is the Cult's Altar, and hopefully Lousy lands a very good Guardian's Barrier into a wild charge as well. That is the insurance that they have. Late game wise, I think it looks pretty good on the side of RSG SG. You have Iritel, who is a monster in damage later part of the game. Diablo can scale really quickly from the mid game once he gets his itemization on top. And wow.
It's something new from Bray. Something new from Bray. I think it's probably his debut as Eamon. But we've seen how powerful with Eamon. So Bray, on the other hand, the child prodigy, I am so excited to see how his hands work on this masterful character right here. Eamon going in. But what I like about Slate's draft is the fact that they are extremely irritating. And I say it's irritating. Irritating is probably an understatement. They're just so annoying. Every single member of Slate Esports has the potential to pull you back into FMM's arms and then wait for that crossbow tang to pop off.
Yep, they're evenly matched for this.
As such, the drafting stage is now concluded. Slate versus RSG for game number 3. Both compositions are pretty done nutty. We do have a Paramus on one side, and we do have the Cho onto JPL. Honestly, I am terrified of JPL Cho. Which we gotta have to see which team is the one that would really be terrifying their counterparts.
Ooh, but JPL is gonna be playing.
Oh wait, oh yeah, oh they have a Diggy,
position.
right?
Yeah, Adamir is gonna be on that Cho. But I mean, these guys have been playing together for a long time, so Adamir might have got some tips and tricks from JPL himself. And you guys in the audience are able to talk to them after the match as well if you want to learn some tips and tricks. So yeah, jumping straight into the game number 3.
I haven't seen a Thamus into the jungle for the longest time. One thing that you should remember is that Thamus is a crazy jungler. He can invade the jungle and of course steal the buff really easily as well. So I wouldn't be too surprised if we were to start seeing that in a while later or sometime in the future. But for now, we are going to be definitely looking at a pretty much of a standard rotation coming in from both of these teams. RSG's jungler have already took down both their orange and the purple buff. In the meantime, Slate's Thamus has just reached his orange buff for some reason.
And Diggy right here is already babysitting FMM right from the get-go, just giving him a lot of space. But with this strategy, you are able to push in and win that lane effectively and optimally as possible. But you do have the lack of vision play, which is sorely needed, especially if you have a sort of like paper lineup from side of Slate.
RSG's lineup, they are actually pretty paper if you ask me, but Gear have decided to go on an offensive. Finally on an offensive. His molten size will guide his way through to the lines of RSG. The Guardian's Barrier laid perfectly. Now Gear have no choice but to offend, no choice but to commit into a losing fight.
I didn't know how many shards was that, but it sort of like destroyed the frame rate just for a second right there. But Bray taking down Gear, the battle of the child prodigies, that is.
One thing for sure is over 9,000.
Over 9,000, that is right. But Adamir just annoying Diablo as much as possible. And I'm saying Slate's draft is just annoying as RSG as much as possible, especially in the early stages of the game. Deny them their fun and choke them out. Adamir kicks him back.
Immediately, 5/5 finds himself with half HP, but we do have the Count Altar that's currently available. 2-3 of them are already lost the Count Altar and such Gear make his way right in between of RSG, immediately popping off the heads of 2 other members. Bray as well as Diablo unfortunately would not be able to do much but run away.
A short miscalculation here from the side of RSG SG. They lost the turtle and they lost that battle. They did not lose that too much. The 1.2k gold lead behind, that's not a lot. They can play it safe for just now and then try to build up as much power items as much as possible before going into any fights that you want to take.
Here's the thing about the Thamus pick for the side of Slate. It does have, definitely do have pros and cons coming into this fight. Everyone knows that Thamus is a very brawly hero. You would want to go into the battle and stay at where you are and keep on fighting and hitting over and over again. your mobility may not be the best of all the fighters out there, but you still have got some mobility, let's not gonna lie here. As such, he is going to be the answer for the Cult Altar. Whenever the Cult Altar has already been dispelled, that is Gear's time to shine. But unfortunately, when it comes down to really dealing with the pesky heroes that is around the normal game framework, which is the Benedetta, the Iricel, as well as the Amon, it's really tough for the Thermos to even land a hit on them, or rather, yes, you can land a hit, but you can't follow through and commit a finishing blow.
Now, the way to play this is just play safe. Don't overcommit too much. And Diablo over there just tries to get back down.
Yeah. Let's be honest here, it really is Gear's name of the game to just stand tall and fight. He has bought a lot of time, but unfortunately, only now, Sailor and Adamir! Oh, the black shoot! Oh, Bray! And now, because of a wasted ultimate from the side of Bray, this is Slate's time to come in and shine. Adamir doesn't have a lot of HP, the activation ought to take him down.
Diablo is still trying to get back, but RSG lost that battle so much. Gear just so tanky already, 4 minutes into game, moving on to 5, but having 2 kills, and he's going tanky as we speak. Every single second, he's gonna get bigger, he's gonna get better, and he's gonna get stronger, so you don't want to fight him just one. It's very hard to take him down if you don't have any burst potential coming in. And Baby Cakes, he needs time. He needs time to grow up into an adult and try to farm down.
And now the fight for the turtle is now about to begin. The Bray immediately takes the turtle down while the rest of the members from the side of RSG plunges themselves right in the face of Slate, effectively bringing Gear down. And the next one inside is gonna be Adamir, and Diablo makes his swift strike right through his throat.
Now, that fight was favoring RSG SG. Not only to take down that turtle, they took down 2 members of Slate and the top lane turret to get a complete package, a happy meal, so to speak.
A decisive strike coming from RSG indeed. When they know they're gonna have to commit for the turtle, they will commit. And they will see it through after all. We have got the top lane first tier turret already destroyed, and ironically, it's actually for the EXP laner, not the gold laner. In fact, RSG and Slate, they haven't really been putting a lot of attention over to the gold lane at all. And for them as well as Baby Cakes, they have been pretty much been in their own world for the longest time ever.
It's just a little bit of a farm build situation. Just get enough space and time for yourself to farm up. Don't take fights that you don't want to commit too much into, and you don't want to dive under turrets that you can't protect. But with the Cult Altar, you need to use it to your full potential. You can do it, and right now the fight is
immediately with the Electro final blow. He's just going to be putting himself around top JPL, but unfortunately the homing missile coming in from the members of RSG, as well as from Baby King. He's going to do so much. Baby King taken down as Slate.
Adamir!
Not going to come back. Adamir comes in from behind. Whale Dragon knocked right down on the Bray. And RSG, they've committed to it with 3 members down.
They lost 4 for the price of 1. 505 got back up because, well, he's a Faramis in that respect, but every single one of Slate was at that. They read RSG like a book.
It doesn't really matter if RSG tries to put on an ambush. There's so many things that Slate could play and so many things that they could do.
But take a look at this. Lowzy initiates the charge, but the time journey remains active and denying them of any crowd control capabilities that they need. And Gear having so much time. FMM popping up that crossbow of Tang in that last moment as well. Adamir just pushing back Bray in the nick of time. They're securing that 4th kill.
Well, now RSG, they are back and neck with Slate. Both of these teams, or rather none of them, do have an advantage against one another at this point in time. We still have quite a bit of turrets that is currently available, and RSG seems to want to have a bite at the bottom lane turret, with 3 members from the side of RSG jumping themselves around the Gear. The shot ought to bring Gear down pretty darn easily. Adamir comes in from behind, with the Dragon connecting down the Bray. He wasn't able to get himself away because of the time journey, but Diablo, Electro Final Blow, launches himself right in between our 3 members, forces Sailor to pop off the black shoes, but alas, that is a pretty good fight from both.
There was a bait. Slate wanted to fight that because 1-1 had so much time to farm up top and farm up mid. There's so much gold potential that went over to the hands of 1-1. But in the end of it, Slate manages to secure 1 kill. on top of Bray, denying him enough time to farm up. Because right now, I mean, let's face it, we are going to be talking about a long game. And it just boils down to who makes the end game earlier.
SLATE, they are doing a very good job in moving, and of course the entire macro of the game right now. And of course the invisible pressure that we are so used to seeing from the side of Diablo is now effectively gone. LoL's aggressive nature is not exactly in full display as well. RSG, they are definitely being hindered by the expertise of SLATE. They are just experienced. They have faced off RSG once in the regular seasons, and here we are, together with so many other teams out there, such as Evil, Revival, right in between of the breaks, before the regular seasons, they all came back, and now they are showing us their absolute best.
As much as SLATE is really successful in a lot of team fights that they take, they need to find a way to take down the objectives, and the objectives are just popping up. Lord is just spawned up. The bottom tier turret is in low health. They need to find a way to take that down, but Diablo is going to be able to run away from that, trying to cut the waves to apply pressure into the side of SLATE.
Fast fingers coming from both of these EXP laners. With great mobility comes great responsibility. So to say, you're gonna have to make sure that you are always safe whenever you try to do something. At this point in time, the Thamus is actually at the top lane, so this could actually be a pretty good fight for RSG to try to take the fight onto the Lord while their retribution is no longer here. But SLATE, they will probably want to buy as much time as possible. Diablo escapes himself off of the grasp of FMM as well as Gear. But right as we speak, the Lord has been resetted, and unfortunately, that is going to be Thamus joining into the battle. RSG no longer have an edge in terms of retribution anymore.
Sailor does not have his black shoes, but he was just waiting for the right time to burst down anyone who entered that rush. Did you see how many balls he put up? But Bray in this form, just waiting for the right time to engage, and the time is named.
And of course, that is going to be a knockup coming from the side of Lord. And of course, the time journey is of course going to be picked up as well. Here brings up 5 on 5, and Amir, low HP, stunned by the wild charge. Ring taken down by Bray, as the rest of the members of SLATE, they move right down, and it's going to be continuing on across. Bray with a double kill, back for man with a single of the Lolzy. The rest of the fight continues, and Triple is going to be on the face of Bray.
Fear the Gear. He did a phenomenal job trying to split up the rest of RSG from that backline, and with Diablo alone in the backline, you don't have that flank capability. It looks like RSG is meeting its makers. SLATE is taking everything they can right now.
They don't have much. SLATE doesn't have much to deal with this Lord, but somehow RSG SG, they themselves don't have much either. As such, both of these teams have found themselves on a stalemate. They're bumping shoulders and at each other's feet wet. They couldn't just take this Lord just yet. And only 30 seconds more, the Lord will be evolved, and that is where the menacing strike of the Trident will happen. And that is going to be a very conclusive Lord indeed.
Oh, Sailor is dealing so much damage to Lolzy. Just waiting in the brush, waiting for him to go in, and then popping off all the balls. You know how they play. I'm telling you, the side of SLATE, their draft is just annoying the heck out of RSG SG. There's nothing that Lolzy can do. He wants to enter the brush, but every time he does, half HP gone. If he enters the brush again, he's pretty much dead. So you don't want to deal with that. Every single time you enter a brush, please be sure that you have some backup on.
The roles of dealing with split pushes has effectively been switched between Adamir as well as Gear. Adamir is now going to be the pacemaker. He's going to be the one that finds the initiation and pick up a fight against RSG. And Gear is the one that will stay on the sidelines. And because of that, he will be taken down by a tag duo team of Bray and Diablo, putting the retribution battle from the side of SLATE weak.
Let's take a look at the itemizations that's coming in from both teams. 1-1 already built up these steel leggings and have 3 core items. This is a really scary 1-1. Guns from the armory ready to shoot and kill. And this Gear is already buying that Guardian's helmet as well as some sustainability coming in from the Bloodlust Edge. But hold on a second right here. Diablo in the spot bother tries to get the electrifying blow out of the way, and looks like the Lord is going to be uncontested from the side of SLATE.
Oh, maybe not. It is going to be contested, but unfortunately a little bit too late. Retribution will be used, and that is going to be the lock taken. RSG completely retreats themselves with the Cold Altar, ensuring themselves 5-man stack plus the Lord.
This is a very different RSG. Just because of that lore, they are up in gold. 4K gold ahead of SLATE. They are able to take down more turrets as we speak because of the fact that they are prioritizing objectives. Objectives. Look at Diablo, always split pushing, always taking down the objectives, trying to separate SLATE, trying to make them run around like headless chickens.
Now, the Lord marching up in the top lane. Got his Baron, not gonna do much against Gear, but Gear is a little bit out of position, or is he? Because Lolzy took that opportunity to go over to the upper quad.
Oh! The massive damage from the shots! Sailor popped the black shield. He got himself right in the face of RSG. Well, now it's gonna be the call altar gonna be popped right out. They take this opportunity to retreat as the Lord is no longer capable of fighting for them. The rest of RSG took this chance to move on to middle lane, take down the first tier and hopefully the second as well.
RSG is smart. They're
Oh!
never in
Wait,
here,
right
but
oh! The Whale Dragon did manage to connect, but at the expense of himself. Is it really worth it? That is gonna be the question. As 4 members from the side of RSG is still rock and rolling. Well, SLATE only has 2.
the win condition is shifted for RSG SG. They are able to take down Gear, and now Bray has enough damage. Did you see how much he dealt onto Gear? He was almost half out, but hold on a second right here. Baby Case tries to go in, but Bray, whoa, where did he come from?
He was invisible. He is invincible.
Wait, what happened to Sailor? Wait.
Somehow he found himself taken down. The lack of final blow is not the matter at all because Baby King and Bray, they focuses themselves down on the core. But where's the meters? Where's the creep? Nowhere to be found. The creep is slowly moving in, but unfortunately already. Way too greedy. With fun. It is way too much for all of us to handle.
5 members down from RSG SG. Lolzy's gonna get up in 5 seconds. Will he be able to defend this? And it's just that the tables are gonna turn from this.
Lolzy's up. 505 Diablo, Baby Cake, Spray. All 4 of the other members from RSG is slowly swarming in. But with the base Baron in the middle lane, that is exactly what is RSG's mission to make.
What was that?
It is mistake of the century. RSG SG had got no creeps and they were desperate for that to be the final push. They wanted to make full use of all of that opportunity. But Gear put himself all the way out in the front, not engaging in the battles of his enemies, but in the battles against the tiny little minions that is supposed to make of their fate.
As the Lord, the enhanced Lord right now, is spawned up. We will just have to wait because there's gonna be another Lord dance, the Lord Tango. How will these 2 teams tackle the Lord? It does look like it's just a quiet process. Lolzy is pushing Lord out, trying to start that fight. The fight that SLATE doesn't want to take.
None of these teams will want to take a fight right now. None of them is willing, and none of them are willing to accept the consequences that may happen in the event that it all falls short. RSG SG, they have the composition that allows them to split. But is that really something that they would want to do right now? Is that exactly the idea that will make the game? Or is it exactly something that will push the game to an end? But one thing's for sure, is that Diablo has got eyes on the Gear. Here is the one with the retribution, but RSG, they're still being very cautious.
Demon Hunter Sword.
Bottom lane.
Build up the Gear.
Diablo. He did manage to get himself away from the hands of FMM, but now RSG, they pretty much know that FMM as well as Gear is no longer here. It is now the time for them to be on the aggressive, but FMM being the one that he is, he can move real fast. Lolzy puts it down by FMM! And Diablo, he goes for an eye, brings down the Adamir. But 4 members from SLATE is still alive. RSG, 4 members, right. The retribution, the one that holds on to the retribution is now dead. So now the answer for RSG is to push down the middle lane all by himself. Will it be enough? Is this Sticky and this Lilia be enough? The answer, no!
Will he be able to take this FMM on a killing spree? This is a repeat of what SLATE went through. Another successful defense with the Lord in their possession. SLATE Esports, this is their window. This is their time to shine.
Two-man down. SLATE has got themselves the advantage while Lawsy tries to hold himself up and out in the very front. The Lord is still staggering behind. He's still not anywhere here just yet. But JPL, the thinking, is taken down. Lawsy himself doesn't have much help to work with. And FMM, he soars into the sky with a crossbow.
SLATE Esports, well played. What a defense. What a comeback! What an epic comeback! I need a breather. You guys need a breather. Oh man, what was that?
That was plainly SLATE on a tear. They were conducting their own medley of death. You know what they say? RSG Lawsy, he finds the opportunity, but SLATE, they create the opportunity.
Oh yeah, amen to that. Amen to that, but everything just tore apart for RSG. At the last moment, they had it not once, but twice. Almost, always almost getting to the throne a little bit too greedy, overstate their welcome. A new recipe for disaster right there. And right now, me and Abstract are gonna take a break because this was insane. Kin, help us out over here. What went wrong and what went right?
It's just a totally different game. Boys, we were in for a treat today. The fans are here, they're excited. You can hear them scream. I mean, the energy levels in this place is crazy. Now, let's actually break it down. This is not even a game about laning, you know, the itemization. It's none of that. Everyone did that perfectly for this game. What mattered was the options that they had. You have the Black Boots, you have the Cult Outer, you have the Time Journey, you have the Wild Charge. Every single thing is to see who is gonna use more to try and win the situation. And when someone overspends their economy, right, I'm run out of options, that's when they really get down into business, right? That first dance around or throwing their skills, making sure they get the kills, that's just the first portion of it, right? Both teams understood this. It was never about the skills that you were using, it's never about the laning. It was all about the options that both teams had.
Yeah.
Once you exhausted it all, that's it. So, you know, at the end, the one that we all went crazy, I actually, you know, I was taking notes across the game. I was ready to just let you guys know what's happening, but I threw that all away because that's how crazy this game was.
I mean, speaking of options, right? I mean, the only option that I gotta have to say, yes, the first time's the greed, but the second time was the option. Because RSG, they have no other plays. Diablo have no other plays. There's no way he's jumping into 3 men.
Yeah.
So the only way to go in is go for a GG push in mid, and that's the only thing that they could do.
Yep. Yeah. If you take a look at the itemization, they, like Sayla just went full damage, Adamir went full tank for this. He soaked up and wasted a lot of time from the side of RSG SG. RSG SG, honestly, I really preferred their draft. They had the Cult Outer, they had the Wild Charge as well. They had 3 immortalities on their side. They had the book on 505, 20% cooldown reduction, plenty of Cult Outer to play around with, but they just couldn't manage to time it properly. SLATE just overly exposed that potential weakness and just smashed them out of the water.
Yeah, and let's take a look at the statistics right now where they will be seeing all that kind of stuff. But yeah, I definitely agree with you. They changed their win conditions so many times. RSG SG, the window that they made, the window of opportunity that opened up was when they took down gear. They didn't want to fight FMM, JPL, Adamir, and Sayla all together because they always coagulate together. But let's take a look at the kill participation from both teams. This was such a close match, and close wasn't even an understatement. It was like atoms apart.
What? Oh, okay. You know what? I was expecting 100% from everyone. it was like they were fighting the entire match.
Yo. Let's put this up into the game, right? This game is so insane. JPL is 105%.
105. We are over the 100% mark.
You know, this is not anything, but this is but a meme. JPL is that crazy. All right, let's put it as that.
The total damage that they
Salutes.
dealt.
Salutes to him.
It's so even. Damage dealt is 284,000 on both teams, right? So we've been
Okay, production. Okay.
We need to cut, right? JPL. Now, let's talk about
Why
JPL.
did he get 105?
Production says JPL died, but his spin killed someone.
Wait, yeah, what? Did you guys, wait.
And because of that, it gave him that number. Okay, it is funny, all right? But we gotta get ourselves back into this resource chart. Let's break it down a little bit more.
Yeah, it's extremely difficult for RSG SG. There's one thing that I missed right at the start of the game. FMM, when he gets those stacks, you know, forget about your Couch Outer, you know, forget about Wild Charge or whatsoever. Once the FMM has the stacks, he's just going to go ham. Towards the end of the game, you could see it. 505 burned every single thing, but he could not get anything done.
Yeah, exactly. RSG did a very, very good job trying to dissect everything, especially Diablo. He was the MVP, especially for RSG SG. But for SLATE Esports, everything went so well. I was saying there was such an annoying draft. And who is the most annoying MVP of this match? It will be JPL! Guys, whip out your phones. This is a 105% kill participation digging. JPL!
Never before seen. Never seen before. Never seen, even I'm broken.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure DJY and Z Killed is on this. We're gonna see this on YouTube everywhere. Find that clip of how Diggy killed someone when he died.
Yep, 105 kill participation. Now, there is a lot of things. He has the cooldown emblem. He has a 20% reduction book. And, you know, he was throwing plenty of time bombs throughout the map. And that was a constant irritant to the side of RSG. Everyone who went in got dropped to, you know, a quarter of their health gone, right in the face of 3 bombs. Yeah. And JPL just scoured the map. Even when he's dead, he is a human ward. He's spinning and killing someone with it.
Yes, I mean,
even in death.
This game is unimaginable. As such, having a highlight, well, it's kind of tough to, even for me, like if I'm production, I don't even know how to make this highlight because the entire game is a highlight.
Exactly. But still, we're going to give it a try now. Let's take a look at the highlights and let's break this game down, right? At the start of it, it really was an exploration of options, right, by both teams. How do we make it so that the other team burns ultimates early? They made 505 burn his card outer quite early a couple of times. And they also made, you know, the Black Boot usage on the side of SLATE. And you can see here, FMM, in all the fights, FMM is always left alone because they were so concerned about burning the options that both teams had. And I think this was the secret recipe, the secret for their success was SLATE. One of the key vital to them. FMM was always alive.
Yeah, and JPL did a phenomenal job keeping him alive. Every single time you see FMM going in, JPL is always there, babysitting him, making sure that he doesn't take too much damage. And when he gets crowd control, let's be sure time journey's on. And this was the momentous moment where you see the core being taken down. Yep, this was the first bout.
I thought this was over. Honestly, when they were clearing this, I thought they had enough help. Everyone was screaming. I was walking back to my seat already. I had my headphones on. And suddenly, Adamir makes it out of the death zone and FMM as well, cleaning up the entire...
This was the time!
Okay.
It's not the spin! It's his farts!
It's his what?
It's his farts!
It's his farts!
Yeah, and here, I mean, Baby Cake overcommitted at this point, and that was it. RSG would punish extremely hard. And here we go, this is where FMM shined. Burn the Couch Outer, no problem. I'm just gonna kill you over again and again and again.
Yeah, even with a soft counter like Theranos, you think that the Tempest of Blades can outlast, or the Couch Outer can outlast the Tempest of Blades. But once FMM gets that damage, you are slow. There's nowhere to go. He's gonna always be chasing you. Front to back, there's nowhere you can run. Or if you can run, there's not so much distance that you can give from yourself in 1-1.
I gotta have to say, that was insane. Well, but in order for us to close out the episode of game number 3, I have but one thing to say. Any chemical plant or anything that is toxic is nothing compared to Diggy's farts.
But man, this is so much to fathom, and can you guys believe it's just a BO5? We are minutes away from a game number 4.
It's game point baby.
Yeah. So let's talk a bit about what we discussed back in our talent room, right? I was telling
We have a room?
I was telling Churros that the score might probably be 3-1, and it really comes down to momentum. So right now, SLATE has the opportunity to really crush RSG, take this best of 5 and make it sit on that throne and wait for RSG to come back and fight them again.
This is a difficult story, I gotta have to say. RSG, they have been looking really strong for this entire regular season, and looking at them here in the playoff, having quite a bit of difficulty against SLATE is quite of a tear-jerking moment. But let us not forget about Season 3, right? Because this is exactly what has happened, right? They have lost against SLATE's old branding before once in this exact part of the bracket, went down, went back up, and claimed themselves the crown. Question is if whether history is going to repeat themselves, or are we going to see a divergence. Thank you. A diversion of the timeline where RSG wins the next 2 games.
Yep. Yeah. But before that, let's take a look at the impact player for both teams. JPL versus Diablo. This is the exact thing that we're talking about, right? When you shut Diablo down, RSG is always going to have a problem. And so far, when you shut JPL down, SLATE always has a lot of problems as well. Yeah. So far, in this personal battle of JPL against Diablo, it looks like JPL is making out much stronger, right? Diablo is a very strong player as well, one of my favorite players in the league. And now it's time for him to prove why he is the impact player for RSG. Can he pull his team up together with the rest of the teammates and bring this back to a 2-2 scoreline? We want to see a game 5, right?
We do.
I want to see a game 5 simply because I'm the analyst. I'm not doing play-by-play or color, so like these 2 dudes are gonna die.
No, but hey, this was such an incredible match. I mean, midway through, I threw out all the strategies and all the analysis that I had for both teams, and I just enjoyed the match.
Yeah, you know what? Let's just throw everything.
Let's just throw everything away, because anything can happen right now. But take a look at this. Like, I thought Lawsy was the main, sort of valuable player, main shot caller for RSG SG.
Yep.
But they SLATE Esports sort of shifted the tempo and sort of hey, let's just take down Diablo. Let's just break his mentality down. Because in a competitive scene like Esports or in Mobile Legends itself, it's how much you can handle that emotional or the psychological pressure that your opponents give you. And every single time Diablo gets taken down, it's like, man, how are they gonna come back from that? It's like 2 times they could have just taken down that core. And that is so stressful for the members of RSG SG.
Yeah, but this actually speaks volumes because end of the day, this is a game about teamwork. And it looks like SLATE is better gelled, at least in this best of 5 series. RSG, there is a bit of work to be done, but let's see. Can RSG bring this back? This is a team game after all. Diablo, he is the face of the team, but he needs his team to work with him as well.
He gonna have to have the team to work with him. I mean, SLATE, they have won 2 games already, and of course, rightfully so. When I start to see, the 3rd game, instead of having the Cho dealing with the Benedetta in the side lanes, it ended up being the jungler that actually dealt with him.
Yeah, was having a one-on-one.
So that is really something that baffles me to a certain extent, but also gives me an understanding why exactly they did that. SLATE definitely cannot pull that off in the event that RSG has one hero, and that is Lunox. Only that Lunox could change things up, because the health of the Lord is already so high that no matter where the Thamus is, RSG cannot bring down the Lord fast enough for this Thamus to make it in.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you. But after all said and done, Cho is still used as a utility character in the side of SLATE Esports.
Exactly.
So you have effectively double roams, and you are protecting both Sayla and FMM, both of which are your priority damage dealers. You have Diggy and you have Cho to deal with. You don't have sort of 2 bodyguards, you have 3.
Yes.
In that respect. you leave Thamus aside, but with his mobility, when he throws that axe, he is able to go in. But let's jump straight in to game number 4, numero cuatro of the game between SLATE Esports versus RSG SG. Kim, what do you have for us?
It's gonna be tough, right? They're gonna remove Cho and Paquito right off the bat from the side of SLATE. You know they want to close this game immediately, right? Diggy, Diggy is gonna be banned. No farts, no spin, no time journey for you, right? And of course, following that, they are gonna ban the archive. We know how dangerous the archive heavy spin is. It's gonna be a trouble to deal with. Now, we have to see the focus on the bans and picks for this game. Are they gonna go back to a Diablo-centric theme? Right? Do they want to make sure that Diablo gets his appropriate champion or appropriate hero so that he can perform better?
Like you said, Diablo-centric team, and that is what SLATE Esports is precisely doing. Paquito off the table, Esmeralda off the table. Please ban Phobius. You don't want to deal with that if you're RSG SG. This is the deciding game. This is the game that will make or break you and cement your place in the grand finals that's going to be held tomorrow at our Tampines hub at, what time was it? 4 p.m.
Somewhere along the lines.
Somewhere along the lines of 4 p.m. at our Tampines hub. So calm down and support your team. But jumping straight back into the draft, it seems as though they're taking longer than usual. Will they stick to their same draft or their same strategy for side of RSG SG?
Well, I think they are correct on you. They like your advice. They're gonna ban out the Phobius. And one more thing, which means that the Atlas is open. We have seen some sick Atlases, right?
Atlas,
we have seen
Valentina,
JPL
Faramis.
with that sick 5-man, 4-man Fatal Links. We have also seen Lawsy do the exact same thing to other teams as well. So now the question is, are they going to focus on that? But of course, SLATE, FMM, not going to change. 1-1 worked great, you know, one sway.
Yeah, I mean, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. FMM, very comfortable with that 1-1. There's nothing like following a meta than just sticking to whatever you're comfortable with and just rolling with it. FMM is doing precisely that. Now, 1-1, that being said and done, is still a glass cannon, dealing a lot of damage, but it's still easy to take down. What you need from the side of RSG is someone to just dive straight to the back line. And right now, if you know that SLATE Esports is going to tackle you as, if I'm Diablo, I will be sure that I'm going to take out any hero that I don't want you to nullify me from.
Yep, that's right. I mean, based on the draft of Game 1, Game 2, and Game 3, mobility is definitely one of the things that they like to do, but I think they need to have characters who have decent iframes as well to deal with this 1-1, right? And of course, they're going to try and go back into the basic meta. This is going to be a Balmond and a Claude. So Blazing Duet and that lethal counter, both of which are very irritating skills, and they are very easy to execute as well.
Now that the Phobius is banned, there is still quite a bit of heroes that Diablo can have access to, right? Because remember how in the previous game I talked about the fact that Diablo's pick is paramount? But because of the fact that Phobius is not in the picture, and maybe some other heroes is not in the picture just yet, I don't know what, but they don't have to prioritize Diablo anymore. They can still let it be open as much as possible. Especially now we are looking at a Dyrov being picked by by SLATE. This would hint Benedetta a lot more.
Yeah, I was actually thinking that Franco would have made sense for RSG SG if they could catch a 1-1 out. So the fact that they themselves picked it and are going to turn it against RSG is something that I really like from the side of SLATE. Like I said, they're ready. This is game 4. They close this, they're going to sit on the throne, and they want RSG to work for it.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you. I thought Franco would be a very, very good pick. But, I mean, come to think of it, you do have a lot of underrated heroes like the Kaja, or even if SLATE is going to be playing a dive strategy, I mean, taking from the Dyrith is going to go straight to the back line. Valier is still open, and Valier is a very underrated hero. You don't see that being played much in the MPL. But, you know, that is still a viable option.
Yep. So Jawhead was actually one of the other things I was looking at. But, of course, Diablo already picked the Benedetta. So now we're going to be left with the mage position, the mid, Mr. Sailor, and Mr. 505. This is a very important matchup because whoever wins the mid lane wave management will be the first to rotate and make sure they can either defend the invasion by the jungle of the opponent team, or they could also re-initiate onto the other lanes as well. We have seen this formula being used by both teams and used to perfection, killing up with that 1 or 2 kills, that 1 level, 2 level advantage, as well as the wave management. it's going to be very detrimental to the opponent team. They will not be able to resuscitate from that.
Right. And I'm looking at SLATE Esports. I know that they're going to go for a dive strategy or a pickoff strategy depending on the situation, because they do have the Franco, they do have the Dyrov, and the 1-1 just staying in the back line. But Farsa is still on the tables as well. You can afford a zone out strategy, so a Farsa or a Yves that is being used up. So RSG SG is going to emphasize that Sayla is the main focus, the main win condition for the side of SLATE Esports.
Yep, they do not want to deal with a Sailor that has his favorite picks. No Lilia, no Kagura for you. And I think it might work out in their favor, right? Now, the only question is, what does 505 have in his pocket? Because Yves, yes, is a nice pick, but they do have a Franco, they do have FMM as well. And Adamir can dive you anytime. So, not to say that Yves will not be good, but it will require quite a lot of protection for that RWM to work out.
Right, especially in the later stages of the game. So pick your poison. You need something that can secure objectives. And with a Balmond, I think Yves, in my opinion, would be a better utility hero. But RSG SG is lacking that damage that they so sorely need. So deny the Farsa. Take that Farsa up.
Yep, it could be. Farsa could be another option because right now they do have baby cakes on the side of RSG SG. That will be a definite focal point for SLATE, right? They definitely need to kill baby cakes.
At this point in time, with most of these heroes being picked up, I'm actually looking out of the current meta heroes horizon, right?
Yep.
Each of these teams may actually have quite a bit of available heroes to pick that is not exactly been seen quite a lot. Like for example, for SLATE, they haven't picked up their EXP laner because technically speaking, yes, the Dyrov can be the EXP laner, but the fact that is RSG has already picked up a Benedetta in response to the Dyrov. So what can happen is that Dyrov can go to the jungle instead. And SLATE, I was looking at Hilda.
Interesting.
Yep.
Very, very interesting. Very irritating, especially in the early stages of the game. You have so much damage, especially with your skill 1 coming in and fighting off in a one-on-one situation. And once you buy that Blade of Hephaestus, there's so much damage to be dealt.
Yeah, because the thing is, whenever you're looking at a Bowman from the side of RSG, right, that is one thing that you know, that is that fact that they are going to be very aggressive in the early stages. And the fact is that SLATE, the way that they have their current lineup is the fact that they don't really have a very good way of opening up maps, for example. As such, having a Hilda would have been nice, but we throw that all away because now we are looking at a Valentina and a Fanny.
I don't know if you guys can hear that, but the crowd went wild. Fanny on gear yet again.
Yep, I am gonna be on the opposite side of the fans for SLATE. Just for the one reason is that
You want to see 2-2?
No, I don't think that they're gonna be able to deal with the Farsa quite as efficiently as they hope to, because they have to deal with Bray, who's on the Balmond. While they're trying to focus on Lawsy on that Farsa. No, it's gonna be 505, right? You have Diablo and Baby Kicks who are going to be causing a lot of terror at the backlines of SLATE. So I don't think they can afford to really go all in just to focus on the Farsa by 505. And this really is a choice of a variety of choices that SLATE has to make. Like I said, I like the way that RSG thinks about their draft. There is no one single win condition. SLATE has to think about what options they want to expand to get the team fight win. And if they take too long to figure out, they're going to lose the lanes, they're going to lose the objectives, and from there it's going to be a snowball side for RSG.
Yeah, exactly. And take a look at both teams. Very, very balanced lineup. I don't know which one I'm going to favor to because anything can happen.
Yep.
There's so much macro mechanics coming in from both teams. But ladies and gentlemen, let's jump straight into the Land of Dawn. This is game number 4.
We are looking into match point between these two teams. SLATE, all they need to do is win this one more game in order for them to not wake up early in the morning for tomorrow. So now the main thing, we gotta have to see, how is it really going to be like? Both of these junglers have decided to move on to their standard opening, nothing too flashy, such as invasion and such. But speaking of invasion, we do see that Benedetta, of course, did manage to cut in the wave.
Diablo is just doing Diablo things. He is able to separate Dyro from the rest of the farm, or Adamir from the rest of his farm. But in the mid lane, though, Sayla, a third of his health managed to survive, but This is why Farcell is mentioned as one of the better mages in this current season, because of the fact that early game, once you have your skill 1 and skill 2, you have a small stun and so much damage. Gray already invading the jungle of Slate, knowing that Fanny really needs time and space to be able to effectively have that damage that she so sorely needs.
RSG, they are looking into the long game. They do not want to go overly aggressive into stealing the buffs away from Gear. They would want to take one small little thing at a time from Slate. You know, that way it will slowly compound into something bigger in the long run. Only then RSG will have the foundation to be able to invade even harder, and that is how they will be able to bring down all of the outer tier turrets in order to gain more control over the opponent's jungle.
This first turtle fight, or this turtle dance, will be setting the tempo, but in which Gear comes flying in Diablo out to safety. I wasn't worried about that at all, but 8 seconds until the turtle spawns. Man, if Bray doesn't get this turtle, the tempo will shift tremendously.
It is highly difficult for RSG to actually not get themselves the turtles, to be honest. I mean, we're talking about a Bowman, and we are talking about Bray. He's got one of the fastest fingers in MPL SG, but he's gonna have to work with something, and that something is going to be Sailor, getting himself a kill down onto Lolsey, a 1-for-1 objective trade, and that is going to be pretty nutty coming in from both of these sides. I don't think that they consider that too big of a loss.
Adamir really down low. Diablo does have the execute. I don't know if he was going to use that or not, but a little bit more reserved in this matchup. You want to take this to the long game. You know that against your bitter rivals like SLATE Esports, it's going to be a pretty long game. You want to take it slow and maintain your composure, maintain your stamina, because it's going to be a very long run.
It is going to be a long ride. Now, Lolsey went straight in, hoping that he'll be able to steal the buff while incapacitating this fan. But that's not going to be the case. It is going to be Adamir and JPL on the other hand, at the top lane, being able to bring down Diablo. That is 2 kills for the side of SLATE, while RSG is still eating eggs.
A little bit too comfortable over there because JPL just supporting Adamir in the early stages of this fight. But on the top side though, Bray tries to zone him out the way. The turtle is coming in super soon, and the next turtle dance is already on our way.
Energy is high on this one, onto the side of SLATE and RSG and the audiences. Everyone is looking out for every small, tiny little detail that happens. As now here, he casually walked into a brush and found Lolsey, but Lolsey did not make the opening and of course did not try to initiate onto him. Not exactly the right time just yet, unfortunately, and of course they don't really quite have the people.
What is interesting about me is that both RSG and SLATE are focusing on that top side, the EXP side. Oh, but hold on! Diablo goes down!
Shutting him down time and time again, suppressing him down again and again. SLATE really have a personal vendetta against Diablo, and they know maybe we don't have to target his heroes, we target him. And other than that, we target one of the most important players, we target the next important player, and that is going to be Lolsey. RSG, they are not going to take that thing down though.
Almost on his hands and knees, almost managed to get out, but taken out in the last second. That was a kill onto 505, the first kill over to RSG SG, but even that said, they are pretty much neck and neck at this point. Baby Cakes and FMM just going at it at this point. It's a battle to see who spikes the fastest.
This is probably the longest time the second turtle has survived.
That's true. There probably won't be a third.
There probably won't be a third. But now we are going to be looking at RSG. They do have got the advantage in terms of the Reaver control. Taking the second turtle down for themselves. Not much of a change. FMM!
Just in the nick of time. That was kill solidified by FMM.
Flies into the sky with the crossbow of tag. SLATE has constantly been pulling in value time and time again for wherever JPL goes to. RSG, they really need some help when it comes down to opening up the map. And of course, every single one of these players, they gotta have to be very cautious when it comes down to them trying to make a move. You gotta have to be careful.
You gotta be at
the attackers are going all across. top lane, middle lane, bottom lane. They don't really care too much about the objective. They want to shut one person down, one after another. And RSG, they want to do the same. Every single one of the feathered airstrike completely misses FMM as FMM very gracefully dances across and past all of those artillery strikes.
FMM had to use Inspire for that, but it was all well worth it. But JPL, and there's some
Not
pressure
again!
yet again!
In RSG's eyes, all they can think of is the fact that there is gonna be a lot of things going on in the top lane, and RSG is constantly saying that this means that they are opening space for Claude to farm, because Claude is only one death in. Diablo, he can catch up whenever he wants because he's a split pusher. He can split farm top, split farm middle.
JPL is living up to his name. Japanese guy, dude. I don't know, but he is being a ninja. You don't know where he is, but when he manages to find you, best be sure that's one shot, one kill.
Wow. RSG SG, they unfortunately don't have that opportunity. They don't have the way to single some person out very easily. The only way they gonna have to do that again and again and again. But Brave, he manages to survive for another second. Breathe his last breath for another second, but he still went down to the hands of SLATE. Lolzy is going to be the next one in the eyes and of course on the target board. SLATE has been constantly picking out all of these heroes one after another. But guess what? RSG SG, they aren't even that far away in terms of gold. The gold deficit is only 1,000 despite 6 kills.
Baby Cakes is still farming ahead, but Lolzy right there almost got caught by JPL. JPL hooked him in, but he's not one. Oh, Avamir almost getting killed by Lolzy.
I'm offended, connects down onto Avamir. He goes in for the Abyssal Strike and follows through with a flicker, but that did not connect and that did not work too well for him either. And that allowed RSG to claim yet another kill, and finally, second kill to their name as the lead slowly expands between these two teams.
That's okay, because I do have insurance, or SLATE Esports do have insurance in FMM, slowly, peacefully farming up in the bottom lane, no one disturbing him at all. This is precisely what JPL, again!
Now Lolzy, he's gonna be in the gripe of the situation. Bray went straight in for the lethal counter and immediately flees out of the way. RSG knows that they can't afford to take any fights, as every single one of them, they may be pretty down in farm. And with the items that we are going to see on the screen, we will have a better idea with Benedetta, with the Bloodlust Axoni.
Now, take a look at the marksmen. 1-1 Claude, both have their core items, Corrosion Scythe and Demon Hunter Sword build up for 1-1. On the other hand, Golden Staff and Demon Hunter Sword are to build up for Claude. And every single one of the members of both teams, they have what they need. Ruby already having a defensive items in Dominance Ice. And as we speak, Benefetta, forced to buy defensively. It's not what Diablo style is.
I mean, technically, he usually goes for Bloodlust X, Brute Force Breastplate, and then goes for the Hunter Strike. So if he doesn't go for the Hunter Strike in the third item, that means that he's forced to play defensively and forced to build full defense.
JPL is just being JPL right now. He is a ninja just waiting on that right time. You don't know where it's going to appear. The hook misses. But the hook from Lolzy.
The hook might actually work very well for them. Avamir got caught in the midst of all the action. And SLATE finds himself another missing person. Sailor returns the favor with his own personalized Phantom Dash Strike.
It's a battle of fishing. Who can fish the most? Heroes right there. And right now, JPL, I've got to say, he's connecting all these hooks, all these crucial hooks onto the right kills. Diablo already taken out 4 times. It's 10 minutes into the game, 7 kills over side of SLATE, 3 kills over side of RSG, but none of that matters because the economy is exactly the same.
Now Diablo moves his way over to here. Not exactly the right idea, but he doesn't have energy to continue, so at least that's that.
Sailor just peacefully farming up, so resetting is what they need, but JPL already not even zoning out the members of RSG SG, just being a ninja wherever he goes. He's just going to be hiding right there. You don't know where he's going to appear next. You don't know where that hook is going to land on. This is a very, very scary JPL.
The kills is very SLATE heavy. However, objective is very RSG heavy. We don't really quite have much of an idea how this game is gonna be like. They are truly on the stalemate. this Lord may be difficult to deal with. Both sides, they are definitely not going to be yielding to one another at all.
All eyes peeled. But
All
as
eyes peeled.
FMM is waiting to brush, you have Baby Cakes already trying to defend the waves in. Baby Cakes just need to have a little bit more mobility. Try to clear out the jungles as much as possible.
Understandably, with God, the Benedetta, at least the Benedetta is playing onto Unbending Will, so Benedetta is not losing any value from not picking the Festival of Blood, because in the event that he actually did, that means that he won't be able to use too much about his emblems. FMM, he does have the weakness rocked down onto Lolsey, but this could possibly mean that Gear, he goes in only to find himself taken down. FMM,
from the back line!
weakness onto Baby Cake, he finds himself taken down. RSG is unable to hold himself onto the front lines at the top side. However, Benedetta went down to bring down the middle lane first tier turret.
It kind of seems like SLATE is trying to pull in the Lord that is spawning up, waiting for that 12-minute mark and then engage. This will be the Lord dance for the books.
Ravaging plays from both sides. The amount of gold!
Oh, again!
Never mind! Time and time again!
You want to take a breath, right, Abstract?
I'm okay.
Every single time.
Every single time. JPL has been getting himself quite a bit of hooking accuracy, and let's not forget the fact that RSG, they are constantly being giving away all these kills, but yet they are still holding themselves pretty darn well in terms of the GPM chart. Diablo, you might be in a bit of danger, but Electrifying Blow ought to get himself away, so will faster. Bray immediately dashes off, and this could very much be an uncontested launch unless Bray jumps right in. This is where Sailor steals away the Feather Aspect to try to move everyone else away. Diablo, it could not get himself in. Relaunch.
First Lord goes over to SLATE Esports. Again, the bull!
The hook did manage to land on the top of Lolsey, but unfortunately that is going to be the end of him. Instead, RSG moved on as they trying to bring down and put down the final nail in the coffin onto Adamir to no avail.
Lord is going on to the side of SLATE Esports, but they lost JPL just for a little bit, giving enough time for them to reset. But oh, Baby Cakes almost getting taken down by Gear right there.
13 minutes into the game and the Lord emerges. This is an involved Lord that will be marching into the bottom lane. RSG would never want to let this Lord touch the inhibitor turret. As such, they will want to gain dominance across the river line. And this is where Diablo tackles onto the Lord all by himself. It shouldn't be too much of a problem. But the problem is where exactly all the rest of the members of SLATE is. They have slowly moved themselves, float right in to the bottom side of the lane. JPL connects yet another one. Lolsey connecting 3 bad hooks. Allowed the rest of RSG to fall right in. Adamir and Gear, they are taken down. FMM dances around, allowing Sailor to pick off yet another one. 2 for 2.
An equal trade for both sides, but I would say SLATE came out of this one. The FMM is still online. Will RSG, with the Mage, with the Roam, with Diablo, even able to protect themselves from that Lord. Better Dash Strike forced to be used to defend from this first Lord.
The inhibitor turret still stands as it balances on a single pebble. It is still gonna be A-okay. RSG's middle lane is still pretty much covered with 2-tier turrets. They are just standing up tall. But unfortunately, FMN is packing with damage, and he will bring down those turrets pretty darn easily.
SLATE, second by second, just like a hot knife through butter, taking down as much as they can, ravaging them, pillaging their entirety of the Raiders village. And this is what the Raiders are meant to do. They should have the early game. What went wrong? Bray didn't have his farm. They took fights that they weren't supposed to take, and Gear on that Fanny, already picking up all these heroes that are isolated. Diablo, nothing that he can do in the early game. JPL was always on him. Everywhere he goes, he's there. And Diablo, back in the graveyard he goes.
Let's be honest, RSG's lineup is geared towards teamfight. They gotta look forward to the later stages of the game where Bray can actually submit himself as the tank to open up the map a little bit more together with Lolsey. They gotta find ways to open things up, and of course, punish people. But unfortunately, RSG SG's lineup doesn't really have the opportunity to instantaneously punish people from the side of SLATE. They can control for a long time, they can survive for quite a long time, but the only time that comes in is gonna be when maybe they go in the blazing duet. And Diablo, well, he's been getting busy in the top lane, brought down the top lane turret finally.
Seemingly, he was like the bait. Just the rest of RSG SG, the rest of the Kampong just waiting in the brush, trying to get that right jump onto Adamir, but to no avail. Adamir did not take that bait, playing very conservatively in the entirety of this matchup. And now the Luminous Lord is spawned up. This is the next fight. SLATE already zoning out the rest of the members of RSG SG. And Sayla, best be sure, he's got to have that feather airstrike as well.
The frequency of RSG SG's members being caught out in the open with their pants down is definitely dwindling down to an all-time low. SLATE's JPL can no longer find all of these random hooks anymore by clearing the brushes. RSG is starting to take this game really seriously and being very cautious. They do not want to put themselves into unfavored positions where the Franco could possibly be.
Adamir just trying to cut the wave, coming down for that flank, trying to start that fight. I know that Bray is already starting on that Lord, but conceal play goes up. JPL
immediately runs right to the face of Bray and the Lord. But none of them have yet connected down on the Bray. One thing's for sure is going to be the feathered airstrike. That's just going to be popping right to the face of Gear. But that is going to be the winter tragedy that's going to be popping on the down Bray, but he will still go down. And now Diablo moves on to the backline. And now Multi, three-man hook in and controls them all at once. But they do not have the damage in order to continue things on. The bottom lane will be controlled by the Foster while Diablo moves his way across the map. But now he has to outmaneuver against an FMM. Let's be honest, this is a difficult thing to do, especially since we're talking about corrosion size that eventually will keep touching Diablo over and over and over and over again.
FMM is just being like a mosquito, just chasing after Diablo. The speed, the sustainability that he has in this late stage of the game is just too much for Diablo. The hook misses just by a little bit, but then this gives a lot of time for SLATE just to take that Lord down on their own, wait for that next fight and re-engage. But here, man, he did a phenomenal job trying to split the RSG group entirely apart. You see 505 just being on the offside.
Not exactly the hook that JPL was looking for, but it is a consolation. Diablo has bought enough time for his team, without a doubt. His venture across Sanctum Island forced FMM to move together with him. If FMM were to be with the entirety of SLATE in the middle lane, who would have known what would have happened? Because the middle lane inhibitor turret would have been gone instead.
I mean, take a look at FMM's KDA, 404. That's an error right there. I don't think so. But he's just so phenomenal. This is just waiting for the right time, taking the right pickoffs, and then translating them. This is just classic SLATE. Classic SLATE and just textbook play coming in from all sides of SLATE. All members of SLATE, they're everywhere. Everywhere you look, except for JPL, because you never know where he's coming from. Lost out on the vision game, and this is where you need to go. Here, try to go and start the fight.
But it doesn't seem like they have managed to connect to anyone just yet. RSG, the entire reign of them, they are afraid of the presence of JPL himself. As such, the rest of SLATE, they are going to be moving themselves right into the faces of RSG. A premature feathered airstrike will be popped in order to clear out every single wave here in the middle lane. No more feathered airstrike for the next fight.
JPL. It's possible that he goes fishing right now. Just misses that. FMM takes down that turret, but it goes in. Adamir.
Diablo immediately was hoping he would throw his way in, but unfortunately that is going to be a cutthroat that brought Diablo down. But he does have immortality though. Adamir prepares himself with the Business Strike, but that is to no avail to catch on to Diablo. There is the Baron base from the side of RSG, and that is going to be with the That's going to be popped on the side of Bray. He was hoping that he would be able to bring someone down with the lethal counter. FMM flies to the sky with the crossbow of Dang. Diablo moves himself right away. It is going to be Lex to find a blow, and he will be able to outmaneuver against Gear. The entirety of RSG were unable to outhold against SLATE. 5 of the members of SLATE is still alive, but they are all critically wounded and unable to push on forward.
RSG, pitchforks and torches all on. They are ready for the defense. This is a game, ladies and gentlemen. This is another successful defense from RSG SG. SLATE backs up, waits for the next Lord coming in 40 seconds.
It all depends on that perfect play from RSG. They don't really have anything else left into their base. It's a barren wasteland. Everything is covered in dust and sand. No more turns to stand on top of the core, and it is left to defend for itself and its 5 other brethren that's fighting for it. RSG SG, they don't really care about much gold now, but one thing that they're gonna have to care about is the fact that a lot will be spawning in and reporting in 5 more seconds.
The main game plan is to take down FMM. Once you take FMM down, you open up enough time to go in.
As all things goes down to an all-time low in terms of energy, as well as all of SLATE's movements. No one knows where everyone else is. RSG have got no idea. They're completely blind in the darkness. They don't want to move right out because one wrong move and they'll be destroyed. Just from a bloody hunt. Just from an iron hook. Anything could happen to the reins of RSG. But instead, it is going to be SLATE into a concealed plane. Pops right behind on RSG SG. 505 is on the back. And that is going to defend the aspect. They did manage to play very well on the side of enemy as well as JPL. He's still in the base. He's trying to work onto the back door. But RSG, they found themselves out. They found out that Gear was trying to pull a quick one off of them. But all in all, it is the 2 front lines that is taken down and the back lines of SLATE. They are still alive for the reckoning.
But we missed that entirely. As the fight was happening, the flank was going on. Gear was going into the backline, straight into the backline. It's so hard to take FMM down, but 505 on the other side, also a mirror KDA. It's so hard to take this Sparsa down. Every single time he's there, RSG will not falter.
We do have a retribution, a little counter combo that could happen anytime. He took the Lord! Bray brings one down! And that is gonna be Gear, the Blade Dancer! There is down onto the ground.
And just like that, the economy has evened out yet again. RSG, SG, and SLATE, we are on neutral grounds.
The tides have shifted, and RSG, the cheering with joy, as now it is going to be a wave of blue. Or rather, rain in this case, because they are on the red side, that will be crashing onto the side of SLATE. But will it ever come up to fruition? Maybe! As a Lofty immediately busted him down by the hands of 505. Sailor Greek turns it all in action.
But FMM!
Down to the rest of the band. FMM hops, give it a jump. It does have the win on nature. Trying to get himself away, but the rest of the RSG is just going to be crumbling themselves right on top of the SLATE. FMM, the final members remaining as RSG takes the march through middle lane with only an FMM to cover with, and that is no problem for them unless Gear pops in and do the favors for them. But the Lord is still running. 2 members from RSG is still pretty good by the side. Oh, baby.
A wipeout and a decisive victory from RSG SG. What is this series, guys? SLATE and RSG back to square one. This, ladies and gentlemen, is a BO1.
This part is a BO1 now. Match point into a true match point.
Look at Bray.
Everyone,
he's dying.
Everyone is down onto their foreheads. Everyone is gonna have a problem with this upcoming game because this is tough to watch, especially and even for the members of RSG after such a painstaking climb to get themselves away from the danger zone. They're not exactly away, but all they gotta do is take one more win.
Yeah, both teams need a savior. Don't worry on the casters desk. I'm your savior. Right? The other 2 teams, they have to figure out. JPL is the savior of SLATE. Right? Bray did the God's work for them for RSG. And guys, you can see this is the SLATE of Bray. Right? This is the state of Bray on RSG's table. And you are taking the frontal for JPL. Like JPL pulled the team together You guys did an absolute job of this match. It is 2-2. So for the fans, this is a time to show your support. RSG fans, your team needs you now. Can you give us a shout out for RSG? 3, 2, 1, RSG, make some noise. All right, and SLATE, this is the final run for you. You want to win this 3-2. Where are my SLATE fans at?
Okay, simmer down.
Yeah,
we gotta get back to business right here.
You hype them up and tell them to simmer down. I'm hyped up.
Because we are gonna go for a short break real soon. But before we do, let's talk about the match. There's so much to talk about. Me and Abstract are pretty much done. Kin, tell us what you saw that we did.
Yep, like I said, okay, when you're playing for the championship, when you're going for the throne, when you meet the kings, right, you best not miss. And SLATE did not miss so far. But RSG, they show that that's the reason why they are the kings of Season 3. Let's take a look at the itemizations that they have. It's going to be flashed on your screen. Just plenty of sustenance for both teams, right? Same thing. 3 immortals on both sides. And gear, I mean, at the end, that final item, I think he was selling it. He was trying to get a new item. And that was kind of the downfall for him, right? Dealing that 1v3 situation was kind of tough for him. Yeah. And when RSG SG, the 3 of them, they were so low. The sliver of health together with the Lord, if they would have died, I think they would have been able to clear the Lord on the side of SLATE. So RSG, really well done. They managed their resources extremely well. The tankiness on Bray, going for that full tank build on that Balmon. No, I think at the start, it was a bit greedy. They wanted to go less tanky. They wanted to go more damage, right? Even Baby Cakes, did a bit more tankiness on his Claude here. You can see that armor as well. So that really changed the game for RSG because they held on. They really did hold on for a good, 10 minutes, 15 minutes? It was so tough for them. And I mean, the mental capacity by RSG SG, I really have to commend them this. Because SLATE looked like they had it. JPL was on fire. His hooks were on point.
Yeah, exactly.
And Adamir was catching everyone out. FMM was, off the charts, right? But let's take a look at the other stats as well. The kill participation in this match is going to be crazy. No 105% for sure, but if you take a look at RSG SG, Baby Cakes, 88%, the amount of damage that they dealt, you could see they were behind the entire game. 300,000 only, compared to the 365,000 on SLATE. And I mean, Baby Cakes, I have to commend him, and Lolzy's mental strength. Yeah. Like that. I'm offended right at the end. That was it. That changed the fight for them because he set the tone for his Fasa 505. Got a freebie. Like, here's a Happy Meal, right? Take it, and we'll win the game.
Yeah, I want to talk about 505 as well. I mean, all throughout, he's sort of like mirroring FMM, carrying the entire team, dealing with so much damage and zoning every single one of SLATE Esports away. And RSG SG 505 didn't have a kill until the last minute. And where it doesn't matter because the rest of RSG SG, moms and dads all coming in to fight for you and they wanted to take down that throne. But I don't know. I don't know about you guys, but I think 505, man, this guy, his backs must be breaking.
I think Lolzy is gonna be the MVP of this game, in my opinion. He's been playing big stuff, and there he is. 1:5:14. He has a total kill participation of 94%, making big plays. Even the game recognizes it so much.
Yep, exactly. Lolzy is someone that I've been mentioning whenever I cast for RSG games, right? This is one of his proudest moments for his team. The I am offended, I have to mention this, the I am offended really make the whole fight turn right around for RSG. They were struggling all the way to the end. And when Lolzy came out with the 3-man I am offended, that changed it for them.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you. And I'm never get tired of seeing Lolzy in the MVP screen. And we're going to see him more in all of his nice replays so soon. But man, this Lolzy just setting up plays for the entire team. It's a battle between JPL and Lolzy. We won't have to wait too much longer because here it is.
The highlights of it, the nice hook, right? Early game, the first half, it was all SLATE, JPL and Sailor, that combination as well as Gear jumping in, making Diablo's life a living hell. I mean, technically he's Diablo, he should like hell, right? But You know, JPL was so on point with the hooks, the hook flicker, my favorite combo, the most basic one you learn when you start the game. And they really just manhandled RSG for the first half of the game. And you can see this is the I'm offended that Lolzy was doing all game long.
Just so you guys know, early game highlights is just a compilation of JPL's hooking skills.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but I mean, in the later stages of the game, it's Lolzy's turn to shine where he overturned everything. And this is the momentous, that shifted the momentum around. The fight that shifted the momentum around was when everything fell apart for SLATE. They could have ended it right there, but the minions were all defended safely by 505 and the rest of RSG SG.
Yep, exactly. It's the little things that matter. The fact that they couldn't kill off any members on the RSG side, you know, leaving them with a sliver of health. They actually went back into the battle with full health, got it all working together in that combination, and it just broke SLATE's lineup.
Yeah, FMM just here, just dancing all the way through, tries to defend on his own, and then here comes Kier with sirens racing, horns tracing, and handcuffs. He wants to take someone down, but in this case, a little bit too much to handle. He can't take everyone on his own. The rest of his team, a little bit too long in the death timer, and this solidified RSG SG's position.
Yep,
and bring it in to a game 5.
Exactly. Okay, so I'm so sorry, guys. I wanted a game 5. We got a game 5. You know, but the fans are gonna love you guys for this, right?
I love this.
2-2, 2 on SLATE, 2 on RSG SG. Now, based on the performance so far, who do you have on your deck? Who are you choosing? I'm gonna pose that difficult question to the two of you now.
Man, is there a such thing as our SLATE? Our SLATE? Yeah, man, I can't because this feels like a grand finals already. Like, it's so much pressure for both teams every single time.
Yeah, but you know what? You know, I can make that choice easier for you, right? If you can't choose the winning team, don't worry. Why don't you choose something to buy, right? All you need to do is to use the Frank by OCBC cards we have right in front of you, right? Get one, spend $225. The first 25 to do so will get yourselves on that MLBB premium skin. This is a one-time offer only for this skin, so don't miss it. Now, okay, so I have provided a safety net for you, or rather, Frank by OCBC has offered you that safety net. So let me pull you back into the danger zone, right? I want to know what you guys have, at least a preview, right? What do you think the scoreline is going to be for next game? Who's going to take this whole series?
This whole series, honestly, I do not want to see a play out of Season 3. As such, I do want to see a little bit difference where SLATE is the one that will have to wake up early tomorrow.
Fair.
How about you, Churros? No fence sitting.
I mean, it's all textbook, but I'm still voting for RSG on this one. It's no going back. It's already on Instagram where you can see everything. Everyone's gonna see like, hey, this guy's got a change of heart right now. But like, no, RSG all the way.
Okay.
But with that,
let's go for a 10-minute break. When we're back, we'll see you again.
Oh, awesome.
Ladies and gentlemen, the final game is dawning upon us. RSG versus SLATE. We are finally coming to the end of this series. We gotta finish what we started, and I can't be happier to be doing this together with Churros and Kindofu.
Man, what a series it has been.
Yes.
It's front and back, it's like neck and neck, head to head, toe to toe, chest to chest, any body part, any anatomy that you can name, every single thing, back to back. It's always so close. And will we see a close game this time? Remember, these teams are feeling the pressure right now. They had a couple of times, a couple of minutes to compose themselves, to rest, reset every game as if it was your first.
That's right. We are at our Tampines hub. This is a very huge space. You know why? Because the game is so tight. We need a lot of space. We need a lot of energy as well. This is game 5. Both teams are drawn at 2-2. So now let's ask the fans, who do they think will win? I'm gonna make it simple for you. Can we hear who is gonna be the champion of this match? Shout out your answers in 3, 2, 1. Let us know.
I heard Abstract. Abstract is the champion of all of this. Man, his throat was already dying over here. But one more game.
One more game. I will finish what I started.
Amen.
Yeah, it's all about the diaphragm, guys. Otherwise, indoor voice, it's gonna sound like this. Yeah.
Okay. We're seconds away to the last game, the last ban and draft phase. It's all about Coach Dolly and all about Coach Youngin. How will they fare? What do you think, Kim?
Well, I'm gonna say throw away all of your papers of what you researched on RSG and SLATE. We can throw all of this away because now it really is their individual skills as well as the options that they have explored, right? We know they can pick any character, they can play any character in this game. The only thing is, when do you do the things that you want to do? And that will net you the win, right? It's so close. It's really too close for comfort. It is no longer just a game of trying to make good plays. It is a mental test for both of these teams.
And right now, starting right off RSG SG, banning off heroes that they know that they can't afford to give over to the side of SLATE Esports, Bauman and Diggy, as well as the Phobias. Same respect bans going over to the side of SLATE Esports. And speaking of SLATE Esports, 1-1, the first time that FMM isn't going to use his most comfortable pick is going to be in the ban pool alongside Paquito. It does look like it's pretty open. The same strategy for RSG. Let's do the same thing that we came here to do. Let's not change anything just because they're forcing us in.
That's right. The story is still the same. Let's make life as difficult as possible for Diablo. Let's make life as difficult as possible for JPL. No Paquito, no Phobias, no Diggy, right? Majority of these bans are targeted at these two players. So now the battle is going to be between our mid laner, our jungler, as well as the tank, right, of the match itself, your EXP laner. Who is going to do a better job this time?
Well, right now, looking at the ban pool, Grog being the last one to be banned out right here, it will be Akai. This is going to solidify the objective gaming, using the heavy spin to push anyone away from any objectives, any neutral objectives. The Lord, the Turtle, you name it, Bray should be able to take this.
When the body suffers,
you know, this game we've been talking all about Diablo versus JPL.
Oh,
and it looks
man.
like Ye wants to change the story of that. He is going to land his hands on the Benedetta. Adamir going back on the Dyrop from game 4 or game 5?
Actually, 3 and 4. Pretty much most of the games that they won, right? But gear on this Benedetta, this is a classic gear. When I see gear, I see a Benedetta. He's able to dodge out of team fights, go in. He is handsy, masterful performances out with this Benedetta. Will we see this? This is, remember guys, the battle against the Titans and the Revenants. Will SLATE Esports reclaim the title, reclaim the throne? And on RSG SG side, Lilia is being picked up by 505. Diablo going back to El Reliable, El Clasico, the Uranus.
Yep, exactly. It's gonna be a tough battle. Now, I think for this match, the focal point is actually going to be Sailor as well as 505. 505, very vital. He was the key integral part that won them the game. Yes, Lawsy had a lot of great I am offended, but that feather airstrike was what won them the game because there was so much AoE damage, there was so much physical and magic burst from the side of RSG. They turned that whole game around. And looks like FMM going to go with the Melissa as well.
Well, on the second phase of the ban pick phase, Slate has first priority ban and first priority pick as well. But that leaves RSG pretty open. Lawsy and Baby Cakes is still pretty much open in terms of their hero pool. But Baby Cakes is the main win condition on the side of RSG SG, but we can't discount Lawsy.
We're gonna have to take note of this. RSG SG have decided to pick up a Uranus for themselves, understandably the signature pocket hero of Diablo.
Yep, that's right. I mean, the sustain and the healing that we have offered by Diablo is going to be very crazy, allowing him to drag on the team fights while 505 and Bray get things done. Now, we're open up for the marksman, the hyper carry on the side of RSG SG. Baby Cakes, what will he have his hands on? There's no 1-1, so no huge burst potential, no iframes to play around with, at least for now. There are a couple of MM heroes left for them to consider.
Well, it is pretty much still wide open. Who will they choose to ban out? They're going to target Sailor's comfort heroes on the Valentina. They understand that Sailor is playing as the second damage dealer for the side of SLATE Esports. So locking him out of the way. There's still Kagura open. My guess is RSG SG is not going to let Sailor pick up that Kagura. But on the side of SLATE Esports, JPL is very masterful on that Cho and the Franco as well. So same can be said for Lawsy. So it's definitely the battle to be watched for the ages.
Yep, SLATE, I think they could consider the Faramis. Faramis is going to be very critical in a team fight for SLATE. If you take a look at the lineup by SLATE, it would make perfect sense to be able to extend the fight as well. Sure, you can burn off the Black Boots by 505. You can let Diablo heal all he wants. Faramis would be a perfect answer for SLATE against RSG. So Lawsy now going to be the one in charge of making this big decision. This is make or break. This final ban influences the drafting phase for SLATE. What is he going to ban to try and win this all for RSG and make SLATE the seat warmers for this grand final throne?
Well, SLATE Esports is lacking a lot of crowd control capabilities. RSG SG has singled out crowd control abilities from Akai, but they do need more. And if what I think is correct, they might be going for a pick-off strategy. And two signature heroes off the table, Cho and Franco already out. So it must be Sailor's turn to prio pick.
Yep, no displacements offered. Kaja is good as well. There was like a recent buff, if I'm not wrong. So that could be a surprise pick. No one yet in the whole tournament and the whole season has picked up a Kaja. I would love to see this being played.
Well, I mean, talking about the Akai, one very good hero to pick up is the Valier. You're able to push him back because you can protect your entire teammates and let Gear and Adamir have enough time to go straight for that backline.
Yep, that's right. The pick-off composition, the pick-off style, not going to be entertained by either team. But I just want to throw a wrench in everyone's thoughts. Okay, Jawhead, JPL on the Jawhead, that's great. I was kind of feeling a mini Sitari as well, but yeah, Jawhead works fine as well. Now this is going to allow Lawsy to be the second last pick for his team. Lawsy's pick is going to be very important. You know, I was considering, yes, Atlas would be great, but of course Atlas has been banned out, one of the signature heroes for Lawsy as well. Lawsy, he needs someone who can offer a lot of CC for his team. Yes, Bray does have that heavy spin, but while they have huge burst and sustain in the form of Lilia and Uranus, they need more lockdown. They need to make sure that the members of SLATE will not get into the backlines as easily. Jawhead, you know, with priority aiming, he will be able to go for the backlines of RSG SG.
Lawsy going back to his old reliable, picking up the Lolita, but Farsa and Yves is still open. This is what maybe SLATE is lacking on. Burst potential from afar, and Farsa might be the best person to do it, or best hero to do it from far. And Farsa has been really instrumental in RSG SG's draft in the previous game.
Yep, that's right. Sailor going to be left with a very difficult choice. RSG has already locked in their draft. They will know what are the options open for them during the game. Lolita, with that Numenon Blast is going to be absolute ham for this game. We have seen how Lawsy plays Lolita, and I mean, it's no joke. I'm ready. I'm ready for you guys to shout out about Lawsy again. And it looks like Sailor going back to his very comfort hero, the Kagura. And with that, guys, we are going. This is the final game. 2-2. Game 5. Who takes it all, sits on the throne, and wait for the loser to work their way back up.
Oh man, this is a draft for the ages. Throw everything out the window because whatever you're comfortable with, let's cement this for ourselves. And ladies and gentlemen, we are going in straight to the land of God. Match point, best of 1. SLATE Esports versus RSG SG Game 5.
As the portal to Sector Island opens, one thing that we gotta have to understand for sure is that we are seeing signature heroes all across the board. We're starting to see more heroes picked up by players, and of course, the players themselves are really comfy at that. Whenever we think of Sailor, we think Kagura. And we are very sure to say that the middle lane game is definitely gonna be tough. 505 understandably also made his debut last season with Lilia opening, and those were the times where he was amazing. And up until now, he's more than amazing.
Like you said in previous games, Gyrop is a lane bully, but Sailor down low. Oh! He does manage to get out with a sliver.
No flame shots, though.
No flame shots right there from 505. It's only a sprint. But understanding how SLATE has played their strategy so far, especially in the early game, they are going to target Diablo. They are going to focus fire on him, the devil himself. But Diablo, he knows how to play this. He knows that this Uranus is going to be up for the challenge.
Let's take a look at a preview of the emblem and understand if whether there is anything that is quite out of the ordinary. Well, the answer technically is going to be no. The Dyrov is playing as a Festival of Blood instead of Unbending Will, which is something that I am more catered towards. Definitely something that I definitely prefer. Avarice, 2 Avarice all across the board for the side of RSG SG, as well as a single one of the cooldown reduction from the side of Jawhead. Nothing too out of the ordinary, I gotta have to say.
Well, JPL flanking in, flickers.
And that is gonna be Lawsy put out of place.
Put out of his misery. Lawsy already gonna be respawning soon, but that's gonna tear him down. JPL, what a good flank coming from him. But on the top side though, Diablo is gonna be handling too, as the turtle is gonna be spawned up right now.
It is going to be 4 players from the side of SLATE that will be available to attend to the turtle, while RSG SG, it will take quite some time before the Lilia comes into play. Adamir with the Abyss of Strike connect down to the Brave, not quite enough to really bring it down. Not quite impactful as much as you wanted it to, but the Umbrella, Yin Yang overturn, drops down on Diablo, but unfortunately that's not going to be a free take for SLATE, and here himself, the jungler, is going to be taken down. Bray is still in the game, and he can still snag up this turtle all by himself without the help of his teammates and so as his retribution is active.
The scale has tipped over to the side of RSG SG, taking the favor of this turtle. Bray is going to be taking it down fast, and he's going to be rolling in. Rotation's already coming, setting right in. That was a good play from Sailor. Understand that when Sailor plays this Kagura, he's going to be very, very sneaky. Sort of like JPL in the previous game. You don't know where he's going to be here next. And when he does, he's going to smack you in your face.
It is definitely gonna be quite a start. Both teams, they are still relatively neck and neck. With SLATE got 2 kills, RSG with a single, but the turtle did go over to the side of RSG indeed. Every single one of these players are definitely gonna be busy hoarding up the gold that they are able to get, and of course focusing on their own micro plays as much as possible, while looking for opportunities to attack onto the opponent's side too.
Fire burning in their eyes. RSG SG is looking to hunt. 505 is playing a much better game as this Lilia as he goes up. But as we speak, in the top lane though, there's gonna be a silent ninja sitting in the brush, just waiting for the right time, waiting for the chance to pounce. But doesn't take the bait. Diablo stays safe for now.
this is one of the composition from RSG SG that really shows as protect the president. Unfortunately, I'm gonna have to say that, but this is really one of that composition that really truly defines the protection of Baby Cake. No matter what it is, they would need to make sure that Baby Cake keeps himself on curve and do not get knocked out by the members of SLATE. A single death over to the side of Baby Cakes will be detrimental.
We cannot discount FMM though. JPL making a lot of space, giving a lot of space, but Gear taken down low, able to dash out of that one. The parry stuns Bray for just a slight moment, enabling him to be able to run back.
One thing about SLATE is that they do have a Benedetta that is able to exert dominance all across the board though. One moment he's up top, another moment he's down in the bottom lane. And this is going to be very important because Benedetta is still busy dealing with his own jungle right as the turtle spawn. RSG SG, understandably, they are a very aggressive team composition. They would want to pick up this turtle as soon as possible. They do have utility onto their side as well. When it comes down to Nominon Blast as well as the heavy spin, they can do whatever they want. But unfortunately, across the map, that is going to be a single kill by the hands of SLATE. While here goes right in, steals away the turtle off of the hands of Bray. That's not something that they're going to be really happy about. And 5 of 5 taken down. Lossie's next in the eyes of Gear. He brings him down indeed. And Bray, unfortunately, wasn't able to do quite much as this Kung Fu Panda stands by and watch.
A little bit slow on the trigger there for Bray. The retribution battle could have been won by him, but Gear, I'm telling you, this guy on this Benedetta is crazy. He's insane. He's making plays. He's taking down the Lords. He's bringing SLATE up by 2K gold lead 5 minutes into the game.
It is 1-5. SLATE even gotten a single Lord, and of course, even a single turret. Dyrov is dominating in his lane, and he is putting Diablo down to the ground. Do note, Uranus comes in stronger and stronger and stronger in the later stages of the game. That is what a skilling Diablo is gonna look like. He will be indomitable as the game slowly progresses. So SLATE, they wanted to take all of the opportunities to bring him down as fast as possible, whatever it takes and however it takes. But unfortunately, Bray, he is going to come straight in with the heavy spin. I don't think there's going to be enough damage at all on the side of Gear nor Adamir.
But Sailor in the mid side.
He did manage to go down though. FMM is going to be the next one to go down. 1-for-1 trade. Position 5 for position 1. Not quite something that SLATE likes.
But it was a good trade coming in from the side of RSG SG. Still in this game, this is way too early. We've seen these guys battle out back to back to back to back to back. These guys want to play the long game. This is too early. Yeah, you can take the kills, but I'm going to come back stronger. And Diablo, he knows this hero ins and outs. And basically, Uranus doesn't pop off until he gets his Enchanted Talisman as well as his Oracle, and then he can go along willy-nilly to just try to cut waves, try to distract the opponents, and try to pull the fights all to him. But 505 on the other hand,
immediately runs in the black shoe that he is in. Adamir, precision strike down with the Abysm strike, flickers right on top of 505 and eliminates him for good. That is definitely going to be the final nail in the coffin, and that is very important because the early game is the name of the game as to how the team is going to propel forward.
Okay, Gear taking down the turtle. Adamir already showing so much dominance right now with this Zyra, and JPL being a threat. His presence is felt even though he's always invisible. We've never seen him much, and this is precisely what he wants us to think. The ninja coming in from JPL. Just every single thing he plays, everywhere he goes, death follows. Oh, the pull's back by Lol.
Of course, an amazing toss coming in.
What?
Lolty finds himself in an unfortunate situation. Completely taken down time and time again as he was trying to hover himself inside the brush. SLATE is doing the same thing as they have done in the previous game, time and time again, singling out the members of RSG. Unfortunately, now in this game, RSG, they don't have a lot of turrets to work with. As such, when SLATE takes these pickoffs, RSG is not able to come back in and farm back in.
Diablo still stuck under the turrets. There's nowhere he can go. But the rest, Lolzy is coming in to play the stun onto Gear. Nimram Blast.
It stuns onto FMM, and that is going to leave FMM with a sliver of health, but he's going to get himself away. Diablo with the Ionic Disc. He managed to keep up on the FMM, but unfortunately he doesn't quite have the regeneration just yet. But Sailor in this signature hero, the Kagura,
bursts down once again. He's not done just yet. He brings in with his umbrella. Well, 505 was hoping that his little bombs will be able to do the work of the devil, but not quite.
SLATE tearing up RSG bit by bit by bit. Everywhere you go, you can chase FMM for all I care. Sailor's just gonna pop right back up to you. The SLATE is just invisible right now. The ninjas, the samurai, whatever you call it. Let's take a look at the items right now. Kagura already clocked Destiny. Thunder Truncheon already built up with the execute, cementing any low health heroes from running away from her. And from the side of RSG SG, even though they're 3K gold behind, the Claw already has two of his most basic core items, the Golden Staff and the Demon Hunter Sword. They're ready to fight. But FMM, though, also farming up well.
It's now a COVID operation from RSG. They're gonna have to find a way in order to gain more dominance in the Lord's Pit. But unfortunately, a little bit difficult. They cannot afford to be bursted down by Sailor. No matter what, stay away from the Yin Yang Overturn. No matter what, stay away from JPL's Force Ejector. There's just so many things that RSG SG have to be really careful about. The heavy spin ultimately is going to be that embers that we're talking about on the haystack.
But with all of that said and done, where is Sailor? Sailor's coming in from backline. He doesn't show himself just yet. He's just waiting for the right opportunity, the right time, always waiting. He doesn't engage in too soon. Lawsy seeks him out. He knows that he's the win condition for the side of SLATE. Once he takes Sailor out of the way, Lawsy, 505, and Baby Cakes is able to go in straight. Protect the President strategy is still on. Bray does have his ultimate. Let's just wait and see.
Dominant blast left. Two bursts on the bottom side. While the main fight, it is going to be the Lord that will be taken down into the hands of RSG SG. They know that they have the advantage and they are going to be pushing the advantage as fast as possible. But unfortunately, the lack of mobility from the side of Diablo is not going to be doing too well. But one thing's for sure, it is going to be the death of Edamir that RSG will be rejoicing.
This is the window of opportunity. If RSG can capitalize on that, take down as many turrets as they can, and split push as much as possible, you are able to come back from this and put yourself back on top. And this will be a fight that we've seen in the previous two games. This is the way to go.
The Lord marches down to the bottom. Not quite that evolved one. Not quite having the shiny spear to crash down onto the inner turret just yet. But it is going to create quite a bit of impact. Top lanes down, middle lanes inner turret is already destroyed, and SLATE is focusing most, if not all, of their resources down below, leaving Benedetta to deal with Diablo. Arch Nemesis against Arch Nemesis, perhaps, as Baby Cake takes the opening shot. He goes straight in, brings down the turret as well as JPL. Domino Blast, connect down on the JPL! This is gonna be impactful! This is gonna be big! A single push, it could be, as Bray continues on with the heavy spin. He was hoping that he will be able to
Baby Cake's on the back line!
He was hoping to go right into FMS to bring him down. The absence of gear is just way too big for SLATE to handle. But SLATE, they managed to buy a lot of time, and the time was enough in order for JPL and Sailor to come back right in the nick of time in order for RSG SG to not make the GG push.
A little bit of friendly rivalry, but Gear with the electrifying blow. Doesn't
seem like the fight is going to be over just yet, as Gear went straight in. He was trying to go for 505.
Oh, another one!
Will be just be enough to bring Gear down. Diablo puts himself right in front of the side of SLATE. While Edamir as well, JPL doesn't have much help to work with.
You trade Beer for Baby Cakes, that's okay, you don't have that retribution, but Lord, the next Lord coming up in 60 seconds. 60 seconds will change everything. This is how well RSG is able to maintain that composure, maintain the momentum that they have right now. This is the item builds that they have. 12 minutes into the game, already Akai having 3 core items, the Guardian Helmet, the Curse Helmet, the Antique Cuirass, all trying to negate as much damage from FMM.
We're looking at a 2,000 gold advantage coming from the side of RSG.
But I think
they're slowly climbing up.
They're slowly climbing up, but they're discounting the fact that Sailor is still very, very much dominant in this game.
They're slowly taking control over of SLATE with just a single run and a single play made by Baby Cakes. There wasn't even any form of opening that we see. But Baby Cakes, he took the leap and he took the jump. He managed to successfully bring down the turret as well as a single person, and that speaks volume.
The next Lord already up. RSG SG en route. The Operation Lord round 2 has begun. JPL Adamir on the hunt. crossing right in. JPL just giving vision to the rest of the team. They know that they want to flank, but from where and when?
They do have information as to where Benedetta is, though. Benedetta is still in the middle. Basila is nowhere to be seen. The Lord finds himself at a low amount of health, and that is Brave that manages to bring it down. Gear, unfortunately, with the electro final blow was not quite enough to come in right in the nick of time.
JPL!
And JPL is going to be locked down by the Numinal Blast. And there we go! The death full of the century! The break 3 on the down from side of RSG! And not quite over! Bray is next!
The damage coming up from Sayla's yin-yang overturn. The Lord will buy them enough time. But now the tables have turned yet again. SLATE is able to capitalize on that. But the minions are pushing way too deep in their base. They're going to take too much time. They can't convert this into the objectives that they need. The turrets are still healthy and they're still alive.
Here is a clockwork. Never resting and never stopping.
Let's take a look at the instant replay real quick to see what's going on. So Bray took down that Lord. Gear coming in.
The Numinal Blast, though.
The good Luminar Blast coming in. But Sayla, like I said, time and time again, you can't count him out. He's always still in the game, feeling so dominant with the damage. The Yin Yang Overturn takes in 5, forcing 505 to force that Black Shoes out of the way.
It was all about baiting them into a choke point to give RSG SG the illusion of winning, to make them think that they will be able to win in that choke fight just because of the fact that they have a Claude. But one thing's for sure, Claude's Art of Thievery as well as his Blazing Duet comes in sets. It doesn't go out in bursts, unlike a Kagura's Yin Yang Overturn.
Yet again, and again, we are back to square one. Economy, equal. Footing, equal. Damage dealt, equal. Everything is still the same for both sides. It's how SLATE wants to play this, maintain the momentum that they had when they took down that Lord, but the minions from that bottom side lane is pushing right into SLATE. RSG is doing what they know how to do. It's doing what they can, staying together as a unit, give Baby Cakes enough space and time. It is still pretty early. When we're talking about RSG SG and SLATE, 16 minutes into the game, it's still a pretty early game.
Every single one of these players understands that they are teetering on a breaking point. While we have been looking at SLATE being on a tear, they have been going around like a madman, killing and killing and killing. They're never stopping, because whenever they smell fresh blood, they are on the hunt and looking for more prey. While RSG SG takes things a little bit more methodically. They look for prime opportunities, and they will only seek out very specific blood that they want to go for. But sometimes, they got ton of vision just because of that fresh, delicious blood.
Lord is popping up in 13 minutes, but where is JPL? They need to seek him out first. He's way out of position. The Baby Cakes left all alone. Perfect position. I'm gonna slow this down right now. JPL still staying there, just being as patient as can. Just being as quiet as silent as a ninja. Baby Cakes, he thinks he's safe.
Eventually, how safe can they be? It is always going to be the question. 8-15 is the current scoreline, 17 minutes into the game. JBL is still hiding somewhere, but he's unable to make the play. He knows that he's gonna have to make a dart for it. With an immediate concealed play, SLATE could not find that opportunity to work with in order to mount a comeback.
This is because Diablo shuts him down really quickly. He wants to make a play, but he knows he can't do it alone. Diablo splits the rest of SLATE. You see Gear coming up from the top lane. You only can have Gear coming up and cutting that wave just on equal footing as a Uranus coming out with Diablo. Now, the Luminous Lord marching down on the bottom side. The rest of RSG, they are hungry. They are thirsty. It is late. They want to end this fast.
And
what will they do?
RSG SG, what would they do? They are sticking onto their MO. They are gonna be escorting the Lord right down bottom lane, but not all, unfortunately. One will always stray away from the deviation, and that is always Diablo, the keeper of the hells, as he moves himself right close to the top lane turret and is waiting for the perfect time to strike. But speaking of perfect time to strike, someone's waiting for the perfect time to strike as well, but he's actually just recalling, perhaps. No one knows about his presence just yet until now. As Losey immediately stuns right hand and Slazer, he tries to get himself away, successfully doing so, but this is going to erupt a fight as Losey, 3-man phenomenon blast is going to be landing out with the gear CLI from FMM, but unfortunately not quite enough to bring gear down just yet. Well, Losey, Bray, as well as 505. They understood that they are in critical health and they gotta have to get away. But Slate, time for Mount, a comeback. Diablo is still regenerating health, but in the main fight, Bray goes down, Baby Cakes as well. Losey goes down, and this is just gonna be the massive play fight from the side of Slate. They go for the bait and switch, and 505 was hoping that he'll be able to find himself at home. But unfortunately, he got too comfortable in the wrong place. Top lane is gonna be pushed right in. Bottom lane is gonna be pushed. The core is left with 50 HP, but RSG just could not find the end.
Split that, go back, reset. You have already your minions pushing into the base. They need to split up and defend. Adamir is out of the picture, but Diablo, immortality popped.
It's okay, he's done what he needed. He brought down the ballista, and or rather, he has allowed them to buy time for the turret to bring down the ballista, and that is all that he needs to do. And Slate knows that they can't push this anymore. Diablo did what he needed to.
Yeah. Time is precious right now. Time is precious. Every waking moment, every ticking second, Slate is going to be pushing in. But they can only take in 2 turrets, and the 2 mid-lane tier 1, tier 2 turrets are off the charts. RSG SG, on the other hand, opening up the base, pushing the throne up to half health. They need to do it again. But right now, Slate is in a better position. Will they be able to take that third Lord? The Lord dances on, the ballet, the tango, whatever you want to call it. This will be the fight of the ages.
The 20 minutes game that could end very soon, just from a single Lord take. It is time for both of these teams to not get too comfortable in the wrong place. They can't overstay their welcome. Slate, they have failed to take away RSG's Lord once. But I don't think that Slate is going to do the same thing again. Baby Cakes was found in the bottom lane, but he did manage to get himself away pretty fast. 4 versus 4 over this Lord, while a quick-witted battle happens at the top lane as Diablo continues to drive his avenue down onto Benedetta, drops his HP to a quarter. This means that Slate will not have anyone to play on a retribution. RSG identifies that and know that this is the point in time that they gotta have to go right now. Sailor's taken down, everyone taken down, everyone from the side of the Slate is taken down. The only one left is gonna be Adamir. He wants to work his way, he wants to go back. The rest of RSG, they know it's time as the Lord is taken down. All of them moves right in for the final GG imminent push.
Wipe out! RSG SG, the minutes are pushing in. They are gonna take this. The recall, the disrespect, the well-earned victory. RSG!
Well deserved!
Man, what a match. Everyone up of their seats. It's just mayhem right here. It's a disaster.
You can't call this a cliffhanger. You can't call this anticlimactic. In fact, RSG and Slate, they have given us 5 perfect shows. 5 shows that tell us in its own equality and in its own way. Game 1 was when RSG was confident. They had everything. Game 2, Slate came back and they showed RSG what is done. Game 3, both teams evolved. Game 4, it is all the battle about wits. And Game 5, RSG showing Slate who truly is the battle team by ending the series with a full total wipe out.
Man, RSG is going on to the grand finals. Man, it's getting hot in here.
I mean, literally and figuratively, yes, it's hot.
Oh, the pressure. And look at these guys. Just enemies on the battlefield, enemies in the land of dawn, but friends, teammates, all smiles right there. It is this time again. I mean, take a look back at Season 3. Season 3, RSG was pushed down to the lower brackets, and they had to claw their way all the way back up. And right now, SLATE Esports is the one to be going down. The crowd is cheering so much respect over to these 2 teams. What a good episode. Man, Ken, like always, give me an abstract sometime. Tell us your thoughts.
Of course, this was a beautiful game by RSG SG, showing SLATE that 2-0 in regular season was not a fluke, right? They understood the assignment, they made sure that they got all of the objectives. It's really back to the basics for RSG SG. The way they handled SLATE was that, yes, there were a couple of moments that SLATE was in front, right? They got a couple of nice kills as well. Here, taking this Benedetta was really throwing a wrench into Diablo's plans as well. But what happened after that was the fact that they made them chase the game instead. It was all about the Lord battle. Who cares about your lanes, right? It was just a small factor. But more importantly, let's take a look at the itemization. Early on, I think FMM actually had the Demon Hunter Sword quite early on in the game. It was like, I think, a 9-minute mark, and he had that on his equipment already. With that Wind of Nature, he did survive quite well as the Electro Flash on the emblem. He was a main component of how the damage was dealt, right?
Yeah.
And Gear jumped in with the Athena shield, you know, with the armor as well. It reflected the damage. It was very hard for RSG SG to just straight on fight face to face in a 5-on-5 situation, right? SLATE always managed to kind of split them, and once they're ready to get it, RSG SG's lineup back into one entire circle, and that's where the AoE across SLATE's lineup did a lot of damage.
Yeah, 100% agree with you, but I want to commend Diablo right here. He has done a phenomenal job, or phenomenal is just an understatement right here. He's just so, he reads into Gear's mind. Like, he tries to pull Gear back out of his lane. He's supposed to be where the turtle is, but he needs to defend, because if not, Diablo's just going to push in. And how is SLATE able to defend against this Uranus? Something that Diablo is so comfortable in. It's probably like his spirit animal coming into this game.
Yep, exactly. I mean, the fact that they have the Dominion Ice on Adamir, they wanted to deal with this lifesteal by Diablo, right? Adamir was supposed to be the answer for Diablo. But, you know, we should take a look at the other stats as well. I mean, how did this actually come down? Because the damage by SLATE was so insane. They dealt a total of 313,000 across the entire match.
Yeah.
And RSG, you know, things were difficult. They did not get the fights that they were looking for. They couldn't deal as much damage, but they did damage where it mattered, right towards the Lord, right? They didn't want to take the fights. SLATE was very focused on fighting on the members of RSG SG, but RSG SG was more concerned about the Lord. And that ultimately was the winning condition for the game.
Yeah, exactly. And I want to say that Lawsy, in the middle of the game or early stages of the game, he died so many times. And every single time, he clawed his way back up. All he needs to do, he doesn't need so much farm, he doesn't need the gold. All he needs to do is land the right Luminon Blast that just destroyed everything that SLATE worked up all the way onto that point. In the win probability, it probably tipped the scales thousands and thousands of times in like 10 seconds. But this guy is just so immense. But let's take a look at the MVP of this match. It's gonna be Baby Cakes.
Baby Cakes, man. The RSG fans are happy with this. Baby Cakes, the MVP of this game. Game 5, the one that broke it all apart for SLATE. They were so close, but hey, Baby Cakes is your winner for the MVP. 3, 4, and 5, you know, with the nice emblem as well. I like the fact that he built this Demon Hunter Sword very early on as well. He actually matched up to FMM even though they were behind in certain portions of the game, right? And that Wind of Nature, he popped it at critical points. Right when he was about to die, he gave Lawsy that opening that he was looking for Numenon Blast, right? They were always chasing Baby Cakes, and Baby Cakes dragged them in for Lawsy to just end the deal, and that's where they just turned it all around.
Yeah, and what I like about SLATE is that actually, from the early stages of the game, they know that they cannot kill Diablo. It's so hard to kill him. They take down the turret, but it's still, Diablo is still out of reach for them. And then they go straight back into like, okay, who's the next target? They always leave out Baby Cakes, just like how RSG on their side leaves out Sailor. And with that, they always focus fire on Lawsy. Maybe it backfired, maybe it didn't, maybe it went exactly to how they planned, but we need to see it from an analytical point of view as we take a look at the replay coming up in a short while.
Yep, the highlights, you can see the way that RSG has focused. They wanted to focus on the objectives itself. And SLATE didn't just ignore the objectives, they wanted to get the kills on RSG. You can take the objectives, right? But they wanted to take the turrets just by the sheer number of advantage on human bodies they have on the map, right? So that's why SLATE constantly fought with RSG, and you can see early on it did work out for a bit. Sailor with that Kagura, his very comfort hero, they won this engagement later on, and from there it kind of opened up the map for SLATE. But towards the end, Mr. Lawsy with the Luminon Blast itself really just created a lot of chaos for the side of SLATE, and it really put a lot of pressure on them, tested their mental capacity.
Yeah, exactly. And Sailor always the patient one waiting at the back, as well as JPL. And Gear trying to find that right hero is going very, very too deep. He's very comfortable with this hero, just as how Diablo is comfortable with that Uranus. But Baby Cake's always left to his own devices and waiting for the right time. This is the fight that tipped everything else. Baby Cake's just focusing fire on that Lord and then changing his target over to Gear. And then Diablo just delaying time for Adamir to go back. And Baby Cake's, they want to win this. It takes down Adamir in that way, but it's just a very, very short minute of time. In the split second, Baby Cakes could have been taken out, but he does have the defense items that he so sorely needs to be able to take out this game.
Yeah, but this is a huge learning lesson for SLATE, right?
Yeah.
The objective that they were focusing on, I don't think it's a wrong thing to focus, it's just the execution was just a bit shy. Yep. So now, I've heard from our producers, we've hit an all-time high of 16,000 people watching the stream, watching us live. Hi to everyone out there for the 16,000. I'm gonna say hi on the behalf of my two other casters here. It was a long, long day for us.
That means that we have unlocked skins and codes. Yes. And I believe that epic skins are impending as well, as I believe that the codes will be flashed onto the screen anytime soon now. As such, better prepare your devices, take photo, and of course, you gotta have to redeem all of these. And there we go. Oh, where's my phone?
First. Yeah, 16,000.
First code. This on the first code.
This is going to be the first code that we'll receive right now. So scan this code because it's only a couple of viewers. It's only limited because skins, I mean, if it's free, why not? Just take it, snap it right up. It's going to be shown up just for a little while, and then it's going to disappear in a snap.
Yeah,
like
don't worry, you're just competing with 16,000 or 15,999 other people, right? Don't worry, including the three of us.
Oh yeah, but I want to say hi, Ma. I'm on camera. Hi, Ma.
Right, and now get ready. If you have the fastest fingers across the region, we have a second code for you.
Second code.
Second code. Okay, where's my camera once again?
So okay, 15,998 people left because like one person or other is gonna collect that code.
Yeah.
So like just spam.
Just go for it.
Just go for it right now.
I mean, if you play this game, we know you have fast fingers, right? If you learn the correct champions, you know how to execute them properly. Your fingers are kind of fast. So that's one skill set you need to have for this game. The second skill set is now your vision. Is it good enough? Is it fast enough? Here's the third code coming on the screen. Oh, no, it's not. Oh, juked.
Oh, it's an MPL prediction.
I lied.
Oh, yeah, but still free skins for these guys showing up in the section down below. We've got Jack M. Taping, Joseph Palermo, Rooney Chan, and a sandwich. Even a sandwich is able to win skins. I mean, why not you? You are a human, you got hands and legs. But yeah, congratulations to these winners. You will be getting a free skin, an epic skin for that matter, for your participation.
You guys had the most creative comments, and of course you sent the correct game ID. I think one of you sent it wrong. You know, here's my ID. You can use it to redeem it instead. But with that, you know, we always want to make things better, right? Our performance, of course, as casters for our live audience, we want to make everything perfect and even better experience, right? So take a look at the QR code. Scan it. I think it's down here. Scan this QR code. Do the survey. Let us know what we can do to make this entire experience better, right? We always want to make things better for everyone.
Yeah, especially like this is just season 4. There's going to be so many intense matches coming right up. And there's so much to do. We have one more match for today. It's going to be Team Evil versus Team Revival.
Wow. Another big game, another hard game to watch.
I'm going to have to cut you off because we need to take a look at some beautiful ladies. And Cheryl Yao, our host, is going to be entertaining you on screen as well.
Ladies and gentlemen, definitely what that was earlier for match 3 was a highlight match. It even got most of us watching. Is this finals? is this finals? Like, we had to double check to make sure. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, that was the exciting match between SLATE as well as Team RSG. So right here, I do have two incredible figures right here from RSG. We have the brains inside RSG, and that is STLK. And I also have the man who literally put shout in shout calling, Lolzy, right here beside me. Fantastic. So I do have some questions for you guys. Now, firstly, for Lolzy, you demolished SLATE cleanly in game 1. What exactly made it click for you to tear SLATE apart?
For game 1, I think that the gap was quite big. So like, if we utilize our heroes properly, that's the outcome lah, you know. Yeah.
All right. So for the second question, RSG lost 2 games in a row before winning game 4 and 5. How did the team feel about game 2 and 3?
I think for game 2, yeah, they surprised us with the Fover's pick. I mean, we know about his pressure, and I know that he has a 100% win rate on that hero, and that got them the game 2 lah, not gonna lie. Then for game 3, we kind of threw the game. I think we were getting ahead of ourselves, so we thought that we could end, but we didn't. So we just had to reset ourselves, and I'm glad that the team and I resettled, especially for game 4. You see, we were like at least, I don't know, but I didn't see the goal graph, but maybe 8 to 10k behind. Yeah, and we kept calm and composed, so kudos to the team.
Yeah, you guys were literally throwing bodies at the base for game 3. So do you think that this is something that could have been possible if the patch wasn't, you know, the current patch it was, and then you could do the backdoor strategy?
I think that we could have done the backdoor strategy better. Like, we could have just gave our lives. Like, I think Faramis could have gave his life to prevent the TP, but we didn't communicate it properly lah. So bad play on our part, but life goes on. Game 4 and game 5, we proved to be the better team. Yeah.
Yes, and still in this best of 5, it is GG RSG. So next question, and that will be over to STLK. Now, who was the most integral player to this win in the best of 5, and why?
I think for the player is Ozia. Yeah,
we need to bring the mic closer. I don't think the audiences can hear.
So
this
for me, it's Lolzy, because like everyone knows the one that controlling team is Lolzy. So like for you see game 2, game 3, if he cannot do anything, then the team also shaking. So the game 4 and the game 5, he can reset and everything is going fine again. Yeah.
Yeah, that's why Lolzy's shoulders very broad. A lot of weight on his shoulders. He has to shout call. He has to, Osim chair. Yes, definitely made him more comfortable. He has to shout call. He has to initiate. Really, really amazing. And that's why in your hearts, Lolzy is the MVP.
Yeah.
The heart carry.
Yeah, but everyone is MVP for me.
Yes, everybody is definitely integral right here today. Now, we have question 4. RSG has maintained a spotless record all the way and have been rewarded with a spot in the grand finals. Can you tell us what is the secret for your success?
Hard work, teamwork, and focus. Yes, and just play as a team.
And play as a team, never as an individual, right?
Yeah.
Yes, fantastic. So for question number 5, I would like your input for both you and Lolzy. And the question to you guys is, who do you think you will face in the grand finals now that we have our top 4 names?
From my heart, I want to fight LY for sure. Because we just first game, and for my brain, I think I want to fight SLATE again because it's very interesting to fight them, and it's very emotional and adrenaline keep up. Yeah.
So revival for old time's sake.
Yeah.
And then moving forward, SLATE for that challenge.
Yes.
Ah, exciting. Okay, then what about you, Lolzy? Who do you think you will face or you want to face in the finals?
Yeah, sad to say, sorry to all the SLATE fans. I also hope to fight Revival because I want to, like what Dolly said, LY4, I think like he has been integral since I came into RSG. So I want to repay his goodness, kindness, He treated me so well. Need to repay him by stealing the trophy away from him, bro. Sorry,
LY4 is just like, okay. That's definitely, a compliment to him that the team can reach the grand finals as well. So yeah, you guys are paying a lot of homage and love to LY4. So yeah, we will see which team will make it over to the grand finals itself. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for your insightful sharing and your time. Thank you. We'll see you guys tomorrow. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, that was from Team RSG SG. We have the coach, STLK himself, as well as Lolzy, team captain. So that's really exciting. Now later on, we have another match that will be coming up, and this will be between Revival as well as Evil. Both teams who have climbed up the ranks over in the regular season. So what we can expect is a very exciting match. So stick around and join us for match 4 of day 2 right here at the playoffs.
Sniper-friendly look. Her brooch will also be replaced with the Badge of House Vents. Expect a more mature-looking Leslie with restyled bangs and eye patch. Her newly added optical sight should help Leslie aim more easily. As for her skills, we're mainly adjusting the casting experience of Leslie's second skill, Tactical Grenade. Statistical data and live observation of players in match combat demonstrated a noticeable delay in the casting of Tactical Grenade, leading to an awkward and frustrating gameplay experience. We're optimizing the skill's animation and resolving before and after cast delays to improve the overall casting process. Moving on to Leslie's first skill, Master of Camouflage. Following a thorough review, we decided to leave the skill's mechanics as is. However, we'll be upgrading the visual effects of Leslie's camouflaged state, which promises a more exciting experience for Leslie mains in the battlefield. Finally, let's talk about her ultimate, Deadly Sniper. We're cutting down the interval between 2 fatal bullets to boost Leslie's burst potential and aggressiveness in matches. Next up, the Holy Blade of House Paxley, Guzhan. Guzhan's new story highlights the evil god leaving his body, so expect a more trendy and casually styled Guzhan with less plate coverage to accentuate his likeness as an assassin. We've also incorporated Eamon's mana shards design at the end of Guzhan's scarf to reflect the two brothers' reconciliation. Since his debut in the early days of the game, Guzhan's popularity on the assassin roster has endured well into the present. Because of this, we've decided to keep his skill kit as is, at least for this update. However, we still feel that we should do something to show our gratitude for your continued love for Guzhan. That's why we're bringing Guzhan's visuals up to 2022 standards, with a full upgrade of his in-match model and skill effects. We've made sure that these adjustments won't affect his original design, so you'll still be greeted with that familiar face when you meet Guzhan in the battlefield after the update. And even though September might be a little too early for Valentine's Day, we're going ahead and revamping the two heroes' Valentine's Day skins in this update. Compared with the original design, we've restyled Guzhan's hair and added a few inches to his pants to highlight his elegance. The patterns and decorations have also been modified to better match Leslie's. As for Leslie, we're remodeling her high heels to further emphasize her femme fatale vibe. That's all for the first round of spoilers from this September's Project Next update. We've been hard at work, constantly improving every single hero's skills and visual effects to present you with the best gameplay experience at each stage. We hope you've loved all our improvements so far and are excited for what's to come. Get ready for the new Project Next update dropping soon. See you next time, and until then, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, would you ever expect this situation? Not for me, though, because originally in the regular season, these two teams in the second week were actually in 7th and 8th position. And look at them now, ladies and gentlemen, right now in top 4. That's absolutely amazing. Now, ladies and gentlemen, here, please give a round of applause to the teams that we have here today for making it to the top 4 right now as we speak. That is definitely a consolation already. As I've mentioned, in week 2 of the regular season, they found themselves in the bottom 2 spots. And look at where they are now. So welcome everyone joining us for the last match of day 2 right here of the playoffs. The winners of the first 2 matches will meet again to determine who will face RSG SG in the finals tomorrow. Now both teams seems to be on form right now as they have set their opponents packing earlier today. Now, Revival shut down STLK SG's playoff run with a steady tempo in match 1 and actually eliminated them from the tournament, while Evil came back with force, stopping SMG SG in their tracks with 2 perfect games. Now this match is a match of endurance because this would be their 4th match of their second match of the day, of which their 4th game as their very first game that's gonna happen really soon. So this is a match of endurance as both teams have to play all 3 games in their match to continue their playoff run. One team will drop out after this match and one team will keep their hopes alive of representing Singapore on the international stage over on the M4. So introducing our stars for our final match of the day. So I'd like to suss out my crowd once again. Where my team Evil at? You guys are really amazing. What about my team Revival supporters? Can I hear you guys? Really? Evil got more people? Okay, try again, all right. Team Revival, can I hear you guys? Okay, after the match, I'll go eat dinner, then we try again. All right, so yes, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, introducing the king of turtles and comebacks. Put your hands together for Revival! Now right here from Revival, ladies and gentlemen, we have Swirled, LY4, Ryan, QDX, Love, and Peace. Over to your battle station. And next up, the community team with a legion of fans and currently on an amazing upward momentum. I want to hear you for Evo! And right now from Evo, we have JS, Melon, Powerful, Carrot, and Coconut. Head on over to your battle station, boys. Now, I'm sure our casters are more excited than I am to cast this match and analyze both teams. So, take it away, guys.
Are you ready for this? This is the final game of the day. Evil against Revival. With me, I have Abstract and Churros. How are you guys feeling about this game?
Man, coming out from the previous game, I'm feeling pretty much refreshed, revived, so to speak. But I'm really excited to watch these matches because I've been here since 8 a.m. watching these two teams play off against each other, and then going on to where we are today, top 4. Top four. From all the way from the bottom, now we're here.
Well, now, of course, I am elated to be able to see these two teams duking together for the top 4, top 3 placing as well. And I couldn't be happier to be here. Would be happier if I didn't get benched.
Shade throne.
Yeah, but I mean, yeah, it was quite a bit of a tiring series in the previous one, and I believe that it is right for my boy to take a break.
Yeah, that was a monster match, right? And this is going to be the final game of the day to see who is going to level up, who is going to bring their A game tomorrow and try to get that much closer to the throne.
Yeah, that's right. Remember, guys, the winner of today's match will be up against SLATE Esports in the semifinals, moving up against this. So let's take a look at Revival first. What do you have for us, Abstract?
Well, looking at the stats, understandably, we are looking at the entirety of Revival with very decent stats all across the board, right? Peace with 630 GPM onto their side, LY4 with 570 GPM. Definitely something that we always keep our eyes on all the time as well. Well, looking at the kill participation from Swirl as well as Ryan really just puts themselves in the microscope because they have been moving around so much and they're always in the brunt of the action. QDX Love, though, has took my eye onto him. And like, I have my eye on him all the time, especially when it comes down to looking at him playing in today's earlier series. Boy, oh boy, was he a menacing roamer.
That's right. We will be taking a look at the other team as well. Evil, ready to make it work for themselves. Churros, break it down for me, man.
Well, this team has been very instrumental in the previous run up against their previous games. So Coconut, Melon, Jace's, Powerful, Carrot, all of them have been doing what they need to do. Coconut having a signature hero, Bruno having a average GPM, not quite hitting the 700 gold per minute mark yet, but having a average KDA. And Melon is very instrumental in setting up plays. So remember, he's played as a utility mage. His signature hero is Valentina. We've seen him play twice in the previous match earlier today. But Jace is Powerful. These two guys are the win conditions that I personally would think. But then again, you can't spell Revival without Evil.
That's right. So let's take a look at the keys to victory for Revival.
When it comes down to Revival, we know for a very fact that they have been trying to play in the later stages of the game. But Evil, on the other hand, they play quite the opposite. They usually play pretty early game aggression. Even though we have seen both of them duking against each other in regular seasons, they were both very passive. But Evil, they are different now coming into the playoff. They are very aggressive and they would want to play their hearts out. As such, expecting them to play early game aggression, they will want to use their tempo against Revival, ensuring that they don't go over to the later stages of the game.
Yeah, and Revival right here is going to get prepared. They have to be prepared because of the unorthodox coming out from Evil. And as we see, Evil right here is on the opposite end of the spectrum. They build on momentum on the early game, especially Powerful and Melon. If they get that early game advantage and scales up onto themselves, they will be able to snowball their entire team, perhaps, and giving enough space and time for Coconut to get his early gold lead. Give Carrot the correct roam heroes because he needs to set up plays, set up space for Powerful to make himself grow up. And focus on shutting down Peace in lane. Peace has been very, I wouldn't say fantastic, but he's been scary. He's been intimidating as a Clint. So moving into that line, I don't know. It's going to be a tough match. I'm expecting a 2-1 situation coming up from both these teams. I don't know about you guys. What do you think?
I also, I concur with you on that. I think it's going to be a 2-1 scoreline. Who is going to get the 2? I'm not sure. But now, we have the MPL predictor, right? Share your prediction for this match. And if you write the most creative comment, you include your game ID and server ID, there's a chance you stand to win a exclusive MLBB skin worth 749 diamonds. The choices are right down here, right? You can see it all below. Now, if you cannot decide which account you want to give, don't worry. Let me help you out. You can use mine, 10064933.
Or you can use 44300
Actually, I can't remember mine. 1720 something. Hey, but you might have given them the chance to hack your account. So like, bye-bye.
Really? No, I don't think that they can.
Yeah. But okay. Yeah, so enjoy your epic skins right now. We are having so many events for you to get epic skins. So with more you watch, with more we have for you participating at home, the audiences are also part of our show because without you guys, none of this would be entirely possible.
That's right. Now it is time for the audience prediction. Revival, definitely more fans online here. They're going to have a 61 and 64% pick respectively on Facebook and YouTube. What do you guys think about that?
Well, I think that this pretty much speaks quite volumes, right? Now, the thing is, Revival, when it comes down to looking at them facing off against other opponents, be it in the regular seasons or the playoffs, so far the online audience were not really keen on voting on them. So honestly, looking at Revival's journey all the way from the start until now, I think that they have definitely won quite a lot of people's hearts now.
Yeah, definitely. Especially the game against STLK SG. A lot of people thought that maybe STLK would be able to overcome the Revival. But unorthodox picks coming out from all of this, and really disciplined, really reserved and conservative play style coming out from Team Revival, solidified their place and coming up to top 4. This is no easy feat. I'm coming out here playing on stage with so much stress, so much pressure, but I've got to say, my heart goes out to Evil. The way they turned things around, they lost the first game against SMG, and they turned things around. We'll have to wait and see how they will fare in this game against Revival.
Let's take a look at the drafting stage right off the bat. We're looking at an Atlas Grok ban from the side of Revival. In the meantime, Evil are looking at Diggy in Akai as well. Well, Revival just finished it off with a Faramis ban.
Yeah, I mean, Revival saw the game that Evil played against SMG. They know that Atlas and Faramis is something that Evil is super comfortable with. They don't want to have to deal with that. And on the other side, Evil doesn't want to deal with Diggy, doesn't want to deal with a lot of crowd control, sort of negation effects. They are pretty highly reliant on crowd control initiators, sort of like Lolita. We've seen Lolita in a lot of these games coming up, building up even from regular season until now. And the last ban will be the Bauman, which is a comfort hero for LY4. Peace. First pick goes up with the 1-1.
Now, Paquito is available. Okay, yeah, immediately, right?
No need to say, Melon picks up that Valentina with that respect. Powerful is going back to whatever he's comfortable with on this Paquito. I think this is a very scary draft right off the bat. Coming from Powerful, a powerful draft.
Well, I definitely did not see that coming. I definitely did not see that pun coming. But yeah, so whenever a Paquito is available, especially when you're fighting against Evil, Powerful is 100% going to pick that up. And to make matters worse, Valentina is also going to be available for Evil, which they will pick it up promptly. As such, because of the fact that Valentina is already onto the board in threat of Revival, they have to be very careful with the items or other heroes that they choose. In this case, they've decided to pick up Esmeralda as well as the Lolita. The first phases of the picks, we would always assume that the players are picking these because of comfort picks and meta picks. Anything from that point onwards is very likely going to be synergy and or counter.
Well, I think that these two heroes are pretty common in the current state of things, but Esmeralda and Lolita are pretty comfortable and signature heroes of Jace's and Carrot respectively. So coming on that point, they want to deny them the chance to work on these heroes. But looking at the side of Evil, they do have a very heavily reliant dive composition. So expect a lot of early games. And we've seen that a lot with the keys to victory.
Yep. So I just want to mention about QDX Love as well as Melon. We have seen their games earlier today. QDX Love, he was playing Ruby earlier in the day, and his skills definitely will transfer into this Lolita pick. Melon, we all know how dangerous Melon is on this Valentina, and I'm gonna assure you, later in the game, we're gonna see a reverse Numenon Blast coming out from Melon, and with this, of course, Carrot gonna pick that Franco. What do you guys think?
Let's be sure that that's gonna happen. Carrot is picking up this Franco for his first pick and solidifying that that notion that, you know, I'm gonna be picking off you one by one. It doesn't matter if you're gonna be able to fight in a team, because I'm gonna be able to split you apart with that Franco and with my setup from that Luminon Blast coming back right to you. And phase 2 of the ban, Evil starts off with the ban on the Yve.
The Yve ban, okay? I'm not too surprised about that. And actually, you know what? Having the Franco picked by Evil is definitely looking good, since we are looking at a Paquito pick into the jungle. A jungle Paquito definitely deal bursts of damage, and whenever a Franco is able to set things up for Paquito, you gotta have to expect that it is almost an instantaneous blast of death.
Yep, that's right. And Swirl left with the mage position in mid. Let me remind you how scary his Fasa was in the previous game today against STLK. He broke my heart, and he's about to break Evil's heart as well.
Yeah, I was going to say that as well. I mean, Swirl was phenomenal with the Farsa, but it looks as if Jace's is going to leave that Farsa open and ban out this Lilia. I think they know that, okay, Swirl is maybe one of the main win conditions. The first win condition before 1-1 gets her power spike and starts ripping the rest of Team Evo up. But this begs the question that maybe you want to give Farstar over to the side of Revival because you do have that Valentina. But then again, you give Valentina options. Let's be sure that Melon's going to be taking those options up. Give them a chance to be able to set up different types of plays in different kinds of scenarios.
No, here's the thing. I'm relatively surprised, I would say, not say confused, but surprised at the fact that Revival is immediately assuming and, of course, thinking of the fact that Evil may actually flex this Paquito into the EXP lane instead. And I totally respect that. They immediately ban out the Karina, while the Dyrov is also flexible in going to the EXP lane or the jungle. The Dyrov ban is really more of a counter for Esmeralda, and definitely they do not want to see that happening in this game. While Evil, they have responded with a faster pick, so great high ground coming from the side of Evil. In fact, their team is looking pretty sturdy so far.
Yeah, this is really unorthodox by the side of Evo, and I'm loving it for the side of Evo. You know, you have Valentina already, and Farstar is picked as well. You know, I was kind of considering that Farstar might be a problem if it's picked by Revival. They're going to complete their last two picks with the Barats and the Sicilian. So late game insurance, definitely there is there. 1-1 as well as the Esmeralda together with your Barats and Sicilian, all late game carries.
Yeah. Now, here's the thing. I really want to focus on this very fact, is that Evil have picked out heroes. Every single one of them excels in the early game. They picked up two mages in this game solely, and one of the main reason is the fact that they want magical damage. Magical damage in the early stages of the game is phenomenally painful, and you need to find ways to make full use of it and, of course, get yourself out of the way. The only other heroes that could fit into the EXP role gotta have to be Valentina, as this Farstar gotta have to be the one roaming around and make things work around the map.
Well, I love both sides of the draft. It's pretty much even at this point. Revival has a very thick draft, but it excels in the later stages of the game. And like you said, Abstract, in early stages of the game, Evil is going to be excelling in those timings. So it's yet to be
I love
seen,
these guys.
Yeah. They're super excited for their fans, and I'm sure you guys are at home as we are moving on to game number 1 of the last match of today between Team Revival versus Team Evil.
Right, who is going to get one step closer, Evil or Revival? These two teams have evolved throughout the regular season, and this time, is it going to be the final evolution that brings them across to fight against SLATE tomorrow in the best of 5?
Welcome to Mobile
This is going to be a very, very detailed, structured, disciplined play coming up from both teams right here. But expect a lot of early game engages. We talked about that in their keys to victory, and I'm pretty sure we're going to see it after the buffs have been taken down. But the fact that LY4 is picking out the Barats, he's actually bracing himself because he knows that Powerful is going to invade on his jungle. He does have the high and dry. So what that means is that if he's alone, he's going to be able to take him out easily. 8% extra damage. He's going to be shredding and melting him down, especially once he gets level 4.
All right, this mid lane and gold lane is pretty much standard. But I want to ask you about JS against Ryan. This is a very peculiar lane for Evo.
Yeah. JS against Ryan, I mean, JS really pops off only in the later stage of the game, but hold on a second right here. QDX Love, a little bit out, but Carrot misses that hook by a little bit, but let's go back to the EXP lane matchup. This is not a conventional EXP lane one-on-one that we're used to seeing. We have Valentina over here, which is able to soak up a lot of EXP. I mean, based on her passive, as well as going out for a lot of magical defense, magical attack, and magical splash damage that Esmeralda might not be able to comprehend.
Yep, I like the concept of the Valentina against Ryan in this EXP lane, because you know the passive of Valentina allows you to kind of match it up, right, even if you're under level. So this could potentially be a losing lane, but it is fine for them, right? Evo, they have this preparation in hand, and if you take a look, they will be setting up to try something at the top.
The turtle is going to be spawned up. LY4 checking on the brushes, knowing that Powerful is there. It kind of looks as if Evo is going to be in a better position to take this one out.
Yep, they have to be very careful about LY4. QDX Love and Sword will be around the corner as well. Can they actually make this contest? Powerful jumps in, he steals it! My goodness! Evo starts it! They're gonna try and chase for the kill as well. LY4 with the Luminous Blast! It is another kill! Ryan goes down! It's 2 kills for Evo! And that's how they're gonna start the game right here. A huge gain! 1,005 in gold for them, and they steal the buff as well.
I was confused just for a little bit because I thought like, okay, QDX Love still level 3, does not have her ultimate, but JS Love, Jasis is already level 5. In this sense, just stealing that ultimate from Lolita, the Luminon Blast, Uno reverse over onto the side of Revival. They are not able to take this one. 2 kills over to the side of Evil.
Yep, not the start that Revival was looking for. They are now with a 1 level deficit for the supports as well, and the roamer. So this is going to be quite tough for them to, you know, mount a defense and make sure they can win and make sure that they have the proper wave management as well.
And this Barca was just spectacular. I mean, see the way that she uses the Feather Airstrike. Just try to zone away. You don't have to take any kills. You just have to bring them out of the objectives and play to your strengths, because the burst damage coming out from the Feather Airstrike is able to sort of like seep you down and cause you to run away in terror, run away in fear. And then Carrot comes in with Powerful as well. The damage coming out from this Paquito is already starting to show.
Yep, so far I think I like the early draft, right? This early synergy from Evil. But my question is, as we head towards the mid and late game, there will be options for the Esmeralda to really jump into the back line and cause a lot of problems. But with that, we are going to be talking about a problem for JS, but it looks like it's not too big of an issue for him.
Yeah, Jasis is just gapping Ryan as much as he can. It's just so one-sided in this match. But hold on a second.
Oh my god, they're gonna jump in. It is a 2-man stun here. Carrot is not looking good. He is gonna be under the tower. He turns it around. Coconut gets punished as well. Well done to Revival. They are gonna try and even things out at this point.
The reverse coming in. The reverse coming in from Peace, they were expecting that. They know that Carrot was going to flicker in and cause that bloody hunt. And then look at what happened. QDX Love just took the bite for them. But on the top, Powerful takes the kill off of Peace.
Yep, with that, they will get the turtle started, but Powerful's around the corner as well. Can they get the steal though? And no, it doesn't happen for them, as LY4 is going to secure it for his team. So Revival managing to even things again. They are always trailing, but somehow they make it up.
Well, I mean, Evil's not that far
Ryan!
But Ryan tries to dash a little bit in.
Yep, he is going to be in a tough spot, but I think he's going to make it out fine. They will commit that Feather Airstrike, but so far it looks like Revival doing okay.
They're placing a lot of emphasis on trying to farm up. I know they're trying to avoid a lot of team fights. They're trying to play a reactive approach, especially in early stages of this game. I mean, it's still 5 minutes into this match, but Evil and Revival still neck and neck so far. Coconut, though, is 1 kill, but he's getting really harassed in the lane so far. But on the top side, though...
Yep, it is going to be a 2v1 situation. They get the kill. Powerful leading it. They will try a cross-map play here. And Coconut is the first to fall. So it's a 1-for-1 trade across the map. But Carrot's falling as well. Can they save him? Can Melon do it? No, he will not. LY4 will get a double kill in this. And they're going to trade turrets as well as kills. But I think it's looking good for Revival.
It is looking good for Revival. I mean, taking out 1 turret for the price of 2 heroes, as well as all of that. I mean, that was such a good play coming in from Revival, putting them up on top again. But let's take a look at the items real quick. Paquito already built up the Hunter Strike. It looks like he's going to build up a Malefic Roar in that process, just going full damage. He doesn't care what kind of defense they need, because he's playing it early game. He wants to end this fast. He's tired. He wants to go home.
Yep, I mean, Evil have one of the fastest game times across any team in the league, and I'm pretty sure I agree with you when you say they want to end this fast.
Yeah, I mean, Revival's already done much better than SMG did in the previous game against Evil. I mean, they took 4 kills over to the side of Evil, which was pretty much unprecedented in a game against SMG as well. 2 perfect games in a row for the side of Evil. This puts them in a very comfortable and confident position.
Yep, it is going to be everyone standing on a knife's edge as LY4 steps in a bit too forward. But he is going to be fine at this point, as JS is going to try and make something work. The turtle has already been started. Powerfuls around the corner. They want to do this turtle down, get it over to their side, as Jace is very comfortable here. But they do get a catch, and Ryan gets taken down. Can they do more though? Powerful, he's a bit low. Slightly less. Oh, what a nice stun. Powerful steals it as well. Double kill for them. Can they make it work? Another kill. All members of Revival are dead. It is a wipeout. so early in this game, 7 minutes, and Revival suddenly outbreak from Evo, and that might cost them a couple of turrets.
Fast fingers from Evo, and Powerful already up 6 kills, no deaths. This guy is a man on a mission. He's out for blood. He's tasted blood, and he's on the hunt. He wants more. He wants to take the rest of Revival down. This man is the epitome of evil.
Yep, and Carrot's very careful. He wants to stand here and try a monstrous hook on anyone on Revival.
Oh man. We have to slow things down a little bit right now because they're already breaking through on the first tier. Evil already cementing themselves as 4K gold lead. They have what it takes to take them in team fights. Revival needs to wait and be patient. Don't take fights that you can't fight. Don't take fights that you can't win.
That's right. Carrot, I think his job is very simple. We know how a Franco operates. So his role right now is to be the eyes and the ears of Evo to make sure that they know where exactly every single member of Revival is at.
But I want to commend Jaces. Every single time he takes an ultimate, it's off of the Luminum Blast. Oh, Carrot! Almost stealing off that orange buff, but what a play. Almost, but no cigar.
Yep, close but no cigar indeed, as Jaces, Melon, and Carrot are going to set it up here. LY4, he knows that he wants to get hooked because the rest of the team is going to follow this up. Can they catch anyone out from the side of Revival? Evo very patient, and they might mount the defense right now.
It kind of looks like Melon not having any of the ultimates off of the enemy team just yet. He needs to wait for the right time, the right approach to find and seek out QDX's love from the Luminum Blast and use it to their advantage. And Melon, so to speak, always having a range strike at the ready. And Lord popping up in just a moment.
Yeah, but Powerful, he is spotted out by the team of Revival. Can they get the bait in? The Carrot maybe stepping a bit too far, showing off. And it looks like they will get the Lord started, but I'm not sure how does Revival play into this.
Ooh, it kind of looks like Evo is pretty much at position. Revival is playing as a unit, consequently all together. But it kind of looks like Powerful wants to fight this one. Melissa is already on his way down. Coconut wants to try to get that flank. He wants to get something started. Luminum Blast.
All right, here we go. It is going to be a first gun. Jason gets QDX love, a double kill for the team. But they do get a steal. Revival, yes, they get the steal, but at what cost? Ryan is falling. Sword is down as well. Is it going to be a wipeout again? It is! My goodness! Evo came to play, and he came to play today.
They take down the Lord, but at what cost? They took down the lives of all 5 members of Revival. The Lord is going to buy them some time, but time is not in their hands.
That's right, Evo. They smell blood, and they are ready to get it done.
Ooh, Powerful. They used to beat his knees. Every single time there's an engage, he gives up on the main objectives. Let's go for the kills. Let's cement ourselves. Let's buy ourselves some time. And right now, talking about buying, the economy for Evo is up 6,000 gold lead.
Yeah, going into a 7K gold lead really, really soon. And you know, I've seen this so many times in the regular season, but this time there's Jaces and Carrot, both looking for a fishing company at this point.
Oh, guns locked and loaded in the armory. They're just waiting for the right time to jump on any
member
for the hook.
Carrot gets it started. They do get the lockdown. Can they get the kill? They do kill off LY4. Where is the follow-up though? A reverse punishment as Ryan is running away. The Luminum Blast comes. It is a 3-man stun. They get it done as well. Is it going to be another wipeout again? It's so early in the game.
Oh, that is not close to wipeout. There's a 4-man, but Peace, he's unable to be able to defend this. The turret is going to go down for the side of Evo. The 3rd tier turret in the middle lane. And they are looking to end this. This 8 seconds. Can they do this? Peace gets taken out. And they're focusing fire on the core.
It's over! Game 1 as Evo wipes them out and ends the game so quick. Hey, I mean, we talked about Evo ending games fast, but this was too fast.
Yeah, this was too fast. I mean, indeed, Powerful. It was just way too powerful to handle. I mean, this guy just popping off, even though you have the whole team right there, he's high and dry, not really useful in that sense, he still made it work. He built full damage items, no tanks whatsoever. I'm really excited to know what you guys think about this entire matchup.
I was thinking that it was kind of greedy from Powerful. I was really questioning the fact, right? We have seen that a lot of teams play very patiently. They want to make sure that they have the growth before they really engage in team fights. But this is a different EVO. Every single time we take a look at EVO, it's like they're a new team, right?
Yeah.
And they're more and more aggressive, and they're more clinical in their finishing as well.
Yeah, it's the confidence boost that got them through to the second stages and into the top 4. I know they started off probably like in a sleepy mode, hibernating, but right now they're awake. And like a bear, they're ready to hunt, they're ready to strike. They are hungry, and they want fresh blood.
And honestly, at this point in time, it really just boils down to the fact that EVO drafted a super early game, hyper-aggressive composition.
Yeah.
If anything else, Revival should have picked up that note and not contest for any of these turtles.
Right.
That would have been the best idea for them in order for them to not lose any more than one person plus a turtle. Because yes, you may have a Barats. Barats is going to be ultimately very good when it comes down to isolating that one jungler, making sure that he doesn't have retribution and he himself has the retribution instead.
Yeah, take a look at the items right here. P's already building up that defensive items with the steel plate leggings. And of course, most of the members of Revival is ditching the damage that they need and building just solely defense. But for the side of EVO, look at Powerful just building all items. And take a look at this. I mean, a Blade of Despair on Powerful is just going ham. It's just going all damage. Damage on Melon, damage on Powerful, damage on Coconut, damage on Jace. Yeah, just damage on Jaces. Usually we'll see like maybe 1 or 2 defensive items on a Valentina. But in this case, no. The only tank that EVO has is Carrot. And Carrot's always picking them off. He's going fishing.
Yep, exactly. It was a fishing game for EVO, right? With Carrot on that hook, that was one thing. And Jace's as well, you know, stealing a couple of the ultimates from Swirl. I think he did a good job of trying to protect the rest of his team. But the way that Jace's entered every fight was super phenomenal.
Yeah, I gotta commend the rest of EVO. I mean, early game, I thought they were pretty much neck and neck because Revival sort of like, okay, they broke the code. They wanted to play a little bit more of the defensive strategy and go in with the team fights. But every single time they have that, Melon was there. I mean, Jace's was there with the Newman on Blast because you have that Valentina. Let's take a look at the kill participation as well as the damage dealt. Abstract, what can you tell us about this?
Well, as suspected. Honestly, it really is pretty much as expected. When it comes down to, okay, Rich Guy for Coconut, right? 11 minutes in and it's got 677 gold per minute. I would believe that is pretty much peak performance. You can definitely go higher than that. However, it is going to be one of the best scores that you can get as a marksman. And of course, you don't really have a lot of things to go around farming and maximizing your farm, min-maxing and stuff. The most thing that you want to go for is just kills, 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 and kills, because that is ultimately what EVO would want to do. Yes, Revival did pull off a pretty good game by fighting back against EVO, getting themselves kills as well, but ultimately it is the mid-game power spike that EVO eventually has.
Yeah, that's correct. And we are going to be looking at the MVP right now. It's going to be Jace's with the Valentina. Okay, highest assist. He's always there. Whenever there's a fight, Valentina, best be sure, is always there, always setting up, especially with the Newman on Blast. And get this, Newman on Blast is favoring the side of QDX Love. I mean, it's Revival's hero, but Jace's is just taking them out of his hands. Uno reverse playing again and again and again.
Yep, I was thinking, okay, Valentina is going to play in the losing lane. He's going to be playing from behind. But Valentina, Jace's was always on top. He was leading Ryan at the top lane as well. And you look at the amount of items he has. It's so painful. There is a magic penetration as well. And pair it up with a winning lane, powerful magic items, and you have the mystery shop emblem. What chance does Revival have in that?
Yeah, I mean, if you draft a pretty late game draft, sort of like what Revival did, you never got to the late game. There's only the mid game power spikes right there. And I guess what EVO's strategy, what they have in mind is, let's just burst them down before they do any damage to us. We don't need defense. If they're going to go down, who's going to attack us?
Now, for Revival, right, their composition, yes, is very much geared towards the later stages of the game, especially looking at Sicilian, 1-1, so many things. In the early stages of the game, yes, they do have some of the survivability that we can look at. In the early stage, you can pretty much tell. Melon, all the way from the back, the Featherhead Strike does do quite a bit of damage, and of course, the Luminon Blast and everything else, they just get swept by Powerful.
This was the turning point. Sort of like Peace outplayed everyone, and then QDX Love jumped in place of Peace, trying to get that bloody hunt from Carrot, and then everything go haywire yet again. This was when, I guess, Revival tried to play 4-man attack onto the side of EVO. but every single time there's an objective fight, it goes over to the side of Evil.
Yep. Similarly, this looks like previous series, right? Let's not take the objectives, let's fight it out first. And I think that was the winning strategy for Evo because they knew they had the advantage. Take a look at the team fights every single time. The objective is probably the last thing that gets done.
Yeah, this Lord fight was everything that sealed it off. So LY4 a little bit too focused on the Lord. I mean, that's not wrong, but you get the Lord, but you lose pretty much the rest of your team. At what cost, right? Is it worth it?
Yeah, I mean, the way Evil plays is like super greedy. They're just flickering all over the place and really just trying to utilize the fact that they have a heavy lead against Revival and the fact that they do have a massive power spike. It's all about the Numenon Blast, dude. It is all about the Numenon Blast that JS constantly steals and just going all across the map and just brings out when people have least suspected.
Yeah, I want to say as well, like that last replay when Coconut opened his ultimate with the Melissa, it sort of like blocked everyone out from Jace's charge up with the Luminon Blast. It's sort of like egg on prata, on sugar, on ketchup, on whatever you call it, on maybe even pineapples. Everything just works so well together and they made a perfect pastry out of that.
Yep, I really like the layering done by Evo. It was always a calculated cooldown on the skills usage, right? And if you layered it as Evo has layered, it is essentially a perma stun, right? They were stuck at that corner behind the stone for ages. And it wasn't that they didn't try to get out. They tried, but you know, with Jace's, he just didn't allow that to happen. Carrot as well, and Carrot is a person that gets a single target in. And he pulled in LY4, which is very important because the objectives were coming up. They didn't want to have their jungle die. If not, it would have been a free... There was no Red 3 battle to be had, right? So LY4 is the prime target that they want to protect, which is why they actually had the whole team jump in as well. And I mean, Jace's just punished them extremely painfully.
I mean, having a Franco, you put in one, you sort of like force and engage to a fight that you can't win and you can't take, but hey, okay, I need to save LY4, but at the cost of my own life. So they're just throwing bodies into the face of Evo, and Evo's just capitalizing on every single move or every single mistake that they do. So if LY4 actually gets pulled in, the rest of Team Revival should just stay away. Stay away from that, let LY4 actually go down, and then just save that fight for the fight that you take on your own high ground.
The big plays all across the board coming in from Evil, understandably gonna have to go to JS, right? Making him one of the most impactful player of the team. While on the other side, Peace playing as a 1-1 is of course the impactful player of their team. And of course, well, we're looking at a 1-1 in the early stages of the game. We wouldn't expect too much damage coming in from 1-1, but because assisted by his team, he's able to pull off quite a bit of crossbow attack that made things really important, especially in the really early stages of the game, just popping off 2 kills in order to stabilize the scoreline. That is definitely something that none of us expected, but they pulled it off magnificently. The only thing that Revival just kind of missed out a little bit on, I believe, is really just more of the early game dominance and just anyone that is able to turtle up in the early stages. Because so far, Revival has always drafted up a composition that does well in the early, mid, and late stages of the game. But this time, their mage is a Sicilian. They don't have that early game insurance that they usually have. They don't have a proper high ground in order. They don't have. Yes, they have a high ground from the side of Sicilian, but it's not exactly the high ground that you need in order to zone people out or deal proper damage because, well, bad impact. Yeah, not quite much amount of damage. Sanguine Claws and perhaps even the Bat Swarm is not quite there yet.
Well, I mean, these heroes are built especially or significantly for the late game, so that is something that Evo didn't even allow Revival the chance to go even into. The sort of like early game stretched all the way into mid stages of the game, and then they just ended it right there. There's no chance for Revival to truly show the potential of all 5 of these heroes working well together in the late game because there is no late game.
Yeah, and now I do want to commend Evil, right, when it comes down to their game decisions here.
Yeah.
Because of the fact that Revival went overly greedy for their late game composition. They are assuming at the fact that Evil will not punish them for such a composition. So an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, right? And well, a composition for a composition in this case. Evil took a step front forward, and they just did whatever that they could, be in your face and just go all out aggressive. You see them losing fights sometimes, they win fights sometimes, but they know, as a matter of fact, that no matter how it is, early game is their power spike and is their power, and they gotta have to make full use of it as many times as they can. They cannot back down.
Yeah, and I just want to give you guys a gentle reminder that these two teams were the bottom of the table in regular season.
Right.
And this result, the way they have played from both teams, this is not the bottom of the table kind of style, right? This is two brand new teams duking it out.
But without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, this will be the draft phase for Team Revival versus Team Evil. Game number 2. Will Evil sweep the series and bring it all home? Or will Revival pull themselves together and bring this over to Game 3? Right off the bat, Evil takes out that Diggy Bauman, pretty similar to what we see in the first game. But on the side of Revival, taking out that 1-1, they know that Coconut is nutty on this 1-1. And Atlas as well.
This game, I'm pretty sure that Revival will give us a closer fight because they have understandably known their mistake of being way too greedy. In order for them to, if they are not that greedy, then perhaps Evil won't be as greedy as well. Because I would like to definitely throw back to the regular season days where Evil fighting against Revival, both teams, they were really, just very hesitant to do anything to one another. And I believe that Revival gonna have to find a way to get that from Evil. They need to show that much amount of dominance in the early stages of the game and instill that level of fear onto Evil, making them think that they gotta have to play cautiously no matter what they do.
Well, it's a gamble that I think Revival needs to take because, I mean, for the side of Evil, let's just assume that they're going to go for the dive strategy, that really early game ambush, invade, and then just snowball all the way from there. But Revival, if they take that chance and go for all defensive, all sort of like patient heroes and defensively, what they did in the previous game was correct. They went late game because they wanted to push it down to late game. They were a little bit greedy. This is where I thoroughly agree with you. So try that same strategy again, but this time in a different way.
Heroes is ultimately the most important thing after all. This time, Paquito is available and Evil...
Now Akai enters the scene.
Okay, Akai. Okay, that is different. That is absolutely
but it's
different.
Pretty much the same. Like Akai has a lot of early game damage, a lot of early game sort of like annoyance skills. Coming in, can jump on you or dash on you, knock you out for a short little while, and sort of like heavy spin all the way back. And especially when he plays Akai in the jungle, you get to his power spike level 4 as fast as he can. And on the other side, LY4, going back to basics, taking in that Dairoth in the jungle, QDX Love, with one of his signature picks of his Grok, trying to delay a lot of farm, trying to disrupt the team composition that Evil might have.
It's all about the lane controls and winning in the micro fights here. Once Evil has seen the fact that, yes, Revival has picked up a Dairoth, picking up an Esmeralda is definitely a no-no. Picking up a Uranus is possible, but cutting the waves in the early stages and of course being able to get away from all of that is definitely paramount. In this case, having a Paquito or having a Benedetta would be great to the lineup. And in this case, Evil will pick out the Paquito for themselves indeed.
Oh, I totally forgot about the Esmeralda. So, okay, Evil picks up the Paquito as well as the Lolita. That solidifies their EXP lane, jungle, and roam position. So all the tanky front lines that they need to really go ham on this aggressive play that is really unique to only Evil. But Revival, on the other hand, they're playing with the Esmeralda, a pretty much balanced hero in terms of trying to protect your objectives, trying to go zone out certain heroes from that backline, a flank potential over there. So a pretty much balanced draft that I'm favoring right on the side of Revival. But on the second phase of the ban, they choose to ban out that Julian, understanding that Melon is pretty much what the win condition is for the side of Evil, dealing a lot of damage in the early game.
We are now back to looking at what works for Revival. As you guys pretty much can see that when it comes down to this composition, this opening from Revival, it is very, very similar. I mean, yes, there are definitely some deviations every now and then, but the die-off in the jungle at building tank is paramount to making this lineup work. Having an Esmeralda onto their side, and this time having a Grok onto their side, because in the previous time when they fought against SMG in the final week of regular season, this is what they did. And of course, it was a 2-0 victory with a die-off in the jungle. So I gotta have to say, Revival is very likely gonna be looking at a game plan very similar to that, but in some other forms or archetypes.
Ooh, okay, Lunox being banned out for the side of Revival, Evo banning out the Eve.
Good ban.
Understanding that strategy, they might be trying to force a Farsa pick. And Revival, they're trying to understand that, okay, Evo, if they pick this Farsa again, what kind of heroes, or if we pick Farsa, what kind of heroes can counter this Farsa? And Lunox, being a really sneaky hero, is able to burst you with the Order of Chaos Darkness, as well as the Brilliance to get out the way.
Yep, I just want to note that, you know, the heroes on Evil can counter faster if Revival picks it. But I think at this point, it really is to make sure that they can take a better fight. They want one singular option, multiple options that Evil has to consider when they're trying to stop this Feather Airstrike. So that has been a downfall of many teams, right? Having multiple targets to focus on, and in the midst and the craze of a team fight, it is what sets champion teams apart, right? The ability to discern who do I go for first and how will that impact the rest of the fight.
It's tough to, it's a really tough, it will be a tough game for Swirl after all. Because the lineup from Evil, boy oh boy, do they have a choke full of crowd control. 4 out of 5 of these heroes have got a form or a way to disrupt the Feathered Airstrike, and that is very concerning to me. Evil, this time, have decided to pick up a Sicilian. It seems as though Evil no longer wants to play in that, well, ideology of running early game, momentum, and beat Revival in that sense. They would want to play against Revival in their own turf, in their own home ground, and that is over into the late stages of the game. This game is going to be exciting because Evil, they want to set a statement. Is that statement really going to work out here? Is it really going to be an impactful statement? Let's take a look here in game number 2 between Revival versus Evil into Sector Island.
One more step for Evil and they get to face off against SLATE tomorrow for a best of 5. And now, on the tip of the iceberg for Team Revival, can they make this work? Do or die, this might be the final game for them.
Ooh, this is something very different that I'm seeing from the side of Evil. Off the bat, you have 4 people already taking down that purple buff. This means that Powerful is on a man on a mission yet again, trying to just disrupt as much farm, trying to roam as effectively as possible, try to hit the power spikes extremely accelerated pace.
Yep, I like this pace from Revival actually. They are trying to invade. It might not be that fast, but we might get an early engagement as well. QDX left falling a bit low. A nice Guardian's Barrier is going to stop everything and put everyone into a reset situation.
Ooh, okay, you do have late game insurance in Evo. So picking up Melon, you have the crowd control with Sanguine Claws. You have that impact, which is going to deal a lot of damage, especially in the later stages of the game. But whether or not they will hit on the later stage of the game, you have Sicilian that is practically useful in pretty much all scenarios. You will always fight in a 4 situation, but Jason starts that fight onto Ryan, just a little poke here and there, nothing too serious about it. Powerful is still farming up on the bottom lane. They must be trying to zone out for that Lord, but take a look at Revival's side. They are trying to rotate up to where Coconut is right now, so forcing Coconut to play in a very passive position.
Yep, this could spell disaster for Coconut. He already knows that something's going on, so he is going to move back into the push. But QDX, Love and Swirl, they're going to get it started. Will they do anything? No, not at this point though. They are going to be just trading objectives in the form of turrets, as Carrot is going to catch a glimpse of the 3 members on Revival.
Okay, this is smart. What Carrot is doing is just giving vision to the rest of Evil.
Oh, here we go! Yeah, QDX Love going to flash, flicker out, and with that, they're going to reset the fight. Evil, they do not want to rush into this. They want to make sure they have priority over the turtle, and they just want to back out and push everyone from Revival away.
what I like about what Evo was doing is that Carrot is tagging on to Revival at any waking moment, providing vision for the rest of the team to understand where they're going. But let's take a look at the emblems real quick. There's nothing much over here that stands out to me except for the Melissa opting to go for the emblem that gives him a little bit more sustain every 1.5 seconds of the game. Avarice building onto Esmeralda on the other spectrum with the Magic Worship coming in for Farsa. So this is the Farsa that really wants to deal some burst damage. But LY4,
oh, caught in the middle here with the heavy spin as well. Is he gonna die? They get that first blood. Revival, punished for the aggression. QDX left the second fall, and Evo fans are going crazy. A third one maybe. Swirl, can he make it out? He's all alone. Where's the backup? No backup. Powerful. Gets 3 kills in total for the side of Team Evo.
This is a very intimidating Evo, very, very scary. I mean, look at that. Once you take a kill and you're off position, best be sure Evo is going to be chasing you. Sirens on, they are hot on the chase. Ooh, Carrot dashes out with the wall. It's not going to keep them in, but Revival needs to be able to understand that Evo is going to play up to their own tempo. It doesn't matter what you play, they are going to be active in everything. So you need to anticipate what they are going to do, not try to react to that situation.
Yeah, Revival have tried at least 3 times to get on Coconut, and he has failed every single time with that last punish. So painful.
Kind of looks as if Melon and
LY4, he's a bit low. Can he get him? No, he's not gonna be killed here. You know, Jaces is happy to just let him run around because now the buff is up for the taking. Powerful, happy to oblige as they try to make something happen at the mid lane. Revival, they have to figure something out. There is no wave management on the side of Revival.
Just taking LY4 home, out of the jungle and into his base just for a cup of coffee and coming back. But by the time he's back, everything in his house is gone in this jungle, and there's nothing much that he can do. He's getting starved a little bit too much. Powerful, only 1 level ahead for Carrot. Hold on a second.
Oh, he is so low. The burst comes in. LY4 gets the kill. But is this a little bit difficult? Because it is a worthwhile trade for them. A turtle for 1 death, no problem. Carrot is supposed to die anyway in team fights.
Oh, another engaged potential coming in with Revival jumping onto Coconut, but Melon and Powerful is there by his side. It's always a protecting. He's trying to move on to a protected president. And as we speak, let's take a look at the item builds from both teams. Right now, Melissa already building 1 defense item, so it's a little bit different build than what we were expecting, than what we expect in game number 1. So this is a little bit slow, but hold on a second. Heavy spin is initiated.
Swirl, Warby gets taken down by Jaces, but the backup comes on Revival. Can they make anything work? Can they punish Evo for this attempt? And it looks like no. Evo will get away scot-free. Once again, Revival does not punish them.
Ooh, Powerful on that orange from LY4. Forced to use the retribution.
Yeah, it's looking a bit hard for them to try to make anything happen on the side of Revival. In fact, they're going to get a few free punches from Jaces onto the Grok as well. Things are going to just start getting messier for Revival because they have to manage so many things within a short amount of time.
Now, Evo is doing well in a lot of the neutral jungle objectives, understanding that LY4 right there didn't have the retribution. Powerful was just going to take it from him. And next turtle is going to be coming up in 40 seconds. But Evo needs to rethink their strategy, regroup, and understand how they're going to take down these turrets. Because as long as these turrets are standing, there's no way you're going to get to the core. And as long as you don't get to the core, you're not going to win this game.
That's right. I mean, if you have to have your jungle take farm in the form of creeps in the lane, you know things are not going well. Again, they're going to try and make something happen on the side of Revival. Coconut has to be very careful here. QDX love being that, you know, human ward for the side of Evo. And they will do the jump in. The heavy spin committed for the side of Evo. Can they make anything happen? Powerful, maybe caught in the middle of 4. Revival, can they punish him? Here we go. It is going to be a fair airstrike. Will they get the kill?
Oh,
no. A nice stun there. A 2-man stun. Will they get the punishment over to the side of Revival? No, but they do push them back. And this means it's a free turtle for the side of Evo again.
It's just a zone out. They just want to go for the neutral objective, go for the turtle, and get out of the way. Jaces is on the flank.
Oh, Jaces! Oh, that was close, that was close. And Ryan maybe getting a bit too far forward as Revival, they want to make this defense happen. They have to make sure that they get the farm up on their side as well.
As all of EVO is together, this is a very different playstyle than what I'm used to seeing EVO do. Every single time they run everyone down and leaving Coconut aside to take down the objectives and get as much turret damage as possible. But Melon building a Sicilian, I mean, understanding that that is a late game insurance that you have, so you need to have enough time to build that those stacks.
Yep, it is a 3k goal lead for the side of EVO and Revival. I mean, Swole just used his Feather Airstrike. I'm not sure why, but Ryan may be getting punished. JC is going to step into the bush and show his presence there.
So one thing about this Paquito is that you don't want to use a skill one where the shield
Oh no! Jason gets punished though. The whole team of Revival is here. They want to make it hard for themselves. And it looks like the heavy spin on LY4. Can they make it work? He's so low. Where's the follow-up damage? LY4, he's taken down. Melon credited with the kill. But can they punish them more? EVO, they might have to back off. Peace is chasing as well. Ryan in the midst of all three members. He's feeling strong. He's feeling it. He wants to go for the kill. Carrot, can he make it out? He actually jukes him. Oh, that was a nice save. Nice saving for this, as Ryan will not get access to the backline of EVO.
Well positioned from the side of EVO. They take anyone out. That is 5 members over, fighting on 3 of EVO, and they take down 1 in process, getting out. There's nothing more that they can take. And EVO, on the other hand, buying a lot of time. Coconut already taking the tier 2 turret in the bottom lane. Oh, Revival, they're looking more for kills than objectives right now, and I understand that they're more heavily reliant on team fight compositions. I mean, you do have the Farceless Feather Airstrike and the damage that you have. You can negate that with the Purify as well, but you're not using it to your full potential.
Yep, while all of the skirmishes were happening, Team EVO, did you notice that Coconut was busy farming all the way? But with that being said, no farm for now because they want to get this Lord. This is the first Lord of the game. And Revival, they are feeling the pressure. If they allow EVO to get this, it's going to be very painful because they can just march down the lane as well.
Okay, kind of looks like Revival doesn't want to commit to the Lord fight or Lord dance just yet. They just want to give it over because it's just a normal Lord. Less than 10 minutes. And this is a slower paced EVO game that we've seen today. What will they do? Wait for that Lord and go in with that fights. Let's take a look at the item builds real quick. Yet again, Paquito is building up more defensively right now. Understand that they're going to take this run into the late game.
Love, he does get caught out, but a nice flicker saves him. They are going to stop the Feather Airstrike as well. Can they punish this? A nice stun, but here comes LY4. Where's the support? Do they get the kill? No, LY4 gets taken out first, and Ryan punished for that help on his teammate. And EVO, they're feeling it. It's going to end not good for them because Revival, they are 2 members down. Now a 3-man defense at the top lane. Can they make it work for themselves?
Oh, I'm smiling from ear to ear because what Carrot just did just changed the pace of EVO. He just stand in front and shielded the rest from Peace. And you understand how Peace is very intimidating, very scary with the Clint. But as long as Carrot is there, he sort of like negates the effect of Clint.
We might see the end of Game 2. Revival having the backs against the wall now. LY4, QDX Love, extremely low as well. The Feather Airstrike is going to be committed, powerful, going to jump in. Where is the stun? A 2-man stun! Get it done, man! EVO, powerful, locks him down. Ryan is falling low as well. Will he die? Powerful actually gets taken out. It's going to be a 1-for-1 trade. No, 3-for-3 trade at this point. But it looks like Revival going to live for another day as QDX Love manages to push them out.
A 3-for-3. But fair for the side of EVO. They are up 7k gold lead ahead of Revival and taking down the tier 3 turrets in the side of Revival's home. And there is so much more that EVO is able to do. So QDX Love is still alive as well as Peace. Peace haven't died yet because every single time EVO tries to go for Peace, he's always saved in by either QDX Love or Ryan because it's always there. But that means that you're forced to play defensively. You aren't unable to go for the offense. And with that, Melon is able to beat them out with the range game. Let's take a look at the items yet again. There's nothing really much standing out to me just yet. But Sicilian is buying that Divine Glaive, trying to get a lot of penetration as he can in this period of time, but Revival forced again to buy a lot of defensive items. I know Farsa has just got that Lightning Truncheon as well as the Clock of Destiny, but they're gearing up just for the late game.
Yep, Revival actually now starting to build a chance right? We have the Blade of Despair on Peace, and if you know Clint, you know that Peace can play him extremely well. So they have to be very careful about the timing for the game for Evo. This next Lord is going to be spawned, and I think this could be the decider of the game.
With Lord Dance has been started with Tango. Basically dancing out, really powerful. You have to zone out QDX Love. Whenever he's there, best be sure he's going to be creating a lot of distance between you. He has that wall as well. So giving a lot of space. Oh, the third airstrike, but Powerful takes down that Lord and going for the kill.
Yep, Swirl gonna get caught on the back lines all on his own as LY4 is forced to run away. QDX Love as well. Will they survive this? A nice jump by Ryan, but I don't think that's gonna do much because Ryan, they have to clear this wave off. So they do have a short breather, but Evo, you know what's coming. The Lord is going to be marching down the bot lane, and now Revival, can they stand the test that Evo has in store for them?
This is the first time that I've seen Swirl suffering with that Barca, understanding that, okay, Swirl is going to deal a lot of early game damage, so let's just take him out of the way. And once he's out, we are able to push in that waves. And this Lord push is going to be the 12-minute Lord. It's going to be an enhanced Lord that is going to be able to burst down all three top-tier turrets. Swirl, again, using fair airstrike, just try to zone them out. I'm not sure if Powerful wants to take
this. The jump, JS! He jumps on the back line. The heavy spin coming in by Powerful as well. Can they get this down? They will not get Ryan. So this is a successful defense. QDX Love